Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Quitting the Strawhat Pirates and joining Beast's Pirates. 1BP Chapter 1 Quit the Straw Hats at the beginning? Coppers Ren open black lens bracket new book sets sail close black lens bracket. Hey, Ren. They're just insignificant little pirates. There's no need to kill them, right? You're right, even if the pirates of the Silver Fox Pirates are enemies, they won't be punished to death, right? Besides, it's a bit too much for you to be cruel to those ladies who pose no threat. Even if they are pirates, it's too cruel. You've always acted like this, from Logue Town to Battleship Island, to the Whiskey Mountains of the Grand Line, the Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, Guy Island, and the G-8 branch. Now to Longchain Island, you're still acting like this. Sanji is right. You are too bloody. How many people have you killed so far? Sorry, Ren, I can't stand your behavior anymore. To be honest, Ren, you are a little too crazy. It makes me a little scared and uneasy. I don't want my companions to really become out-and-out murderers. Me too, forget it. Do you all think I did something wrong? If this is the case, then from today on, we are no longer partners. Wait, Ren, what are you talking about? We just hope that you can restrain yourself in the future. Needless to say, from today on, I quit the Straw Hat crew. Hey, Ren, calm down and stop joking, I'm serious. Grand Line. A long chain of islands connected end to end in a circular shape. One of the small islands, beside a gurgling stream. A tall young figure suddenly woke up from his sleep. Huh. Are you dreaming again? Ren threw away the empty wine bottle in his hand and held his head, which was a little dizzy. It's been 3 or 4 days already. I washed my face by the stream and woke myself up. His gray-white broken hair and stubble-covered face could not hide his handsome face. A pair of deep black eyes looked up at the blue sky, silent for a long time. It has been 17 years since I woke up and traveled to this sea. Since childhood, I have lived with my parents on a remote and uninhabited island. My father is also a powerful swordsman who can wield flying slashes, and his race is quite special. But at the age of 4 or 5, advertisement because there are fewer and fewer prey on the island. My father went to the deep sea alone to hunt sea beasts. Unexpectedly, the smell of blood attracted a large number of sea kings. But when he was fighting in the sea with the sea kings who kept swarming and attacked him like crazy, most of his shoulder was accidentally bitten off by the ferocious teeth of the sea kings. Shortly after dragging his scarred body back, he died of his serious injuries. The mother was even more grieved and died of depression soon after. Unfortunately, Ren became an orphan directly, survive alone in the deep mountains and old forests. Because the island it is located on is a desert island adjacent to the calm belt, there are many huge sea beasts and even more ferocious sea kings lurking in the nearby waters. Unwilling to be ordinary, in order to be able to protect himself and survive in this cruel sea, he was unwilling to be trapped and die on this island. A man endures loneliness and persists in practicing in the deep mountains and wild forests, practicing the swordsmanship taught by his father. It is based on the memory information in the mind. I have also studied hard and practiced repeatedly. With his own understanding, he not only awakened observation haki very early. And I have figured out shaving, moonwalk and other related skills on my own, and mastered them proficiently. Until the age of 17, he thought he had the power to protect himself. Only then did he start sailing out to sea with a raft. One person and one sword kept killing the large sea beasts and sea kings that attacked him one after another, and managed to break out of the dangerous sea area. Planned to gather companions and head to the Grand Line. Unfortunately, he underestimated the dangers of the sea, even in waters with a relatively mild climate like East Blue. Or a sudden storm caused the raft to fall apart. Carrying a piece of wood, I drifted for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, he didn't deserve to die. He was rescued by a merchant ship on its way to Logue Town. But he originally wanted to cut off the members of the Straw Hats in advance, but in the end it was a step too late. On a whim, I accepted the invitation of Strawhat Luffy in Logue Town, joined the Straw Hat crew, and boarded the Golden Mary. Since joining the Straw Hats, in one thrilling adventure and battle after another, he has always been vigilant and learned those bloody lessons. Adhering to the good habit of last hit, he will show no mercy to any incoming enemy. Advertisement try to nip potential threats in the bud as much as possible and prevent them from threatening your companions. Living alone in the deep mountains and forests for a long time has made Ren's character somewhat cold in advocating the laws of nature. Needless to say, those pirates who are extremely vicious and do not know whether to live or die come to find trouble. He also doesn't have any good feelings towards Marine, who is a lackey of the world government. He has always been merciless and cruel. Often wherever he goes, the battlefield left behind is considered to be simply a Shira field. And he himself is like Shira who came out of the bloody purgatory. Therefore, he got the nickname, Blood Prison, Man. 3 days ago, he even did not hesitate to destroy the Silver Fox Pirates who tried to challenge the Straw Hat Pirates and capture their partners through the so-called pirate game. But I never thought that what I would get in the end would be the incomprehension and questioning of these companions. I realized that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was somewhat repelled and disgusted by their frequent killings and indiscriminate killing of innocents. Finally, a disheartened Ren. 3 days ago, despite the dissuasion and retention of other members of the Straw Hat crew, he resolutely quit the Straw Hat Pirates. He left the Golden Mary alone and was stranded on Longchain Island. I have always believed that since we are enemies, we should kill them without mercy and never give them any chance to breathe. Ren's eyes were dim as he looked at the sea in the distance. Maybe I took it for granted. No wonder I have always felt that I am incompatible with you who are too naive and romantic. In this case, it might not be the right choice to part ways early at this time so that everyone can get together and relax. No longer immersed in those memories of the past. Ren, who didn't want to be decadent anymore, clenched his fists. His eyes gradually turned to fortitude and determination, and there was no longer any confusion. Once obsessed with the Strawhat Pirates, at this moment, it completely dissipated. From now on, he, Copper's Ren, lives only for himself. The exciting and thrilling experiences he had with the Straw Hat crew in the past will also be buried deep in his heart. We have different paths and we don't want to work together. I hope we all live well in the future. Goodbye, Straw Hat Pirates, and Mary, Chapter 2 Lunaria Tribe, Phantom Beast Species, Open black lens bracket ask for collection close black lens bracket. Suddenly, Ren glanced out of the corner of his eye and his expression couldn't help but change. I found that the suitcase I had put aside was actually open. A strange fruit that was purple-black in color and shaped like a piranha was lying quietly inside. Moreover, there are some strange peels on the ground. Could it be? His eyelids twitched. He was busy rummaging through his suitcase. But no matter what, there is no other fruit that should also be stored inside. He covered his head, feeling a little helpless. If you drink too much, you will be the boss. As if faintly. I do have some vague memories. Being emboldened by wine and irritable, he made up his mind and randomly selected one of the two fruits. No wonder he always felt that his body had undergone some indescribable and strange changes, as if he had become much stronger overnight. I just didn't have time to think about it carefully. Now, he finally understood why, inside the suitcase. There should have been two devil fruits. One of them is the piranha-shaped fruit just now. It was found near the castle of the Drum Kingdom after killing Wobble, the user with Paramecia Munch Munch fruit's ability. The other one is a dragon fruit-shaped fruit with strange patterns. Obtained accidentally from prehistoric island Lil Garden. Advertisement. Although he is not against becoming demon fruit power. But he didn't want to waste this opportunity. I have always wanted to find a powerful fruit ability. In particular, after defeating God Enel on Sky Island, he was a little disappointed when he failed to find the Logia Thunder fruit that he had dreamed of and should have regenerated. After all, devil fruit is too ordinary and tasteless to him. He also made himself unable to swim for no reason and was restrained by Seastone. Totally worth the loss, because his real race is not ordinary humans. Moreover, according to legend, there are remnants of the Lunarian clan, a clan of gods that has almost become extinct. The world government once offered a huge bounty. As long as you discover the whereabouts of this clan and inform the Marine, CP and other agencies directly under the world government, you can directly receive a huge bounty of 100 million Baileys. This is doomed to lead a homeless and precarious life for the people of the Lunaria tribe since childhood. In order to avoid the eyes of the entire ocean, the parents of Cypherpole, its CP series, can be said to be all-pervasive world government, so they had to live on the remote uninhabited island of East Blue. But Ren is not a pure Lunarian, but a special hybrid. Although his father is a Lunarian, his mother is neither a Lunarian nor an ordinary human, but a mermaid from the Fishman Island. It is said that the union of the two is a rather bloody story of a hero saving a beauty. All in all, people are special, although it has the characteristics of the Lunaria tribe. He has gray-white hair and jet-black wings like a fallen angel. Even like other members of the Lunaria tribe, a mysterious flame appeared on the back of his head and neck shortly after he was born. And he is born with the ability to control fire, can survive in any harsh natural environment. But the skin color is rather strange, as if the genes of the Lunaria tribe and the mermaid tribe have been neutralized. It is not the brown color unique to the Lunaria tribe, nor is it as white as her mother, who is a beauty from the mermaid tribe, but a very common bronze color. When Ren was born, his father ruthlessly removed Ren's wings in order to prevent him from bearing the curse that had been imposed on the Lunaria tribe by the behemoth world government for hundreds of years, hoping that he would be able to live like a normal human in the future. Hiding here and there, worrying day and night. Advertisement. Moreover, because his father wanted to protect the mother and son, he had been fighting with Marines and CP agents under the world government, as well as bounty hunters lured by huge bounties and vicious pirates for many years. Even though he was a member of the Lunaria clan and had an astonishingly tenacious vitality, he still suffered from many hidden diseases. In fact, his health was deteriorating. Later, during a fight with the Sea Kings, he was accidentally bitten by the Sea Kings due to a hidden disease, and eventually died of serious injuries. Otherwise, although his father is not particularly powerful, with the Lunaria's innate racial talent, he is not so easily hurt by the Sea Kings. Ever since the mermaid mother died of depression, leaving her alone to survive on a desert island. Ren, who wanted to control his own destiny and was not willing to be trapped on that island for his whole life, had been practicing and training unremittingly. He even went so far as to fight with those sea beasts and sea kings to hone himself. After years of deliberate training, he has become able to freely extinguish or display the flame behind his head that is characteristic of the Lunaria tribe according to his own will. Avoid revealing your identity as much as possible. Although even without the devil fruit, the innate racial ability to generate and manipulate fire would still be powerful. But considering the storm that will be set off next, there are also powerful enemies that will be faced. Ren has been hesitating about which devil fruit to choose. I never thought that he would be drunk. He accidentally ate the dragon fruit-shaped devil fruit. However, although it was an accident, the result is not bad. It seems like I really won the lottery. Close your eyes and carefully feel the subtle changes in your body. That unprecedented strange feeling made Ren couldn't help but smile. Is Zone a fantasy beast? He instantly determined his approximate abilities. Roar, blessing to the soul. He growled. His whole person has undergone astonishing changes. Chapter 3 Niu Fruit Phantom Beast Species Kirin Form, 3rd update, please support. Roar, with the smell of heat. A roar like thunder echoed. I saw Ren's whole body expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The face became ferocious and terrifying, and the long fangs were sharp and sharp. Elk-like antlers sprouted from the top of the head, fiery red scales appeared all over the body, shining with a metallic luster, and the limbs turned into scaly armor, with extremely ferocious claws. Boom, the earth roared and cracked. A kind of violent power, like a wild beast, rushed towards him. The large number of birds and animals on the island, as well as the countless fish, shrimps and sea beasts in the sea, were all a little frightened. Lion head, antlers, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, wolf claws, oxtail. In the blink of an eye, Ren turned into a majestic creature that was nearly 3 feet tall and only existed in myths and legends. It was a red-colored, majestic creature, Kirin. Next moment, red fire surged up. Blossoming flames appeared out of thin air. Its huge beast body was bathed in blazing flames, exuding terrifying heat, dyeing the sky red. The originally green earth turned black and turned into scorched earth in the blink of an eye. Even the surrounding air was distorted by the heat. Brush, in a flash of thought, he opened his mouth suddenly. A terrifying firelight gathered there. Call out. The next moment, the astonishing firelight directly penetrated the atmosphere and blasted out. A huge hill was exploded like a tornado. Rocks flew and smoke billowed. Fire shot into the sky. Bang. Woo. The ground was so compressed that it collapsed and cracked. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, jumped up suddenly. Underfoot, auspicious clouds like flames actually rose up. He was lifted up and stood firmly in midair with no tendency to fall. Roar. The fire unicorn with an extremely powerful aura stood in midair and roared with its head raised. Thunderbolt. A terrifying thunder made the sky pale. Blast out towards the reef several meters high in the distance. Boom, crash. There was a loud noise and gravel flew everywhere. The waves on the sea were turbulent, causing large splashes of water. And that huge rock has disappeared, as if it had never existed. Advertisement. Roar. Immediately afterwards, the fire unicorn, covered in blazing flames and emitting terrifying heat, roared there. The huge red figure turned into an afterimage. Stepping on the auspicious clouds, he ran wildly and rushed high into the sky. The atmosphere is constantly being distorted. The blazing flames became more and more intense. The limbs covered with scales are like pillars supporting the sky, constantly moving high in the sky. The fiery red beast is extremely ferocious, bathed in terrifying flames, making it impossible for anyone to get close to it. Suddenly, it swooped down from hundreds of meters in the air at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as thunder and lightning, violently rubbing against the atmosphere. Boom. Boom. The astonishing heat wave swept across like a storm. Within a few kilometers, the temperature of the entire area seemed to be rising. Turn into lava. Fiery afterimage. Trails of flames were left in the air. Like a burning meteor, it hit the ground hard, boom boom. Crackling. As if a terrible natural disaster had struck, the sky turned extremely red. Accompanied by bursts of astonishing heat waves, the raging flames couldn't help spreading and spreading. In the blink of an eye, it covered the overburdened earth and cracked it like a spider web. The ground turned extremely red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Melting away. Gurgling. The next moment, a hot red, boiling magma lake appeared right there. Thick smoke filled the air and billowing heat waves hit our faces. Makes your scalp numb. Ho ho, it's jaw-dropping. The fire unicorn transformed by Ren was actually there as if nothing had happened, bathing in the unbelievably hot magma, and couldn't help but roar up to the sky with excitement. Its sound was like thunder, like a loud bell, resounding throughout the sky. The islands are connected end to end, forming a huge ring of islands. Countless snakes, insects, rats, ants, birds and beasts, as well as fish, shrimps, sea beasts and even sea kings in the nearby sea could not help but tremble and panic. Wow. I do not know how long it has been. The red fire unicorn rushed out of the magma. The feet are stepping on the auspicious clouds and bathed in the red flames. Like a red stream of light, it fell steadily to the ground. The huge beast's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Ren directly returned to his human form. It was unbelievable that he had been immersed in the magma for so long and was still jumping around like nothing happened. Advertisement. Niu Fruit Phantom Beast Species Kirin Form. I really won the lottery. With indescribable excitement and joy. Ren's face was full of smiles, but he felt a little incredible. Unexpectedly, the devil fruit that I accidentally obtained from Prehistoric Island would have such amazing abilities. Especially, my innate ability derived from the Lunarian clan, combined with the ability of the Phantom Beast species I just obtained, the flames I can control have been greatly strengthened. Suddenly, a ball of flame burst out from the back of his neck. At the same time, Ren clenched his right fist. A blazing flame was also produced out of thin air. Crackling. Amazing flames, burning brightly. The terrible high temperature made the atmosphere extremely hot and slightly distorted. It makes one's scalp tingle. Let me verify it. Ren's eyes narrowed. The flame behind his head went out strangely again. Fire punch. He became angry. He punched hard through the air. In an instant, the sky was dyed red. The terrifying flames continued to expand and spread, rising into the sky. It turned into a huge flaming fist seal, carrying terrible high temperature, burning and distorting the atmosphere. It hit a huge rock in the distance that was like a hill and about 10 meters high. Boom! Destroy the ancients. The raging fire flooded the front. A rock that should have been indestructible after being beaten by wind and rain. Without any surprise, it was blown to pieces in an instant. Gurgling. However, immediately after, an even more horrifying scene happened. All of a sudden, before the rubble could splash away, it was burned into hot magma by the terrifying flames. A large amount of magma fluid is boiling and bubbling with heat. The messy ground was scorched black. Large areas of thick smoke filled the air. It makes people feel chilly. It's such an addictive ability. Although it's just a small test, Ren can confirm. The flame temperature he can control now has far exceeded the flames displayed by Ace, the Logia Mera Mera fruit ability user's Fire Fist. Mera Mera fruit, even dogs won't eat it. This sentence is indeed not unreasonable. Chapter 4 Hongshui Zuowen, Bug's ability, 4th update, please support. Bang bang. Boom. Boom. Time keeps passing. Until noon when the sun is high. The entire messy island was covered with charred potholes and was completely destroyed. There was even a raging fire with thick smoke billowing from it. From a distance, you can clearly see countless animals, large and small, migrating in large groups there, rushing to other chain islands. And as the initiator, on this island, he continued to verify his newly acquired ability as a phantom beast. Ren, who was so tired and sweating profusely, lay on the ground in a large shape with his arms spread wide. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Laughter, from small to big, he gradually laughed wildly there. Ha ha ha. I can't help but be excited, he was already 100% sure. His ability to take on the Ox Niu fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Unicorn form. Definitely no less powerful than Kaido of the Beast's fish fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Blue Dragon form. The Zone Fantasy Beast species abilities, in addition to greatly increasing the physical body of the Esper like ordinary zones and ancient species, also come with some incredible superpowers. For example, the Phantom Beast of Kaido of the Beasts, the Green Dragon form, can call the wind and rain, and control elemental powers such as fire, storm, thunder and lightning. Marine Martial Buddha's Sengoku's human fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Giant Buddha form can not only transform into a huge Buddha, but also have amazing golden body defense, and can also send out amazing shockwaves. And the ability of the Phantom Beast Kirin Form he just acquired is also quite buggy. Ren is 100% sure that it can give people a series of abilities such as strength, speed, attack power, defense, resistance, endurance, and flight, as powerful as the mythical creature Kirin. In terms of its ability to increase and improve the ability user's own physique and even the basic combat power. Also, in the two forms of human-animal form and beast form, it can be said that it is almost invulnerable to swords, and it is able to withstand the powerful defense and exaggerated resistance of ordinary guns and cannons. In addition, it has extremely tenacious vitality. No matter how seriously injured the ability user is, he can recover quickly in the shortest time. It can be said that it is almost the same as the Blue Dragon form of the Phantom Beast species, not inferior. Moreover, it is said that Kirin is the embodiment of auspiciousness and can drive away evil spirits and bring good luck to people. No matter it was poison or curse, it could not pose a threat to him. Not only is it invulnerable to all poisons, but it can also ignore evil abilities such as curses. As time goes by, it will continue to subtly strengthen the body of the ability user. If Ren's own potential is amazing enough, he can persist in training himself. One day, even if he is not using his abilities, he will only remain in his normal human form. Advertisement in the future, it will reach the level of being truly invulnerable and difficult to kill like Kaido of the Beasts, and may even replace its opponent and become the new, strongest creature on land, sea, and air. It's not impossible. Moreover, he himself is from the Lunarian clan. It has the terrifying ability to survive in any natural environment. As a former clan of gods, racial talent is no joke. When the flame behind them burns, their own defense will be greatly enhanced, and any damage will be ineffective. When the flame behind them goes out, although their defense will decrease, their attack power will be greatly improved. Although the Lunaria tribe's natural abilities are not really unlimited. But it is conceivable that after obtaining such amazing abilities as the Cow Niu fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Kirin Form, coupled with his exaggerated racial talent, Ren's own defense power will reach such terrifying levels. Maybe not too long. The most powerful creature on land, sea, and air is really going to change hands. Moreover, it is different from Kaido of the Beast's abilities. Except for the almost identical ability that Roar can be transformed into thunder. Although Ren is not that fancy, he can control the wind and rain, control storms and other superpowers. But the Fire Kirin was born to be a strange beast that can control flames, and its control over flames and high temperatures is obviously far superior to that of the Azure Dragon. Even if Ren had just gained this ability, he could easily turn the earth into lava. He can even take a bath in the magma without feeling any pressure at all. Some special phantom beast species can still use their auxiliary abilities even in human form. Phoenix, Marco, the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division, is a user of bird fruit, phantasmal beast species, and phoenix form. He can also use a considerable degree of regeneration inflammation in his human form to heal others or animals. The same goes for Ren's phantom beast species, the Kirin Form. This is simply an ability tailor-made for him. In addition to not being able to elementalize, even in human form, he can directly control his own flames like a Maramara fruit user, and the temperature is terrifying. It just fits perfectly with my own racial talent as a Lunarian, who is born with the ability to control fire. When the two phases are superimposed, the power is unimaginable. It's far from being as simple as 1 plus 1, moreover, people can feel it vaguely. The Niu fruit, phantom beast species, and Kirin Form should have other special and strange abilities. But after all, it has just acquired its ability, and the time is still short. Other abilities need to be explored in depth. Roar. Crash. Coastside. The waves rolled. And ugly and ferocious sea kings, dozens of meters long, just emerged from the sea, trying to hunt. He had already received a sharp slash and his head was sliced open. Advertisement: the heavy and huge beast body fell on the sea, causing a large splash of water. But it soon lost its breath of life. The incision was smooth and blood was pouring out. Call, above the rough sea. A tall and vigorous figure could not help but step into the air. Grab this bloody sea kings and throw it hard towards the shore. Bang. The ground collapsed and debris flew. The behemoth, weighing an unknown number of tons, crashed hard onto the coast, raising large amounts of smoke and dust. Paw. Underfoot, bursts of smoke came out. Ren stepped on the moonwalk and landed steadily on the coast. On his hands, holding an extremely sharp sword, the shiny blade is slightly curved, about a little over 1 meter long. The frightening white blade has jagged red lines and gleams with cold light. The sword is shaped like a chrysanthemum. The handle of the knife is wrapped with red and black string. At the waist, hangs a dark red scabbard with exquisite patterns inlaid with gems. If someone with knowledge of swords were here, they would probably be surprised. Because, this is the famous sword that is one of the 21 skills of the Great Knife, Hongshui Zuomoji. It was also after the father of the Lunaria tribe died. One of the few relics left to Ren. Sure enough, even if you haven't turned into a beast form, or a human beast form, your body has already begun to change subtly under the influence of the power of the cow fruit, phantom beast species, and Kirin Form. Whether it is physical fitness, strength, speed, neurological reaction ability, etc., they have all improved a lot invisibly. The gleaming white blade, suddenly, it became black and shiny. Seeing Benyuki Samonji being entangled by his armament Haki and temporarily transformed into a black sword. Not only the swordsmanship, but also Haki himself has improved a lot. Ren couldn't help but sigh. He could feel that his body was completely different from before. The endurance and resistance he now possesses are simply not comparable to what he had before. Basic combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Even Haki has gained quite a bit. Chapter 5: The Legendary Golden Crown. Open black lens bracket. 5th update. Close black lens bracket. The flames were blazing, fiery breath. It's unbearably hot. Sea King's meat is constantly grilled there. Crack. Bang. The fire flickered. The aroma of meat began to fill the air. The golden oil kept dripping down, making the fire more intense. In fact, if it weren't for ensuring the taste of these grilled meats, people can use high temperature to bake them in an instant. No need to bother at all. Now, although I have mastered the observation Haki, I have also mastered the armament Haki and mastered the techniques of winding and hardening. Swordsmanship can also be said to be the entrance to the palace. Relying on my father's tireless teachings when I was young, I understood the breadth of all things earlier. As early as the age of 13, I had reached the realm of cutting iron, and mastered the skills of flying and slashing. My swordsmanship is much better than that of Zoro, who is still immature at the moment. If you include the fruit ability, even if you face the elite Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, you will definitely be able to defeat him. But compared to the real monsters in the sea, they are still far behind. The fierce firelight flickered endlessly. Beside the fire, Ren flipped over the barbecue casually. Looking at the bonfire in front of me, my eyes were a little wandering, and I was thinking there. Seriously thinking about the next path after leaving the Strawhat Pirates. He has been practicing swordsmanship since he was a child under the guidance of his father, who is very accomplished in swordsmanship. Over the years, he has been training and practicing day and night, even diving into the bottom of the sea to fight with those ferocious sea beasts and sea kings. As early as when one person, one knife and one raft set sail to sea and fought their way out of the sea adjacent to the calm belt. He is already a true swordsman. He is already stronger than the rest of the Strawhat Pirates. What makes Ren a little regretful is that, although his Lunarian father had mastered Haki, he had learned it through constant fierce battles and killings over the years and had not systematically organized it. He unfortunately passed away before he could teach him. When the Straw Hat crew just broke into the entrance of the Grand Line and passed the upside-down mountain and twin points, Ren specifically asked Crocus, the lighthouse keeper who once served as the Roger Pirate's ship's doctor, about Haki's training methods. Advertisement under the other party's generous guidance, he quickly directly guided out the potential armament Haki in his body, and gradually became familiar with this power. Come these days, he trains relentlessly every day. For armament Haki, I am already able to use it skillfully. However, although I have mastered armament Haki now, I am still far from mastering the truly advanced armament Haki. And compared to observation Haki, who has awakened very early and has been practicing unremittingly over the years, mastering it well and using it freely, armament Haki of that level is still just getting started. Ren is thinking about it. He is obviously not very satisfied with his current strength. I wonder if he is really talented in observation Haki. Since going to sea, Ren's observation Haki has grown a lot in battles with powerful players such as Sand Crocodile, and God Enel. Faintly, I always feel that my observation Haki is about to reach a certain critical point. It's just one step away from entering a new and unknown territory. As for Conqueror's Haki, he had awakened very early. Because the desert island where I grew up is close to the calm belt. There are a large number of amazing sea beasts and even sea kings lurking in the surrounding waters. In order to ensure that I will not be trapped and die on that desert island in the future. Over the years, Ren has worked hard to squeeze out his potential. He tried every means of training that could improve his strength and put it into action and kept trying. He even went to the sea to practice and fight against the ferocious sea kings. Accidentally awakened Conqueror's Haki. He has been trying to practice persistently, but he has only mastered the rough application. They can only stun those who are not strong enough. It can be said that there is no threat to those who are truly strong. It's not enough, you have to become stronger. Ren clenched his fists. There was strong ambition in his eyes. When I think of the huge storm that will be set off next and the upcoming murderous new era. He has always been unwilling to be ordinary, and a strong sense of urgency inevitably arises in his heart. Advertisement time waits not for us, if you miss the opportunity. We cannot get a share of the new era that will follow. Then, maybe he will be reduced to a foil for others in the future. For the Straw Hat Pirates, he has no resentment, anger, or unwillingness. Or maybe it's something grudgy, disappointment, maybe there are some. But now he has completely let go. His Copper's Ren's pattern is not that low yet. We all have different personalities and different philosophies, so it would be best for everyone to part ways early. However, as a new pirate, both sides can now be said to be competitors. If it hinders me in the future, he will show no mercy. If you want to improve your strength and practice step by step, it will take a long time to accumulate and accumulate. Leave those cluttered thoughts behind. Ren frowned and muttered to himself. It takes time to develop fruit abilities slowly. As for Haki and swordsmanship, if you want to break through quickly in a short period of time, you can only improve it by constantly fighting against strong men. This is one aspect that can be included in the next practice plan. But there is another unconventional method. That is to borrow those magical treasures like becoming demon fruit power, which can also make your strength leap forward in a short time. Something came to mind. His heart suddenly moved. Grabbing the luggage that had been placed aside, I rummaged there carefully. Remember the pair of golden horns on Crown Island, which contain an extraordinary power? A permanent pointer like a compass appeared in Ren's hand. On it, there is a label, Crown Island. Fortunately, when I was in Alabasta, I learned how to make a record pointer and made a permanent record pointer for Crown Island. Chapter 6 Bold Idea, Ren's Ambition, First Update, Please Support. Roar, the sea is vast. The sea breeze blows and the waves bloom. With a head over 3 feet tall and covered with thick scales, the majestic fire unicorn walked through the air. Like a fiery red lightning, it flew past the boundless blue sea at an astonishing speed. It took 2 days, it should be here soon. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, glanced at the extremely small record pointer hanging around his neck. Follow its guidance and keep running. Underfoot, auspicious clouds rise. Shockingly fast. 2 days ago, after making a decision, he immediately set off and left Long Chain Island. According to the guidance of the permanent pointer, rush to the Crown Island that you have visited before. Of course, he was not that impatient and was not rushing as hard as he could. We also passed several islands in the middle and stopped for a while. Eat enough, drink enough, refresh yourself, and then continue on the road. It's not that I'm afraid of running out of energy or anything. After all, he is frighteningly energetic now. Resilience and endurance are quite exaggerated. Even if he has to travel without sleep for days and nights, it is not a big problem for him. But not in a hurry to save lives. There's no need to work yourself so hard. If I remember correctly, the power contained in those golden horns is quite powerful. Thinking of the pair of extremely bright golden horns on Crown Island, full of strange energy. People's hearts couldn't help but become a little hot. The golden crown is a horn plucked from the head of a beast king, the Kirin lion, who has passed away. According to legend, its power resides in these 2 golden horns. If any creature eats it, they will all inherit the mysterious power passed down from generation to generation by the beast kings of Crown Island. Thus, he became the new king of Crown Island, leading and protecting the weak and rare beasts from the intrusion of greedy humans from the outside world. Advertisement somehow, This news spread to the outside world, and it was added to the news, making it more and more evil. It is said that this golden crown contains the secret of becoming a king. Many ambitious people flock to it and want to get it. But they don't know if humans eat these golden horns. Although it is indeed possible to gain great power. But at the same time, it will directly transform into a beast-like inhuman monster. Moreover, if the will is not strong enough, it will be directly counterattacked. Completely reduced to a beast that has lost its mind and only knows destruction. Back then, the Strawhat Pirates, who had just left Alabasta and were preparing to head to their next stop, accidentally heard such a legend, so they rushed to the Crown Island with great expectations. And the pair of golden horns are special. After Ren, Strawhat Luffy and others defeated the invading enemies. It was not really destroyed. Ren feels that it contains incredible power. Not only can it enhance the strength of the eater in all aspects, it can even emit powerful lasers and shockwaves, which is somewhat astonishing. Consider that the Strawhat Pirates ship's doctor, Tony Chopper, is himself a reindeer who ate the zone everyone fruit. This pair of golden horns will definitely make it stronger. And for a reindeer itself, there won't be much side effects. After all, the enemies the Strawhat Pirates will face next will only become stronger and stronger. But unexpectedly, Ren's proposal was rejected by Chopper. Finally, at Chopper's request, the group left the pair of golden horns on Crown Island. It is left to the Beast King, who will inevitably compete among countless rare beasts and use its power to protect the island. When he left, he also tried to make a permanent recording pointer on a whim. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this time. This pair of golden horns is inherited from a rare beast like the Kirin lion, and I am now a Zone Neo Fruit Phantom Beast species Kirin Form ability user. Ren's eyes were burning. He had a bold and crazy idea about the pair of golden horns that contain mysterious power. So, if I swallow it, will it be able to perfectly integrate the power of the golden crown? He was not a bad person to begin with. In the beginning, it was for Chopper's sake that he did not harm those rare beasts, and more generously left the pair of golden horns on Crown Island. But now he has quit the Strawhat Pirates. Naturally, I won't be polite to those precious beasts anymore. Advertisement, of course, he wasn't doing it for power, he didn't care about anything. Just make up your mind. Want to make a bold attempt. It stands to reason that this pair of golden horns originating from the previous generation king of Crown Island, the Kirin lion, can give other animals new powers without any side effects. Then he is a person with abilities in the form of the ox Neo fruit, the phantom beast species, and the unicorn form. Theoretically speaking, one's own genes must have undergone incredible changes, and in the complete beast form, it can even be said to be a real beast. Moreover, it is still a mythical species that far exceeds the Kirin lion. Maybe he can really perfectly integrate the golden crown and completely control this special power. It was based on this speculation that Ren prepared to make a bold attempt. If after swallowing the golden crown, while maintaining human form, he would really be like everyone else, turning into an inhuman monster like Chopper who overdosed on blue balls and went berserk and transformed into a monster form. He would immediately pull out the golden horn without hesitation and abandon this power that could not be perfectly integrated with himself. But maybe, it really succeeds, breaking away from the Straw Hat crew who joined on a whim. No longer naive to suppress his own ambitions, Ren is unrestrained. After acquiring the ability of the Neo fruit, phantom beast species, and Kirin form, he was unwilling to be ordinary, and he had directly developed an ambition. That is, he is going to replace Kaido of the beasts. Become the new king of beasts, become the new strongest creature on land, sea, and air. No doubt. Relying on Ren's own self-confidence, his qualifications and understanding are not weaker than others. There is also the Lunarian tribe, which even the world government, which has firmly controlled this sea for 800 years, covets, and has spent hundreds of years investing huge amounts of money, manpower and material resources to master its innate abilities. In addition, the ability of the Phantom Beast is not inferior to that of the Fish Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Blue Dragon form, and perfectly matches itself. The combination of these factors will definitely be able to perfectly support him in realizing this ambition. But I have to admit it is obviously not that easy to surpass Kaido of the beasts, the monster known as unkillable, in a short period of time. For this reason, Ren does not hesitate to make such a crazy and bold attempt. Want to be in front of the real new era wave? Strengthen your own strength as much as possible. Chapter 7: The Female Thief Being Chased by Pirates. Second update, please support. Boom, without warning. Just as Ren, who maintained his beast form, and transformed into a fire unicorn, was running wildly over the sea. In the distance, there were bursts of noisy gunfire. He couldn't help but stop and looked over subconsciously. Huh? I saw the sea in the distance. A huge pirate ship. Jung was chasing a small sailboat with great momentum. Fierce shelling is continuing. He has the attitude of never giving up until he sinks the opponent. And on the small sloop, which was less than a few meters long and could only accommodate 2 or 3 people, there was a faint and beautiful figure. He was working hard at the helm, relying on his superb navigation skills to constantly avoid the incoming cannonballs. From time to time, artillery shells hit, causing splashes of water. But they were all narrowly avoided. Moreover, the small sailboat continued to speed up along with the undulating sea currents, trying to distance themselves from the pursuing pirate ship. Interesting, except for that girl Nami. Witnessing this scene, Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, stood high in the sky. He raised his eyebrows and was surprised. There are still people with such superb navigation skills in this sea. I once almost died in the sea. It has always made him worried and worried. Therefore, in order to prevent such accidents from happening again, he also studied navigation seriously from Nami, who was the navigator of the Straw Hats. I also paid someone to learn how to make record pointers in Alabasta. But it has to be said, this aspect of navigation does require unique talents and talents. In just a few months, after continuous learning and practice. There is also Nami, a talented navigator who, under the temptation of the treasure given by Ren, takes the trouble to give guidance. Although he reluctantly became a navigator, but it's far behind Nami. If you are sailing on a ship in this extremely dangerous sea with unpredictable climate, the half-baked navigation skills alone are still far from enough. Roar, no hesitation. A roar like thunder. Ren directly stepped on the auspicious clouds and ran out. Advertisement like a red lightning, it came to the sky above the sea area. What? Karina, who was piloting a small sailboat and avoiding the pursuit of pirates, was stunned. Staring with big round eyes, he looked at the sky in disbelief at the huge thing that suddenly fell from the sky. On his head is a majestic unicorn horn. The red scales glowed with a metallic luster. His whole body was bathed in blazing flames, his thick limbs stepped on the auspicious clouds, standing in midair, swinging his tail with dragon scales, showing astonishing power. A pair of frightening tiger eyes were looking down at her from a high position. Waves of heat hit my face, and the atmosphere was a little distorted. It's unbearably hot, even more frightened. Ah, Kirin, Kirin. On board the sloop, the young and beautiful girl, about 18 years old, was shocked. His big eyes looked at the powerful mythical creature that should not exist in the world. She couldn't help but open her mouth wide with astonishment on her face, and she cried out a little. How is that legendary creature possible? Karina never expected it. He was just pretending to join the Tiger Shark Pirates. She used her beauty to get those pirates who were interested in her and were so fascinated by her that they couldn't find the north. They directly stole the treasures on their ships and prepared to sneak away quietly. As a result, he didn't expect that the pirates had been prepared for it, which put him in danger. At this time, I actually encountered such a creature. That is, hey, are you kidding me? That legendary creature actually exists. Gulu. It can actually run through the atmosphere and stay in the air. Is it here to help that damn thief? The damn stinky woman actually dared to lie to us and steal the treasure on the ship. I can't spare her. It's not just Karina. The pirate ship in the distance is chasing Karina. The pirates in the Tiger Shark Pirates group couldn't help but open their mouths, and some lost their voices in disbelief. All of them were murderous and gnashed their teeth in hatred for Karina who had stolen their treasure. Hey ha ha ha, this is a legendary rare beast. The pirate captain, Tiger Shark, Badargio, who was leading the bounty of 73 million belly, stared closely at the majestic unicorn above the distant sea. His eyes became extremely hot. If you can catch it, you will definitely be able to catch it. Sell it for a big price. Young men, please stop firing. He was busy there and said loudly. Wait until you get closer, aim at the big guy, and then blow it down. If we can catch it, we will make a fortune, ha 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 ha. However, advertisement, he hasn't yet waited for his subordinates to respond. His laughter stopped abruptly. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was sweating profusely. What is that? Help, run. All of a sudden, separated by a distance of several nautical miles, the huge fire unicorn is riding on auspicious clouds. His mouth suddenly opened wide. Hot breath, the fire was dazzling. A ball of terrifying flames broke through the sky. Carrying the terrifying high temperature, it instantly distorted the atmosphere. He blasted over hard and hit the pirate ship accurately. Boom. Boom. Fire shot into the sky. A large number of pirates were burned to ashes by the terrifying high temperature before they even had time to scream. The large three-masted pirate ship was instantly blown to pieces and turned into countless pieces. And the wreckage was all ablaze, thick smoke billows. Court death. Ren transformed into a unicorn. He didn't even glance at the pirates he killed. I am too lazy to hunt down those guys who were lucky enough to survive one by one. Borrowed from Kaido of the Beast's signature move, Heat Breath, the effect is obviously pretty good. Although Ren's powerful observation haki is not as good as the one on Sky Island, the god Enel killed by him can easily cover an entire sea area with an extremely exaggerated, hard net. But it is also very special, and its range can basically cover an island easily. And it's not just about being able to accurately feel the strength or weakness of each person's aura. Even the sound is as light as a mosquito or fly. As long as he is willing, he can hear it accurately. The pirate's plans couldn't be hidden from his ears at all. These uninformed guys have most likely never heard of the fact that Zone has an imaginary beast ability that is rarer than Logia. But since the idea is on his own head, naturally, people will not show mercy. Chapter 8 Phantom Thief Karina, 3rd update, Gulu. Waves rolling on the sea. The small sloop rose and fell with the waves. Watching those pirates and their boats being swallowed up by the terrifying flames in an instant. Karina couldn't help but open her mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. His face was full of shock and he was sweating a little. Speechless. Brush, but the next moment, in her incredible gaze, Ren's huge beastly body began to shrink. He directly transformed into a human form and landed steadily on the deck. looking at the young and handsome tall man in front of him. Karina couldn't help but widen her eyes and lost her voice in shock. You are a human? Her eyes were full of curiosity, at the same time, with indescribable vigilance. Subconsciously he took a few steps back, keeping his distance. I'm not a human being, can I still be a ghost? Ren crossed his arms and chuckled. He looked at the female thief in front of him who was wearing a black felt hat, had purple hair, was dressed handsomely, and had a proud figure. He has recognized the other party's identity, Phantom Thief Karina. A woman with a flexible mind and superb stealing skills. Her beauty and intelligence are no less than those of the little thief Cat Nami. Like the little thief Cat Nami, she was also born in East Blue and is a very smart female thief. He started wandering around the sea when he was very young, specializing in stealing the belongings of pirates, nobles, and wealthy businessmen. It is said that he had some interactions with Nami. In the future, she will be even more bold, eyeing the treasure of the Golden Emperor Tesoro. With his own wisdom and strategy, under the eyes of the Marine Fleet and the Strawhat Pirates, he robbed the ship of a large amount of gold collected by the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tesoro, spending a lot of time and effort. The giant ship built, the Gulen Tesoro. No wonder they have such excellent navigation skills. Are you an ability user? Karina is not stupid. It didn't take long to figure it out. The person in front of me must be some kind of special demon fruit power. Moreover, she always felt that the other person was vaguely familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. Devil fruit is divided into Logia, Paramecia, and Zone, although Logia is recognized as the strongest. Ren shrugged and said nonchalantly, but strictly speaking, Zone is no worse than Logia. It also has rare ancient species, as well as phantom beast species that are considered rarer than Logia. Ancient species? Fantasy beast species? Hear the words? Advertisement. Karina blinked. Full of surprise, she really didn't know that there was such a difference in Zone's abilities. As the name suggests, the so-called ancient species are animals that existed in ancient times. Ren smiled and did not hesitate to explain. The phantom beast species are more complicated. They are generally creatures or characters that only exist in myths or legends, and are made up by people. When he recognized the other party, he had already made up his mind. I want to recruit this intelligent and quirky vixen under my command. After all, he was in need of an excellent navigator. It is impossible to be alone all the time. To dominate this sea requires not only personal strength, but also a powerful enough force. Before actually starting your plan, he needs to build his own team first. So that's it. Karina suddenly realized. Then you are an Esper of the Zone phantom beast species, right? Feel that the other person has no ill intentions. She lowered her guard slightly and began to seriously look at the handsome and powerful man in front of her. Let me introduce myself. My name is Coppers Ren, from East Blue, but born in South Blue. I am an Esper of Zone, Neo fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Kirin Form. The person introduced himself politely with a smile on his face. Coppers Ren? Are you from East Blue too? Karina was surprised. When she heard that the other person was also from East Blue, she immediately felt a lot of affection for him. To be precise, I grew up in East Blue for some reasons, but my birthplace is South Blue. Ren added simply. Wait, Coppers Ren, I remembered. Looking at Ren, I always feel inexplicably familiar. Karina tilted her head, as if something suddenly occurred to her. He hurriedly took out a stack of wanted posters from his pocket and started rummaging through them. Finally, a reward sheet was taken out. The photo published above is exactly the same as the person in front of me. You are the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates, the Blood Prison, Copper Ren with a bounty of 200 million belly? Her eyes widened. He looked at Ren in surprise and compared it with the newly released reward list again and again. I never expected that I would meet the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates here. The vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates? Looking at the reward list, his reward had become 200 million belly. Ren couldn't help but chuckle. That's a thing of the past. Just a few days ago, I quit the Strawhat Pirates. The reason why Ren was able to come from behind and become the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates. Mainly when I first got on board, he once made a bet with Zoro and Sanji, the two strongest men in the Straw Hat crew besides Luffy, the captain. Witnessed by Captain Luffy. Everyone lets their fists speak, and the winner is the vice captain. The result is of course needless to say, advertisement. Even if you don't use the Lunarian tribe's innate abilities to bully rookies like them who haven't grown up yet. Ren, who had already awakened observation haki and whose swordsmanship was even more powerful than Zoro's, easily won without any suspense and became the vice captain. In Alabasta, after killing Crocodile. Originally, his deputy captain received the same bounty as Captain Luffy, which was 100 million belly. And those 200 million baileys. It should be because the Straw Hat Pirates left the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters on the Golden Mary, and happened to land on the G-8 branch directly under Marine. He made a big fuss there and killed many Marines, causing considerable losses to the naval headquarters. This is also one of the reasons why he had differences with other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the conflicts gradually increased. A killing spree in the G-8 branch, he did want to vent some personal grudges. After all, to these lackeys of the world government, it is natural that Ren, a remnant of the Lunarian tribe, would not have any favorable impressions. The world government has issued a long-term bounty. Anyone who discovers the whereabouts of this family can receive a huge bounty of hundreds of millions of baileys just by reporting it. It is conceivable that once his identity is truly exposed, it will inevitably lead to huge turmoil, countless troubles will follow, and there will be no peace. By then, we may even face a situation where everyone is the enemy. Even unarmed and honest civilians on the roadside, and even bounty hunters, pirates, etc., will become the eyes of the world government. No matter where you go, you may be watched. There must be countless people who are trying to capture him at all costs and trying every possible means to murder him in order to collect the huge reward. In this sea, there are all kinds of greedy people who are greedy for money and are obsessed with profit. They can't be killed. Otherwise, how could the Lunaria tribe, which claims to be able to survive in any harsh natural environment and is incredibly tenacious, be on the verge of extinction? And the initiator of all this is the world government that firmly controls this sea. In the past, the Lunaria were known as the Clan of Gods and lived in the Red Line. It can be said that the Holy Land Mariajoy, the highest power center of the world government, was once the hometown of the Lunaria tribe. Not only were their homes taken away, even the entire ethnic group is wanted everywhere, hunted and persecuted. The race has been nearly extinct for hundreds of years, and there are only a handful of surviving tribesmen across the entire sea. Although Ren, as a hybrid between the Lunarian tribe and the Mermaid tribe, lost his brown skin, and even his wings were plucked out by his father when he was just born. As long as you don't use Lunaria's natural abilities in front of others, no one could identify him, no need to worry too much. But after all, he inherited the blood of the Lunaria clan. Even if we don't mention any righteousness, avenging our ancestors and seeking justice, just for the sake of my future descendants who may also inherit the Lunaria bloodline, they will no longer be wanted and persecuted all over the world like those Lunaria people for generations. Sooner or later, Ren will have to settle this account with the world government and the celestial dragons who are its controllers. From the beginning, he has been on the opposite side of world government. The two parties are destined to be eternal enemies. Chapter 9 Shelling? Marine's Fleet, 4th update. My name is Karina, I'm also from East Blue. He stared at Ren, who was similar in age to him but incredibly powerful. Hearing that the other party had quit the Straw Hat crew, Karina was a little surprised and said with a smile, "Thank you so much just now, otherwise I might have been caught up by those guys. Stop standing, please sit down and say bar. By the way, speaking of which, Nami, the navigator of the Strawhat Pirates, and I are old acquaintances." He was full of curiosity about the vice captain who suddenly said he had quit the Strawhat Pirates. "Really? Are you still Nami's friend?" Ren sat down. It was not surprising to hear Karina say this. He is naturally aware of the intersection between Karina and Nami. "Of course, I was once her savior, but I haven't seen her for a long time." With a playful wink, Karina said with a smile, "She is a companion with the little thief cat Nami. Both of them have been wandering the sea since they were very young. They survive by stealing the treasures of nobles, wealthy merchants and pirates, and they have cooperated more than once. A few years ago, there was a treasure hunter who had his eye on the treasure. As a result, she was caught directly by the other party. Later, she was threatened by the treasure hunter and asked to hand over the stolen treasure in order to save Nami's life. As a result, she took the treasure, abandoned Nami and ran away alone. Maybe Nami still hates me now, Karina thought to herself. But in fact, she didn't really abandon Nami and run away. But he knew very well the treasure hunter's ferocious character. If he really handed over the treasure obediently, neither of them would survive. To keep both people alive, she decisively took the treasures and ran away, making herself a bait for treasure hunters. But at the same time, he didn't really leave Nami alone, but hid nearby and watched secretly. If the treasure hunter doesn't let Nami go, she will find a way to save them. Of course, there are considerable risks in doing so. But in desperation, that was the only way. Otherwise, both of them will be killed by treasure hunters. Crash. Time keeps passing. The small sailing boat moved forward slowly. Karina, who is flexible and intelligent, is surprisingly enthusiastic. Having honed his communication skills over the years by hanging out on the ocean, he started chatting with Ren over and over again. Soon, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Tisk, tisk, you guys have really experienced a lot of wonderful adventures. Listen to Ren introduce the adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates these days. Karina's eyes were filled with wonder, some were amazed. I didn't expect that there are actually islands 10,000 meters high in the sky, it's incredible. Advertisement. She felt a little emotional, and couldn't help but feel excited about the Sky Island in Golden Land mentioned by Ren. Does the legendary Golden Land really exist? I thought it was just a rumor. She is known as the Phantom Thief. Nami's thirst for treasure is no less intense than Nami's. Especially, the golden clock in Ren's mouth made her eyes shine. I wish I could run to Sky Island immediately and steal it. If you really want to steal that golden bell, I advise you to give up. That thing has become their belief, and those guys from the Sandia clan will go crazy. Looking at Karina's pretty face, she was a little moved. Ren shrugged nonchalantly, knowing that this girl had an occupational disease. Ahem, how could that happen? Karina held her little hands. His face didn't turn red, his heart didn't beat, and he denied it. Holding her little hands, she pretended to be full of yearning. Her big round eyes looked at Ren with admiration, and she praised him half seriously. But you are really awesome, Ren. You can easily defeat even a powerful opponent like Enel. That's nothing. Ren waved his hand. Although he is not like Luffy, as an Esper in the form of the human fruit, Phantom Beast, and Nika, He is naturally able to defeat Enel, who is a Logia and Thunder Fruit Esper. But he has mastered armament hockey. He is a member of the Lunarian tribe. With his bug racial talent, he is born with unimaginable defensive power. Not afraid of Enel's attack at all. Those high-voltage electric shocks can easily reach hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions of volts. It is basically ineffective against him and does not pose much of a threat. Coupled with Enel's arrogant character, he only knows how to rely on fruit abilities, and his physical skills are terrible. One goes down and the other goes up. There is calculation in mind but no intention. It's not difficult to kill the opponent, that's not something everyone can do. Karina asked curiously, but what are your plans next? Are you really not planning to return to the Strawhat Pirates? Boom, suddenly. Don't wait for anyone to respond. Get ready to send an invitation to Karina. A dark cannonball suddenly blasted over from a distance. A huge splash exploded on the sea more than 10 meters away. There was an astonishing wave, and the small dhow was rocking a little. Advertisement Ren frowned and looked over. His eyes couldn't help but condense, a little surprised. Hi. Marine? From the fourth-dimensional pocket, he took out a monocular telescope. Karina was startled when she saw clearly that they were firing and attacking their target. Some panicked and cried out, because, on the distant sea, a large battleship and several medium-sized battleships appeared there at some unknown time. They were forming a V-shaped formation and heading in the direction where they were, coming menacingly. Even faintly visible, some artillerymen are constantly adjusting the settings of the naval guns. The black muzzles of the cannons had begun to align towards the two of them. The cannonball just fired was a test firing, it's really troublesome. Looking at the marine fleet approaching slowly, Ren shrugged, with a relaxed expression, and said to Karina, who was a little nervous in front of him, however, it seems that they didn't come because of me in the first place. They probably wanted to chase down the tiger shark pirates that I had already killed. They just discovered me, so they launched a bombardment. What should we do? Karina was a little flustered. He looked longingly at Ren in front of him. Although she is a well-known phantom thief, she is not wanted by Marine. If he is found with such a cruel pirate as Ren, the blood prison of the Strawhat Pirates, Marine will most likely regard her as the opponent's ally. By then, she might be wanted directly, but don't think about having a peaceful life anymore. Otherwise, you pretend to be holding me hostage. His eyes rolled. Karina thought of a good idea, then, in Ren's speechless eyes. She actually took off her felt hat, messed up her purple hair, and tore her jacket. A vast landscape of white flowers. It's completely impossible to take your eyes away. When Marine comes here, just leave me alone and leave. Chapter 10 Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, stirs, first update. Bang bang. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by bursts of gunfire. The shells came one after another. Boom. Boom. A large number of water splashes continued to explode. Some of the shells came quite close. Some water splashes even hit the two of them. Moreover, the entire sailboat was shaking violently and looked like it was about to be overturned at any time. Those bastards are so merciless. Karina, who originally wanted to sacrifice her appearance and pretend to be innocent, turned pale. They were so frightened that they were busy steering the ship, and dodging the incoming cannonballs. Don't be too naive. Ren shook his head. He stood up and looked at the menacing fleet, and said calmly, there are quite a few radical generals in the Marine who call themselves hawks, and believe in the so-called absolute justice. In order to achieve their goals, they will do whatever it takes. In order to eliminate the pirates, even their own people will be directly sacrificed. No matter how many people are affected, they will not hesitate, let alone you, a woman. Those so-called hawkish generals, it can be said to be the most loyal dog in the world government. In the final analysis, whether they want to admit it or not, they are just holding up the banner of justice and maintaining the rule of the world government. In my heart, I never really cared about the people at the bottom. Sometimes, what these world government hawks do is much more cruel than pirates. I'll take care of it. Ren said no more and stepped on it. He jumped high into the air, in Karina's amazed eyes. In the blink of an eye, the whole person once again transformed into a 3-foot-tall, scaly, and extremely ferocious unicorn beast. His feet were in midair with no tendency to fall. The whole body was surrounded by fiery red flames. Majestic. Roar, a beast roar, like thunder piercing the ears. The turbulent sea surface was tumbling a little. Hey, you better pay attention. Heat waves hit. Karina was so hot that she had to cover her ears. I felt that I was almost dizzy from the shock, and my ears were buzzing. I'm afraid my eardrums will be torn. Sorry, please be careful next time. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, opened his mouth to death. A blazing fire kept gathering in his mouth. Call out. All of a sudden, advertisement, a roaring sound broke through the air. The atmosphere was distorted by that. A terrifying firelight shot out like lightning. The target is clearly the leader's flagship. Boom. Distant on the sea, a marine looked in shock and inexplicable as a giant beast suddenly appeared above the small sailboat in front of him and stayed in the air through the atmosphere. A species that has never been seen before. They all couldn't help but open their mouths. But immediately after, the pupils shrank sharply and their expressions changed drastically. Because, the astonishing giant beast actually attacked them. It spit out a blazing fire. It hit hard, that is. Fire? What kind of monster is this? I can't avoid it, I'm going to be hit. Look at the fierce and extremely fast fire. Each of these marine soldiers looked pale, a little panicked, and dripping with cold sweat. Simply unstoppable. Idiots, don't be scared, between the electric light and flint. A tall figure ran out wildly. The air was constantly stepping on the feet, and bursts of white smoke came out. Kai. A dazzling cold light tore through the atmosphere. Facing the fierce fire that came suddenly, he slashed straight out. The two collided hard. Boom, fire splattered. The sky was dyed red, but in the end it was narrowly torn apart and blocked. Woo-hoo-hoo. For a while, as the fierce flames were split apart, it turned into countless sparks and scattered in all directions. The marine soldiers on this large battleship felt waves of heat rushing towards their faces. The heat was unbearable. Steer as Vice Admiral. This is an amazing scene. The marine soldiers who were all sweating and panicked couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Advertisement, it was like seeing the backbone. Everyone's morale was boosted and they calmed down. At the same time, in midair, that tall figure, the powerful impact of the flames caused him to fly backwards. Paw. He couldn't help but hold on to the air to stabilize his figure and landed on the warship in a somewhat embarrassed state. The blade wrapped around Haki was extremely red and emitted an astonishing amount of heat. Even the white cloak of justice and even the suit on his body were burned. Tear. His expression changed. The somewhat disgraced Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Stirs did not hesitate to tear off the burning cloak and golden striped coat and threw them into the sea. That rascal, he couldn't help but look solemn and his eyes were stern, staring at the majestic and somewhat astonishing unicorn beast in the distance. Unexpectedly, Ren, the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates, Blood Prison, would appear here. If you are careful, you can find that his right hand holding the blade of the blade is trembling slightly. It was even burnt to a black color. It was as if he had been burned by the terrible high temperature just now. If it hadn't been covered with armament Haki, it would have been burned to char. And, it's unmistakable. That kind of creature that has never been seen before and only exists in legends. Is it a zone fantasy beast with the same ability as Kaido? It doesn't match the intelligence. Did he just acquire a terrifying ability, or has this guy been deliberately hiding his strength? What an incredible guy. Ho ho, at this time. A huge fire unicorn rose into the sky, extremely ferocious, running wildly out there. It was like a crimson lightning flashing across the sea. Incredibly fast. Wawa, Suji, Karina, who stayed on the sailboat, and the marines looked at her in horror. Its deafening roar turned into terrifying thunderbolts one after another, slamming into other warships. The dazzling lightning was extremely swift and violent. Unstoppable. Boom. Boom. Ah. Even Stirs, the powerful Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, had no time to rescue him. All we could do was watch helplessly as those terrifying thunderbolts blasted the medium-sized warships into pieces one after another. His eyes were about to burst and he was furious. Copper's Ren. Chapter 11, The Terrifying Monster, The Flames from Hell, Second Update. Those warships were sunk all at once. Blood Prison, Ren, it's that man. Is this the strength of the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates? Gulu. He teamed up with Captain Strawhat Luffy to kill the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile. Not long ago, he even made a big fuss in the G-8 branch. The bounty was as high as 200 million belly. He was known as the man from the bloody purgatory. What kind of monster is this, on the headed flagship? Witnessed this horrific scene with my own eyes. All the marines present could not help but open their mouths. All of them turned pale and were so shocked that they could not speak. His face was full of fear and anxiety, and he felt a little cold sweat and his scalp was numb. This, natural disaster, is like an extremely tyrannical force. It is simply not something ordinary humans can fight against. A hole, on the bow. Stirs' face was ashen. Holding the blade tightly, he was a little angry. Looking at the incredibly fast speed, it rushed less than 100 meters in front of the fleet in the blink of an eye. It was bathed in blazing flames, and the terrifying unicorn beast was full of murderous intent. Copper's Ren. At the same time, my heart was awe-inspiring, regardless of the opponent's strength or ability. They are all far better than those pirate supernovas in the past who have had bounties of over 100 million. According to relevant information distributed by Naval Headquarters to all major branches, Blood Prison, Copper's Ren, the deputy captain of the Strawhat Pirates, is very unusual. It is said that he has mastered the two-color Haki, and he also has quite good swordsmanship. He is a veritable swordsman. Even when he was making a big fuss in the G-8 branch, even Jonathan, a veteran vice admiral with great strength, couldn't take him down in a short time. Surrounded by tens of thousands of marines in the huge fortress of the G-8 branch, the Strawhat Pirates were still able to escape unscathed, causing a scene and then escaping. On the contrary, marines suffered heavy losses. There were countless casualties. Much to the outrage of Naval Headquarters. At the same time, Strawhat, Luffy and Blood Prison, Ren's bounties were both raised to 200 million belly. Even the bounties of other members of the Strawhat Pirates have changed a lot. This is just the previous information. Now the Strawhat Vice Captain has acquired such amazing Phantom Beast abilities. Copper's Ren's strength is obviously far beyond the ordinary 200 million pirates. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, transformed into a unicorn, Ren, a huge man, stepped in midair. Looking down at Stieres majestically, his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. Just in time, just stay. It's up to me, the Marine Vice Admiral, to say this. Your Straw Hat Pirates are originally the pirates most wanted by naval headquarters. Not to be outdone, Stieres held up his katana and said coldly, this time you, the Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, are done. Advertisement, have you finished giving your last words? Ren didn't talk nonsense anymore. Stepping on the auspicious clouds, he ran out wildly. Pounced directly towards Stieres. Huh! The extremely sharp claws shone with cold light, surrounded by blazing flames, and carried terrifying heat. It entangles armament hockey, tearing apart the atmosphere and clawing at it. Murderous. Also, a special edition. I have quit the Straw Hat crew and am no longer the Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. What? Boom boom. Kang, between the electric light and flint. A large amount of flames spattered, accompanied by the sharp and harsh sound of gold and iron clashing. Stieres' blade narrowly blocked the huge claw, but the whole person was shaken by the terrifying strange force and kept going backwards. Crack, click. The deck beneath his feet whined and cracked. Crackling. The sputtering flames spread quickly. The warship was ignited by the violent fire in the blink of an eye. The bow of the ship quickly burned, and, in those Marines' horrified eyes, the fire began to spread throughout the warship. Fires shot into the sky and thick smoke billowed. Huh, huh, the billowing heat waves kept coming. The large number of Marine soldiers felt unbearably hot just looking at it from a distance. The terrifying high temperature even caused direct burns to the skin of those who were relatively close. It's scary. Fire, kill him, everyone fire at me. Kill this pirate, he is a person with abilities and uses a seastone net gun. Coppers Ren, everyone, come on, bang, bang. At the same time, some of the elite officers and generals on warships have better psychological qualities after all. Although he was not panicking, he was busy directing the Marine personnel who could not withstand the sweeping heat wave and retreated hastily. Advertisement. Although some well-trained Marine soldiers could not get close. But under the command of these officers, they all managed to calm down. He couldn't care less and suppressed the fear in his heart. He plucked up the courage to raise his guns and other weapons there, aiming at the arrogant fire unicorn that was so close at hand and carrying waves of heat. One after another, they began to fire at the huge flame beast in front of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air continued. A large number of bullets and rocket shells were fired one after another. However, those speeding bullets have not really gotten close to Ren, who transformed into a unicorn. The layer of flames that had covered his body with an astonishing temperature and was so terrifying that it turned into molten iron. Zitza. That sporadic hot metal. Before it's too late, the dripping water arrives on the deck. In fact, most of them have been directly vaporized in an instant. It's scary. Boom, boom. Rockets exploded in the air one after another. The heat wave and the splashing shrapnel, apart from continuing to cause damage to the warship that was already on fire and in a mess, were unable to shake the terrifying flame beast at all. Instead, some Marines who were relatively close and had not yet had time to find cover were affected and screamed in agony. Crackling. The sky was dyed red. The bow of the warship was completely covered by fire. Run quickly. The fire is too big and can't be put out. Everyone jump into the sea. Ah, ah. Some of the people who were too close didn't even have time to escape before they were burned and kept screaming. A Marine jumped into the sea from time to escape. There were also people who had no time to jump into the sea and were already burned to charcoal. Whoosh, whoosh, seastone nets came directly one after another. But Ren, who was covered in flames, seemed to be a giant flame beast from purgatory, so he didn't need to dodge. They were already burned by the terrible high temperature before they even got close. The steel wire mesh inlaid with seastone was directly melted into molten iron and even vaporized. Only irregular seastones were left, falling to the ground one after another. It was burned extremely red, as if it was about to melt. This scene made countless Marines feel horrified and chilled. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 12 Sengoku. Garp, it's your grandson again. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. This monster. Fire shot into the sky. The entire sea surface has begun to turn red. Waves of extremely scorching heat kept coming towards my face. Faced directly with the giant Kirin beast, which was covered in blazing flames and exuded terrible heat, making it impossible for anyone to get close to it. Even for the legendary phantom species, such a temperature is a bit too outrageous. At this moment, Vice Admiral Stirs of Naval Headquarters was all black and shiny, with a solemn and horrified face. Armament hockey has been covered for the first time to resist the astonishing high temperature. The blade of the katana he held tightly was extremely black. Kanken blocked the ferocious giant claw, but it was burned extremely red. Amazing heat is continuously transferred to the handle of the knife. It was so hot that he could hardly hold it. The blade almost came out. Shave. The feet stamped hard. His hands were unbearably hot, and Stieres couldn't help but feel burning pain. Naturally, I won't be stupid enough to keep in a stalemate with others. He immediately retreated. Ha! Ha! The moment he stabilized his body. Not waiting for the terrifying fire Kirin to pursue him. He had no hesitation and his legs turned into afterimages. He kept kicking violently at the flame beast in front of him. Tempest kick chaos. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air continued. One after another, light green slashes came one after another, and they continued to attack violently. It blasted hard at the huge and ferocious fire Kirin, which was bathed in flames. Boom, boom. Fire shot into the sky. There were constant loud noises and billowing smoke. Ren, who transformed into a giant beast, could not dodge at all. Let those astonishing slashes hit him one after another. The thick scales were incredibly tough, firmly covering his huge beastly body. The slashing wave kicked by Stieras could not directly break through his defense. Hey, are you tickling lousy? Next moment, in Stieras' horrified eyes, Ren, who was unharmed, ran out with a sneer, rushing towards him. A-hole. Stirs heard this. Some were furious, not willing to be outdone and rushed out. Don't be so arrogant, you kid from East Blue. His eyes were stern, wielding a katana, the blade wrapped around Haki. It tore the atmosphere apart and struck hard. Clang. Pieces of sparks sputtered out. The extremely sharp blade was directly blocked by Ren's extremely ferocious scales. Pieces of fiery red dragon scales looked like cast steel. Indestructible and unshakable, only shallow scratches were left on it. What? Witnessing this scene, Stieras was horrified. As expected of the naval headquarters vice admiral. The whole body is bathed in fierce flames. Advertisement. The 3-foot-tall, extremely ferocious unicorn giant beast sarcastically said with a joking tone, "Keep up the hard work, I'm starting to feel a little pain." It stepped hard on the warship. At the moment when the deck was kicked to pieces, it even burned through. The ferocious and terrifying flaming beast jumped up again. Stepping on the auspicious clouds. Carrying a rolling heat wave. At an astonishing speed, it was like a fiery red stream of light, as fast as lightning. He kept pounced on Stirs, the naval headquarters vice admiral. Bang bang. Although Ren didn't pay any attention to those ordinary marines. But that huge body was there, causing intense heat waves. Along the way, those marines who had no time to dodge were all knocked away like a tornado. Many people were even affected by the flames and their bodies were set on fire. Those who react quickly can jump into the sea immediately. If you are too far away, if you move too slowly, or if you are completely frightened and panicked, you will just keep rolling over there. In the blink of an eye, it was directly burned to coke or even reduced to ashes. At this time, far away at Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the grand and solemn Marine building, in the Marshal's office on the highest floor. What? That guy Aokiji ran out. Spacious and bright room. Bold and grandiose sitting behind the desk, Buddha Sengoku, the Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, suddenly became furious when he listened to his adjutant's report. That guy who neglected his duties, if the 4 emperors of New World suddenly come to attack the headquarters at this time, who will guard it? Contact him immediately and tell that guy to get back. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Branu was sweating profusely and nodded in agreement. Ha, what does it matter? Aren't you and I still here? On the sofa next to me, a tall, energetic old man with white beard and hair, wearing a gray-white suit, was sitting there carefree. Holding the snacks in his arms and stuffing them into his mouth, he said nonchalantly, "Let that guy Aokiji go out for some air. It's still too difficult for him to stay in the headquarters for more than 3 months. You're a laid-back guy. I haven't settled the matter with you about your grandson yet." Seeing his old friend looking so carefree, Buddha Sengoku was furious. A majestic marine hero, his son went off to found a revolutionary army and go against the world government. The grandson actually kept quiet and became a pirate again, causing quite a stir again and again. That is to say, he, the Marine Marshal, gave him the whole story. In addition, this guy also has the special identity of Marine Hero. If it were anyone else, he would have been held accountable by the superiors until he was impelled down. Ha. Garp laughed, pretending to be dumbfounded. But he was also helpless in his heart. He didn't expect that Luffy would run out and become a pirate if he wasn't careful. Not only did they form a group of Strawhat Pirates, they actually defeated the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A few days ago, there was a big fuss in the G8 branch, causing huge casualties. It's really a headache. This is no longer an ordinary crime. Even Marine Marshal Sengoku could no longer sit idly by and had to significantly increase the Straw Hat crew's bounty. He did not directly send a fleet to pursue and suppress him, it was already out of consideration for his old friend. This is Marine's discipline. It's not just playing house. No play is allowed. Sengoku took a deep breath. He glanced at Garp, who was pretending to be nonchalant. Knocking on the desk, he said righteously, "Except for special circumstances, there must be a Marine Admiral who is responsible for sitting at the headquarters, being on call at any time, and assisting the Marine Marshal in handling matters large and small. Now, that guy Aokiji is on duty and he neglects his duties. What does it look like? That guy is the disciple you single-handedly brought out. After all, it was all caused by you, Garp. In the past, Aokiji was a bit fussy and had a fiery personality. But at least I still have some energy and passion for doing things. Not so lazy. Now, he has completely changed into a different person." Advertisement. I have begun to pay less attention to some of the regulations of naval headquarters. This is a very bad sign. Today I have eliminated 99 packs of donuts. Sengoku, you will lose. A-hole, Garp, leave some for me. No, don't pretend to be nonchalant, be serious. See this. Sengoku's eyelids twitched. Some were so angry that they ran over directly. He snatched the donut from Garp's hand and poured it into his mouth. Hey, Sengoku, cut the nonsense. Because it's not closed. In the corridor outside the office, a major marine who had just passed by holding a document accidentally bumped into this scene and was a little stunned. Are these two really big figures that countless marines admire and admire? Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku and Marine Hero Vice Admiral Garp. You're old enough, are you still in the mood to make trouble? At this time, an elderly female vice admiral wearing a righteous cloak walked in. The person who came was surprisingly a woman, Vice Admiral, one of the few women in the naval headquarters who was respected and loved by countless marines. She was also a former comrade of Sengoku the Buddha and Garp the Hero, and the Vice Admiral Crane who was the chief advisor of the marines at the time. Xiaohei, you are here. Seeing Crane, Vice Admiral looked solemn and somewhat heavy. Garp suppressed his smile and said hello. Ahem, it's all Garp's fault. Marine Marshal Sengoku coughed dryly, returned to his usual seriousness, and sat back in his seat behind the desk. He sat upright. He looked at this former female comrade. Looking at the other person, he looked much older than himself and Garp. His hair was already white and wrinkled. Comparing the memory, I can see the heroic and beautiful marine flower who once fascinated countless young talents and even made me secretly admire her when I was young. I can't help but feel a little emotional. Time is not forgiving. I just hate that it was a step too late when I was young. He was relatively shy in this regard, but when he made up his mind to pursue it, the flower of marine was picked away by others. Now, they even have a granddaughter. But soon, Sengoku came to his senses. Suppress complicated thoughts. Looking at the Crane in front of him, Vice Admiral asked directly, Xiaohei, what's the matter? As Marine Marshal, sometimes he needs to take care of his identity. In public, Vice Admiral Crane, the chief advisor of Marine's think tank, is always called Grandma Crane, to show respect. But now it's just him and Garp, so naturally he won't be as serious as in front of others. Just 10 minutes ago, the fleet led by Sturs, the naval headquarters vice admiral, who was responsible for chasing the Tiger Shark pirates, suddenly reported that they encountered the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates in the waters of Bokris. Blood Hellrun's attack. Crane vice admiral said in a deep voice. Moreover, the entire fleet has suffered heavy losses at present. Commander Stieres is still fighting hard, but the enemy is too powerful. Please ask for support from our headquarters. What? Buddha Sengoku's complexion changed drastically. It's the Straw Hat Pirates again. Garp. For a moment, his face turned dark. He couldn't help but glared fiercely at Garp. It's driving me crazy. Garp on the side was completely confused. The next moment, he laughed and scratched his head as if nothing had happened, and was about to walk out. Ha 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 ha, those guys can really make trouble. By the way, I suddenly remembered that there are still a few packs of senbei in my office. However, Garp hasn't finished speaking yet. Sengoku's casserole-sized fist. Haki, who was already entangled in the darkness, hit him hard. Boom. Ping 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 pong. Chapter 13. You don't think I'm really serious about fighting you, do you? Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. Clang. Clang. Bokris Sea area. Time keeps passing. On the warship with flames and smoke billowing into the sky. The sound of gold and iron clashing is endless. On the entire warship, excluding those who were lying there without knowing whether they were alive or dead, and who had not yet been burned to ashes, there was only Stieres, the naval headquarters vice admiral. And the invulnerable and terrifying fire unicorn he was facing. Hateful, Haki covered in pitch black. Shittiers, shirtless and with exaggerated muscles, waved the blade vigorously. Constantly colliding with the huge flame beast with terrifying flames all over its body. He was so shocked that he retreated violently, unable to resist at all. Crack. Bang. The flames are burning. The terrifying high temperature distorted the atmosphere. It made Stieres' whole body unbearably hot. Even the shirt that was directly burned by the flames was torn off by him. If he hadn't been wrapped around Haki for the first time when he faced Ren earlier, the skin on his whole body would have been burned and ulcerated. Hateful. The muscles all over his body were tense and trembling. Stieres couldn't help but gasp for breath, obviously in great difficulty. The sweat has evaporated before it breaks out. The water in the body was lost rapidly. He stared fixedly at the huge, ferocious, invulnerable, powerful, and invincible beast in front of him, and his heart sank to the bottom. But even though it was wrapped around Haki, the hot blade still almost came out. Moreover, although his hands holding the katana tightly covered Haki, they still could not effectively block the terrible high temperature. They had begun to emit sizzling heat, and there were strands of flesh and blood that were burnt as if they were being roasted. Taste. The tiger's mouth has already been torn apart and the flesh and blood are blurred. The blood continued to seep out, but it was dried directly by the astonishing heat wave in the blink of an eye. Extremely creepy. Is this your limit? On a blazing warship. Those surviving marines had already jumped into the sea to escape. Ren, who had always maintained his beast form, glanced at the criss-crossing white scratches on the scales on his body. The whole person began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. His figure of just over 2 meters tall, which was not prominent compared to Sturs, appeared in front of the other party. Then, I'm sorry, it's time to end. A-hole, don't underestimate the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Stieris's eyes were filled with anger. But at the same time, he also saw an opportunity to hurt Ren. Shave. Without hesitation, he stepped hard. The whole person disappeared in an instant. In an instant, he had already rushed towards him with a knife in hand. Appeared in front of Ren. Kai. A cold light flashed. The dark blade struck Ren's neck hard. Kang. Sparks sputter. A blade that was also covered with haki firmly blocked his slashes. Hongshe Zuoan had already taken out her sheath immediately. He was held in his hand behind his back. With perfect accuracy, he blocked the blow. No, I never underestimate the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, I just underestimate you personally. Ren grinned. Advertisement. Staring directly at Stieris, who was full of anger and murderous intent. Of course he would not underestimate the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. After all, there are quite amazing guys in this sequence. For example, the Marine hero Monkey D. Garp, and the Admiral candidate Momosuke, and the T-Dolphin are powerful people who are said to be qualified to be admirals. But Stirs is obviously not among them. Hateful. Stirs was furious. He kept swinging his knife and attacking Ren in front of him. He had been fighting fiercely in that terrible heat, and using haki to cover his whole body for a long time, he had obviously consumed a lot of energy. Although the sword's power is swift and fierce. But his strength had begun to wane. Ren was able to parry it steadily and was unable to take advantage at all. You don't really think that I was seriously fighting you just now, do you? He looked at Stieris, who was panting and sweating profusely. Holding the gleaming Hongshe Zuoan, Ren bared his teeth and said sarcastically, I'm sorry, I'm just verifying how far the newly acquired ability and the defense of the scale armor can reach. A-hole. Hear the words. Stirs was even more furious. He was the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and was actually used as an experimental subject by the other party to test the fruit's ability. Are you kidding me? He was completely angered. He refused to give up and rushed towards Ren with the knife in hand. One sword style. Ren's eyes were stern. The red snow left letter on the hand is wrapped around the dark haki. Observation haki has already firmly locked onto Stieris's aura. He stamped his feet fiercely and rushed out like a beast. Flash. Clang. Clang. All of a sudden, sparks spattered and the blades struck each other continuously. The two figures were so graceful and dazzling. The needle point is facing the wheat on, constantly colliding fiercely. Not giving in to each other. However, Ren has firmly gained the upper hand, and his sword is extremely powerful. There was a cold light, and among the figures intertwined, there were faint blood flowers, which were constantly splashing. It was obviously not his. Kai. Suddenly, a splash of blood. Stieris, who was already at a disadvantage and was scarred, could no longer hold on. Wow, he was covered in bruises and couldn't help vomiting blood. Blade propped himself up on the deck and knelt down on one knee. He looked down at the bloody scars on his chest. Copper's Ren. He raised his head weakly, stared at Ren opposite him, and laughed miserably. Is this your true strength? He thinks. Even if he wasn't injured before, his physical strength wasn't consumed too much. He maintains his prime state and faces off against the blood prison, Ren, who doesn't use the fruit's ability. He may not be able to suppress the other party. This ridiculously young and mysterious man, even without the devil fruit ability, is far more powerful than 200 million Baileys. The swordsmanship is exquisite and has been honed to perfection. Although armament haki is not particularly powerful, he is slightly weaker than his naval headquarters vice admiral. Advertisement. However, observation haki is surprisingly strong, a bit incredible. He can always avoid his killing blows without missing a beat, predicting that the enemy will take the lead and counterattack strongly. Fighting so far, he couldn't even hurt the opponent at all. At such an age, such strength is unbelievable. He looks like the young Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mahawk. He couldn't imagine it. If you give the other party a few more years to grow, Marine will face what a powerful and terrifying monster. The man in front of me is simply a combination of Mahawk and Kaido. No. Swordsmanship. That's just for showmanship. The corners of Ren's mouth rose. He no longer fought against Stieris and jumped up suddenly. He clenched his right hand into a fist and raised it. What I'm really good at is this. Call. In Stieris's horrified and discolored eyes. A ball of extremely powerful flame suddenly emerged, emitting a scalp-numbing heat. The temperature of the atmosphere is rising sharply. Makes your scalp numb. By now, looking down at Stieris, who was covered in large and small scars all over his body and was no longer able to resist. The whole body is in flames, and Ren's momentum is overwhelming. Show no mercy, punch hard. Fire punch. Only the terrifying flames were seen. It continues to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it turned into a huge flaming fist, burning and distorting the atmosphere. The exaggerated area alone directly covered the entire battleship, which had been burned by fire and was about to sink. In Stieris's eyes were countless marine survivors who were holding onto wooden planks or struggling to survive in the sea. Carrying unimaginable high temperatures, penetrating hard. Boom boom. Ah, sky, sea, they were all illuminated extremely red. The terrifying flames, like the flames from hell, will destroy everything. All the remains were burned to ashes. Even the turbulent sea was directly boiled by the flames. In the entire sea area, a large amount of sea water was evaporated over a large area, and the sea surface was filled with astonishing hot steam and mist. Even the Marines who had escaped and jumped into the sea one after another survived. Under this extremely terrifying blow, I'm afraid there are only a few people who can survive by chance. The entire fleet, together with the Commander Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Sturs, was directly wiped out. Gulu, watching this scene from a distance. That intense visual impact. Let Karina, who has not yet left, open her mouth. Extremely shocking. Even if you are very far away, you can faintly feel the waves of heat coming towards your face. She couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What a monster. Chapter 14. Admiral dispatched. Angry Sengoku open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Go back in time a little. Far away at Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside the messy offices on the top floor of the majestic and solemn Naval Headquarters building. Buddha Sengoku took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't even look at Garp, who lay there with a bruised face, pretending to be dead. He adjusted his clothes and sat back in his seat as if nothing had happened. But, speaking of which, what is going on with these troublesome guys in the Straw Hat Pirates? The Marine Marshal had a serious look on his face. Frowning, he put his hands on the desk. There have been constant troubles for 3 days, and they have never stopped. Also, why did Blood Prison Ren appear there? Shouldn't their Straw Hat crew be heading towards the Water City? Based on information compiled by the Marine Intelligence Department. After breaking into the first half of the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates chose the 7th route. But according to the route chosen by the Straw Hat crew, shouldn't they have already started heading towards the Water City? Moreover, the Pokries Sea area where Stur's fleet is located is not on the 7th route at all. Something to say. It's closer to Alabasta, but such a distance cannot be reached in just 3 to 5 days, and one has to go back. The report said that there was only Blood Prison, Ren, and a woman who was suspected to be his accomplice. No other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were seen. Crane Vice Admiral looked solemn and said in a deep voice, but there is one thing we have to pay attention to. That guy must have gained an incredible ability. Said. She directly put a few photos on the desk and motioned to the two of them. This is the photo faxed back by Stur's fleet earlier. Take a look at it. Sengoku and Garp were stunned. Looking over subconsciously, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. That's. I saw the leader's photo above. A huge scaly beast bathed in blazing flames, as if it came from purgatory, making people's scalp numb, came into their eyes. It steps on the auspicious clouds and stands high in the sky. Its momentum is extremely amazing. It should be the same as Sengoku, a species of phantom beast that is even rarer than Logia. Crane Vice Admiral said directly. She believes that the other party's strength is anything but simple. Obviously it is no longer something that the ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral can handle. My whole body is bathed in flames, and I can still stay in midair. Judging from the information in the photo alone, that guy most likely has the ability to control fire and fly. What a terrifying monster. Buddha Sengoku's face was full of solemnity. In order to hide his ethnic identity, he also honed himself to the greatest extent. Ren, who has always been cautious by nature, has rarely shown his ability to control fire in front of others. Advertisement. After all, he would not show his trump card foolishly and let the enemy fully understand his intelligence unless necessary. Until now, even the Naval Headquarters, which has extremely strong intelligence capabilities. No one knew that Blood Hell Ren could control fire before he became Demon Fruit Power. Blood Prison. Coppers Ren, this guy is too murderous. At this time, the embarrassed Garp got up. He couldn't help but frown and said, if you remember correctly, starting from joining the Straw Hat crew in Logue Town, we went to places like the Whiskey Mountains, the Drum Kingdom, Alabasta, and Gaia Island, and then to the G8 branch a few days ago. Most of the murders were caused by him. I can't understand how Luffy's personality can be mixed up with such a guy. Not taking care of Luffy though. Accidentally, he ran out to sea and became a pirate. But Garp still knows his grandson's character very well. That kid is carefree, sometimes mischievous, always talking about wanting to be the Pirate King, and he also likes to take risks. But he is definitely not the kind of person who is warlike and bloodthirsty and does whatever he wants with his strength. It seems that that kid is indeed more dangerous than we thought. Buddha Sengoku on the side couldn't help but snorted coldly. But he did not try to squeeze Garp anymore, and went straight to Vice Admiral He and asked in a deep voice, Xiaohei, can the nearby branch base have time to support Sturs and the others? The Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters is the backbone of Marine. Each of them is a master who has experienced many battles, has considerable strength, and can skillfully use observation hockey and armament hockey. Generally speaking, there is basically no pressure when dealing with rookies who have not yet entered the new world. Moreover, Stieris's strength, even among the Vice Admirals at Naval Headquarters, is above average and belongs to the relatively elite group. But it was obvious that the fleet had suffered heavy losses and began to ask for help from the headquarters. That means that the strength of the Blood Prison Ren has become so strong that they cannot resist, and the entire army may be annihilated. Although the fleet led by Stieris was initially designed to destroy the Tiger Shark Pirates, which was not a big threat, it was not large in scale. But the total number of people was at least 2,000. Naturally, He, the Marine Marshal, could not just sit idly by. As for that sea area, the G2 branch is relatively close, but it should take 3 days at the fastest to get there. Crane Vice Admiral also had a serious face and said without hesitation, as for the G3 branch, it will take 5 days at the earliest. If the headquarters directly sends a fleet there, it will take 10 days at the fastest. If Admiral Aokiji rushes from naval headquarters non-stop regardless of consumption, it should be faster. There was a brief pause. Crane Vice Admiral gave advice. Besides, that Copper Ren is very dangerous now. Only when Aokiji passes can we be safer. As the Chief Staff Officer of Naval Headquarters, she has already considered these in advance. But Suru Vice Admiral obviously didn't know that Aokiji, the Marine Admiral who was supposed to be on duty and responsible for the headquarters, was not on call at Naval Headquarters at all. Although he has a lazy personality on weekdays, he is generally conscientious and rarely has any problems at work. He unexpectedly left his post without permission and sneaked out. In addition, Sturz's fleet did report just now that they heard the guy from Blood Prison. Ren personally admit that he had quit the Strawhat Pirates, but it has not been confirmed yet. Advertisement. Glancing at Garp, his old friend, Vice Admiral, he added, perhaps as you said, Garp, Copper's Ren had a conflict with the rest of the Straw Hat crew because of their incompatibility. In other words, that guy probably left the Straw Hat crew directly after gaining powerful abilities. Sengoku frowned and stared at the picture of the flame beast. He was not surprised by this situation. These are pirates who are not engaged in production but go out to sea in the name of free adventure, burning, killing, looting, and causing trouble everywhere. In the final analysis, they are just a group of evil parties who gather together for their own interests, and they are not noble and righteous people. After some pirates gain powerful abilities, they feel that their weaker companions are no longer worthy of being with them, and it is not uncommon for them to leave the team and work alone. After suddenly gaining great power, he tried to conquer his superiors and seize power. There are countless more. Branu. Buddha's Sengoku didn't delay any longer and made a quick decision. He directly gave the order to Branu, who had just walked in and had not yet had time to salute, inform Aokiji immediately and ask him to rush to the sea area of Pakras as soon as possible to support Sturz and the others. I hope it is not too late. If he encounters Ren, the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, he must catch him. Regardless of whether Copper's Ren left the Straw Hat crew or not. The vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates has considerable strength at such a young age, and has also acquired the rare ability of a fantasy beast. The potential is amazing. Far better than other new pirates who had a bounty of over 100 million in the same period and were known as supernovas. Even in terms of strength and abilities, he is no worse than Fire Fist, Ace who refused Marine's invitation to the 7 warlords of the sea 3 years ago and turned to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Moreover, I am still a heinous thug. If we continue to let it go, I'm afraid it will become a big trouble soon. Branu, who had just been about to report to the Marshal that he could not contact Admiral Aokiji, was suddenly confused and startled. I'm very sorry, Marshal Sengoku. Branu was sweating profusely and busy there. Kaido, we can't contact Aokiji Admiral at all now. What, however? Sengoku's face turned dark and he cursed loudly. A naval headquarters major ran over sweating profusely. After a hurried salute, he ignored Vice Admiral Crane, Hero Garp and others beside him, and reported in a panic, Marshal Sengoku, it's not good. Just now, the life card of Vice Admiral Shittiers was burned to ashes. What? Hearing this, Sengoku, Garp, Crane Vice Admiral and others. All of them couldn't help but change their expressions. Copper's Ren, that B*********** D brat. Chapter 15 New Partner, Golden Crown, second update, please support. Ren, is this the Crown Island you are talking about? The sun sets in the west, at dusk. A certain area of the Grand Line, Crown Island. A huge and majestic unicorn came through the air. A beautiful figure was sitting on Kilin's back, eyes wide open, looking down curiously. Looking at the island shaped like a crown, Karina was amazed. Along the way, Ren had introduced her to the island's secrets and truth. Naturally, it is clear that the other party is here for the legendary, Golden Crown. Well, that's almost it. Ren nodded. Just half a day ago. After the battle with Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Sturz. Ren directly sent an invitation to Karina, who has excellent sailing skills, and her beauty and intelligence are not inferior to Nami. This girl, who was known as the Phantom Thief, and was as quirky as a vixen, surprisingly did not refuse, but simply accepted his invitation. He officially became his new companion and also served as a navigator. Therefore, he directly asked Karina to abandon the slow-sailing boat. Taking this girl and the treasure she had stolen from the pirates, she continued on her way without stopping, passing through sea areas with unpredictable climates, and arrived here. My past experiences really feel like yesterday. Looking down at the island below, memories flashed through his eyes. The days with the Straw Hat Pirates. Although sometimes I always feel that I am incompatible with the innocent and innocent people and cannot truly harmonize. But I have to say that those thrilling adventures are indeed nostalgic. It seems that they have competed for a new Beast King, and the pair of golden horns have most likely been eaten. Ren said calmly with a calm expression. The past is gone after all, and he wants to look to the future. Brush. The huge observation hockey covered the entire island in an instant. For the first time, he noticed an aura that was far superior to other beasts and not too weak. It is basically confirmed that the rare beasts on this island have competed for a new king. Of course, that's just not weak. Even to him before he became an ability user, it was nothing at all. Let alone now. As that's so. Karina raised an eyebrow. She blinked her big eyes and said to Ren with some doubts, "But, I'm really curious. Is that golden crown really as magical as Ren said? He has gone out to sea alone since he was a child and has survived alone to this day." Karina is naturally not the kind of naive and ignorant girl who doesn't understand the world. She had just turned 18 and had broken into the Grand Line from East Blue not long ago. Over the past few days, she had become deeply aware of how dangerous this sea area was. Witnessing Ren's powerful power with my own eyes, I was obviously deeply shocked. Far from being as smooth and cunning as the original trajectory 2 years later, although I am very strong in my heart, I think I can survive on the sea well alone. But humans are, after all, social creatures. Deep in her heart, she longs to find a like-minded companion who can protect her from wind and rain. Therefore, after receiving Ren's invitation, I did not refuse it directly. Instead, he readily agreed. She is sleek, sophisticated and experienced. Of course, he would not be so naive as to trust a man whom he had just met without reservation. Advertisement. Even if it is, the other person is very handsome and really strong, and his personality is not as bad as the rumors say, making him difficult to get along with. But is it the big tree that can really protect him from the wind and rain? She remains to be examined. Brush. No hesitation. Locked in that strong aura. The huge unicorn stepped through the air, ran wildly down, and came to a mountain range. Roar. A lion with a head that looked like a tree branch, a golden horn, and a size of no less than 5 or 6 meters jumped out immediately. He stared warily at the behemoth that fell from the sky and was much larger than it. The violent aura that was as calm and powerful as a wild beast made it unable to help but shudder. But the dignity of being the king of beasts still made him bite the bullet and growl demonstratively at Ren, who turned into a unicorn in front of him. And, he made a posture ready to fight at any time. Brush. Ren returned to human form. Falling to the ground with Karina. Are these the pair of golden horns? Karina blinked her big eyes. He curiously looked at the Lion King in front of him, or rather the pair of golden horns on his head. Roar. The Lion King obviously has a lot of wisdom. When he heard the other party say this, he was probably eyeing the pair of golden horns he inherited from the previous generation of kings after he became the Beast King. His eyes became extremely fierce. It was filled with murderous intent and roared at the two humans in front of it. Call out. Without any hesitation. A pair of indestructible golden horns shine brightly there. Astonishing light waves were directly condensed, and they struck Ren and Karina in front of them like lightning. Boom. There was a loud bang. The ground was directly blasted to the point of collapse. A strong shock wave appeared there. Woohoo. The air waves rolled, and a large amount of gravel splashed away. And Ren has already been there for the first time. He gently hugged Karina and carried her 10 meters away. With a near miss, he avoided the sudden attack of the Lion King. This is. Karina was shocked. I looked at this Lion King in disbelief and its golden horns. Having witnessed Ren's battle with her own eyes, she would naturally not be frightened by such a small scene. But it was still inevitable and felt a little surprising. Because, this Lion King is not some demon fruit power. Just relying on the power of the pair of golden horns can launch such an amazing attack. Well, this is the power of the golden crown. Ren nodded. Advertisement. He let go of Karina's somewhat soft waist. Shave. In an instant, he appeared in front of the extremely ferocious Lion King, who was about to continue attacking them. Before he could react, he kicked him out. Boom. Roar. The power of terror. The huge beast body of the Lion King flew straight out like a cannonball. Along with a large amount of gravel and smoke, it hit the mountain wall behind. Dense cracks appeared on the cliff. The difference between the two is obvious. Kai. Next moment. Don't wait for the Lion King to recover. Hongshe Zuoan was already unsheathed like lightning. The extremely sharp blade was held tightly in his right hand. Ren's eyes narrowed. The momentum became extremely fierce. One sword flow cut off water. A blazing cold light had already shot out. Take no mercy from it. Passed diagonally. Roar. Rumble. The ground shook, accompanied by shrill wails. In Karina's dull eyes, the cliff tens of meters high was cut into 2 pieces. The cuts are extremely smooth. There it fell with a crash. It stirred up smoke and dust all over the sky. Gulu. Karina couldn't help but swallow. Is this man so powerful even without the use of fruit? She couldn't help but secretly thought that it looked like Ren was really not bragging about his previous adventures. Fortunately, Ren put her luggage on her sailboat and ran to fight those marines. I am not stupid and want to sneak away with the other person's things. He put away the red snow left text and stepped on it. He came directly to the body of the Lion King that was cut into 2 pieces. His right foot stepped on his head, which had wide eyes but had lost the breath of life. Tear. He grabbed the pair of golden horns and pulled hard. Without ceremony, they were plucked from its head. Some are bloody. Chapter 16 The Terrifying Conquerors, Unparalleled Strange Power, 3rd Update. Roar. Crown Island. A roar like thunder echoed. It made countless rare and exotic beasts tremble and panic. Brush. A pair of huge golden horns were thrown directly by Ren. His whole body once again transformed into a majestic fire unicorn bathed in blazing flames. Tong Ling's big eyes were filled with a trace of madness. Let's see if you can bring me a surprise. Brush. The bloody mouth opened wide, revealing ferocious and sharp fangs. He caught the pair of golden horns and bit them hard. Crack, crack. Under Karina's stunned gaze, the golden horn, which should have been as strong as steel, was easily bitten into pieces by the ferocious unicorn. 3 times, 5 times, 2 times, all of them were swallowed. Roar. All of a sudden, the huge red beast roared there. It seemed to be in some pain, but also like he was fighting. A pair of tiger-like big copper bell eyes glowed with a strange green light. The already huge size actually increased dramatically again. Although compared to those large sea beasts and giant sea kings, it is far inferior. But the huge beast body is no less than that of the giants, and it is full of unimaginable explosive power. The thick limbs stood there like pillars supporting the sky. It is extremely violent and gives people unparalleled deterrence. A pair of antlers is said to be antlers, but in reality there is a huge difference. They are indestructible unicorn antlers. At this moment, it was even more dazzling, transforming directly into golden color. Shines with an amazing metallic sheen. People can't help but be attracted to it. It's really a power that makes people go crazy. Ren, who was astonishingly huge and transformed into a unicorn, roared. A powerful desire for destruction suddenly emerged uncontrollably. Covered with horrifying bloodshot eyes, the fierce eyes glowing green, full of murderous aura, are extremely captivating. But in the blink of an eye, traces of perseverance, paranoia, unyielding, and crazy emotions were revealed. The will of the beast that makes people almost go crazy, wanting to kill like crazy and destroy everywhere, constantly invades his brain. Ren, Karina, who was watching from afar, was a little worried. But at this moment, Ren, who was full of destructive desires, had no intention of responding to her. Boom boom. Earth. It was trampled until it cracked, and smoke and dust flew into the air. The huge red figure was like a swift stream of light. In Karina's disbelieving gaze, a mountain hundreds of meters high was ruthlessly smashed through. A lot of rocks rolled down. It's shocking. Roar. A high mountain. The red unicorn, covered in flames, stood there. Ren's eyes were firm and stubborn, and he shouted, "Just a pair of horns, you want to influence my will. Get out of here, lousy." Crack. Bang. The terrifying conqueror's haki swept away from him. Throughout the Crown Island, countless rare and exotic beasts turned their eyes white, foamed at the mouth and fainted. Advertisement. Even the fish, shrimps and sea beasts in the nearby waters are no exception. Swarms surfaced. He was stunned by the extremely powerful momentum. Some sea kings lurking on the bottom of the sea were so frightened that they trembled and fled in panic. Karina, who was not very strong in the first place, was also unable to withstand the impact of the unbelievably powerful conqueror's haki. Lost consciousness directly. Fell there. Ho ho. The violent giant flame beast kept roaring there. Its sound is like thunder, deafening, and its huge beast body is even more exaggerated than the giant's. Bathed in the fire, riding on the auspicious clouds, he rushed into the sky. As fast as lightning, as fast as thunder. Unstoppable. Woo-hoo-hoo. In the blink of an eye. Carrying a rolling heat wave. There were violent hurricanes. It had already reached an altitude of hundreds or thousands of meters. Roar. A huge unicorn, majestic, stood high in the sky. Extremely ferocious and intimidating. It opened its mouth wide and bloody. Buzz, buzz. Dazzling light. They kept gathering in his mouth. Call out. In an instant, a loud roar broke through the air. A dazzling huge shock wave. It penetrated the atmosphere and blasted downwards. Boom. The ground shook and roared. The other side of Crown Island. A huge mountain peak was instantly moved to the ground. Moreover, it was an extremely huge and dazzling hemispherical shock wave that could not be seen directly. It continues to expand there, impacting in all directions. Boom, boom. Smoke and dust billowed, in the blink of an eye. An area within a radius of several hundred meters. Completely reduced to charred ruins. Along with those precious beasts that had no time to escape, they were all ruthlessly killed. It was indescribably shocking. Roar. Immediately afterwards. The huge fire unicorn roared. A pair of extremely bright horns kept shining. Wah! An astonishing laser beam shot out. It hit a hillside about 10 meters high. Boom boom. There was a loud noise and a wave of heat. An astonishing explosion wave appeared there. The small hillside was reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Advertisement. Extremely amazing. As this the power of the golden horn passed down from generation to generation on Crown Island. Somewhat dark in the sky. The red figure, bathed in firelight, was like the second sun, somewhat dazzling. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, looked down at the devastated island below, which had been destroyed beyond recognition by himself. Not only can he emit lasers and huge shock waves, but his own power has also been greatly improved in all aspects. Feeling the surge of power in his body that was so full again, his whole body revealed indescribable excitement. Although the power he had just acquired was extremely violent, he had been able to control it perfectly and use it as he pleased. No more adverse effects. Sure enough, for the same treasure, how much value and power it can exert depends on whose hands it is. call, stepping on the auspicious clouds, running wildly down. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, landed directly on the ground with his huge figure. He glanced at Kirina, who was lying not far away, stunned by the conqueror's haki she had previously unleashed, and had not yet woken up. The other party's breath was very steady. Relax a little. Brush. The huge beast's body began to shrink. At a speed visible to the naked eye, he transformed back into his human form. Hey, as expected, the pair of golden horns and the power of the phantom beast, the unicorn form, are perfectly integrated. Ren touched his head. I found that no golden horns grew. Feeling the full and surging power in his body, Ren showed a satisfied smile. In fact, even like Kaido of the beasts, who grows horns in human form or something. As long as he doesn't turn into a real inhuman monster, he won't mind too much. Sometimes for power, you have to pay a price. Brush. He stepped down. It disappeared in an instant. In a blink of an eye, he appeared dozens of meters away. We came to a towering mountain. Even armament haki is useless. His right fist was clenched, veins bulging out. A punch hit it directly. Boom. There was a loud bang. Mountains hundreds of meters high. Overwhelmed, whining there. Crack. Click. Spider web-like cracks continued to spread on it. It kept cracking and suddenly collapsed. Large amounts of smoke and dust billowed from the messy ruins. The huge mountain was completely reduced to ruins. Too exaggerated. Scalp tingling. Hey, compared to the previous one, his physique is completely different. Can he possess such amazing unparalleled strange power even in a normal human form? Ren smiled excitedly. The huge changes brought about by those mysterious golden horns. Obviously it's not just about allowing him to fire laser cannons and shock waves. And quite amazing power, even without armament haki strengthening his attack. The purely physical destructive power alone seems to have completely surpassed the legendary ancient giants. He clenched his fists tightly, showing a proud fighting spirit, and looked at the sea in the distance. The next step is to further improve haki through continuous training and fierce battles. Chapter 17. What? Are you joining the Beast's Pirates? Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. The next day. In the morning, the sun is shining brightly. Kirina woke up from her drowsy state. Covering his slightly groggy head, he was surprised to find that he was in a cave. He was busy checking around, putting his and Ren's treasures and luggage aside. She subconsciously walked out. Ren, looking at the rising sun facing the rising sun, he was sweating profusely in training, looking a bit tall and majestic. Kirina couldn't help but her eyes lit up. But at the same time, I was also a little surprised. Did the other party work so hard? No wonder he is 1 year younger than her, yet he has such amazing strength. Kirina, you wake up. Only the upper body of Ren was seen. He had already started training there, and he looked like he was sweating profusely. The bronze muscles have sharp edges and corners, coiled around the body like horned dragons. But it doesn't seem exaggerated at all, and there is no deliberate bodybuilding style exaggeration or expansion. The proportions are impeccable. Invisibly, it is full of indescribable explosive power, like a beast in human form. He has a tall figure and a face that is no longer decadent. He has long since shaved off his beard and restored his original handsome appearance. Young, energetic and high-spirited. Incredibly handsome. Just like walking hormones, full of masculine atmosphere. The kind that can charm countless women. In fact, that's exactly what happened. Although Ren is now a vicious and notorious pirate. But in this sea, the most indispensable thing is women who have nothing to do and follow their facial features. There are indeed a large number of female fans who are attracted by his handsome appearance and are obsessed with him. They are always paying attention to him. I even heard that a Ren support group has been formed in some areas. Blood Prison, Ren's arrest warrants, as well as related newspapers publishing his photos, are published frequently. They will be robbed by a large number of young women. Even wanted notices posted on bulletin boards in some towns may disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. All of them were torn off immediately by those crazy female fans, took them home and treasured them. Yesterday, I seemed to be in a trance and fainted for no reason after you went crazy. Kirina looked at Ren with some concern. Ren, are you okay? Yesterday, she could still remember the other party's painful and crazy look. I really felt a little frightened and uneasy, fearing that the other party would really go berserk like that again. Don't worry, the power of the Golden Crown has been perfectly integrated with my ability of the cow fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Kirin Form. Ren stopped training, touched Kirina's head, and said with a smile, also, I'm sorry, you were actually knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki I released yesterday. But then I saw you sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you up. That's good. Hear Ren say this. Kirina immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Ren in disbelief. Wait a minute, was that Conqueror's haki you mentioned yesterday? He actually knocked me out from such a long distance. Advertisement. Previously when Ren was introducing her to the adventures of the Strawhat Pirates. I also explained the power of haki to him, mainly mentioning observation haki and armament haki. It is said that armament haki is the only force that can harm the Logia demon fruit power entity. Observation haki is even more capable of predicting enemy attacks like a prophet, and can even briefly foresee the future. Conqueror's haki, on the other hand, is an innate power. It is said that only 1 in a million or more people can appear. symbolizes the qualifications of a king. That's amazing. Ren, you really have such qualifications. Karina looked at Ren in front of her with shining eyes, a little amazed. That kind of indescribable power is really amazing. Her previous choice to join the other party was indeed correct. Looking at Ren's perfect figure, Karina wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth without leaving any trace. Not to mention, this guy is really handsome. However, she was a little surprised. Ren actually has a wing-shaped black tattoo on his back. A bit peculiar. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Ren smiled. There is no sense of pride. Xiaoyan pinched Karina's smooth cheeks with baby fat, and asked, "Are you hungry? Go wash up first, and I'll prepare breakfast. After filling our stomachs, we will set off again. Don't pinch people's faces, I'm not a child." Karina wrinkled her nose. Dissatisfied, he slapped Ren's paw away. At the same time, some curious people asked, "Then, where are we going next? If I told you that I was going to join the Beast's Pirates, would you still be willing to continue to follow me?" Ren looked at Karina and asked with a smile. As a person with abilities in the form of the Cow Niu fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Kirin. Ever since he had the goal to replace Kaido, the beast, and become the new, strongest creature in the sea, land and air. He had a bold idea. Some adjustments were made to the original plan. It would be too slow to build a force from scratch. No matter what, it is unlikely that they will directly surpass those big pirates who are entrenched in the New World and are kings in a short period of time. They have been operating and developing for decades, have strong military strength, and are huge in power. Not to mention facing a behemoth like the world government, which has firmly ruled the entire sea for 800 years, and whose background is unfathomable. Therefore, he is not going to continue wandering around the first half of the Grand Line. Instead, he planned to go directly to the New World after finding a few companions with decent potential and trustworthiness. Then, join the Beast's Pirates. First lean on the big tree of Beast's Pirates. Let the tall Kaido of the Beasts hold it up and attract the attention of the outside world. I will slowly borrow the shell to lay eggs, and while swallowing the Beast's Pirates, I will secretly develop and expand my own power, silently accumulating strength. At the same time, it can also avoid the suppression of the world government and other, 4 emperors. First, quickly accumulate strength and grow up. After all, without the support of strong strength, no matter how huge the power is, it is just a castle in the air and a bubble in the water. But if you only have strong strength in vain, but without the support of huge forces. Even if he found the legendary secret treasure One Piece, he would stand out from the competition of countless pirates. Advertisement. Just the second Gall D. Roger. In addition to getting a famous name, One Piece, he actually got nothing. As a result, Tang Tang was touted by countless people as the pirate king who combined strength, wealth, and prestige. In the end, he couldn't even protect his wife and children. It's actually a bit ridiculous. Unlike Straw Hat Luffy, who is naive and thinks that the pirate king is the freest person on the sea. A man who refuses to be ordinary and ambitious, he has always been more pragmatic. Thrilling adventures are still a must. But he doesn't want to be a pirate king. What he wants to be is the king of the sea. What he wants to be is the true king of the world. Join the Beast's Pirates. Hearing this, Karina was inexplicably shocked. Isn't that the pirate group of New World 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts? She is good at gathering information. Although before meeting Ren, I didn't know how powerful the real strong people were in this sea. But I already have a general understanding of the intricate forces of the Grand Line. Beast's Pirates is one of the most notorious forces in the New World. Not even the naval headquarters can defeat them easily. Its captain, Kaido, is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. In particular, Ren once admitted that he was still far away from the real monsters. Just through Ren, she could imagine how terrifying the 4 emperors that ruled the waters of the New World were. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Ren said with a smile. The look in his eyes was somewhat meaningful. Gulu. He has been on the sea since he was a child. Karina is not the kind of innocent girl who doesn't understand the world. A man like Ren, who has the qualifications to be a king, is young and full of energy. If you really plan to join the Beast's Pirates, you won't be able to stay on your own terms and be subordinate to others. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and raised her little hand in a demure voice. Can I still quit? Of course, you can't. Ren chuckled. He stroked Karina's head, rubbing her somewhat messy purple hair. His tone was unprecedentedly serious, and he said with a firm smile, "Don't worry, I will protect you to the death." The piercing eyes that met Karina's eyes seemed to contain some kind of convincing power. Deep in her heart, she couldn't help but be inexplicably touched. Karina has always been smart and cautious, and never willing to trust others easily. For the first time, he subconsciously chose to believe the other person. Then I'll leave my little life to you. Karina cried sadly. It's over, I got on a pirate ship by mistake. Chapter 18 The Emperor of the Earth. New abilities. First update, please support. Crackling. A bonfire was burning brightly. There was a huge golden skeleton with scattered barbecued meats on it, exuding an alluring aroma. On this rare animal island, the most indispensable thing is high-quality meat ingredients. Are you leaving? Patting his flat belly. Satisfied, Karina wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth. He looked to the side, where Ren was looking into the distance, inexplicably in a daze. She subconsciously followed Ren's gaze and saw that it was the mountain that Ren transformed into a giant unicorn beast yesterday and violently crashed through it after going berserk. There are still some messy traces of collapse on it. Ren, what's wrong with you? Karina came to Ren's side and asked curiously, didn't you crash through that mountain? Is there any problem? No wonder I always feel a little strange, it turns out that it is like this. Hear the words. Ren's eyes lit up as he was thinking hard. Suddenly something dawned on him, and he stood up suddenly. Is there any problem? Karina was confused. Actually, I didn't really crash through it, but walked directly inside it. Ren pointed at the mountain and said directly. No wonder, since yesterday, I always feel that I can do many things again. At first, I thought it was an illusion caused by swallowing the pair of golden horns, which caused a surge in my own power, so I didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until now that I understood. He burst out laughing. What was said was obviously strange. It makes people confused and confused. Karina was stunned. She rolled her eyes at Ren and said angrily, it's like guessing a riddle, don't be too secretive. If you guessed it correctly, it seems to have merged with the mountain and passed through it magically. It was like discovering some treasure. Ren's eyes flashed and his face was filled with smiles. Although the mountain is huge, his body size after transforming into beast form is not small. Not to mention that after swallowing the golden horn, his body size increased dramatically again, no less than those of the unattainable giants. In addition, when he went crazy earlier, he ran with all his strength in midair, and his speed was not ordinary. With such a huge impact, it stands to reason that even if it fails to directly collapse this huge mountain on the spot, it is impossible to cause only a small amount of damage. 9 times out of 10, it was in that situation that he accidentally activated some unknown special ability of his Niu fruit, phantom beast species, and Kirin Form. It is said that Kirin is the king of beasts and the emperor of the earth, so it is not surprising that it can control the power of the earth. Said. Ren's eyes sparkled. We came directly to a mountain over 100 meters high. Roar. With a low roar, his body shape changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On his head, a golden unicorn horn emerged like a king's crown. The unicorn giant beast, which is even more exaggerated than the giants, is bathed in blazing flames. The claws are ferocious, the scales are fierce, and the aura is extremely fierce. Standing there with its feet on the auspicious clouds. Majestic. Brush. Followed immediately. It restrained the scorching flames. In Karina's shocked and disbelieving eyes, the huge unicorn beast moves at a speed visible to the naked eye. He passed through it and integrated into the body of the mountain. Disappeared in front of Karina's eyes. What? This scene. Karina was stunned. Advertisement. I felt a little surprised. Disappeared. Rumble. Without warning, the entire mountain, which was hundreds of meters high, was shaking. It was as if an unimaginable earthquake had occurred, and Karina almost fell to the ground. That is, looking at the sudden changes in front of me. She looked shocked and her eyes were wide. I couldn't help but open my mouth wide, unable to close it. Rumble. The ground rumbled and shook violently. For a time, sand and dust were flying and rocks were rolling. It seemed as if the whole island was shaking and roaring. Countless birds and beasts were frightened and fled in groups. The towering mountains all around, and the winding earth veins like dragons and snakes, seem to have a sense of life and come to life, and they are all changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long, they all moved closer to the giant mountain that people had melted into before. A moment's work. In Karina's disbelieving gaze, a giant unicorn that covers the sky and the sun, is composed of a large number of mountains, is no less than a few hundred meters high, and is several kilometers long. The huge limbs are like pillars supporting the sky, unattainable. Lifelike, standing there, Haki is stunning. It was indescribably shocking. Karina, how are you? Suddenly, the huge unicorn beast has a terrifying and exaggerated momentum, and its voice is like a bell. Are you scared? It seems to be really alive. The bloody mouth with sharp teeth and ferocious teeth kept opening and closing there. Brush. A pair of extremely exaggerated animal eyes appeared directly in the eyes, rotating vigorously. Standing there, looking down at the place was full of shock. Karina felt that her soul had been hit by an unprecedented huge impact, and she was a little speechless. Gulu. Looking up at the astonishingly large and towering Kirin stone statue. Karina, whose eyes were straight, couldn't help but swallow hard. Can you do this kind of thing? She opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. What kind of monster did you encounter? It's like being able to do anything. Roar. Under Karina's gaze, a thunderous roar came out. A menacing unicorn, about several feet tall, with fiery red scales all over its body, rushed out from the exaggeratedly huge stone statue in front of him, covering the sky and the sun. It stepped on the auspicious clouds and flew directly in front of Karina. It transformed into a human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this your newly developed ability? The entire island's landscape was changed in a moment. He looked up at the giant unicorn statue standing there, hundreds of meters high and motionless. It was as if the scene just now was an illusion. Karina was amazed. It's really amazing. This itself is one of the special abilities attached to the Niu fruit, phantasmal beast species, and Kirin Form. It's just that I have only been able to show it for a short time since I became an ability user. Ren shook his head and said with a smile, However, although I can already control the power of the earth, I am still not skilled enough. He pointed at the giant statue above that covered the sky and the sun. It's barely controllable, but it's too big and inappropriate to look good. The scene was indeed shocking. But in fact, at present, it is at best the level of God of Destruction, Pika, the top leader of the Don Quixote family who has the power of Paramesha stone fruit. Although the body is huge, but it moves sluggishly and attacks too slowly. Advertisement. To deal with the current Straw Hat, it is naturally a crushing power. But it poses no threat to the truly strong, and can easily be restrained, wasting energy in vain. Not to mention, his current hockey cultivation level is far from enough. It is simply impossible to directly overlay your own hockey on it. Compared with the future, Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet, who can directly rely on the ability of the fusion fruit to directly create a Godzilla that is thousands of meters high, and can also cover it with his own hockey, but it is not a bit worse. But Ren believes it. This is only temporary. In the future, I will definitely be able to be like the other person. Cover it with a lot of hockey and even surpass the bullet monster. Moreover, it made him extremely satisfied. The power of the earth that can be controlled by the Kirin form of the phantom beast species. Although it is not like in myths and legends, it can continuously replenish physical strength for the ability user. But if you can use it skillfully, except that it cannot directly control the island flight. It is almost equivalent to a combination of lion fruit plus stone fruit plus island fruit. In particular, he can create a large amount of hot magma with the terrifying high temperature. Magma is different from sea water, it is also a part of the earth. Nature is controlled by him, who is the king of the earth. And as long as you persevere and work hard, you can continue to develop your abilities in the phantom beast species and unicorn form. Ren believes that with Bug's phantom beast ability, it shouldn't be a problem to directly control those small and medium-sized islands in the future. Although it is impossible to make the island fly as exaggeratedly as lion fruit does. But maybe it can really make the island move directly. In human form, you can barely use part of the power of the earth just like you normally control the power of fire. Ren clenched his fists tightly. After carefully feeling his fruit ability, he shrugged. However, although the range is limited, if the target of manipulation is smaller, it can actually be more flexible. Like this. As he spoke, he tapped his foot lightly. Rumble. Only dozens of meters away. An area of 10 meters in radius. The messy ground suddenly began to surge violently. It seemed to have turned directly into a real mudslide, spinning and rolling there. Long. In an instant, a huge Uzumaki that can be seen with the naked eye has been formed, like it can swallow everything. Next moment. Then Ren clenched his right fist violently. In Karina's incredible gaze. Boom boom. The earth is constantly rolling. It's like it has a sense of life. In an instant, it soared directly into the sky. Woohoo! The strong wind swept across, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a huge and dangerous peak tens of meters high, as if twisted into a twisted vine shaped by life. Stand there, scalp tingling. Quote. Seeing Ren doing all this easily, Karina was completely numb. For a long time, she could not maintain her grace. A rare expletive. Pervert. Chapter 19. 400 million bounty, blasted through the sea of clouds. Second update. Woohoo! Time flies. Most of the day passed. Over the undulating sea. A giant beast with golden horns on its head and a fiery red body was walking through the air. Brush. Swipe. Under the scaly claws, huge auspicious clouds appeared. Holding up the huge beast body, there was no tendency to fall. As if walking on flat ground, he kept jumping up and down. There, he kept running towards the distance at an alarming speed. A hurricane blew up. The strong wind pressure almost caused Karina, who was lying on his head, to be thrown out. I had to hold on tightly to the pair of eye-catching golden horns. Hey, Ren, how long does it take? Karina's hair was messy and she reluctantly opened her eyes. Some tears came to my eyes. But that's not because I was moved. But it was blown by the wind. I deliberately speeded up. We should be almost there. Well, isn't it right there? Ren said. Didn't stop though, but he still slowed down as much as possible. He raised his head and gestured to Karina who was above her head. I saw an island in the distance, looming. Is that Gaia Island? Karina's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. I really want to see what the legendary Golden Land is like. You'll see it soon. Ren has no intention of going to Gaia Island. Instead, he directly adjusted the angle and rushed high into the sky on the auspicious clouds. Hundreds of meters in the air. A news bird flew over before it had time to adjust its direction. He was violently knocked away by the huge red figure. The whole body was broken, whining and falling towards the sea below. A lot of newspapers were flying there. If not to protect Karina, Ren deliberately restrained his own flames. I'm afraid it will be burned to ashes in an instant. Karina had quick eyes and quick hands and grabbed a newspaper. The headline above made her pupils shrink sharply. Walking natural disaster. A man with a bounty of 400 million. The destroyed marine fleet. The flaming beast that burned everything. Shocked. An unprecedented tragedy occurred in the sea area of Pakras, and a fleet of naval headquarters was completely wiped out. Obituary. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Stirs and the fleet he led, a total of 2,363 Marine personnel were killed in action. Latest news. The Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blood Prison, Copper's Ren, has left the Straw Hat crew. On the front page, there are several eye-catching pictures. Astonishingly, when Ren directly transforms into a unicorn beast, Haki shows a ferocious and arrogant posture, and there is also a shocking scene of using a huge flaming fist to destroy a warship and burn the entire sea area to boil. Ren, you are being rewarded. Advertisement. Flicking through the newspaper. There was a reward list inside. Printed on it is Ren's sharp gaze, holding a blood-stained sword and looking sideways. And under his feet, there were bloody marine corpses one after another, lying in a mess. Karina is no stranger to this photo. She once curiously asked Ren when such a handsome photo was taken. According to the other party's recollection, this should have been captured by relevant marine personnel when the G8 branch went on a killing spree a few days ago. She recognized Shinsu and counted the reward amount on it, and couldn't help but gasped. It is indeed 400 million belly, which is double the previous 200 million. This is natural. After all, we killed the naval headquarters vice admiral and destroyed a fleet. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn and was running towards the sky, raised his eyebrows. I'm not surprised that I made headlines and the bounty was increased to 400 million. Because, when he fought against Stirs before, the tyrannical observation Haki had already noticed a relatively weak aura, high in the sky, hiding in the clouds and peeping. It was a news bird domesticated by the World Economic News Agency to serve as a reporter. He is responsible for secretly collecting eye-catching news materials for the World Economic News Agency, and often takes secret photos of sudden major events from all over the world. However, Ren had just left the Straw Hat crew. It is also necessary to use this victory to build a reputation. So I ignored it and turned a blind eye. In addition, I am also an esper of the Zone Phantom Beast species. The danger to them is undoubtedly becoming more and more serious, and Naval Headquarters is paying more attention to it. Indeed, Karina nodded. The bounty of 400 million is somewhat astonishing. But in terms of Ren's personal strength, it is not an exaggeration. If this guy goes crazy, he is a monster that can directly destroy an island. The Crown Island had just swallowed the pair of golden horns that concealed mysterious power, and he had made it miserable on a whim. Anyone who passes by there in the future will probably be shocked. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Soon. As the two of them got higher and higher from the sea level. The air became thinner and thinner, and Karina's eyes widened. The dark sea of clouds appeared in front of her. Extremely amazing. It's incredible, Karina marveled. She couldn't imagine how these seas of clouds were formed. It didn't actually fall. At this time, Ren suddenly raised his head and opened his bloody mouth. The blazing firelight is constantly gathering. Even Ren was already intentionally controlling and protecting Karina above his head. The terrible heat continued to distort the atmosphere. It made her a little unbearably hot. Advertisement. Call out. Immediately afterwards, in Karina's stunned eyes, an exaggeratedly large and terrifying flame shock wave blasted out directly. Carrying unimaginable high temperatures, it instantly distorted the atmosphere, and directly evaporated a large amount of cloud sea, penetrating straight up. Boom boom. It's as devastating as decay. A huge black hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters, which is a bit exaggerated, just appeared in front of the two people. Simple and crude. Gulu, is this how you go up? Looking at the big black hole, Karina was speechless. Although these seas of clouds are light and fluttery, they also have the same characteristics as the sea. They can directly restrain those with abilities. Ren chuckled and responded. Unless you go up directly from the top of the western sky or the end of the clouds, you have to wait for the sky current to penetrate the thick white sea. No matter which way, it is too troublesome. Isn't this more convenient? Said. The fire unicorn he incarnated stepped on the auspicious clouds and was as fast as lightning. Like a red stream of light, it passed directly through the huge black hole. Brush. A moment's work. The two of them felt suddenly enlightened. They had already arrived at a vast expanse of white sky. Is this the white sea? Looking at the magical sea of clouds. Karina, who was holding Ren's unicorn horn tightly and lying on it, was extremely shocked. Well, this is the White Sea 7,000 meters above the sea level, but it's not the real Sky Island yet. Ren didn't stop directly. Instead, he continued to run towards the sky. You still need to pass through a sky gate before you can go to the Bye-Bye Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the legendary Sky Island is located on that magical sea of clouds. Of course, this is not the only way to get to Bye-Bye. There should be other paths too. But we have a faster way. Karina, she had to admit that Ren's ability was too powerful. Even the sea of clouds, which was at least 100 meters thick, was blasted through and ruthlessly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. But, wait until they reach the bottom of Bye-Bye Sea. Only then did Karina clearly feel how amazing Ren's wave of heat just now was. The hot breath just now penetrated the two layers of White Sea and the White Sea. Looking at the big black hole, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Some are speechless. You know, between the White Sea and the White Sea. They are almost 3,000 meters apart, which is a full 3 kilometers, and there is also a vertical height difference. One can imagine how powerful Ren's attack just now was. Well, don't be surprised. This is just because Baihai and Beibaihai, although they have the characteristics of the sea, are not as good as Qinghai below, otherwise it wouldn't be that easy. Chapter 20 The Shocked Straw Hat Crew, 3rd update. Crash. And this time, same as Ren and them. Also on the 7th route in the first half of the Grand Line. It is in a sea area that is not very far from Longchain Island and takes about several days to sail. A pirate ship about 10 meters long with a sheep's head decoration on the bow was moving slowly on the undulating sea. There is also a rare orange tree planted on it, which is not particularly tall. And above the towering mast, a flag with a skull and crossbones wearing a straw hat is fluttering. The huge sail is even graffitied with an eye-catching straw hat and skull logo. It's the Strawhat Pirates pirate ship, the Golden Mary. Today's weather is also very good. Wearing a white t-shirt and casual denim shorts, the whole person looks beautiful and moving. Nami, the refreshing and lively straw hat sailor, little thief cat. Same as usual, habitually flip a coin. Bought a copy of the latest newspaper from a newsbird that had just flown over. But after catching the newspaper delivered by Newsbird, I glanced at it casually. Her eyes suddenly widened, somewhat frozen there. Everyone. Her expression changed. The whole person was a little excited. Busy ran down from the attic. There he yelled at Luffy, Chopper, Usopp and others who were chasing and fighting. Everyone, come here and take a look. What's wrong? Nami. Brush. A figure jumped up. I saw a boy wearing a red vest, denim pants, slippers from 10,000 years, and a straw hat. He jumped directly onto a barrel and sat down. Captain of the Strawhat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Blinking his big eyes in confusion, he looked curiously at Nami, who was a little embarrassed. Chopper, Usopp and others on the side also looked over. No matter, it was the Straw Hat chef Sanji who just walked out of the kitchen with a fresh fruit platter. Still sitting on the beach chair, quietly reading a book, full of mature and intellectual atmosphere, the beautiful archaeologist, son of the devil, Nico Robin. They were all a little curious and looked at Nami, who was suddenly excited. Not far away, a green-haired young man who was holding dumbbells and sweating profusely looked over subconsciously. It's Ren. With a shocked face, Nami turned the newspaper and gestured to the others. Gulu. He may have gained some incredible ability. He even turned into a very exaggerated flame beast. Moreover, he just destroyed a marine fleet and was offered a bounty of 400 million belly by naval headquarters. Above, the giant unicorn, bathed in blazing flames, with thick scales and armor, was unbelievably ferocious. It's just mind-numbing. What? Advertisement. Look at the news headlines displayed by Nami. There is also the extremely ferocious flame beast published above, with its majestic horns and flames surrounding its body. Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, Usopp and others could not help but shrink their pupils and lost their voices in disbelief. Is this the Ren they know? The whole body is surrounded by flames. This shouldn't be an ordinary zone ability, it's probably the ability of the phantom beast species that Ren once mentioned, which is rarer than Logia. The knowledgeable Robin said in surprise, but this posture is the legendary Kirin, right? Ren collected 2 devil fruits. Not just her, everyone in the Straw Hats knew it. After all, Vice Captain Ren has never hidden anything. One of the fruit, which is purple-black and looks like a piranha, was found after killing Wapol in the Drum Kingdom, and was identified as Paramesha Munch Munch fruit. The other one was obtained from Prehistoric Island. It was in the shape of a strange dragon fruit and belonged to an unknown devil fruit. Ren said before that becoming an able person is not excluded. But he has been unable to make up his mind. When I was on Sky Island, I was frantically searching everywhere, trying to find the amazingly powerful Logia Thunder fruit that should have been reborn in a corner after the death of the god Enel. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. She guessed that the other party had left the Straw Hats. I guess I chose the dragon fruit-shaped devil fruit. So he gained such amazing abilities. It seems that he must have made up his mind and made a decision from those 2 devil fruits. Zoro looked serious. He put down the dumbbells and said in a deep voice, "Is it the ability of the devil fruit found on Prehistoric Island? It's really amazing." As the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, he has a tough character and has always been relatively rational. He made a promise with his childhood friend Kuina and determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. 3 years ago, he went out to sea alone and worked as a bounty hunter, specializing in catching pirates in exchange for bounties. He was called a pirate hunter. Relatively speaking, he is not as naive as Luffy, Sanji, Nami, etc. I am not particularly repulsed by Ren's usually decisive and ruthless and bloody behavior. After losing to Ren in the swordsmanship competition in the bet, he has always regarded him as one of his future challenges. Zoro even often competed with Ren on swordsmanship and received guidance from him, which benefited Zoro a lot. I always feel a bit regretful about the departure of this vice captain. Gulu. What a terrible guy. Usopp's face turned pale and he said, after he gained powerful abilities, he immediately went to Marine and continued to vent his inner desire to kill. Ren's appearance is indeed a bit scary. Witness the other party slaughtering the Wapol gang from the Drum Kingdom. In particular, after witnessing his killing spree and mercilessly killing a large number of people, Marine began to attack the Straw Hat Pirates after receiving Wapol's request for help, mistaking him for the king. After joining the Straw Hat Pirates, Chopper, who has always respected and feared Ren, couldn't help but swallow in fear. It's like a monster walking out of hell. That guy still has such a bad character. Sanji put down the fruit platter. He lit a cigarette for himself and said calmly, I thought he could calm down and reflect on it after he left. Among the entire Straw Hat Pirates, he is the one who has the biggest conflict with Ren. The other party not only always wins the favor of Miss Nami and Miss Robin, but is also his biggest love rival. And he was completely dismissive of his chivalry. Especially in many cases, when the battle is over and you can leave directly, there is no need to kill again. Advertisement. He also insists on being cruel to those female pirates and female marines. This was really unacceptable to him. The two had quarreled many times and even fought more than once. Although he was taught a lesson every time, Sanji really couldn't stand Ren's indiscriminate killing and ruthless behavior. In fact, Ren's departure, although everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was a little reluctant to leave. But the male crew members like Chopper and Usopp, who were too murderous towards Ren, were more or less repelled and disgusted with him, and even more frightened and awed by him, were relieved. Even Captain Luffy is the same. After Ren left, I stopped worrying about it after being depressed for a few days and gradually thought about it. He also doesn't like Ren killing people indiscriminately, and thinks that the other person is indeed incompatible with them, so leaving might not be the right choice. As for the little cat Nami and Nico Robin, two female members of the Straw Hat Pirates who have been saved by Ren many times when facing crises. Although they are full of affection for Ren in their hearts. But Nami's overly kind nature makes her really dislike Ren's often insistent, cruel and bloody behavior. Although she had tried her best to persuade him to stay, she had already decided to leave and there was nothing she could do about it. The only one who is more understandable is that although he still remains kind, as a survivor of Ohara, he has been wanted by the world government since he was a child. He has experienced countless betrayals and all kinds of darkness, and he is no longer so naive. But she, like Nami, was also unable to persuade Ren. In fact, she was once saved by Ren because she almost self-destructed and gave up on living in Alabasta. She liked Ren far more than anyone else, and she even had the idea of following him off the ship. However, Robin is well aware of his special status as Ohara's only surviving archaeologist. She used to hang out in the Dark World, and it wasn't long before she joined a force. World governments and naval headquarters will always find her hiding place. Then those forces will unfortunately face extinction because of her, and there has never been an accident. Over the years, she had time and again escaped the pursuit of Marine and world government by betraying those forces without hesitation before danger came, and survived countless near misses. She is fully aware that she will bring misfortune to others. I can only hide my emotions because I really don't want to involve Ren. But no one expected it. Ren has only been away for a few days. There was such a big commotion again. Ren. Luffy stood up. He suppressed his smile and pressed down his straw hat. Under the gazes of Sanji, Chopper and others, he turned around and pretended not to care and said, what he pursues is different from us, let him go. After Ren disembarks. In fact, recalling his experiences along the way, he has gradually seen a lot of things clearly. Although Luffy is a bit nervous and likes to play around, he is not a real fool. After getting along for a long time, you can actually feel it vaguely. In his heart, Ren doesn't really agree with his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Therefore, he was not able to accept Ren's increasingly bloody and murderous behavior, but instead looked away. Their dreams are inconsistent and there is no need to force them together. Chapter 21 Jin's Proposal, Kaido crying. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Woohoo. Far in the first half of New World. A winter island with freezing wind and snowflakes. Lord Jin. In a large metal fortress covered in white snow. A tall figure with arms, face and other parts modified with metal, resembling a robot, covered in wind and snow, walked in from outside. Cautiously, the taller figure in front of him, about 6 meters tall, wearing a uniform like a prison guard, tightly wrapped around his body, carrying huge black wings, and a very cold aura, bowed and asked, Master Kaido, are you here? I am respectful and don't dare to offend in the slightest. The person in front of me is the flagship of Beast's Pirates, with a bounty of more than 1.39 billion belly, and the Fire Calamity Ember, which ranks first among the 3 major disasters. He has an extremely cruel temperament and a vicious reputation. Even if he is one of his own, if he is provoked, he will also kill without mercy. No worries at all. Kaido-sama is drinking, don't disturb him. Yanquan wore a mask, with only his eyes exposed, and stared indifferently at Scourge, the guardian of the Winter Island in front of him. What's the matter? That's right, this is today's newspaper. Scourge didn't dare hide it. He handed a newspaper to Yan Calamity Jin in front of him with both hands, and said directly, it is said that a Zone Phantom Beast type user appeared in the first half of the Grand Line, causing quite a commotion. He was just killed. Marine is offering a bounty of 400 million belly. I think Lord Kaido would be interested. Oh. Jin raised an eyebrow, casually took the newspaper. Looking at the picture on the front page of the newspaper, with its monster-like posture, Jin's pupils couldn't help but condense, and he was a little surprised, as this legendary creature, like Master Kaido, really a rare species of phantom beast. The vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Blood Prison. Copper's Ren. Look at the reward list mixed with it. Looking at the two young figure above, Jin said nonchalantly, only one man destroyed a marine fleet, and also killed the vice admiral of naval headquarters. He is indeed an interesting guy. I heard that he has quit the Straw Hat Pirates. I don't know if it's true. The cyborg scourge on the side suggested. Maybe we can recruit him. Guys like this don't give in so easily. Jin was noncommittal. In this sea, there are always some tough people who are not afraid of the threat of death. Over the years, they don't know how many new pirates they have defeated so far who have great strength and are desperate to challenge them. We often meet some guys who would rather die than lower their arrogant heads and refuse to join the beast's pirates. Of course, there were also many who were completely impressed by that adult's power. Willing to work for it. Advertisement. Like now inside beast's pirates. Many cadres were once pirate captains. He was subdued by them and became a member of the beast's pirates. The original pirate group was destroyed or disbanded and merged into the beast's pirates. There's nothing wrong with you. Go down. Yes. Soon, Jin came to the spacious hall with the newspaper and reward list. A tall figure with horns and exaggerated muscles all over his body, like a beast from the wild, with an aura that makes people shudder, is sitting there cross-legged, holding a wine gourd and drinking wine. He is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, a great pirate with a bounty of 4.6111 million berry, a monster known as the most powerful creature in the sea, land and air, and the governor of the beast's pirates, Kaido. Kaido-sama. Jin came over. Kaido, the beast, took a swig of wine. Wiping the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, he asked in surprise, Jin, what's the matter? In the first half of the Grand Line, a guy with Zone Phantom Beast ability appeared, and he seems to be pretty good. Jin directly spread out the newspaper and the reward list, and gestured to Kaido of the beasts in front of him. I think you will be more interested. Oh, hey, he was offered a bounty of 400 million belly at such a young age. I heard Yan Calamity Jin say this. Kaido was obviously a little surprised. Looking at the giant beast bathed in flames published in the newspaper, as well as Ren's reward list of up to 400 million, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and he couldn't help but laugh. The legendary Kirin. What an interesting guy. It's worth mentioning that before he became Demon Fruit Power, he had already been offered a bounty of 200 million belly. This kid's potential is probably very extraordinary. Yan Calamity Jin asked directly, Master Kaido, do you want me to go to the first half of the Grand Line? The mysterious flame behind him kept jumping there. If it were other pirate supernovas, Jin wouldn't even look at them twice. After all, no matter how high the bounty is and how powerful the fruit's ability is, he is still a rookie who has not been baptized by the cruel new world. If you can't even break into the new world, it's destined to be nothing more than waste. But it is said that the other party already had a reward of 200 million before he became an ability user. It was only recently that I gained the devil fruit ability. This made him pay more attention to it. Maybe you can consider conquering it first. Then throw them to the battlefield of New World to fight. Cultivate it. There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Kaido stood up. Advertisement. The demon-like body makes people feel intimidated. Holding the gourd of wine, he took a few sips and said directly, this kid is not a peaceful guy at first glance. He will come to New World sooner or later. Just because he is too restless, it is necessary to go there. Jin looked calm and said in a deep voice, although with his strength, there should be no problem breaking into the New World, but he killed the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters not long after he went to sea. If the trouble continues, I estimate that I will probably be focused on by Marine, and maybe I will fall directly into that paradise. This kind of young, energetic, and ambitious newcomer should be baptized with overwhelming strength as soon as possible. For a moment, let him experience the cruel reality firsthand, and maybe he will have a higher chance of conquering it. Also, if we are not careful, like the Fire Fist Ace 3 years ago, the other 4 emperors, get there first and subdue him first, it will not be so perfect. First beast's pirates, it's also a big loss. He has such strength at such a young age. He also gained the ability of a phantom beast that looks pretty strong. Judging from the potential of Blood Prison Ren, if he can be conquered and recruited into the beast's pirates, it can definitely become the 4th disaster of beast's pirates in the future. It must even be much stronger than one of beast's pirates' biggest draws, Jack, the weakest and youngest player. It's much better than those wastes inside beast's pirates who stare at the big sign every day and have ambitions but no strength. What you said makes sense. So to show your sincerity, Lousy should go there in person. Kaido nodded in approval and laughed. Just think of it as a little exercise. Oh. This is a new pirate whose bounty exceeds 400 million belly. Moreover, he was a rare phantom beast type user, so it was worth recruiting him personally. As the governor of the beast's pirates, he has always wanted to form an army of zone ability users to fight the world's top war. But what makes Beisho Kaido always regretful is that in the entire beast's pirates, except for the unfilial son, not just other cadres, even his most trusted confidants, including the 3 most trusted names including Flame Jin, Yang Calamity Quinn, and Drought Jack, are not zone phantom beast species ability users. Finally met one. And it looks like it's not weak, so you really can't miss it. He had already made up his mind to take this Blood Prison Ren under his command no matter what. Damn it, it's all because of that unfilial son Yamato. Lousy, the dignified governor of the beast's pirates, doesn't even have a zone phantom beast ability user under his command. Kaido of the beasts drank wine. Some gritted their teeth and said angrily. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In front of Jin, his subordinate, He covered his face and howled in an imageless way. That idiot son stole the dog that Lousy worked so hard to get. Not to mention the devil fruit in the form of Inu fruit, phantasmal beast species, and the great mouth true god. He actually worships that D Kazuki Odin, and shouts every day that he wants to become Kazuki Odin and defeat Lousy. Woo woo woo. Exaggerated tears kept rolling down. Flooding. Ember. Chapter 22 The Island of Gods, Sandia's Gift. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Wow. Is this the other half of Gaia Island that once belonged to the gods island of Kaido, which was washed up by the huge current? Looking at the green trees, towering giant trees, and countless white clouds in front of us, the scene is so beautiful that it looks like a dreamy island. Karina's eyes sparkled and she was amazed. Who? Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, has just taken Karina to the island of gods. But in an instant, a group of poorly dressed but extremely fierce figures were attracted, holding swords, guns and other weapons. Surprisingly, not only are they all dressed like natives, and there is a pair of small white wings on the back that look like decorations. All of them stopped there with evil eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, he was shocked by the huge unicorn beast. Hiss. What kind of monster is this? A member of the Shandia clan could not help but shrink his pupils. His mouth opened wide in shock. But at the same time, he was full of vigilance and did not dare to be careless. It's been less than a month and you don't know me anymore. Put down Karina. The huge fire unicorn shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at the two young and strong Sandia warriors leading the way with a smile. Comically, Bram. Ren. Mr. Ren. Looking at the young and handsome man in front of him. The pupils of the two leading Sandia warriors shrank sharply, surprised and delighted. The other Sandia warriors were astonished, but also couldn't help but be overjoyed. The previous hostility and vigilance disappeared in an instant. Instead, he looked full of respect for Ren. Ren, it's really you. Kamichili, who was tall and thin with a spear in his hand, wearing red sunglasses and a mohawk, asked in surprise, didn't you leave Sky Island with the Straw Hat guy and the others to continue your adventure? Quote. After arriving in Qinghai, some conflicts occurred. I have left the Straw Hat Pirates. Ren explained briefly, pointed at Karina, and said with a smile, this is my new companion. I brought her here to see. Hello, my name is Karina, and I am Ren's companion. Karina smiled and introduced herself politely. Hello. Since he is Ren's companion, he is also a friend of our Sandia clan. Miss Karina, if you need anything, just tell us. Yes, thanks to Mr. Ren, after he killed that Enel, he also helped us expel the invaders from Angel Island. We, the Sandia clan, were able to return to our hometown. But, Mr. Ren, have you left the Straw Hat crew? Speaking of which, although that Straw Hat guy and the others are nice people, they are really a bit too naive. If they hadn't stopped them in the first place, those guys like gone for would have been killed by you, Mr. Ren. These Sandia warriors are very enthusiastic. Because of hundreds of years of suffering and having learned enough experience and painful lessons from their blood, they have always been relatively xenophobic and unwilling to easily trust outsiders. Full of gratitude and respect for Ren. Advertisement. He also has a good impression of Karina as his new companion. Karina also vaguely understood some information from these words of the Sandia clan. After Ren killed Enel, the god who ruled Sky Island, he directly expelled the original inhabitants of Angel Island, headed by the former god Ganfor, and regained this land for the Sandia clan who had occupied their homeland for hundreds of years. Even if the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates hadn't stopped him. It is estimated that even Sky Island's predecessor, Ganfor, will be killed by him. Ren really never told her this. It's strange, this guy doesn't seem to be such a kind person. Glancing quietly at Ren, Karina couldn't help but mumble. Although the two have only known each other for less than a few days. But after getting along for a short time, she has gradually become familiar with him. Get a preliminary understanding of the other person's personality. Although this man is very kind to his own people. But being decisive in killing is by no means a nosy character. She is not the kind of holy mother who is kind-hearted and helpful to others casually. This should be one of the reasons why the other party had differences with the Straw Hat Pirates and eventually parted ways. Karina couldn't understand how Ren, with his personality, could help the Sandia clan regain their hometown or something. At most, after killing Enel, they directly left the ownership of the God's Island of Kaido alone, allowing the Sandia clan and the Aborigines of Angel Island to continue their endless fighting and robbery. Unexpectedly, he would go to great lengths to help the Sandia clan expel the forces from Angel Island. It surprised her. Where's Wappa? I have something I want to talk to him about. Ren naturally noticed Karina's gaze. He knew this smart and quirky girl very well. But there was no intention to explain. It was indeed his whim to help the Sandia clan. Perhaps due to the memory of his previous life, he had never had a good impression of intruders like Angel Island who took over other people's homeland. Or maybe it's because they are part of the Lunarian race, and not only was the Red Line's hometown invaded by the world government, but the race has been persecuted by the world government for hundreds of years and is on the verge of extinction. All in all, Ren is full of admiration for the Sandia warriors who have never given up for hundreds of years and are still fighting tenaciously and unyieldingly to regain their homeland when their hometown has also been invaded. So, after killing Shinigami Enel, He didn't even mind intervening in the conflict between Angel Island and Sandia, and rejected Angel Island's proposal to share the Island of Gods. Directly in front of Gon 4, he slaughtered all the god guards he led and expelled the forces of Angel Island. Even before leaving, he ignored the opinions of other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. He immediately put down his words and protected the Sandia clan, which although its individual fighting power was very tenacious, was unable to recuperate due to the endless wars for many years. The number of the clan has always been relatively sparse, so it was somewhat disadvantaged in terms of numbers. Shocking Angel Island. No matter how unwilling he was to lose the Island of Gods, Kaido, Gon 4 could only bear the pressure of constant protests from the natives of Angel Island and dare not act rashly. Regain possession of the Gods Island Kaido for the Sandia clan. Because Gon 4 had witnessed with his own eyes how powerful this man was. He was just like the god Enel, possessing power that was like a natural disaster that mortals could not defeat. If they really dare to launch a war against Sandia, the entire Angel Island will inevitably be destroyed. It is precisely because he knows Gon 4's weak and hesitant character. Only then did people intentionally spare his life. Wappa is training the children in the village. Bram, who was wearing a bamboo straw hat and a green coat and holding a pair of guns, said with a chuckle, "That guy is very stern. The little devils in the village are all afraid of him. They have always been afraid of him. Don't dare to be lazy. As the saying goes, if you forget to fight, you will be in danger." Wappa, he did a good job. The powerful observation Haki senses the entire Island of Gods, Ren said with a smile. "Stop standing here, please come with us." Advertisement. "The Patriarch and the others will be very happy to see you. And Lackey, that guy talks about you every day, looking forward to seeing you again." The group was talking and laughing. Sandia's warriors led the way. "Take Ren and Karina to the tribe's residence." Lackey. Karina followed Ren with a smile and did not interrupt, her eyes flickered. "It sounds like it's a girl's name. By the way, Ren." Thinking of something, Kamakili turned around and said with a smile, "You came just in time, we just have a gift to give you." "Yes, we are still thinking about handing it over to you when Ren comes here as a guest again." Bram, who was more serious on the side, couldn't help but smile and said, "I promise, you will definitely like that gift." Gift. Hear the words. Like Nami, Karina is a money addict. The two big jewel-like eyes were almost shining like Bailey. Although it was not given to her, but to Ren. But since the other party said that, it's not an exaggeration. It should be a relatively valuable treasure, right? Oh, is it so? For the gifts mentioned by the Shandia warriors Kamachili and Bram. Ren just smiled. Didn't take it to heart. In fact, the gold that the Straw Hat Pirates took away from Sky Island. They are still the ones taken out from the body of the giant snake of the Lord of the Sky. Because God Enel had summoned the craftsmen of Angel Island over the years and collected a large amount of gold to build the Ark Proverbs, but he had not yet had time to start it. Enel, who was extremely conceited about his abilities, had already been killed by them. Taking into account the limited carrying capacity of the Golden Melee. Therefore, that huge Ark has a huge amount of gold and is of immeasurable value. It has been stored here as a trophy of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Sandia family keeps it for them. Thinking about if I am short of money in the future. They can just come here to pick it up. The Sandia clan, who have returned to their hometown after hundreds of years of absence and fulfilled the last wish of the Sandia warrior Kalgara 400 years ago, will naturally have no objection to the Sandia clan who are grateful to them. After all, Ark Proverbs is precious. But to Sandia, the value of those golds is obviously far less than the golden clock that their family regards as their faith. And it's worth mentioning. The Golden Bell Tower, which has accumulated hundreds of years of history and is full of traces of time, was not affected by the battle between Ren and the gods Enel, and is still intact to this day. But no matter how grateful the Sandia clan is to themselves, they can't possibly give him the entire Golden Bell Tower or just take down the exaggeratedly large golden pillars and give it to him under such circumstances, right? He didn't want to ruin such a perfect work of art. Besides, that thing is so big. He didn't bother to take it away. Too much trouble. Chapter 23 The Joining of War Ghost Wappa, Second Update. You all continue to train for me, no one is allowed to be lazy. You are the future of Sandia. To protect our lost and finally regained home from anyone else, we must become stronger. The glory of Sandia needs you to inherit and protect it. Did you hear that clearly? Yes. Far away, there was a stern scolding sound. Soon, Ren and Karina, led by Kamachili and others, walked through the lush jungle and arrived at an open field. A group of young children were all sweating profusely and waving their fists. He was training there incessantly. And in front of them. He is a young man who is bare-chested and wearing a grass skirt. He is tall and strong, has a fierce face, and has small wings on his back. There are ferocious tattoos around his left eye and left shoulder, which add a bit of ferocity to his whole person. Coupled with that unsmiling and stern expression. Just like a ghost. Murderous. It makes people feel a little scared just by looking at it. Subconsciously I want to stay away. Not to mention the children of Sandia. Everyone can't help but feel a little afraid of Wappa. Don't dare to play around, just exercise seriously. Wappa, Lackey, guess who is here? Kamakili waved his hands and shouted loudly. Vappa, who was supervising the training of the next generation of Sandia, held a cigarette in his mouth and turned around in surprise. After seeing Ren in the crowd, his pupils could not help but shrink. Ren. Ren. At the same time, in the distance, a pleasant sound of surprise came. A young beauty with a black ponytail and lavender clothes, full of heroic spirit, who was sitting there knitting something, her eyes widened. Looking at Ren, who appeared there with some disbelief. After reacting, her pretty face was full of joy, and she quickly put down her work and ran up. Her big eyes stared straight at the Qinghai man who had saved her and made her dream. Lackey, we meet again. Looking at this heroic and capable Sandia beauty, Ren smiled and greeted her. Ren. Lackey blushed. Subconsciously, he turned his head, not daring to look directly into Ren's always fiery gaze. His beautiful face was a little rosy, and he bit his lip and asked softly, didn't you go on an adventure? Why did you run up here again? Can't I come up and see you? Ren's eyes were full of smiles, and he spoke with a smile. It was naturally impossible for him not to understand the thoughts of this beautiful Sandia warrior, and he never thought of rejecting her. Because he is a carefree person and has always adhered to the principle of, don't reject anyone who comes. However, I will never hang myself from a big tree and abandon the entire forest. He is the man who wants to become the king of the sea. Thump, thump, it's not. All of a sudden. Lackey's heartbeat quickened. His face was so red that he almost started to smoke. But he quickly reacted, stamped his feet and glared at Ren angrily. Damn it, Ren, you are making a joke again. Snort. Look at Lackey's shy look. Karina next to her could not help but widen her eyes. He puffed up his cheeks and muttered in a low voice with some displeasure. There is definitely something wrong with these two people. Ren, didn't you go back to Qinghai to continue your adventure? At this time, Wappa, who was strong and mighty, came over. That's right, for some reasons, I have quit the Strawhat Pirates and am ready to find like-minded partners again. Ren briefly explained the situation. Advertisement. He looked directly at Wappa and asked with a smile. So I want to come to Sky Island to ask you, do you want to follow me and have a try? See the vast Qinghai. Although Enel is very strong, as long as he is fully tempered in Qinghai, I believe that Wappa you will not be worse than him. Sky Island is too small after all. Staying here will only limit your future. Wappa, a man known as the War Ghost. It is said that he is the descendant of the great warrior Kalgera who was regarded as a hero and faith by the Sandia clan 400 years ago. Not only is he the strongest warrior among the Sandia clan, he is also the leader of the next generation of the Sandia clan. He is powerful, brave and good at fighting, and his will is terrifyingly tenacious. He is a tough guy who will stand up countless times for his heart's desire no matter how hurt he is. He is the kind of strong person who becomes braver and stronger as he fights, and who can continue to grow in battle. He is the guy with amazing potential that Ren wants to add to his team the most. In his opinion, whether it is personal talent or one's own will. This is a man who is not inferior to Pirate Hunter, Rorno Azoro, a warrior born to fight. Maybe the opponent is not very strong now in Qinghai, and there are many people who surpass him in strength. But that's just because the environment on Sky Island has greatly limited his vision and talents, and he hasn't fully grown up yet. If he goes to New World to practice for a few years, I believe Wappa's future achievements will not be too low. Oh, looking at Ren in front of him. Wappa raised his eyebrows, surprised. Did you quit the Straw Hat Pirates? On the side, Lackey, Kamakili, Bram and others were a little shocked when they heard that Ren wanted to invite Wappa to be his partner and venture to Qinghai. I never expected that the other party's purpose would be this. Ren, do you want to invite Wappa to be your companion? For a while, they all couldn't help but look at Wappa. Want to know the other person's choice, Wappa? Do you want me to follow you to Qinghai? Staring at Ren in front of him. Wappa, who was a little surprised, looked solemn. He raised his clenched right fist flatly, hit his chest hard, and said in a deep voice, you are the great benefactor of the Sandia clan. If I can do something for you, I will naturally be willing to do it. I personally have no objection. But Ren, you also know the current situation of the Sandia clan. As the captain of the guerrillas, I have to ask the clan leader and everyone for their opinions. Like other Zandian warriors, he has always been grateful from the bottom of his heart to Ren, the great benefactor of the Sandia clan. Even if necessary, he was willing to use his own life to repay the favor. Since the other party wanted him to follow him to Qinghai, Wappa would naturally not refuse. Especially, after hearing about Ren and their thrilling adventures in Qinghai. In Wappa's heart, he doesn't want to experience the wonders of Qinghai for himself. But after all, they couldn't let go of the Sandia clan who had just regained their homeland and were working hard to rebuild their homeland. They were still facing threats from the natives of Angel Island. Moreover, the enemies that the Shandia clan has to face are not just the indigenous people. There are also those pirates from Qinghai. If we find the Golden Bell and the Ark Proverbs that Ren and others previously stored here, 9 times out of 10, he will become coveted and take risks to snatch it. If he, the guerrilla captain of Sandia, was not here, relying solely on the current strength of Kamakili, Bram and others. If you want to protect the Golden Bell and the Sandia clan, you may be unable to do so. He obviously couldn't be reassured. No, I have no objection. Wappa, since Mr. Ren has made a special trip to invite you, you should follow him to Qinghai to have some adventures. At this time, an old voice came over. Lackey, Wappa, Kamakili and others looked over subconsciously. They were all a little surprised. Clan leader. The person who came was an old man wearing a cane and wearing simple clothes. It was surprisingly the leader of the Sandia clan who had just rushed over after receiving the notification from his clan members. We, the Shandia clan, have always repaid kindness. Since Mr. Ren needs your power, Wappa, he should not refuse. Advertisement. Old Patriarch, please don't say that. Hearing this, Ren said helplessly, you don't have to force Wappa. If he doesn't want to, I won't force him. Although he really wanted to recruit Wappa. But it's not like repaying a favor or anything like that. After all, if the other party is conflicted and unwilling to follow you. According to human nature, no matter how great the kindness is, it will change over time and continue to be worn away. Sooner or later you have to leave. No, that's not what I meant. The Sandia clan leader waved his hand and said in a deep voice to Ren, I remember Mr. Ren, you once said that some big pirates rely on their own strong strength to even protect a large number of islands and countries from infringement. Quote. In fact, it was your warning, Mr. Ren, that made those guys on Angel Island dare not act rashly again. Old Patriarch, you are serious in your words. It's just a piece of cake. Ren did not take the credit and said with a smile, even without my shock, with Wappa's strength, I believe they can protect this island. Even if it can be done, how much blood will the Sandia clan have to shed? The old patriarch shook his head gently, feeling helpless. The former great warrior Calgara was also very powerful. But 400 years ago, facing the vast army of Angel Island led by the god of Angel Island, they could only fall down with regret and unwillingness. Unless, it is as powerful as Enel or Ren. Only then can we single-handedly frighten enemies like Gonfor and others. Even though Ren had left here before, they still didn't dare to act rashly. No doubt, Sky Island is said to be big, but it is actually very big, and it is said to be small, but it is indeed too small. As Ren said before, continuing to stay here will only limit Wappa's future. Only by leaving with Ren can Wappa surpass the former great warrior Calgara in the future and become the true backbone of the Sandia clan. Only you are strong. That's what's truly powerful. The old patriarch naturally knows this very well. Although it's just a piece of cake for you, Mr. Ren, but for us, the Sandia clan, it's a huge favor. Thinking of the Shandia clan's suffering history filled with blood and tears for hundreds of years, the old patriarch couldn't help but sigh with emotion. We can't feel at ease and shamelessly enjoy your protection, but wait until you need it without any effort. Furthermore, I believe that Mr. Ren, even if you break away from the Straw Hat crew, you will definitely be able to achieve some amazing achievements in the future, and become like the 4 emperors you call, a great pirate who rules this sea like an emperor. If possible, I would like to borrow your flag, Mr. Ren, in the future to deter those guys who are always coveting a peyote and the golden bell. He wasn't joking. He boasts that even at this age, he has read countless people and has fairly good eyesight. Naturally, it is clear that the Straw Hat crew, said to be pirates, is more like a group of young and energetic adventurers with passionate and naive ideals. Although he is too young, he is powerful, and his temperament is far more mature than his peers. He is different from Ren, who has always been decisive in killing. After leaving the Straw Hat crew, instead of showing any signs of decadence, this man appears to be high-spirited. It was like an eagle that had broken free of its restraints and began to show its ambition. The future will surely soar. I heard the Sandia clan leader say this. Karina on the side smiled proudly. Then I'll take your good advice from the old patriarch. Ren looked at the wise old man and said with a smile, if the Sandia clan wants to borrow my flag in the future, just ask. He said, looking at Wappa. He extended his right hand to the other party and said with a smile, welcome to join, Wappa. Then please take good care of me from now on, Leader Ren. Wappa's face was solemn. He firmly grasped Ren's extended palm. Hello, I am Karina, from East Blue in Shanghai, a navigator. Karina on the side couldn't help but stepped forward, smiled at Wappa and said, from now on, we are companions. Hello, I am Wappa, a Sandia warrior, please give me your advice in the future. Looking Karina over, Wappa nodded slightly and said no more. Due to his personality, he has never been good at communicating too much with others. Chapter 24 Reborn Thunder Fruit, 3rd update. Mr. Ren, Miss Karina. It's a humble house, please don't dislike it. At the invitation of the chief of Sandia, the group of people came to the palace, which was different from other wooden buildings and was relatively gorgeous. This place was once the residence of the gods of Angel Island for generations. Originally, except for the priests who needed to serve the gods, and the guards of the gods who guarded the place, even the natives of Angel Island were not qualified to set foot there. After taking back his homeland, the chief of the Sandia clan did not stay here. Instead, this place was designated as a place to discuss important ethnic affairs or to entertain distinguished guests. Wait for Ren and Karina to sit down one after another. Although she is a famous beautiful warrior in Shandia, she is far less brave and warlike than Wappa and the others. Lackey, who has a relatively gentle temperament, pours tea for everyone very skillfully. It's time to pour tea for Ren. It even brought waves of fragrant wind to his side. Ren, it's rare to come here, but you have to stay for a few more days. Lackey is full of enthusiasm. Bold and fiery, an unabashed gaze. He stared straight at Ren's handsome face and couldn't bear to look away. Gurgling, until the tea overflowed, she blushed slightly and reluctantly picked up the teapot. Then pour tea for others. You little coquettish hoof, you can just sit on Ren. Karina, who was sitting there beside her, was almost like air. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. He secretly cursed. Chief, I brought it. Quite a while. In the surprised eyes of Ren and Karina, Kamachili walked in excitedly from outside. And, a black treasure box was handed over to the leader of the Sandia clan. By the way, Mr. Ren. The old patriarch of Sandia took the box and sent it to Ren. He said with a smile. Last time you and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates left in a hurry, you didn't have time to put this box away. A gift for you. Now, I can finally leave it to you. Ren was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Old patriarch, what is this? Karina's eyes lit up as she looked at the box, full of curiosity. Ren, this is the gift from our Sandia clan to you. Kamakili said with a smile. Lackey also smiled and said to Ren, open it and take a look, I believe you will like it. Sitting under the head of the Sandia clan, the somewhat dull Wappa looked calm, but not surprised at all. He nodded towards Ren, hoping he would accept it. Apparently the same was already known. Oh, see this. Ren had some vague guesses. Inside the box, it's probably devil fruit. But I just don't know if it's the one I once dreamed of but just missed. Then, I would like to thank you all. People were no longer polite. He took the box directly from the old patriarch and opened it. Inside, there is a strange fruit that is golden yellow all over, with lightning-shaped barbs on the peel. This is. Ren's pupils shrank sharply and his heart skipped a beat. Looking at this golden fruit covered with lightning-shaped barbs, I felt a little unbelievable. With such a shape, even if you haven't seen the Devil Fruit illustrated book, you can probably guess it directly. Advertisement. How could he not recognize it? This was exactly what he had tried so hard to do, even mobilizing the warriors of the Sandia clan. I have searched almost everywhere, including God's Island and the nearby Angel Island, but I haven't been able to find this ability, Logia Thunder Fruit. Is this the legendary Devil Fruit? Looking at the strange-shaped fruit, it seems to be full of mysterious magic, tempting people to eat it. Although the Devil Fruit has never been seen, Karina confirmed its identity. For a moment, there was a stunned silence. Old Patriarch, this is a great gift. Where did you find it? Ren took a deep breath and looked at the smiling old Patriarch, Wappa, Lackey and others. This gift is really too precious. Although, he is now demon fruit power. But that doesn't mean it's useless. No matter what version. Thunder Fruit never goes out of style. This is a bug-ridden, perfect ability that is impeccable in all aspects. That's what's special about this thing. As long as the person who eats it is not a waste. Whatever you do, you can create a powerful man with amazing strength in the shortest possible time. I think Mr. Ren, what you have always been thinking about and spent all your efforts to find is Enel's Devil Fruit ability, right? The old clan leader smiled and said, not long after you left Sky Island, the clan accidentally found this fruit from the old site of Cloud Shinobi Village, but I don't know if it belongs to Enel. This is the regenerated Logia Thunder Fruit. Ren had no intention of hiding anything. The true ability of this fruit was immediately announced. What? Karina's eyes widened, shocked. This is the Thunder Fruit that Ren once mentioned, which can almost be said to be the strongest Logia. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, feeling a little unable to calm down. The whole person stared blankly at the strange fruit covered with lightning barbs. I never expected that the Sandia clan would give Ren such a gift. Is that really it? Wappa looked calm. It doesn't seem very surprising. The Sandia clan leader, Kamachili, Bram and others on the side were all smiling. Even though he gave such a valuable devil fruit to Ren, he didn't feel any regret at all. I have to say, this gift is really satisfying. He weighed the thunder fruit in his hand. He looked at the Sandia clan leader, Wappa, Lackey and others in confusion, and asked bluntly, however, I am very curious, and I have seen Enel's almost omnipotent power. Doesn't any of you want to become a person with abilities? Are you really not tempted by such abilities? Even if you don't know and cannot confirm it 100%, whether it is a thunder fruit user or not, why don't you consider taking a big gamble? After all, in terms of appearance, it is easily reminiscent of thunder and lightning. Logically speaking, that kind of power. It's impossible for anyone to not be tempted when they see it, right? Even if there is only half the chance, it is worth taking a gamble. What's more, shortly after Enel's death, the devil fruit, which was shaped like lightning, was found. The odds are even greater. I'm very ashamed. Mr. Ren, you are right. The head of the Sandia clan smiled bitterly. He didn't mean to hide it. Actually, I have selfish motives. Please forgive my selfishness. I once wanted Wappa to eat it. After all, even if it's not as invincible as thunder fruit, I believe it shouldn't be too bad. By then, I believe that Wappa's strength will definitely be enhanced and he can better protect Sandia. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but shook his head. He said helplessly, but Wappa refused. Advertisement. And I am determined to give it to you. What? It wasn't just Ren who was a little surprised. Even Karina couldn't help but look at Wappa in surprise. Faced with the temptation of such power, can anyone really refuse? I did guess that it might be Ren. If you want to find that fruit, it's not like you don't dare to take a gamble. Faced with Ren's puzzled gaze, Wappa looked calm and said calmly, it's just that, Ren, you helped us defeat the god Enel after all, so that the bell that had disappeared for hundreds of years could once again reach the ears of Nolan's descendants, and completed the work of the great warrior Carl Guerra's last wish, and then he acted righteously to help us, the Sandia clan, expel the invaders like gone for and regain our homeland. Such a great kindness can never be repaid. This can be regarded as our Shandia, trying our best to express some of our feelings. Besides, this fruit is probably what you have been searching for and working so hard to get. He looked determined. There was no dodge in his eyes. Looking directly at Ren, he said seriously, if I really get Enel's ability, I will certainly gain great power, but when you come to Sky Island again in the future, how can I face your benefactor? As a descendant of the great warrior Calgera, I will never allow the glory of the great warrior Calgera to be stained by my unauthorized actions. If that's the case, then I'll accept it without mercy. Ren looked deeply at Wappa. Even if it was him, he couldn't help but admire such a man. He has always valued Wappa's potential. In his plans, I originally considered waiting until Wappa agreed to join. Just go directly to the Punk Hazard in the first half of New World and find the fruit in the form of an artificial phantom beast, a dragon, which Vegapunk developed using the blood factor of Kaido of the beasts. Let this tough guy-like man become a war ghost that truly scares the enemy. Because, although it is artificial zone devil fruit, but I have to admit that Dr. Vegapunk's terrifying scientific research ability is far from comparable to that of Geisa Current. Strictly speaking, the ability of the artificial phantom beast species and dragon form is not much worse than the original fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. I just don't know if I can awaken. But even if it cannot be awakened, the power it can possess is far superior to most devil fruit abilities. Thank you so much, everyone from the Shandia tribe. Playing with this Logia thunder fruit. Ren looked at these simple-minded Sandia tribesmen who always wanted to repay their kindness, and smiled and said, this is an ability I have only dreamed of. Inside of him, some are filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, I just did it on a whim and helped these Sandians a little bit, never thinking of any benefits. In the end, I never expected that I would reap such rewards. As long as you are satisfied, Mr. Ren. See Ren accept this thunder fruit. The Sandia clan leader, Kamachili, Bram and others on the side couldn't help but smile. Although some regrets are inevitable, they do not regret doing so. Ren is the great benefactor of their entire family. The Shandia clan has always repaid their kindness. Mr. Ren, and Miss Karina, it's rare for you to come from Shanghai, so please let us entertain you. The old Sandia patriarch warmly invited. Prepare a grand banquet for Ren and entertain him warmly. Yes, Ren, let's have a good drink tonight. Kamakili patted Ren on the shoulder and said with a laugh. Karina looked at Ren and let him make the decision. Ren smiled and naturally would not refuse. Okay, then I'll excuse you. It's great, I won't stop until I get drunk. With Ren's drinking capacity, you guys, Wappa, will definitely fall first. Ha ha. Chapter 25. Tit for tat, Ren's plan, 4th update. Soon, passionate Sandia people, both the soldiers, the old, the weak, women and children began to get busy. A grand bonfire banquet will be held tonight. Treat Ren and others with hospitality. Dang, when, crisp bells. It resounds throughout the sky and is extremely pleasant to the ears. It seems to be able to cleanse people's soul and shock people. Wow, what a beautiful, such a pleasant sound. In an ancient building that has been cleared out. Looking at the astonishingly large, ancient and solemn golden bell tower in front of me. Karina, who had been longing for it for a long time, finally saw the real thing. Her eyes were shining. Is this the legendary golden clock? It's amazing. Listen to the bell that is so clear that it seems to hit your soul. The whole person was even more shocked. This is a treasure left to us by the ancestors of Sandia. Lackey, who volunteered to receive Ren and Karina and brought them here, said with a smile. There was some pride in his tone. However, it is thanks to you Ren that we can return to this long-lost homeland, ring the bell again that has disappeared for 400 years, and fulfill the agreement between the great warrior Calgera and his friend Noland. Quote. She blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. He boldly held Ren's arm lightly and looked at his handsome face, his affectionate eyes filled with unspeakable affection. As a female warrior of the Sandia clan, she has always had a straightforward temperament, but she is not so coy. In particular, he glanced at Karina next to him intentionally or unintentionally. It seems to be declaring sovereignty to the other party. Quote. Hear the words. Karina's smile faltered. Seeing this Sandia woman being so intimate with Ren made her teeth itch inexplicably. She stepped forward and stroked the huge golden bell, and said intentionally or unintentionally, such a precious and sacred thing must be well protected. The corners of Ren's mouth twitched. Looking at Karina speechlessly. Could this girl have suffered from an occupational disease again? If she really dares to try to steal this golden bell, that guy Wappa will go crazy. Don't worry about this. We, the warriors of Sandia, will definitely protect it even if we risk our lives. Lackey snorted. Advertisement. He looked at Ren and said straight to the point. By the way, Ren. I also want to follow you to Qinghai. What? Karina's eyelids twitched. He jumped up immediately and shouted without thinking. Absolutely not. Why? Lackey frowned, looking at Karina with an evil eye. Women's intuition is very sensitive. Although this navigator woman named Karina has not shown much interest so far, she may have developed a vague affection for Ren. If it was the female navigator named Nami from the Straw Hat crew who was also very close to Ren, that would be fine. You were just a latecomer, but you got to know Ren first. She won't give up the man she likes. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. The big round eyes rolled. Karina, whose eyes were full of cunning and quirky, coughed dryly. She spread her hands pretending to be helpless, and said calmly, after all, the Grand Line is very dangerous. Not only does it have to face all kinds of harsh environments and climates, but it may also face those ferocious monsters at any time. Enemy. Sister Lackey, I believe you don't want to be held back every day, right? Don't underestimate me. Lackey held Ren's arm tightly, glanced at Karina lightly, and hummed. Although I am not as good as that guy Wappa, I am still the most experienced female warrior in the Sandia clan. Who is holding me back? Not necessarily. Although I am not very strong, I started wandering alone in this sea when I was 7 or 8 years old. My survival to this day is not something you can compare to. Karina clenched her fists confidently and said plausibly, it's easy for me to sneak into the enemy to steal treasures, find out information, etc. Haha, isn't that a thief? Lackey rolled his eyes and said angrily. She probably guessed the identity of the other party. A person who has been surviving at sea since childhood should be a highly skilled and experienced thief. Thinking of what the other party just said, Lackey's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Karina with a somewhat unkind look. Wait a minute, you just said that, didn't you mean to steal the golden clock? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Karina's face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't beat. She denied it. She held her head high and said with some pride, my true identity is that I am a first-class navigator. I am an indispensable talent for sailing an adventure on this sea. It can't be compared to some women who only know how to dance with guns and sticks, and only know how to fight and kill. Snort. Lackey's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and stared at the other person. She is obviously no match for the smart, clever and changeable Karina. The other party has been able to survive alone in this cruel sea since he was very young. Advertisement. Even as a woman who is not outstanding in strength but has outstanding appearance, she is able to deal with both sides with ease even when facing those vicious, greedy and lustful pirates. Even if you are in danger sometimes, he can still always rely on his outstanding mind and strategy to turn danger into safety and escape unscathed. But unexpectedly, Lackey rolled his eyes. Holding Ren's arm tightly, he said unceremoniously, what you say doesn't count, what Ren says does. You. Okay, stop making trouble. Seeing the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two women, the smell of gunpowder became stronger and stronger. The people who were watching the theater in silence were helpless and had no choice but to separate the two in person. Lackey, if you really want to join, I have no objection, but you must obtain the consent of the clan leader. He touched Karina's head to calm the girl's emotions. Looking at the beautiful Lackey who was looking at him with eager eyes and full of expectation, he said bluntly, after all, given the current situation of the Sandia clan, I feel very sorry to invite Wappa to leave. Then I'll go find the clan leader now. Quote. Wait, don't worry. Ren hurriedly stopped the impatient Lackey and prepared to go to the Sandia clan leader. We won't leave so soon. Facing Lackey's puzzled gaze, he said helplessly, in other words, both Wappa and Karina will have to stay in Sky Island for some time first. Do I want to stay here too? Karina jumped up when she heard this. Looking at Ren with some excitement, what about you, Ren? Judging from the other party's intention, it seemed that he wanted to abandon her and leave by himself. Don't get excited, listen to me first. Next, I need to prepare some plans in advance to see if I can find other trustworthy companions. Ren touched Karina's head and said with a smile. In addition, I know the whereabouts of several devil fruits, and I have to go down and find them as soon as possible. It will take about a month or two, I won't keep you waiting too long. During this period, Karina, you, Wappa and Lackey, just take the opportunity to practice some time on Sky Island. Before I leave, I will teach you some advanced physical skills and hockey's training methods. Naturally, people are not prepared to sit idly by as a series of major events are about to happen. Next, he does not plan to take Karina and Wappa with him, but plans to act alone. In addition to grabbing the few devil fruits that are very likely to be obtained, I also want to see if I can recruit a few guys with decent abilities. He even has a very bold plan. 26 Vappa's determination, Lackey's heart. Clan leader, I'm very sorry. And this time, the palace originally belonged to the god Enel and served as the meeting hall of the Sandia tribe. Wappa agreed to leave with Ren and go to Qinghai. He was standing in front of the Sandia clan leader with a full face. Looking at this respected old patriarch, Wappa looked guilty, lowered his head and said, because Ren is the great benefactor of our Sandia clan, please forgive me for my willfulness, I can only. Although, this is to repay Ren's kindness. But Vappa naturally knew very well that his previous stubbornness and persistence might have caused the Sandia clan, which had suffered for hundreds of years, to lose something. An invincible warrior who can be as powerful as God Enel and can truly protect the Sandia clan. From an ethnic perspective, his behavior was obviously willful and selfish. Although I feel a little ashamed of the Sandia clan. But he has no regrets. No need to explain, I understand. The old patriarch looked calm, smiled directly and comforted Wappa. Besides, it was Wappa who successfully convinced me that the glory of the great warrior Calgara will never be allowed to have any stain. If I really don't want to agree with your opinion, I would privately ask Kamakili and Bram to take a gamble on eating this fruit. The result would be the same. Speaking of which, the Sandia chief waved his hand to stop Vappa, who wanted to say anything else. Sandia's men never regret their choices, let alone be so pretentious. Looking at the young warrior in front of him, who is the descendant of the great warrior Kalgara and whose future is limitless, he smiled and said, Ren is indeed a man worth following. From now on, you can feel free to follow him. Quote. The Shandia clan has Kamachili and Bram here, so there won't be any problems. Yes, Patriarch. Wappa clenched his fists and nodded seriously. Silly boy, you have to remember that the meaning of the existence of the ethnic group is not the shackles that bind your life, but the harbor deep in your soul. The old patriarch of Sandia patted Wappa on the shoulder and taught him earnestly and sincerely, whenever you feel tired, you can come back and see me at any time. Yes, I remember it, Patriarch. Wappa was shocked. He was considered by those enemies and even the children of Sandia to be more ferocious than the ghosts. At this moment, the eyes were a little red, with crystal tears. Go ahead, kid. The old patriarch touched Wappa's head and said with a smile, now that you have made up your mind, let's put aside all worries, follow Ren, and work hard to become stronger. Sandia will still need you to protect her in the future. Clan leader. Wappa was moved. Advertisement. Some choked up, eyes red. His eyes turned firm, clenched fists, nodding hard. I will become stronger, patriarch. One day, I will definitely become stronger than the great warrior Kalgara, and even surpass the god Enel, to protect the Sandia clan. I believe you can do it, Wappa. The old patriarch pressed Wappa's shoulder, smiled and nodded. Clan leader, Wappa. At this time, a cry. Lackey hurriedly walked in from outside. Looking at Lackey, who was a little anxious. Wappa calmed down and raised his eyebrows. Lackey, what's wrong? Aren't you with Ren? Lackey has always had an unusual fondness for Ren. Of course he couldn't see it. I have something to talk to the clan leader about. Lackey took a deep breath and said directly to Wappa. By the way, Wappa, Ren called you over and said he wanted to discuss some of the next plans with you. Then I'll go there now. Wappa heard this. He nodded towards the clan leader. Then left directly. For a while, inside the hall. Only the old Sandia patriarch and Lackey were left. Clan leader, don't wait for Lackey to finish. The old patriarch had already smiled and asked. Haha, you want to say that you also want to follow them to Qinghai for adventure, right? Lackey was stunned. His face turned slightly red. But he still nodded firmly. Clan leader, I hope you can agree. Is it because you have fallen in love with Ren? The old patriarch, who was as insightful as a wise man, had bright eyes that directly penetrated her thoughts. Yes, advertisement. His thoughts were broken. Her beautiful face turned red. But as a Sandia female warrior who dares to love and hate. Lackey did not deny it, but admitted it openly. As an elder, I need to remind you. He looked at Lackey kindly and said in a deep voice, a man like Ren is too good. I'm afraid he won't belong to just any woman. Are you sure you can handle it? This is not to doubt Ren's character. But men like Ren are too eye-catching. No matter where you go, you will inevitably attract countless people of the opposite S**X, making them pounce on you like moths to a flame. I know. Lackey's face darkened and he lowered his head. She also had to admit that Ren was too good. The women around him are each better and more beautiful than the last. From the beginning of Straw Hat Crew's Nami and that Nico Robin, to now Karina. The beauty that I am usually proud of. In front of these people, the advantage is completely lost. But soon, Lackey bit her lip and clenched her pink fist. He plucked up the courage, raised his head and looked at the old patriarch in front of him, and said loudly and seriously, but I am willing to give everything for him. Even if I can only be by his side and look at him, that's fine. Her life was saved by Ren, when she was about to be killed by Enel and faced despair. This young, handsome, powerful, and unbelievably perfect man appeared like the legendary Prince Charming. That scene deeply touched her heart. From that moment on, her fall was inevitable. She fell deeply in love with the man from Qinghai who was younger than herself. In this case, you can leave with them when the time comes. I have made up my mind after meeting Lackey. The old patriarch could only agree reluctantly, and the female leader would not be allowed to stay. Selfishly, he naturally hopes that his childhood sweethearts, Wappa and Lackey, can get together. But since Lackey happened to fall in love with Ren, and he seemed deeply in love, even willing to die for him. Naturally, he cannot object as a villain. And from the perspective of ethnic interests, if Lackey can be with Ren. For the Sandia clan, this is obviously not a bad thing. Chapter 27 Flame Wings, Test, First Update. Ren, take care of yourself. 2 months at most. Remember to pick me up, otherwise I will rebel. I will be stronger next time we meet, Ren. 3 days passed by in a hurry. While Lackey, Karina, Wappa and others watched. On the coast of Apayado, the island of gods, Ren waved and responded with a smile. Don't worry, I won't break my promise, wait until I come back. He did not transform into Kirin again like before. But in the eyes of Wappa, Lackey, Karina and others who were a little amazed. Flames burst out from behind, and turned into blazing flame wings at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ren had specially stayed on Sky Island for 3 days in order to fully exercise the fruit abilities that he had just acquired these days but had never had time to concentrate on developing. After continuous efforts and attempts, with the innate ability to control fire. There is also the power of fire that comes with the Kirin form of the phantom beast species. With the two superimposed and strengthened, Ren has been able to directly condense amazing flame wings and keep them stable for a long time. Not only can it be used to attack and defend, it can also be used to fly directly, and the speed is quite slow. With his current pervert physical ability and exaggerated recovery power, the battery life can be said to be quite amazing. Even if it is used for long journeys. Not a problem either. Woo hoo hoo. The blazing red wings fluttered there, causing waves of heat. Ren's whole body soared into the sky. At an astonishing speed, it turned into a red stream of light. He left the island of gods, Apeado, and flew towards the distance. It soon disappeared at the end of the vast sea of white clouds. In just 3 days, we have achieved this step. It's really amazing. Lackey marveled. She couldn't help but clenched her fists. There, I secretly made up my mind to work hard. Otherwise, if it really hinders Ren in the future, she couldn't even forgive herself. There is no shame in following the other party. You haven't seen his true strength yet. Karina hummed. She felt a little proud. Advertisement. She had witnessed it with her own eyes, when Ren let go of his scruples. How exaggerated was the movement caused? Everyone, let's go back and continue training. Staring at the gleam of fire disappearing into the sky. Wappa's face was calm, but his eyes were full of unspeakable yearning. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were resolute, and he said in a deep voice, Ren is getting stronger and stronger, we can't live up to his trust, we must keep up with him. In these 3 days, Ren has not only exercised his fruitful abilities. He had taken the time to hand over to them the moonwalk, tempest kick, shaving and other physical skills he had mastered, as well as hockey's training methods. And patiently guided and explained more than once. For observation hockey, Sky Island actually calls it the Heart Guide, and has corresponding training methods. Moreover, in the fierce battle with the 4 god-tier officers under God Enel not long ago, Wappa also awakened the power of Heart Guide at the moment of life and death. It's just that I'm not very skilled yet. In particular, Ren is very generous and does not hide things as if they are precious. Even Shandia warriors such as Kamachili and Bram were taught by the way. If Kamachili and others can master these advanced physical skills and the two-color hockey next, their combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly enhanced. If it was out of repayment of gratitude, Wappa made up his mind to go to sea with Ren. So, now Ren can be said to have completely convinced him. Let him follow him willingly, and even risk his life to fight for him as a pawn. Even if he sacrifices his life, he has no regrets. That man's mind was far broader than he imagined. Bet on the glory of your ancestor, the great warrior Calgara. He, the Zandian warrior Wappa, will never let down his opponent's high hopes and trust. Woo hoo hoo. The heat wave is fierce. Gusts of strong wind blew in my face. Wearing a pair of sunglasses that had been prepared in advance to block the wind, Ren carried huge and blazing flame wings and flew quickly. The crimson figure soon arrived at the end of Kakai's clouds. And for the convenience of traveling, Ren didn't bring much luggage and traveled lightly. Hanging on the waist is a shoulder bag that is not particularly big, but slightly bulging and full. Except for the more important things to wear and the special items that need to be carried with you. There are only 1 or 2 pieces of personal clothing and toiletries, as well as water shells that can store fresh water and lamp shells for lighting, which are more practical Sky Island shellfish. In addition, there are record pointers and so on. Although it only lasted 3 days, we still achieved great results. People's bodies are fast. Advertisement. Looking at the clouds that kept flying by, he couldn't help but chuckle. I have become more comfortable with the power of fire and the power of the earth that comes with the phantom beast species, the unicorn form. 3 days of training. He seems to have become more proficient in mastering his own fruit abilities. Relying on the huge amount of information in his mind that originated from the 21st century, as well as the unconstrained ways of using superpowers and combat methods in his memory. Through comprehensive thinking, integration, reference and summary. Through persistent attempts, he has initially developed a series of corresponding moves. Especially after becoming an esper in the form of a phantom beast, the Kirin form, and perfectly integrating the strange power possessed by the golden crown. His own physique has been strengthened in an astonishing way, and even his Lunaria tribe's unique natural abilities have also been greatly improved and enhanced. His control over flames has reached a new level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to directly condense flame wings to fly. This is obviously not something that can be done casually, as all aspects involved are very complex. Even Fire Fist Ace, who is a Lodia Mera Mera fruit user. Although it is highly likely that similar flame wings can be condensed easily, it is impossible to maintain them for a long time. Not to mention directly used to simulate the flight of birds and animals. Karina, don't let me down. The red wings are burning. The gray hair was fluttering in the wind, and the young and handsome figure turned around. He glanced in the direction of the Island of Eyes. There is something meaningful about the gaze. Leaving this time can be regarded as a test for Karina. He has been considering whether to train him to become his true confidant. It must be admitted that this girl is indeed a rare all-round talent. In particular, he is excellent in wisdom, strategy, and intelligence capabilities. But there is a saying that goes well. The more beautiful, smarter and more confident a woman is, it is often easier to deceive people. Most of them are imaginary and conceited. He is not easily convinced. Ren will not be fooled into trusting someone without any confirmation of their loyalty. Whether it's the golden clock, the Ark Proverbs, or even the treasure box that I asked Wappa to keep in person, with the munch munch fruit and thunder fruit stored in it. It is obviously an irresistible temptation for any thief. If the other party doesn't make any small moves, confirm that they are sincerely willing to follow you. When he comes back, he will naturally not be stingy about cultivating Karina. Chapter 28 The Frozen Sea, the Straw Hat Crew at the end of their rope. Woohoo! The next day, noon. On the undulating sea. A flaming figure streaked across the sky. Sure enough, it's more convenient to fly like this. Looking at the pair of blazing and cool flame wings behind him. Ren is obviously very satisfied with his training results in the past few days. After all, it is impossible to directly transform into a unicorn behemoth that is even more exaggerated than the giants every time you need to fly. That would be so eye-catching. And the point is, looks like this, handsome. Whether it is strong or not depends on the version. But whether you are handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Fortunately, when we made a big fuss at the Marineg 8 branch fortress, we got many record pointers of the islands from there. No need to wait for the record pointer to fill up with magnetic force or anything. Glancing at the permanent record pointer on his hand that pointed directly to the distance, Ren chuckled, the legendary city on the water. Don't let me down. But soon, his eyes suddenly narrowed. I felt that the temperature in the atmosphere suddenly dropped a lot. The sea ahead that should have been rough turned white. Unexpectedly, it had been frozen into ice before I knew it. As the sea frozen, the fiery red wings flapped gently. Ren's figure landed on the ice. He raised his eyebrows and stared into the distance. Admiral Aokiji. If it were other pirates who had just broken into the waters of Grand Line. You may think that this may be caused by the harsh and unpredictable climate environment of the Grand Line. But Ren is different. Combined with the memories of the past, the reason was instantly understood. Such changes are obviously not due to the Grand Line's climate, but to man. And all over the sea. Can do this kind of thing. Among the strongest people known to Ren so far, only one person can do it, and that is the Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. Hey, interesting. Ren didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes showed an awe-inspiring fighting spirit. Without hesitation, he fluttered his wings and flew along the ice. How powerful is the Admiral of Headquarters? If he remembered correctly, it seems to be the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Got there early and waited for the Straw Hat Crew. I want to see the Robin who was let go by him when he was in Ohara for a moment, but due to the pursuit of world government and marine these years, Robin has been surviving by betraying others. Second gear. Rubber jet pistol. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Rubber jet machine gun. Bang. Bang. Advertisement. On an uninhabited island, two figures, one large and one small, completely asymmetrical, were fighting there. At this moment, Straw Hat Luffy's skin was flushed red, filled with heat visible to the naked eye, and he was attacking the tall and thin man wearing a blue vest in front of him without hesitation. And this man, who is nearly 3 meters tall, is surprisingly Marine Admiral Aokiji, a user with the Logia frozen fruit ability and one of the highest combat powers in the naval headquarters. The body was instantly blasted into pieces of ice. But in the blink of an eye, it continued to condense out. Aokiji, who looked a little embarrassed but actually unharmed, raised his eyebrows and realized that he had obviously underestimated the Straw Hat Crew. Ah la la, have you even mastered hockey? He stared at Luffy in front of him, his eyes slightly condensed. But such a half-baked armament hockey can't hurt me. Aokiji naturally doesn't know. The Straw Hat Pirates left Logue Town. Because Ren, the deputy captain, did not hide his secrets. Under his generous guidance, all members are much stronger than they were at the same time in the original trajectory. The three main members of the Straw Hats, headed by Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, have basically begun to come into contact with hockey's training early. Especially Captain Luffy. Not only did it develop second and third gears early. And observation hockey has already awakened in Alabasta. Even in the fight with God Enel, he was able to barely use armament hockey. Of course, for a powerhouse like Admiral of Headquarters. The person he is now is far from enough. Huh. All of a sudden, after exiting second gear, the body returned to its original state. Luffy continued to use half-baked armament hockey attacks, which consumed a lot of energy and couldn't help but gasp for breath. Stop talking nonsense, I will never let you hurt Robin. He looked firmly at Aokiji in front of him. Take a deep breath. Biting his thumb. Blow hard. Third gear. Bone balloon. Call. In Aokiji's surprised eyes. His right hand enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a huge rubber fist mark that was exaggeratedly large and not weaker than the fists of the giants. It's really an exaggerated move. Aokiji looked at the exaggerated fist and said calmly, but with your current strength, you can't defeat me. But in an instant, Luffy was dragging his huge fist. Shaving. He stamped his feet and ran out. He appeared in front of Aokiji in an instant. Only the fingers of the huge fist were covered with a layer of pitch black. It hit hard. Ice shards flew and the ground cracked. However, Luffy was jumping up and down like a deflated balloon. His body shrank, turning into a mini Luffy. It's jaw-dropping. Little Luffy jumped there. How can it be repaired? Using third gear and too much haki at the same time will cause the body to become smaller again. But in the blink of an eye, he returned to his original state. However, he was so tired that he put his hands on his knees and was sweating profusely. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. Ka. Advertisement. But Aokiji, who was blasted to pieces, regrouped and emerged unscathed. Luffy. Damn it, armament haki can't even hurt him. On top of the golden melee docked on the shore. Looking at Marine Admiral Aokiji, who stepped forward and threatened to suddenly fall out and attack Robin directly in a duel, he asked them not to interfere, but Luffy was completely at a disadvantage. Zoro, Sanji and others followed Captain Luffy's instructions and returned to the melee. All of them couldn't help but change their expressions. Ruined. Luffy is no match at all. Ooh, is this the Admiral of Naval Headquarters? It would be great if Ren were here. With his ability, he should be able to restrain that guy's eyes, right? Seeing that Luffy was completely suppressed even if he turned on second or even third gear. The timid trio of Usopp, Chopper, and Nami. He was so frightened that he was sweating profusely and bursting into tears. For a time, infinite despair arose. And Robin himself, who was coldly questioned by Aokiji before, was sarcastic without mercy. His face was extremely pale, his hands were firmly grasping the railings of the melee, and his body was trembling slightly as he looked at the invincible figure of Admiral Aokiji. There was fear in his eyes. Cold sweat kept flowing from his forehead. Scenes that were once dusty in my mind kept pouring out. Lying limply on the deck. Trembling. Luffy. No, he's almost reaching his limit. Seeing Luffy's tired and weak look. Zoro, Sanji and others are about to rush forward. Zoro, Sanji, and everyone. Luffy gritted his teeth and loudly stopped him. This is a battle between him and me, none of you should interfere. This is my order as the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy. Hearing this, Zoro and Sanji just jumped to the shore. There was also Usopp and others who were preparing to use the sea stones that had been brought from the Sandia clan at Ren's suggestion as projectiles to aim at Aokiji with their slingshots. They all couldn't help but change color. He is exactly like your grandfather, always so stubborn. Aokiji rushed up instantly. He directly grabbed Luffy's hard-fought fist, and the cold air surged out. But although your grandfather is kind to me, you should go to hell. Goodbye. Rubber. Ah. In an instant, the cold air surged. A scream came to an abrupt end. In the shrinking eyes of Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others. Luffy's entire body turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luffy. Chapter 29. The figure falling from the sky, prying the straw hat from the corner. Luffy. Hateful. Wow. He was frozen into an ice sculpture. Ruined. His complexion changed drastically. Zoro and Sanji couldn't sit still anymore. He rushed up immediately and attacked Aokiji. Devil Wind Feet Shoru. Three swordsman style. Purgatory Ghost Slash. Bang. A lot of ice flying. Aokiji's whole body was blown to pieces and turned into a large amount of broken ice. Zoro and Sanji looked at Luffy, who was frozen, and they were both a little angry. Apparently, they both thought the other was dead. The broken ice cubes condensed into a human shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aokiji, who was just about to find an excuse to let Straw Hat Crew go, looked at him with a stern expression. Looking over subconsciously, his eyes narrowed. Allah, here comes a troublesome guy. Woo-hoo-hoo, I saw a fiery red figure suddenly flying over from a distance. Suddenly, waves of heat descended from the sky. It directly attracted everyone's attention. Ren, that rascal, looking at the familiar figure carrying gorgeous flame wings, landing on the coast. Zoro and Sanji's pupils shrank sharply and they cried out. Wow, Ren, you finally showed up. Luffy was killed, you have to avenge him. Woo, Luffy was frozen into an ice sculpture. In particular, Chopper and Usopp, who are usually repulsed by Ren's killing spree, are even afraid of him, and Nami, the navigator who mistakenly thinks that Luffy is dead, is at a loss. At this moment, everyone seemed to have seen their backbone. Weeping and weeping there, crying with joy, Ren. Even the somewhat desperate Robin. They couldn't help but stare blankly at the tall figure falling from the sky. Allah, if you cry again, you will really become a little cat. The blazing wings of fire disappeared. Ren on the shore looked back and comforted Nami, the little cat with pear blossoms and rain. Then he turned directly to look at Robin, who was pale and slumped there on the melee, and said with a smile, the Robin in my impression is a knowledgeable, gentle and caring elder sister, and she will not be so embarrassed. Ren, looking at the high-spirited figure in front of him with the same warm smile as always. Robin, who looked a little pale, was stunned. For a moment, all fears were forgotten. There seemed to be an extra strength in my heart. He grabbed the railing of the boat and slowly stood up. Blood Prison Ren, you are the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. No, you seem to be the former vice captain. You made a lot of noise before. Aokiji stared at the figure in front of him, who was too young but could not be underestimated, and said calmly, but are you going to return to the Straw Hat Crew because you regret it? He couldn't help but recall the other party's information. Once the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the man known as the Blood Prison, Coppers Ren. East Blue Lobe Town, Whiskey Mountains, Alabasta, Drum Kingdom. Wherever they went, big commotions were made again and again, even in the G8 branch fortress directly under the naval headquarters. Advertisement. It is said that in recent days, he has acquired the incredible ability of the Phantom Beast species. He also killed Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Stirs, and was offered a reward of 400 million belly by Naval Headquarters. It can be said that he has a bad reputation. No, don't get me wrong. Ren's face was calm. Staring directly at Aokiji, his tone was full of indifference, and he said nonchalantly, "We are indeed no longer companions. I just happened to pass by, and I didn't come here specifically to save them." He really wasn't here to save people. Because, it was known from the beginning that Aokiji was Garp's disciple. It was simply impossible for him to be cruel enough to kill his mentor's grandson. Keep saying that you can't let go of the Straw Hat crew. As a result, there was heavy thunder and little rain. After testing the strength of Straw Hat crew, 9 times out of 10, they will find a lame excuse and turn around and let the person go. There is no need for him to show off. Strictly speaking, Ren is just here to increase Robin's favorability. Next, instead of helping the Straw Hat crew because of their old friendship. Instead, he prepared to pry the Straw Hat Pirates' corner. Because compared to Nami, Zoro, Chopper et al., at this time, Robin's bond with the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates was not that deep. They are the ones most likely to be abducted by him. Ren. Hear Ren say this. Nami, Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, Usopp and others all couldn't help but change their expressions. Looking at Ren's familiar yet unfamiliar figure, my heart sank to the bottom. Ren, what happened before? Sanji's expression changed. He couldn't help but clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to lower his head and apologize to Ren. You didn't do anything wrong. You have different paths and are not conspiring against each other. Ren waved his hand. There was no anger or resentment. He has really looked away and no longer cares about this at all. Rang. Sennin's light flashed. The Hongshe Zuoan hanging on his waist was unsheathed in an instant. He held the blade of the cold light tightly and looked at Aokiji with burning eyes, full of fighting spirit. However, I didn't expect to meet the Admiral of Headquarters here. It really makes my hands feel a little itchy. Ren. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew. They couldn't help but stare at Ren. Okay, don't get in the way here. Let's take him to Thaw. Ren's blade pointed at Straw Hat Luffy, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. If we hurry up, we can still save him. What? Luffy isn't dead yet. Really, Luffy? Wow, great. For a while, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and others couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Chopper, Nami, and Usopp couldn't help crying with joy. Ah, if you are careful not to break it and rinse it with warm water, you can indeed save it. Aokiji said there as if he was afraid that the Straw Hat crew would be too reckless and make any mistakes in unfreezing Straw Hat Luffy. However, I am not prepared to give you such a chance. The words have not yet finished. He jumped out suddenly. But it wasn't towards Luffy at all, but towards Ren himself who was speechless. Advertisement. Brush. His hands, covered with frost, shot out 2 astonishing icicles. Carrying the terrifying freezing air, it flooded towards Ren. Ice ball. Fire punch. Ren's eyes narrowed. A large amount of flames poured out from his right fist, causing the atmosphere to distort. He was thrown out unceremoniously. Boom. In an instant. The raging flames that kept surging out turned into a huge flaming fist. Carrying a billowing heat wave, it blasted out fiercely. Not only did the icicles that came suddenly evaporate in an instant. He directly hit Aokiji, whose expression changed slightly and was a little shocked. Boom. Boom. Crackling. This is Luffy's brother Ace's move. Ren can actually do it. Amazing. Waves of heat hit my face. The entire sky was burned red by the flames. Nami, Zoro, Chopper, Usopp and others were all shocked. When they were in Alabasta, they had met Fire Fist, Ace, and even witnessed the astonishing scene when the opponent punched through 10 pirate warships in a row. Naturally, he recognized that this was Ace's signature move, Fire Punch. They thought that after the opponent obtained the fruit ability, he would only be able to turn into that ferocious and terrifying flame beast. Unexpectedly, in human form, he could imitate Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and perform such amazing moves. Don't be stunned. Quick, unfreeze Luffy. At this time. At Zoro's reminder, Sanji reacted and immediately hugged Luffy, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and ran onto the melee. Let Chopper, as the doctor, defrost it urgently. Next, let me also. I know that Aokiji, the Admiral, will not be killed so easily. Zoro bit the word Hidao, holding 2 swords with a stern look. Bang. Suddenly, Zoro, who was preparing to join the battle and wanted to share the pressure with Ren, felt a pain in his abdomen and flew backwards. With eyes wide open, he stared in disbelief at Ren, who appeared there instantly and kicked him directly towards the melee. Ren. Don't get in the way here. If you want to take action against Marine Admiral, you should weigh your weight first. All of a sudden, the entire coast was filled with heat waves. The sky and sea were all dyed extremely red. Ren's whole body was filled with terrifying flames, and he warned indifferently without looking back. One last word of advice, drive the melee and leave here quickly. Next, if I let go, even the Mary will be burned to ashes in an instant. Terrible heat. Let the surrounding temperature rise sharply. Even Nami, Chopper, Zoro and others on the melee couldn't help but feel the sweltering heat, feeling that the entire ship was about to burn. In addition, the arc proverbs on Sky Island should be regarded as my reward for rescuing you from the siege. Looking at the tall figure bathed in blazing flames on the coast. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew was a little shocked, and their scalps couldn't help but tingle. Is this Ren's true strength? Ren. Chapter 30. Strong Collision. The showdown between ice and fire. Crackling. Woo. Ren, goodbye. Take care. We'll wait for you on the next island. You must come back alive. I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you before. I'm really sorry. On the coast of an unnamed desert island. Shocking heat waves hit us all the time. The flames burned fiercely, and the entire sky and sea surface were illuminated extremely red. The earth was scorched black, steam was rising from the sea, and mist filled the air. Confirming that staying here for yourself and others really can't help, it will only hinder Ren, who was determined to break off for himself and others. After thinking hard about it myself, the Straw Hat crew, who were all moved to tears, quickly made up their minds and left here first. Not willing to miss it, Ren risked his own life and faced the highest combat power of the naval headquarters alone, fighting, for himself and others, the opportunity to escape. I'm really speechless. Why are everyone so moved by themselves? Listen to Straw Hat crew's sincere confession. Ren, who was bathed in flames, couldn't help but have black lines on his head. But there was no fluctuation in his heart, and he had no idea of returning to Straw Hat crew. After all, he had already made up his mind to follow his own heart and follow his own path, unwilling to be ordinary from the beginning. Robin, we will meet soon. Watching the golden Merly slowly disappear from the sea. Watching the beautiful figure who was like a gentle and intimate big sister on weekdays, often pretending to read casually on the melee, but in fact, she was always silently paying attention to her beautiful figure from behind. Whenever you have completed a stage of your own practice, you are ready to take a break. There always happens to be one pair of hands bringing him tea, one pair of hands bringing him towels, and even one pair of hands wiping his sweat. Recalling all the past events, Ren couldn't help but smile. Sorry, Luffy, he turned around and said secretly. You don't even have the strength to protect her. Instead of letting Robin follow you, you might as well let her follow me. From the beginning, he was already preparing to pull Robin into his camp, but now was obviously not the time. Robin, who has not truly resolved his knot, has not experienced despair again, and may not be willing to leave with him. When Robin arrived in the Water City, he was threatened by the members of the secret cipher POLCP-9 under the world government and left the Straw Hat crew. This is the time for you to take action. He will let Robin see the shadow hidden deep in her heart, the Buster Call she still fears. How vulnerable he is in front of a truly strong person. Ah la la, it's such a touching friendship. At this time, Aokiji unscathed, walk out of the area ahead that was flooded with fire and filled with thick smoke. Looking at the golden Melly leaving, he looked at the blood prison Ren in front of him, and said calmly, however, Copper's Ren, I can't let a dangerous guy like you go unchecked. It's a pity that your journey ends here. Yeah. Advertisement. Holding the red snow left letter. The blade was pointed directly at Aokiji, the Marine Admiral. Ren's eyes were blazing, showing an unprecedented fighting spirit, and he smiled and said, I want to say the same thing. If your name as Admiral of Headquarters is not worthy of your name, you can stay here too. I've really been underestimated. Aokiji shrugged. In his hand, an ice blade condensed directly, and it was wrapped around the dark hockey. Under the rolling heat wave, there was no sign of melting, but instead there was a slight chill. It's really amazing. No matter how you say it, I am the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. The words have not yet finished. He was directly holding the extremely sharp ice blade, rendered in jet black by hockey. Shave. He stepped hard. He rushed in front of Ren like lightning. Showing amazing swordsmanship, he slashed towards him. Kang, relying on its own quite strong observation hockey prediction. It had already wrapped around hockey's blade for the first time. He narrowly blocked the blow. There was a fierce collision between the two. Clang, clang, between the electric light and flint. The two kept swinging their knives and engaged in fierce exchanges. I don't know when it started, but Hong Shui Zuo Wenzi's blade was burning with astonishing flames and emitting astonishing high temperatures. Constantly fighting against Aokiji, the Admiral of Headquarters, condensed with the ability of frozen fruit, and entangled with the ice blade of the high-level armament hockey. Not falling behind at all. Crack, bang, a heat wave swept through. The air was somewhat distorted. Amazing flames burned there. The messy earth was burned to an extremely scorched black color and cracked open. What's even more terrifying is, as the battle between the two continued, Ren gradually no longer suppresses his own power. The color of the flames gushing out of the body gradually deepened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Forget about those flowers, plants and trees. The ground around him was burned red. It began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some rocks have even turned into puddles of hot magma, bubbling with heat. Makes your scalp numb. Huh, but in a blink of an eye. The surrounding temperature continued to drop. Advertisement. The intense cold air kept coming out. The burned red earth and the rocks turned into magma were instantly covered with frost. Large areas were frozen. It's a bit scary. Boom boom. The power of ice and fire are constantly colliding there. In the distance, the entire coast turned into two completely different colors. One side is the color of frost. The other side is red in color. Moreover, they are constantly impacting each other and squeezing each other. One ice and one fire, refusing to give into each other. Crash. Woo hoo hoo, alternating between hot and cold. Bursts of fierce wind pressure continued to rage. Even the turbulent sea was boiling. The Straw Hat crew, who had already drifted away and watched the battle through a monocular telescope, couldn't help but be a little shocked. Although they could no longer see the specific fighting posture of the two. But you can feel it just from the changes on the coast. How intense was the battle between the two? Gulu. Usopp turned pale. Some were shocked and couldn't believe it. Is that Ren's true strength? Hiss. The Admiral of Headquarters is really amazingly powerful. Even Sanji and Zoro couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Aokiji from before, when fighting against them, was like an adult playing tricks on a child. It seemed like he was dealing with them seriously, but in fact he didn't take them to heart at all. Nami and Robin were holding on to the guardrail. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried. Aokiji. Luffy. Wait. At this time, in the cabin, Luffy has just thawed and regained consciousness. Without waiting for Chopper to scream, he ran out in a hurry. But looking at the vast sea. And in the distance, there is an astonishing scene that is as shocking as the eruption of an undersea volcano, and the two heavens of ice and fire are constantly colliding. He was completely stunned. That is, Chapter 31. Full Combat Power. The Flames of Hell. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. Clang. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing is endless. The coast is alternately hot and cold. The shockingly cold ice blade and the blazing blade kept colliding. Boom. Boom. The two were not just competing in swordsmanship, but also in a duel of abilities, where ice and fire were constantly confronting and impacting. Kai. Woo. Aokiji suddenly turned sideways, narrowly dodging the flaming slash that was coming straight at him. At the same time, the dark ice blade, carrying a strong freezing air, almost scratched Ren's neck. The terrible heat wave made Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, feel unbearably hot. And the surging cold air made people's hair stand on end. Kang. Sparks sputter. The ice blade and the blade collided again. If I remember correctly, you should be a Phantom Beast type user, right? I didn't expect that even the human form can control such exaggerated flames. Aokiji held the blade with a stern look. Looking directly at the impossibly young blood prison Ren in front of him, he was a little frightened. The temperature of the flames that the other party can control in human form is really amazing. Let him just feel that he is facing his comrade and colleague, another admiral of headquarters, Akainu. But the next moment, his seemingly tall and thin body contains unimaginable power. The powerful force suddenly erupted, knocking Ren in front of him away. However, facing me, the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, I don't even use human-animal form or animal form. Isn't it a bit too arrogant? Already. Kai. Next moment, he looked sharply. The ice blade tore through the atmosphere and blasted through the air. A stunning slash carrying an external armament hockey. With lightning speed, it hit Ren, who was barely able to stabilize his body. Kang. People's veins popped out. The blade wrapped around hockey was stretched in front of him, trying to block the fierce flying slash. But his color changed in an instant, and his whole body was directly crushed by the terrifying and unstoppable slash of the high-level armament hockey, and was sent flying backwards. Boom boom. Smoke billowed and gravel flew. The earth was in a mess and was covered with cracks. The temperature is really terrible. Looking at the ice blade, it must continuously output freezing air and be covered with high-grade armament hockey in order to be able to maintain it. Advertisement. Aokiji was a little surprised. Even if it is maintained by continuously outputting freezing air. But if armament hockey hadn't been strong enough, the ice blades had long since melted. One can imagine how terrifying Ren's flame is. It made him feel like he was facing Akainu, who was also the Admiral of Headquarters and a user with Logia Lava Fruit ability. Ahem, advanced weapon colors, and swordsmanship that incorporates hockey's external skills. Somewhat embarrassed people, he rushed out of the ruins like nothing happened. Patting his chest, which should have been torn apart by Aokiji's blow without mercy because of his contempt and arrogance, but was unscathed, as expected of the Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Once you get serious, you start to show overwhelming power. He was bathed in fierce flames. With a smile on his face, he stared at the creepy Aokiji who was covered in frost. There was no fear at all. Instead, his eyes were blazing, showing a proud fighting spirit. Originally, he really couldn't block that blow, and at the very least he would be seriously injured. This is the real gap between the two. Just talking about swordsmanship. The two should be on par. But there is a huge difference in hockey intensity and skill between the two. Relatively speaking, Aokiji undoubtedly has an overwhelming advantage. You are really a terrible monster. Aokiji's eyes narrowed. His face became serious. Unexpectedly, Ren was unscathed from the blow he had just dealt. At first, he thought that no matter what happened, the other party would pay the price for his rashness and conceitedness, leaving a deep wound. The warm-up is almost over. Ren grinned. His eyes were full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit, and he directly put away Hongshe Zuoan. He twisted his neck there, and his joints made bursts of popping noises, as you wish. Next, is the real appetizer. From gaining ability to now, It is true that he has never really gone all out and let go of his scruples to fight. I want to use Admiral, who represents the highest combat power of naval headquarters, as a whetstone to fully test my current limits. See how far you are from these monsters. Naturally, he was not prepared to let go of such a rare opportunity. Not that Ren is arrogant. Advertisement. Now I have truly surpassed monsters like Admiral of Headquarters. But because he has enough confidence, he can escape directly even if he is defeated. Relying on his exaggeratedly powerful fruit abilities and his special abilities as a Lunarian, he could just slap his butt and run away if he couldn't be defeated. Among the 3 marine admirals, the only one who can truly pose a threat to him may be Kizaru, a user with the Logia sparkling fruit ability and an astonishing speed. Moreover, Ren is not without advantages. His ability is quite special, coupled with a bug-like racial talent. Even though he had just become a Phantom Beast type user, he was not yet proficient in developing his own abilities. But if he really goes all out, the temperature of the flames he can release is comparable to Kaido's Fire Dragon Torch move, or even worse. The increase in combat effectiveness is greater than imagined. It's like Impel Down Director Magellan's poison, the kind that kills whoever touches it. Even the Admiral of Headquarters has mastered advanced weapon colors. But if it comes into direct contact, it may not be able to completely block it. The flames were blazing. Waves of hot breath. Let the surrounding atmosphere continue to rise. Roar. A fierce heat wave swept across. A thunderous beast roar echoed endlessly. A majestic behemoth roared there. Hellfire. Flames all around him. The colors began to change. Bathed in astonishingly intense dark red flames that truly seemed to come from hell. It has a bright golden horn on its head, its teeth are sharp and ferocious, its body is covered in scales, and its gleaming claws are extremely sharp. The feet stepped on the auspicious clouds, directly distorting the atmosphere. Gurgling. The earth melted into magma at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ren, who transformed into a unicorn beast, did not control his flame temperature at all like before, but directly used his full combat power. The air was filled with terrible hot steam, and was distorted by the terrifying high temperature. The surrounding earth was overwhelmed, and everything was melted into magma. There it gurgled. Come on, Aokiji. Chapter 32 Aokiji's Murderous Intention, Emperor Yan. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Roar. Unnamed island. The thunderous roar was simply deafening. The fire unicorn, which was taller than the giants and terrifying beyond belief, stood on the ground that had melted into magma. Bathed in a dark red color like magma, it is called Hell Flame. It is a terrifying high temperature and a terrifying flame that can easily melt the earth. Suddenly there, rushing out at an astonishing speed. Carrying billowing heat waves, it distorts the atmosphere. He pounced on Admiral Aokiji in front of him. Ah la la, it's really a mind-numbing monster. Facing the rampaging and menacing flame beast, Aokiji's eyes were stern. The terrifying high temperature, coupled with Ren's already strong armament haki, obviously has the qualifications to threaten him. If you are careless, you may actually get hurt. Brush. For a moment, he stamped his feet. He retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he distanced himself from the swooping fire unicorn. The right hand turned into ice, taking the shape of a hand knife. Aimed at the flame beast in front of him. The cold air surged. Ice cube storm pheasant mouth. In an instant, shocking freezing air roared out. It turned into a huge ice bird, where it looked up to the sky and howled. It suddenly flapped its wings, carrying terrifying freezing air, and rushed towards the flaming unicorn beast in front of it. I want to freeze it directly. Boom boom. The raging flames keep burning. The huge flame beast roared. It shows no weakness, does not hide or dodge, and is unstoppable. He slammed into the huge ice bird that was rushing towards him and seemed to be able to freeze everything. The terrifyingly high temperature evaporated a large amount of ice in an instant. Boom boom. The sky was burned red. Heat waves surged, flames rolled, and steam filled the air. Gurgling. A large area of the ground turned into hot magma at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge ice bird whined. He was directly crushed and evaporated by the unimaginable raging fire. Until this moment, the terrifying ability of Ren's phantom beast species and unicorn form is truly revealed to people. In particular, the natural abilities of the Lunaria tribe were perfectly superimposed, and the flames were even more amazingly strengthened, as if the red lotus karma fire from hell could burn everything to ashes and could burn everything. It's chilling. Ah la la, it really can't be frozen directly. Aokiji's eyelids twitched as he pulled away. His ability is to freeze even magma directly. Unexpectedly, he couldn't freeze the monster in front of him. Advertisement. Roar. But for a moment, an unimaginable heat wave that could dry out a human body instantly hit him. A terrifying giant claw wrapped around the dark haki, burning with terrifying dark red flames. He hit Aokiji hard, who was slightly discolored. Brush. Between the electric light and flint, a frightening chill came over. Let the scorching temperature continue to drop. Rumble. A huge and extremely thick ice wall suddenly stood there. Just the next moment, it was shattered ruthlessly like a piece of stone. A large amount of crushed ice was directly evaporated. The scaly claws of the beast shone with a frightening cold light, carrying a billowing heat wave, and grabbed hard with unabated force. Aokiji's eyelids twitched as he rushed out. Ice gloves. fist covered in ice, wrapping around the tyrannical senior armament Haki. Veins popped up all over his body, and they were bombarded without mercy. The Admiral of Headquarters began to show his true strength. When he was young, he began to train with Tekken Garp and became the disciple of this marine hero. Even the master and apprentice often used abandoned warships as sandbags for training without using Haki or his abilities. His seemingly tall and thin physique is actually full of amazing explosive power. Although he is a user with the ability of Logia Jialong Fruit. But it doesn't just rely on ability. More often than not, it's because the enemy doesn't need him to be serious at all. It has been frozen into an ice sculpture. Boom. Like a comet hitting the earth. A deafening bang echoed. Two unequal figures, one big and one small, collided powerfully in the air. There was no direct contact between the two, but a terrifying force suddenly erupted. Boom, boom. A large amount of magma fluid kept splashing out. The astonishing shock wave tore apart the earth that was melted beyond shape by the dark red blazing flames. Along with the fierce hurricane, the terrible heat wave swept in all directions. In its complete form, the Kirin giant beast, whose power was even more exaggerated than that of the ancient giants, was actually blown away. It's almost unbelievable. Boom. The huge flame beast flew out like a cannonball. It hit the ground hard that had already turned into magma. A large amount of magma fluid splashed wildly. Makes your scalp numb. Tisk tisk. Seeing that he was even using armament Haki's external technique, he punched out from the air. Even the ice gloves, which were maintained by continuously outputting freezing air and covered in high-grade weapon colors, were still almost melted. Advertisement. Aokiji's pupils couldn't help but condense, and he couldn't help but marveled. You almost melted me like this, it's really exaggerated. I finally understand why you killed the elite vice admiral of the naval headquarters so easily. He stared intently at the giant flame beast in front of him that was blown away through the air by his advanced weaponry and fell into the magma like nothing happened. He said in a solemn voice. It is undeniable that Ren's armament Haki is indeed relatively immature, which means that observation Haki is just better. The strength is far inferior to that of Admiral of Headquarters, who has already trained the two-color Haki to a very advanced level, and it can be said that there are no big shortcomings in terms of strength. Even, it may not be better than Vice Admiral, some of the stronger elites in Naval Headquarters. But his fire can easily melt the earth into magma and burn everything to ashes. But it made it impossible for the Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals to get close to him. Lost the qualification to fight with him. Even if you use armament Haki to cover it, you can't stop it at all. I'm afraid it only takes a moment for armament Haki, which is like invisible armor and harder than steel, to be melted away without mercy. This makes it even more necessary to keep you here. Staring at the giant flame beast in front of him, Aokiji's eyes were extremely sharp. Unlike the rest of the Straw Hat crew, this man is too murderous. Countless Marines have died at the hands of his opponent along the way. He has such strength at such a young age. He also gained such exaggerated phantom beast ability. If we let the other party continue to grow like this, I'm afraid it will definitely become a huge threat in the future. Hey, it really hurts. In Aokiji's shrinking eyes. The giant flame beast rolled up from the magma, swinging its claws that felt severe pain and numbness. Sure enough, even with a power that far exceeds that of the ancient giants, it is still unable to defeat a monster like Marine Admiral head-on. In other words, he is an esper in the form of a phantom beast, the Kirin. Otherwise, facing Aokiji's merciless blow, other zone ability users would have broken bones and muscles if they dared to fight Marine Admiral like this. Even if the strength is slightly weaker, the entire claw will be blown directly. But Aokiji, if that's all you can do, you can't keep me. Roar. In an instant, it raised its head and roared. In Aokiji's shrinking eyes, he rushed over without waiting. Bathed in blazing flames, stepping on the auspicious clouds, he suddenly jumped into the sky. Crackling. The heat wave is coming. The extremely violent flames were raging there. A steady stream of energy poured out from the body of the unicorn beast, expanding, spreading, and spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering the entire sky. Does this monster want to destroy this island? Aokiji couldn't help but change his face as his whole body felt a chill. Haha, in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere over the entire island. They had all been twisted by the terrifying flames in an instant. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters, like an unparalleled sun, causing people to feel numb. In this way, he was transformed into a huge fire unicorn that stood upright, holding him there. The extremely hot breath made people feel horrified. Indescribable shock. Fire Emperor. Chapter 33 A Song of Ice and Fire, The Changed Climate 3rd Update. Crackling. The flames of hell are burning. An unimaginable heat wave hit us. A giant great fireball with an unimaginable diameter and that is still expanding appears there. The ferocious and terrifying, majestic flame beast stood there, as if holding the second round of the blazing sun, shining across the sky and shining on the earth. Gurgling. The nearby sea surface was not only dyed red, but was also so hot that it began to boil. The entire sky was dyed a terrifying dark red, which was extremely frightening. For a moment, it was as if the entire island had truly transformed into crimson hell. The earth is constantly drying out and decomposing. It seems to be turning into a hot desert. It makes one's scalp numb. Ah, what it is. Gulu. A second sun appears in the sky. What on earth is it? Far away. The melee has not completely disappeared into the sea level. Even though they were extremely far apart, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates still felt waves of heat hitting their faces. In fact, the temperature of the entire sea area has been affected, making it somewhat unbearably hot. A large number of fish, shrimps and sea animals were tumbling with their stomachs tumbling. One after another, they surfaced. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, Usopp and others couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking in disbelief at the dazzling sun over the nameless island in the distance. They were all breaking into cold sweats. Gulu. No, that's not the sun, but a huge fireball. With a monocular. Looking into the distance, Nami's pupils shrank sharply. Swallowing there, he said in disbelief, it seems to have been made by Ren. What? Hiss. Is that his true strength? How powerful is that guy? With such an exaggerated move, even the Admiral of Headquarters must be on guard, right? All members of the Straw Hats were shocked. The soul was hit by an unimaginable huge impact. It's almost unbelievable that their companion, Copper's Ren, who had adventured together, played together, and held banquets together, did this by relying on his own strength. Is this the real world of strong men? Robin has gradually recovered. Holding the side of the ship tightly, he pursed his lips and looked at the battlefield in the distance that was completely submerged in the firelight and could not be seen clearly. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. You are not our enemy. Close black lens bracket. A person cannot be deceived by whether he or she has murderous intent in his eyes. Close black lens bracket. There's no way you and that guy, Sand Crocodile, are in the same group. Close black lens bracket. However, I still can't let you go. I'm sorry, but I'm going to force you to be our prisoner for a while. Close black lens bracket. She was still a great beauty at such a young age. Wouldn't it be a pity to die? Close black lens bracket. Since you don't even want your life anymore, why not just be my bed warming maid for 3 to 5 years? Close black lens bracket. Why are you staring at me? Don't forget, I am your savior. Close black lens bracket. Let me introduce myself again, my name is Copper's Ren. There are still unknown wonderful things in this sea, so don't seek death so easily. Close black lens bracket. Don't be so pessimistic, the world is a big place, and you can always find partners who are willing to sacrifice their lives for you and protect you to the death, like me. Close black lens bracket. Hey, don't turn around and leave, I'm serious. Close black lens bracket. Memories of the past kept popping up in my mind. From the first sight of the Whiskey Mountains to the Alabasta phase. Everything that happened between the two of them appeared in Robin's mind like it was yesterday. Staring at the sky that was dyed red and too dazzling to look directly at, she subconsciously clenched her fists tightly. Ren. You must be fine. And at this moment, over the unnamed island. The flames are blazing. The huge, ferocious and majestic fire unicorn is holding up the extremely powerful great fireball. Aokiji, I stole this move from Fire Fist Ace. Grinning ferocious sharp teeth, Ren, who transformed into a unicorn beast, stepped on the auspicious clouds and hovered in the sky, looking down at Aokiji below. Taste it carefully. It's said to be stealing lessons. But in fact, this move is very different from Ace's Flame Emperor. The two are obviously not of the same magnitude. He even did not hesitate to use the Lunaria tribe's innate abilities. From the defensive form at the beginning, he switched to an offensive form, greatly reducing his own defense and maximizing the power and range of the flames. It can be said to be the limit of what Ren can currently do. In this form, even if it has the powerful defensive power of the Phantom Beast species and the unicorn form itself. If Aokiji launches a fierce offensive with his powerful haki, it will obviously be able to really hurt him. But because Ren's whole body was bathed in astonishing flames, Aokiji didn't even notice that a mysterious flame behind Ren suddenly went out. What he didn't even realize was that Ren was actually from the legendary Lunaria tribe. La, this doesn't look like a pirated copy. Although Aokiji looked serious, he did not panic. It could have been entirely possible to rely on the elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit to ignore Ren's next extremely exaggerated attack. But as a Marine Admiral, he was naturally not to be outdone. He rarely had a competitive spirit and showed his fighting spirit. However, the majestic Admiral of Naval Headquarters, cannot be underestimated by the pirates. In an instant. Terrible cold. Advertisement. In an instant, it was like a tsunami, surging out continuously. With him as the center, the entire land was constantly freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The extremely thick ice walls soared into the sky and turned into huge icebergs. The cold air seemed to freeze everything in the world, making people feel numb. The temperature of the atmosphere, which had been so intensely heated by the blazing flames that it could almost exterminate all living things, continued to drop. To fight against that huge and fierce sun. Come on, Aokiji. Holding the huge great fireball with an exaggerated diameter and incomparable intensity. In his full body form, Ren transformed into a fire unicorn with a stern look in his eyes and threw it out hard. The huge sun looks like a sunset, crushing down hard. Emperor Yan. Rumble. This moment, time and space, it seemed like it was really frozen. The loud noise shook the sky and was deafening. The light is so dazzling that people cannot look directly at it. On the battlefield, an extremely astonishing scene appeared. One side was occupied by blazing flames, and the other side was completely covered in ice. Boom, boom. The entire island is visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, the distinct ice and fire are constantly colliding there. Squeezing each other, impacting each other. Woohoo-hoo. The cold air surged, freezing to the bone. The heat wave is rolling, extremely hot. Half of the island was completely transformed into a world of ice and snow, making people feel like they were on a winter island with harsh climate and freezing winds. The other half of the island, a large area, was melted by the unimaginable raging flames, turning into unbelievably hot magma, boiling. Hot and cold are constantly alternating, and the climate is constantly changing. An astonishing change occurred in the atmosphere, and a large number of clouds appeared unknowingly, and the entire sea area became somewhat dim. However, this did not affect the two people who were having a fierce confrontation. Two figures, one big and one small, collided with each other again in an instant. Aokiji. Blood hell. The flame giant's eyes were fierce and extremely ferocious. Bathed in the terrifying dark red flames that can burn everything to ashes, the scaly claws wrapped around the powerful haki and fiercely blasted towards Aokiji in front of him. And Aokiji felt cold all over his body. Both fists are covered with ice gloves. Wrapped around the high-level armament haki-like armor, it roared towards Ren, who transformed into a unicorn beast from across the air without showing any signs of weakness. Boom boom. Chapter 34 Thunder Roaring Cannon. The armed color is exposed. Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. Boom boom. Loud noises continued. There are no surprises. The terrible heat wave and the shocking cold are constantly colliding. The scaly, ferocious flame beast was directly blasted out of the air. Thick smoke billowed and splashed large amounts of magma liquid. Roar. But in a blink of an eye, Ren, who transformed into a unicorn, looked like a normal person except for being a little embarrassed. He roared there and rushed out of the magma lake again. Come again. It is like a beast from hell, with terrifying momentum. It makes people feel a little creepy. This guy, can he really ignore the damage? Even Aokiji can't help but change his color. This was the first time he had seen a monster that was completely unafraid of pain and could ignore damage. Even Kaido of the beasts would not be completely fine if he was attacked by his admiral of headquarters. Even though Logia fruit users can claim to be invincible by virtue of their elementalization and can ignore ordinary physical attacks, they cannot ignore the power of armament haki. But unfortunately, the opponent did not dodge from the beginning to the end, and went on a rampage to challenge him head-on. It is really possible to ignore the damage caused by haki. Bang bang. Boom. Boom. Two figures. Without any hesitation, they fought together again. But this time, there was no suspense either. The gap between you and me cannot be made up by bravery. No matter how many times we come, the result will be the same. Aokiji, covered in ice gloves and entwined in high-level weapon colors, punched hard. With powerful haki cultivation and skills. Once again, he crushed the flame beast through the air. He blasted it away hard. Ice cube storm pheasant mouth. The cold wind is biting. A huge ice bird suddenly flapped its wings and flew out. Carrying an unimaginable amount of freezing air, not only the terrifying flames but also the hot magma were instantly frozen wherever it passed. He wanted to completely freeze the huge fire Kirin, which had just been blasted away and had no time to react. However, between the electric light and flint, the giant flame beast was knocked upside down and should have been thrown into the magma lake. It was unable to stabilize its body at all. He opened his bloody mouth directly. A pair of dazzling golden horns shine even more there. Thunder roaring cannon. Buzz, buzz. Thunder and light intertwined, and the light was dazzling. Whoosh. In an instant, a loud roar broke through the air. A beam of extremely terrifying lightning cannon blasted out fiercely. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky. It's just a blink of an eye. The fierce thunder cannon and the terrifying ice bird collided fiercely. Woo-hoo-hoo. Destroy the ancients. Advertisement. The huge ice bird was directly penetrated by ruthlessness. A large amount of crushed ice was instantly vaporized by the unimaginable high temperature. Waves of extremely astonishing air waves swept across like layers of ripples, making it difficult to open one's eyes. What? Aokiji changed his face and had to dodge immediately. Looking at the incredibly ferocious flame beast that was able to directly launch a counterattack even in this situation, I couldn't believe it. I didn't expect that the other party had such an exaggerated ability. He opened his mouth and blasted out such a terrifying thunder cannon. The astonishing thunder cannon continued unabated and blasted into the distance. Rumble. The exaggerated loud noise was deafening. The sea in the distance exploded. Crashing, crashing, the whole sea was turbulent, and huge waves rolled up directly, forming a huge tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying heat caused large areas of seawater to evaporate, and the sea surface boiled. There is also a large amount of current flowing on the sea. The waves are rough and the mist is steaming. Countless fish, shrimps and sea beasts were stunned and even cooked at high temperatures one after another, and surfaced directly from the bottom of the sea. The scene was astonishing, as if the end of the world was coming. It is shocking and incomprehensible. Hey, is this kind of power too exaggerated? A large number of ice cubes condensed into a human shape. Aokiji, who had been hit by the extremely fast lightning cannon before and was directly blasted to pieces, looked solemnly at the sea that was boiling and boiling due to the blast of the lightning cannon, setting off huge waves. If this is a military fortress like the G8 branch, I am afraid that it will be directly blasted through and completely destroyed in an instant. The opponent's endless abilities. It's really scary. Hey, I don't think it's an exaggeration. A large amount of magma fluid splashed. The giant flame beast, whose size was even more exaggerated than that of the giants, was rolling. It was unbelievably ferocious, as if it was a monster that knew no pain and was tireless. Carrying the terrifying dark red flames, he once again ran out of the bubbling magma lake, riding on the auspicious clouds. Thunder Roaring Cannon. This is a move created by Ren using the ability of the phantom species, the Kirin Form, and perfectly combining the power of the Golden Crown. In general, it is much stronger than a single attack method such as thunder, heat breath, and light waves. Power Ren can control freely and adjust it according to the needs of the battle. It can not only attack as a single target, but also directly destroy a large castle or even a huge military fortress. In fact, if he spent some time accumulating his power and used it with all his strength, he could completely destroy a town several kilometers in diameter in an instant. Crackling. A rolling heat wave swept through. The dark red flames of hell are burning. The giant flame beast stepped on the auspicious clouds and rushed directly into the sky as fast as thunder and lightning. Roar. Immediately afterwards, it roared. The huge beast body suddenly swooped down. The front paws, covered with red scales and gleaming with cold light, wrapped around the pitch-black haki, gleaming with cold light. Carrying unimaginable power and terrifying heat, it directly overwhelmed the atmosphere. He stomped towards Aokiji with thunderous force. Furious haki. Howling out. Killing feet. Advertisement. Aokiji's eyes were sharp. As always, show no weakness. Constantly outputting freezing energy, the ice gloves that he maintained firmly covered his fists. Covered in high-grade armed colors, he punched out brazenly. Boom. There were no surprises in the results. The huge flame beast was violently blown away as if it was hit hard. What? But Aokiji's whole body was shaken and his color changed in shock. He looked at the giant flame beast that was blown away by him in disbelief. That was just now. In the constant confrontation with himself, he was constantly suppressed and never gained the upper hand. The opponent's haki is actually improving. Moreover, armament haki has been mastered. Still very rough though, but the determination cannot be wrong. Hey, armament haki is released, you taught me. At this time, can't live in the bubbling magma. A sneer came from inside. The huge body began to shrink there. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a scaly humanoid monster about 3 meters tall. On the head is a bright golden horn. On the ferocious head, except for the long fangs, the teeth are the same as those of humans. The whole body is covered with dense red scales, the muscles are outrageously exaggerated, the limbs are all claw-shaped, and there is a scaly tail. Wreathed in dark red flames. It's like a humanoid monster coming out of purgatory. My blood is starting to boil. After all, this form is more suitable for fighting against strong men. Feel the power in your body. Ren's eyes were blazing and he was full of fighting spirit. He clenched the claw-like fist seal and tightly grasped the Hongshe Zuofuji that was unsheathed again. Looking straight ahead, Aokiji looked a little discolored and said with murderous intent, Aokiji, how big of a surprise can you bring me? Is this your human animal form? Aokiji's face was full of solemnity, and he did not dare to show any contempt. In the battle, he used his own body to constantly feel the power of armament haki. What a terrifying guy. This man in front of me. The terrifying potential frightened him a little. He just deliberately maintained the posture of a huge beast and was beaten. Feel it with your body again, and experience the blows of his armament haki. Try to master such skills. Generally speaking, in a battle with the Admiral of Headquarters, anyone who dares to do so is simply asking for death. But I don't know what the opponent's ability is. It's like having an immortal body, or being able to ignore physical attacks. There's no way to hit it hard. No matter how he just attacked. In the blink of an eye, he can rush forward again as if nothing is wrong. It made him feel like he was facing Kaido, the unkillable monster, and Charlotte Linlin, the invulnerable steel body. But obviously, the opponent's talent was so terrifying that he really succeeded. Chapter 35 Ren's Human Animal Form, an Unkillable Monster. Hey, isn't it just to make haki flow? On a dilapidated island. Facing a slightly shocked Aokiji. Bathed in the flames of hell, some extremely ferocious people bared their teeth and said nonchalantly, in the end, it's just some of haki's skills. As long as you figure out the trick, it's not very difficult. Quote. For him who is prophetic. In fact, I already have a vague idea of many of haki's features and techniques. It's like he directly awakened observation haki with his own training without anyone teaching him. Even based on the scattered information in his memory, combined with his own conjectures, after years of training and practice, he seems to have mastered seeing, hearing, and color with ease without a teacher. In terms of understanding, Ren considers himself to be no weaker than others. Sometimes you just can't find the trick and just need a last resort. Ren has tried countless times to get haki flowing and released. It just failed repeatedly, but strictly speaking, those efforts were not entirely in vain. He has experienced countless failures, but has accumulated a lot of experience. I was really confident just now. Time and time again, The defensive power of the phantom species Kirin Form was used to perfectly superimpose the Lunaria tribe's natural abilities, and they continuously withstood Aokiji's attacks, feeling firsthand the power of armament haki. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I pierced that layer of paper. The whole person suddenly became enlightened, and he naturally mastered the skill of showing off his weapons and colors. This is not something you can master just by wanting to master it. Aokiji looked deeply at Ren and said in a deep voice, "You are indeed a terrible guy." He found that he still underestimated the other party. If this monster continues to grow like this, there is a high probability that it will become the second 100 Beasts Kaido. Sure enough, fighting with all your strength is what makes it interesting. Ren clenched his fists tightly. Fighting spirit, extremely excited. He was covered in scales and armor, like a humanoid monster. It is surrounded by the flames of hell that can burn everything to ashes, and even the earth can melt into magma in an instant, making it impossible for people to approach. The extremely sharp blade is covered with pitch-black armament haki, and is surrounded by terrifying blazing flames. The atmosphere was distorted by the terrifying high temperature. It moved suddenly, Shunpo, in an instant, in Aokiji's shrinking eyes. Ren's hideous figure was like a ghost, and his speed was astonishingly fast. It flew in front of him in an instant, so fast that people couldn't react. Holding a red blade surrounded by the flames of hell. He slashed straight out without mercy. Kai. The atmosphere was ruthlessly cut apart by the blazing cold light. Armament haki, who had obviously improved a bit in the previous fierce battles, along with the extremely blazing flame slash, carried a rolling heat wave that changed people's colors. Destroy the ancients and roar out. One sword style purgatory. Ice wall. Huge wall of ice. Suddenly it shot up into the sky and lay there. Boom. However, it only happened in the blink of an eye. The thick and indestructible ice wall, which was braving the astonishing cold air and could not be shaken even by large naval guns, was mercilessly burned through by the rolling flames and evaporated. A huge half-moon shape, carrying a flaming slash with an astonishing heat wave, carrying haki who is not weak at all. The force continued unabated and it hit Aokiji hard. Brush. Aokiji changes color. There was a sharp pressure under his feet. The whole person moved sideways to avoid it. Boom. Boom. The astonishing slash of flames hit the white ground that had been frozen into ice for a long time. The thick layer of ice evaporated in an instant, and even the earth was not spared and was melted directly. A rather exaggerated magma gully was plowed out, which was hundreds of meters long. Makes your scalp numb. Brush. But then, Aokiji didn't wait to take a breath. The red afterimage is like a stream of light. Advertisement. Carrying an astonishing heat wave, it struck without warning. Brush. Even Aokiji could not help but stand up on his hair and change his color in shock. Relying on his advanced observation haki prediction, he took the initiative to elementalize immediately. A head flew straight up. The next moment, whether it's the flying head or the body, they were all evaporated by the terrible high temperature in an instant. The fog is rising and the heat is rolling. The atmosphere was distorted. Countless pieces of ice condensed into shape in the blink of an eye. He narrowly avoided the opponent's ghostly attack. Aokiji's face was filled with solemnity as he stared fixedly at the raging humanoid monster in front of him that looked like it had walked out of hell. I never expected that the other party would have such exaggerated speed. This guy, his eyes were stern. In his hand, an extremely sharp ice blade condensed directly, entwining the powerful haki. He faced Ren who was not willing to give up and rushed forward with the sword again at lightning speed, making him, the admiral of headquarters, almost unable to react. If he hadn't relied on observation haki's prediction to barely detect the opponent's movement trajectory, he would have almost thought that the opponent had the spatial ability to move instantaneously. This is an advanced version that Ren improved based on the shaving that he had already mastered. There are no other characteristics, just one word stands out. Quick. There is no need for continuous pedaling like shaving. Instead, we directly use a method similar to life return. It is necessary to be able to perfectly mobilize the muscles, bones, nerves and other tissues of the whole body so that they can perfectly coordinate and cooperate with each other and operate one by one like a complex human machine. In an instant, the power of the human body was concentrated at the feet, and suddenly burst out. In order to achieve an effect similar to teleportation, complete ultra-high-speed movement that cannot be seen clearly by the naked eye. It places extremely high demands on the user's speed, strength, physical fitness, etc., and especially requires ultra-high neurological response capabilities. Even Ren himself, although he has had a rough idea of Shunpo for a long time and has put it into action and tried repeatedly, has experienced countless failures over the years. Only after becoming an esper of the zone phantom beast species and greatly improving his overall quality in all aspects was he able to achieve this step. At present, he is the only one who is the founder. Only then can you master it skillfully and apply it in combat. Even Wappa and the others are far from meeting the conditions for cultivation. Kang. Between the electric light and flint. Surrounded by terrifying dark red flames, blades that can tear apart and burn the target to pieces in an instant, attack like ghosts one after another. The ice blade could barely block Ren's attack. Aokiji felt a terrifying heat wave hit his face. If he hadn't been a user with Logia frozen fruit ability, the astonishing cold air constantly flowing through his body to counteract the terrifying high temperature, his body would have started to melt. But even the skates covering haki couldn't stop the blazing heat. The two were instantly separated. The freezing energy could not be outputted, and the ice blade that was almost melting was maintained. Even in the human-animal form, the temperature of the flames is not as good as the beast form. Is it still so exaggerated? Aokiji's eyes were stern. He didn't expect that even after exiting the full beast form, Ren's flames were still so terrifying, and they had to be separated only by the moment they touched the blade. If it were a little later at night, it would be a few tenths of a second. He wraps around the high-level weapon color and continuously outputs freezing energy to maintain the ice blade, which will be melted instantly. What kind of monster is this? For the first time, Aokiji felt the frustration of not carrying a physical sword with him. It has always been possible to easily condense sharp and tough ice blades by relying on the ability of the frozen fruit. Even with the high-level armament Haki winding, it can even collide with famous swords. But he encountered a monster like Ren. The temperature of the flames was even more exaggerated than that of his comrade in arms Admiral Akainu's magma, which had a terrifying temperature due to his unremitting training. It can condense him in an instant, and even melt the ice blade holding Haki. Clang, clang. The teeth-searing sounds of clashing are endless. The two figures were both graceful and extremely fast, constantly fighting each other. Aokiji's powerful observation Haki allows Aokiji to avoid Ren's killing blows every time. Moreover, he has rich combat experience. Soon I got used to Ren's fast speed. Without any hesitation, a strong counterattack was launched immediately. Seizing the opportunity, he condensed the ice glove in his other hand and clenched it into a fist. Advertisement. Wrapped with powerful armed colors. He hit Ren hard through the air. Observation Haki is not weak either. Ren, who has made a huge leap in all aspects of his overall quality while in human-animal form, also reacts extremely quickly. He was bathed in dark red flames that were so terrifying that it was impossible to get close to him. The other one was covered in red dragon scales, and its extremely sharp claws were clenched into a fist in an instant, wrapped in armed colors. Not to be outdone, he charged forward. Boom. There are no surprises. With its own powerful armament Haki, Aokiji directly blasted Ren away. Boom boom. Embarrassing figure. It flew out like a cannonball again. Flying straight towards the lava lake that was bubbling with heat and could not help but be terrifying. Freeze him in one breath. Relying on his powerful advanced weapon color, Aokiji once again blew Ren's whole body away. Aokiji's eyes were stern. He stepped decisively and his figure turned into an afterimage. Rushing in like lightning. Ice Age. The cold air surged. Two huge icicles shot out from both hands and submerged into the magma pool. Accompanied by the terrifying freezing air, it roared out like a tidal wave at an alarming speed. Condensation began at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously he wants to take a breath and freeze the magma lake and even the people inside. Constantly outputting freezing energy to maintain, trying to exhaust the opponent's physical strength. Freeze it completely. Roar. However, at this time, the extremely bright unicorn horn shines. In his human-animal form, his whole body was covered with red scales, and the monster-like Ren opened his ferocious mouth. Wah wah gg. Thunder and light intertwined, and the light was dazzling. Wah. A beam of extremely terrifying lightning cannon was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, and it directly penetrated the atmosphere. Carrying unimaginable power, with lightning speed, it roared towards Aokiji, who was chasing after him, trying to freeze him. Unstoppable. What? Aokiji's expression changed. He was in midair and his eyes narrowed sharply as he had no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, he was hit hard by the huge thunder cannon. Boom. The whole person exploded violently, split into pieces, and turned into a large amount of broken ice. The terrifying light and heat instantly evaporated countless pieces of ice. Even if Ren has deliberately controlled the power in order not to waste his energy. But the extremely dazzling laser cannon is still unabated. It hit the endless sea behind. Boom boom. Crashing. Crashing. No warning. On the sea in the distance, a huge splash exploded again. The surging waves set off extremely exaggerated waves, sweeping them in all directions. It makes people break into cold sweat. It's no use, Aokiji. On the dilapidated ice and fire island, lava splashed everywhere. From a lake of lava that was so terrifyingly hot that it turned the human body into ashes, a scaly figure rushed out. Don't even mention killing me, you can't even hurt me. Bathed in magma-like hell flames and stained with a large amount of terrifying magma liquid. Even if it means facing the full attack of Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, again. With the special abilities of the Lunarian tribe, Ren is still unscathed. It's chilling. 2BP Chapter 36 The Frustrated Aokiji, the Blue Dragon? Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Woo hoo hoo. Crackling. On the messy battlefield. On one side there was a raging fire and thick smoke. One side was covered in ice and snow, and it was bitingly cold. It presents a strange scene of two heavens of ice and fire. The two are distinct, alternating between hot and cold. The climate of the entire sea area, unconsciously, amazing changes have quietly occurred. Boom. On the sky, overcast clouds, lightning and thunder. The dark clouds continued to spread, filled with a dull and depressing atmosphere. Yuahuhu. On the sea, the wind howled and the waves surged. A prelude before the storm. It could start pouring at any time. But this does not affect the two figures who are fighting there with murderous intent. Ren's eyes are blazing and his fighting spirit is high. In this fierce battle with the Marine Admiral, a monster that represents the highest combat power in the naval headquarters, the whole person is in an unprecedented state of excitement. It's like being injected with stimulants. It was as if the latent militant factors in every cell had awakened, and they were all jumping and cheering. Inspiring his high fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Keep moving forward bravely, and the more you fight, the braver you become. Shunpo, he stepped hard and his body looked like electricity. The extremely red figure once again carried an astonishing heatwave, and in an instant, at a ghostly speed, dazzling afterimages appeared and attacked violently. The blade, engulfed in blazing flames, entangled Haki and traced a swift trajectory. He struck hard at Aokiji, who had a solemn face and was ready for battle. Kang, sparks sputter. Ice blade collides with blade. Looking at Ren, who was still unscathed even in the human animal form and suffered several direct attacks from him, Aokiji couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Does even the human animal form have the characteristic of being able to ignore damage? There was a moment of separation between the two, and they distanced themselves. However, I believe that any ability has its weaknesses. His eyes flickered and he remained calm. Carefully look at the enemy in front of you. Try to find flaws in the other party's ability. For Aokiji, like Ren, not only was he surrounded by the terrifying flames that even his Marine Admiral was afraid of and dared not touch easily, it also made his invincible Logia and freezing fruit ability ineffective, and he was able to ignore Haki, damage monster battles. There is no doubt that there are some constraints. But why not for Ren? He was also at a loss when fighting against Logia users who could directly transform into elements and ignore ordinary physical damage. After all, no matter whether it is the power of the earth, nor the astonishingly powerful attack methods such as heat breath, thunder, lasers, or even the thunder roaring cannon, they can pose a direct threat to it. Even if it is used to attack, it is only a waste of energy. Clang. Clang. Boom. Boom. Advertisement. The heat wave is rolling and sweeping across. Ren, whose whole body was extremely red, was very fast, wielding a flaming blade at an extremely cunning angle. With the powerful observation Haki, he has narrowly escaped Aokiji's attacks many times. Although sometimes I still don't react in time and I am sent flying away by Aokiji. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed like nothing happened. Rush up again. No doubt, Ren exited the complete beast form and entered the human animal form. Although his strength is not as strong as that of the huge complete body, his speed is exaggeratedly fast. It has the characteristics of both human form and animal form. Regardless of strength, speed, endurance, resistance, recovery, etc., they are all far superior to the human form. And the body size has been greatly reduced, although the strength has been reduced somewhat. But it is more flexible than the complete beast form. In particular, it can display the various abilities of the phantom beast species in unicorn form more perfectly than the human form. And after the fierce battle just now, his Haki has improved to a certain extent, and he has mastered the skills of armament Haki. At this moment, the combat power displayed was unbelievably strong. Even if you are always at a disadvantage, with that ghostly speed, it is hard to guard against. He can still go toe-to-toe with Aokiji, the Admiral of Headquarters, from time to time. He had to be prepared and did not dare to be careless at all. What a troublesome guy. No matter whether it's a blunt blow or slash, you can't hurt him. Between the electric light and flint, he dodged Ren's murderous blade, which was burning with blazing flames. Aokiji held the ice blade wrapped around Haki and launched a fierce counterattack. Looking at Ren's figure bathed in flames, like an inhuman monster, he kept analyzing in his mind. It seems that if you don't understand the other party's ability, you can't really hurt him. Although his attacks were often ineffective, as the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, he would not panic. Facing Ren's extremely dangerous and unpredictable attack, Aokiji's brain was constantly running, thinking of countermeasures. Unless, use the stupidest and most effective way to exhaust his physical strength. After all, the consumption of physical strength is real. No matter how powerful the ability is, it must be supported by strong physical strength. However, the endurance of the Zone Phantom Beast type's ability users is quite exaggerated, which is really troublesome. He clearly has overwhelming strength. Unfortunately, Ren's weird ability weakness has not been found so far, and he has repeatedly been unable to effectively hurt the opponent. Even if he tried his best, it still seemed like his efforts were in vain. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward again as if nothing was wrong. Even the more he fights, the braver and stronger he becomes. In such a fierce battle, there is still progress visible to the naked eye, which is simply outrageous. In particular, he had to be careful in dealing with Ren's rapid and relentless offensive. Aokiji's scalp is really numb, but what really gave him a headache was this. It is obviously not something that can be done in a short time to exhaust a monster like Ren. Even the opponent can fly. When he notices that his physical strength is gradually weakening, he might just run away if the situation is bad. He really doesn't think he can stop it. Clang, clang. Boom, boom. Time keeps passing. The sound of gold and iron clashing continues. Advertisement. Is it mixed with bursts of roaring sounds? On the nameless island that has transformed into Ice and Fire Island. Two figures, one red and one blue, with almost the same height, were holding hands there like crazy. Two people who are constantly fighting, fiercely confronting each other, and often separated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting together again. Ren's body shape is astonishingly fast and dazzling. In the flash of cold light, fierce flames came rolling in. The swordsmanship is tricky, cruel, dangerous and unpredictable, and his moves are deadly. No mercy at all. Aokiji, on the other hand, is as steady as a mountain, relying on his excellent knowledge and weapons to deal with it calmly. And from time to time, it waits for opportunities to counterattack, attacking Ren's various vital points, trying to find the weaknesses of his immortal body. The two of them were like needles facing each other. Extremely intense. Clang. Clang. Boom boom. The confrontation between the two, it lasted from noon to dusk. It was still incredibly intense, with no intention of stopping. Bathed in hellish flames, the monster-like Ren completely let go of his scruples, feeling every cell in his body was jumping and extremely excited. Like a life-threatening madman, he fought with all his strength against Aokiji. Even the fighting methods are extremely ferocious, and they are often brave and fearless, trading injuries for lives and lives for lives. Even Aokiji was a little caught off guard. After a long period of fighting, the Marine Admiral inevitably had several shocking bloody wounds and gruesome burns on his body. Relying on the terrifying endurance and resilience of his own Phantom Beast-type user, as well as the Lunarian racial ability, Ren has frightening physical strength. He completely regarded this incredibly powerful Admiral of Headquarters as a whetstone, fully unleashed his own power, and constantly sharpened himself through the extremely dangerous actual combat. No matter how many times I get blown away, no matter how many times I fall down. Still, he stood up again and continued fighting regardless. Throughout the entire process, I absorbed valuable experience like a sponge. His swordsmanship, hockey and other skills, and even his relatively immature fighting experience, all continued to grow at an alarming rate under the strong pressure. Aokiji, the Admiral of Headquarters, couldn't help but feel frightened. Feeling a little intimidated, but this time, an accident happened that no one expected. Oh, giggle, we really saw an interesting battle. Without warning, above the dark clouds caused by the alternation of hot and cold. From the dark, turbulent clouds, a huge head suddenly popped out from there. You think so, Jin? Sudden, deafening laughter. Ren and Aokiji, who had been fighting fiercely and had no time to pay attention to the outside world, could not help but change their colors. Suddenly he looked at the sky. What I saw poking out from the dark clouds was a huge and ferocious dragon head. Their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Indeed, Kaido-sama. Chapter 37. Recruitment of Beasts, the Fourth Natural Disaster? Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Hey, is it true? Looking at the huge head peeking out from the dark clouds, giving people endless pressure. There was also the extremely fast black pterosaur high in the sky, constantly circling back and forth, staring eagerly. Holding an ice skate, Aokiji was confronting Ren, his pupils shrank, and he lost his voice. Kaido of the Beasts. And the Beasts Pirates' signature fire disaster? Never thought of it. The fight between him and Blood Prison Ren. It actually attracted the governor of the Beasts Pirates, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, Kaido. There is also the big sign of his command, Flame Disaster Ember. Why did these two guys suddenly come here, for a while? Aokiji's face was solemn, cold sweat broke out directly. Even though he was the Admiral of Headquarters, facing a monster like Kaido of the Beasts alone could not help but create great pressure. Not to mention that there is a fire disaster, Jin who is equally strong and cannot be underestimated. Even the Blood Prison Ren who was fighting him is not a fuel-efficient lamp. In particular, the Marine Admiral who had just faced him was covered in high-grade weapon colors and struck with all his strength without mercy. The other party was actually able to remain unscathed and alive and kicking like nothing happened. That terrifying defense is comparable to Kaido of the Beasts. Even if you are an Esper of the Zone Fantasy Beast species, you shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Where are the two incredible guys here? Ren, who transformed into a unicorn beast and was bathed in blazing flames, looked up at the giant green dragon in the sky that rushed out of the clouds and flew down towards the island. His eyes couldn't help but condense, and he was a little surprised. Although I have already made up my mind to join Beasts Pirates next. But he didn't plan to meet Kaido so soon. Oh, hey, I really came to the right place. The giant green dragon descended from the sky. The body is extremely long and unbelievably huge. Hovering in the sky dozens of meters high, soaring into the clouds and mist, with a formidable power. Advertisement, it's incredible. The entire island's terrain has been changed. From a high position, overlooking the exaggerated landform below, it is completely a cold and hot ice and fire island. As a user with the dragon fruit, ancient species, and pteranodon form ability, Fire Calamity maintains a complete animal form and flies at high altitudes, and he can't help but sigh. Looking at the blazing flames burning all over his body, he couldn't help but feel a little numb. He had a new understanding of the strength of this new pirate. The strength of the other party is completely unlike that of a newcomer who has just gone out to sea. It has undoubtedly surpassed Jack, the weakest drought among the three disasters. In fact, even the guy who ranks second among the three disasters, Yakuza Quinn, may not be able to suppress the opponent. Without him, Blood Prison Ren's fruit ability is too exaggerated. The dark red flame that can easily melt the earth into magma, even he, as a Lunarian, can control the flame, feels ashamed. It's almost comparable to Kaido's Phantom Beast species, the blue dragon form. He is fully qualified to become the biggest star alongside them among the Beast's pirates. That posture that wants to burn everything down is like a walking natural disaster. The huge head looked down at the scaly humanoid monster on the ground, bathed in terrifying flames. Blood Prison, Coppers Ren, you are indeed worthy of me personally recruiting you. Looking down at Ren, who maintains his human animal form, Kaido is full of admiration, his eyes are indescribably hot. Only such a monster is qualified to become the fourth disaster under his command. Look at the lack of strength in Beast's pirates, but what are the guys who covet the position of Big Sign? Could it be that he, Baisho Kaido, doesn't want to give up the position of Big Sign? The more he thought about the Beast's Kaido, the more dissatisfied he became, and the more he wanted to recruit this blood prisoner Ren. Oh, a huge and ferocious beast body. It began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After regaining his human form, Ren, with his upper body naked, raised his eyebrows in surprise. So, you came to me specifically? He looked at Kaido of the Beasts and chuckled. That's really an honor. Although according to his plan, not ready to join the Beast's pirates so soon. But overall, it doesn't have much impact, advertisement. At least, he believed that if he really joined voluntarily. To a certain extent, Kaido, who is more eager for talents and has always been more tolerant towards talents, does not restrict his freedom. Of course, the premise is that you have enough value. Especially the three disasters, all have their own pirate fleets and henchmen. Looking at Kaido's attitude, he is undoubtedly very satisfied with his abilities and strength. It shouldn't be too difficult to become the new big star of Beast's pirates. After all, his solid record is there. It was something Kaido, the Beast, had witnessed with his own eyes. Fight against Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji alone. The fierce battle between the two resulted in the entire island turning into an island of ice and fire. It even left permanent scars on Aokiji's body, and he was still unscathed. Just ask the officers of Beast's pirates. Even the three disasters that are the main sign are included. Can anyone do it? Kaido, is this what you want? Aokiji on the side heard this. His face couldn't help but look a little surprised. If you are a young monster like Blood Prison Ren, join Beast's pirates. From now on, Beast's pirates will probably become even more arrogant. Especially, the potential of this guy Coppers Ren. In his opinion, the three disasters will definitely surpass Beast's pirates in the future and catch up with Kaido. In the previous fierce fight, the other party was still able to jump around and didn't even leave any obvious scars on his body, which was enough to prove this. Oh, what's your answer? Blood Prison, Coppers Ren. Kaido ignored Aokiji. Tong Ling looked directly at Ren with his big eyes, and said eagerly, as long as you are willing to join Laozi's command, you will be the new big sign of Beast's pirates, the fourth major disaster, natural disaster. Chapter 38 Hero Garp, shocked Marine open black lens bracket fourth update close black lens bracket. Oh, Ren raised an eyebrow. Teacher Baisho promised this. Obviously it can be said to be full of sincerity. This be asterisk 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 D. Aokiji couldn't help but change his face, a little ugly. Unexpectedly, in order to recruit Bloodhell Ren, Kaido of the Beasts directly promised the position of Big Sign. But he also had to admit that the other party did have such qualifications. I think you're going to be disappointed, Kaido. Aokiji looked directly at Kaido, the beast in the sky, and said coldly and rudely, this guy is the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates. Is it possible that, Kaido, you still want to make him the deputy governor of the Beast's Pirates? In his opinion, although Ren kept saying he was leaving the Straw Hat crew before. But he couldn't help but step forward to rescue the Straw Hat Pirates. It can be seen that Straw Hat crew is still inseparable. Deep down in my heart I don't want to go back, it just might not save face. Moreover, he felt that Ren was such a young and energetic guy with amazing strength. It is impossible to be content with others so easily. Aokiji, what you said is not true. Kaido, the powerful beast who transformed into a blue dragon and hovered high in the sky, said with a sneer. He didn't care at all about Aokiji's words. Straw Hat Pirates. What kind of stinky fish and shrimp is that? The position of vice captain of a little-known Straw Hat Pirates. Can it compare to his majestic signature of Beast's Pirates, one of the New World 4 Emperors? The fourth natural disaster of Beast's Pirates, however? What made Aokiji's expression change drastically? Ren suddenly smiled, looked at Kaido and said, this title sounds really good, however, I think we can talk about it later. Said. He grinned. He looked at the livid and somewhat ugly Aokiji with piercing eyes, not hiding his cold murderous intent. Smiling fiercely, he suggested to Kaido, the beast in the sky, don't you think that the most important thing is for us to join forces first and keep this Admiral of Headquarters? While you are sick, I will kill you. No mercy will be shown to any enemy. This has always been Ren's code of conduct. It is impossible to just allow the other party to be full of murderous intentions and keep saying that you want to keep him here. He couldn't take the opportunity to join forces with Kaido to kill each other, right? Oh. Seeing that Ren did not directly object, but was slightly interested, Kaido of the Beasts laughed. You are right, Marine will be very distressed if he loses such an important combat power. Said. His huge dragon head. He looked teasingly at Aokiji, whose expression suddenly changed and became serious. HMPH. Do you want to keep me? Aokiji's face turned pale. A deep chill surged throughout his body, Advertisement. Staring at Ren, who was unabashedly murderous in front of him, and the three beasts Kaido and Flame Calamity Jin who were looking at him in the sky, he said coldly, "Don't underestimate the Admiral of Naval Headquarters." But his heart couldn't help but sink. Facing the beast Kaido, he was able to leave calmly. But Yan Yan Jin and Blood Prison Ren are not fuel-efficient lamps. Glancing at it, I saw that the sword wounds and burns on my chest were not serious, but looked a bit shocking, and the extremely hideous sword wounds and burns. He looked deeply at the blazing humanoid demon in front of him, who looked like a humanoid demon crawling out of purgatory. He sneered at Ren, the bloody hell with his murderous intentions revealed. Aokiji couldn't help but secretly accumulate strength and prepare for the attack. Prepare for an opportunity to break out. After all, although he is the Admiral of Naval Headquarters, he is not a fool. When the situation is unfavorable, there is no need to fight with these guys. Oh, 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 oh. The hovering cyan dragon laughed. Grasping the flame cloud, the huge dragon body flew down. He looked like he was about to take action. Kaido-sama. Sudden. The pteranodon, which was circling back and forth in the sky, suddenly flew back. There, he loudly reminded Kaido, "Marine is coming. It's the warship of marine hero Garp." What? Hearing this, no matter it was Ren or Kaido, their eyes could not help but change. Subconsciously looking at the sea in the distance. A warship flying a seagull flag and with a dog's head biting a bone on its bow was approaching slowly. Is it that old guy Garp? Looking at the extremely familiar dog-headed warship that was approaching, Kaido couldn't help but frowned. He had to admit, 30 years ago, this marine hero teamed up with Roger to defeat their Captain Rocks. Later, he cornered Roger the Pirate King several times and chased him all over the world. A difficult character indeed. I'm afraid it's impossible to keep Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, today. Vice Admiral Garp and Aokiji looked surprised. But deep down, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Even if he is a Marine Admiral, he is facing the three beasts Kaido, Fire Calamity Jin and Bloodhell Ren at the same time. I'm afraid it's not that easy to leave directly. Hiss. What's going on that island? Half of it is frozen, with falling snow, and the other half is like a volcano erupting, full of magma. I remember this island should be a summer island with a sultry climate. What on earth is it, at the same time, distant on the sea? On the warship heading towards the island. Looking at the island in the distance, the Marines were all stunned. Everyone opened their mouths, some speechless. Advertisement. Especially those Marines who had been here before were directly shocked. They couldn't believe it. This was the uninhabited desert island they remembered, with a somewhat sultry climate and more like summer island. What does this island look like in front of you? Half the fire was blazing and smoke was billowing. A large magma lake is vaguely visible, bubbling with astonishing heat. Just looking at it makes people feel as if there are actually bursts of amazing heat waves. It was extremely hot and unbearable. The other half was completely frozen and completely white. Before I knew it, snowflakes were falling and the wind was biting. It makes people shiver. It's unbelievable. Look, what is that? Gulu. A real dragon? That's Aokiji Admiral, he's up there too. There is also a humanoid monster. Is it a person with abilities? It's covered in flames. What kind of monster is that? Don't be careless. That giant dragon is the governor of the 4 Emperors, Beasts Pirates, Kaido. What? 4 Emperors Kaido? That legendary strongest creature on land, sea, and air. And the black pterosaur that keeps flying in the air. It's unmistakable. It's the signature feature of Beasts Pirates, Flame Calamity Ember. So, Kuzan Admiral is fighting them? Oh my god. Is this all caused by the fighting between them? After the warship gradually approached, I saw the giant dragon hovering in the sky, as well as Aokiji and others. These Marines couldn't help but be shocked. Recognized Kaido, the beast, and Queen Ember, the catastrophe. Everyone was breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified. Vice Admiral Garp, Adjutant Bogart on the side observed the specific situation of the distant island through a monocular telescope, where he solemnly said to a tall figure wearing a dog-head hat, "I found the Aokiji Admiral up there. Among them are Kaido, the governor of the Beasts Pirates, and the Flame Calamity Jin, the big signature of the Beasts Pirates. In addition, there is also a humanoid creature with flames all over its body. It should be a user with some special ability." Well, it's really intense. Taking off his dog hat, Garp nodded. Feeling the alternating hot and cold temperatures in the air, and looking at the island in front of me that presented a scene of 2 heavens of ice and fire, I felt a little inexplicable. I actually turned this island into this. Not only did the entire desert island turn into an island of ice and fire. Even the climate in the sea near this island has undergone such incredible changes. He could imagine how fierce the previous battle was. How's the situation with Aokiji? It shouldn't be anything serious at the moment, but I may have some injuries. Garp clenched his fists and directly ordered, "Go forward at full speed and prepare to land." Yes. Chapter 39 Suddenly. Fistbone Galaxy Impact. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. Beep beep. Level 1 alert. Everyone is in combat mode and ready to fight. For a while, a sharp and urgent siren echoed. On the entire warship, a large number of Marine elites began to gather there and be on standby. Each Marine combatant had a solemn face, running in groups, lining up on the deck, and preparing for battle. The logistics troops, artillery, etc. also performed their respective duties. Although he was not in a panic, he was orderly and busy. Gululu. A large number of dark cannonballs were continuously transported up. Marine personnel manning the warships as Marine hero Garp. They are obviously truly well-trained elites who have experienced the battlefields of New World, no worse than those Marines stationed in New World. Even if he was frightened by Kaido's Four Emperors title and was inevitably a little nervous, he wouldn't be so frightened that his legs would become weak and he would shrink back and not dare to fight. Because, they have Marine heroes personally on their side. How could he be afraid of mere pirates, however? At this time, above Ice and Fire Island. Damn it, whoever comes here. Let's fight first. Looking at the dog-headed warship coming slowly, which was really an eyesore, Kaido, the beast, was extremely ferocious. We will launch a direct attack, however, Ren was quicker than him. Roar. The beast's roar like thunder echoed. Aokiji was full of vigilance and in the surprised eyes of Kaido and Jin. Ren, who originally maintained his human animal form, looked like a humanoid monster covered in red scales, and his entire body size continued to expand. In an instant, it turned into an extremely ferocious flame beast, bathed in blazing flames. In the air, the already alarming temperature continued to rise. The atmosphere was roasted and twisted. Brush. It suddenly rose into the sky. Carrying the billowing flames, he stepped on the auspicious clouds and stood in midair with his head held high. The golden horn on the top of his head glowed, and he opened his huge mouth. Let me weigh it. Whether the legendary marine hero is worthy of his name. Wah wah gg, buzz, buzz, the lightning flashed and was dazzling. The incomparably bright light condensed there, filled with a frightening aura. It's a bit hard to look at. What's this trick? Seeing this, Aokiji's expression changed. His whole body suddenly jumped up, and with his amazing jumping ability, he rushed in front of Ren. But after all, it was too late to stop it. Call out. At this time, accompanied by violent breaking wind. A black stream of light struck like lightning. Emperor Dan Gong. Advertisement. What? Jin seized the opportunity instantly. The Marine Admiral, who had just about to attack Ren, did not take too much precautions for a moment and launched a fierce attack. Boom. The jet black flesh wings like blades wrapped around Armament Haki, who was quite strong. Like a bowstring that was fully drawn, it shot out in an instant. Aokiji, who was caught off guard, was violently blasted away. This beast's pirate's flame calamity has absolutely no intention of fighting openly. He has to face off against this Marine Admiral head-on and cannot make sneak attacks. All this happened extremely quickly. It only happened in a flash of lightning, making it impossible for people to react at all. To a certain extent, it was as if Jin was cooperating with Ren tacitly. Fire disaster. UB ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* ground below, which had already been frozen. A large amount of ice ballast flew away and turned into a pool of crystal ice. But in the blink of an eye, the tall and thin figure condensed out at an astonishing speed, sending out wisps of cold air. His cold eyes were fixed on the pteranodon speeding past high in the sky. A stream of bloodline spilled out of the corner of his mouth. How careless. Brush. And at this moment, the flame beast, which has been charged up, is filled with murderous intent. Aiming at the warship on the distant sea, he let out a thunderous roar, thunder-roaring cannon. Call out. A loud roar broke through the air. An exaggeratedly large and extremely terrifying thunder cannon shot out like lightning. Carrying terrifying high temperatures and unimaginable impact, it penetrated the atmosphere at lightning speed. He blasted hard at the warships approaching slowly on the sea. That rascal. This sudden scene. Not only did Jin transform into a pteranodon in the air, but Jin, the fire calamity, who had just blasted away Aokiji, couldn't help but look at him with side eyes. It was Kaido himself who was a little unhappy when he was about to say hello to Garp with his hot breath, but was beaten to the punch by Ren. They were all a little shocked. He never expected that Ren could launch such an amazing attack. Ah, what is that? It's so dazzling. I have an ominous premonition. No, that is a huge energy cannon that is even more exaggerated than the laser of Porcellino Admiral. Gulu. It's too fast, there's no way to avoid it. It's over. On the warship, looking at the dazzling and sudden attack of the thunder cannon. A marine's face changed drastically, he broke out in a cold sweat, and he was a little panicked. Because even the real elites in the marines are simply unable to deal with such an attack. Not in the same dimension at all. What a fuss, don't be frightened by mere pirate. Looking at the thunder cannon that blasted forward, surrounded by astonishing lightning, and the terrifying thunder cannon. Advertisement. On the bow of the ship, Garp, who suddenly became extremely solemn, had a stern look in his eyes. Brush. His legs pressed hard. The whole person surged up like lightning. The right fist instantly wrapped around senior armament Haki. Facing the thunder cannon that can penetrate the warship in an instant, and even the terrifying high temperature, it can directly turn everyone into flying ash. He blasted forward brazenly. Fist bone galaxy impact. Boom boom. An unrivaled punch mark, wrapped around the incredibly powerful armament Haki. It instantly overwhelmed the atmosphere and turned into an astonishing shock wave, blasting out violently. It collided hard with the fierce fire that was extremely hot and could easily destroy a castle. Boom boom. Great sound and sound, like a comet hitting the earth. The huge light and radiance were so dazzling that it was impossible to look straight at it. A terrifying large explosion wave appeared there. Indescribable shock. Woohoo! Crash. Terrible heat waves. As the astonishing hurricane swept across, the entire sea immediately set off huge exaggerated waves. Even the warship was shaking and almost overturned. A large number of Marines were unprepared, and all of them were a little unsteady and fell to pieces. Some people were hit so badly that their heads were bleeding, and others were thrown directly out and fell into the turbulent sea. Vice Admiral Garp, witnessing this scene, looking at the tall figure landing steadily on the bow of the ship. A Marine soldier who could barely keep his body steady was inexplicably shocked, his expression lifted, and his morale was high. On weekdays, they had seen Vice Admiral Garp throwing cannonballs with his bare hands and easily sinking pirate ships, which made people stunned. But although throwing cannonballs with bare hands is exaggerated, how can it be as shocking as the current scene? Especially some recruits who had just been transferred and had rarely seen such a scene were full of excitement. They all looked at the old, strong, tall back in front of them with ardent eyes. In fact, many people are full of enthusiasm and look forward to boarding this warship and becoming the direct subordinates of the legendary sailor, Iron Fist, Garp. On weekdays, most of what I see is the neurotic and unreliable side of this Marine hero. Inevitably, I feel like my faith has collapsed. They always feel that this Vice Admiral Garp is not the same as the Marine hero, whom they imagine to be admired and idolized by countless Marines, as well as the majestic, tall, and righteous image promoted by naval headquarters in the past. There seems to be some serious discrepancy. Although most people dare not speak out, they still have some slander and doubts in their hearts. It wasn't until this moment that they truly felt it. The true power of the legendary Marine, Iron Fist, Garp, known as the Marine Hero. Chapter 40 Ren. The battle is settled. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Ah la la, the sword is still young. And on Ice and Fire Island. Looking at the dog-headed warship still standing on the rough sea in the distance, riding the wind and waves. Aokiji, who obviously has a deep understanding of the strength of Garp, the Marine hero, is not surprised. He turned directly into the air, transformed into a complete animal form, and bathed in blazing flames. Ren sarcastically said, "Blood Prison, don't waste your efforts. Your meager tricks are not enough in front of Vice Admiral Garp." Say so. But for Ren's strength, he felt a little awe-inspiring and did not dare to take it lightly. This young monster is progressing too fast. The opponent's observation haki may have already touched the threshold. Otherwise, no matter how careless he is, he will still be the dignified admiral of naval headquarters. With the strength that the opponent showed at the beginning, it was impossible to hurt him. HMPH, did you think this was the end? On the head is a bright golden horn. Covered with red scales, the huge fire unicorn is extremely fierce. Ren looked down at Aokiji, full of fighting spirit, with no intention of stopping directly. What about Marine heroes? The battle is settled. Aokiji, it's rare to meet such a strong person. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He didn't know if it was the genes of the Lunarian clan, or the influence of the ability of the phantom species, the Kirin Form, but he found that he was becoming more and more bellicose. He longs to fight from the bottom of his heart, longing for constant fighting with the strong. In particular, Aokiji could feel Ren's rapid growth visible to the naked eye in the previous battle. How could one not notice it himself? Sure enough, actual combat is the best catalyst for rapid growth in strength. After the fierce fighting before, now, his swordsmanship, haki, and even physical skills have all improved significantly. Armament haki's strength seems to be comparable to that of the elite vice admiral at naval headquarters. There are also techniques such as arm color entanglement, hardening, and outward release. They have become more and more skilled during the long period of fighting. This is the best among the three types of haki that I currently have. Compared with Aokiji, the admiral of headquarters, it is only a hair away. It only needs a certain opportunity to truly break through the observation haki. It seems that the bottleneck has been broken through and the boundary has truly been crossed. He was extremely excited before, and once he completely put aside all worries, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the fierce battle, fighting, selflessly. Very abrupt. Advertisement. From time to time, I vaguely saw strange scenes. Some incredible fragments of the future flashed from his mind. Although it works sometimes, it is short-lived, sporadic, and uncontrollable. But there is no doubt that he has really touched that field. It was also the picture of the future that sometimes failed to work. Let him seize the opportunity. The Marine Admiral who really hurt Aokiji. That's right, Aokiji, Marine's highest combat power, observation haki has already reached the point where he can foresee the future. Therefore, he was able to easily dodge Ren's attacks every time, and even when there was no time to dodge, he would directly elementalize in advance, resolving the fatal crisis time and time again. But when Ren can also foresee the future briefly, his Admiral of Headquarters' advantage over observation haki was undoubtedly somewhat undermined. Even because he underestimated his opponent Ren. Being too careless, someone decisively seized the fleeting opportunity. Relying on his racial ability that can ignore damage, he has no scruples in launching fierce offensives such as exchanging injuries for injuries, and even exchanging lives for injuries. After all, it left permanent scars on Aokiji. This makes Ren even more eager to continue fighting. I don't want to just stop like this. Oh, that's right. High in the air, The cyan dragon laughed. He shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and transformed into an extremely ferocious human form, with such a warlike personality. Copper's Ren, you are indeed suitable for us beasts pirates. The body is like a demon, the bulging muscles are full of exaggerated explosive power, and the momentum is terrifying. Holding the mace, he rushed towards Aokiji. Then let's fight first. Are all people so brave? How could Kaido show weakness? He came with the intention of conquering Ren. If he didn't show off, he would leave in despair. Isn't it too embarrassing? Then people will take a look. Oh, it turns out that the beast Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, is so cowardly that he was scared away by the hero Garp. After this, who will be willing to follow him? Such an astonishing posture is indeed a bit amazing. He changed back to his human form and landed on the ground. Carrying huge black wings on its back, there was a ball of fierce flames on the back of its head and neck. Jin looked at the giant flame beast in front of him, full of wonder. Advertisement. Take action. Ren, who transformed into a fire unicorn, was murderous and unbelievably ferocious. The huge beast body, riding on the auspicious clouds and carrying the billowing heat waves, rushed down in the high air. Kill one first. The extremely sharp and gleaming front claws are surrounded by the blazing flames of hell, entangling Haki, who is not weak. Huh. With the force of swooping and falling, the strength was greatly strengthened. He stamped hard on Aokiji, whose expression changed greatly. Kill in feet. Aokiji looked sharply. If it were before, he would probably choose to fight hard. However, there are also Kaido, Fire Calamity, Jin and others who have evil intentions and are eyeing him. Naturally, he would not give the other party a chance to seriously injure himself while he was distracted. He left without hesitation. Boom boom. The ground cracked. Rocks flew and smoke billowed. Large amounts of magma fluid splashed out. Thunder ate trigrams. Right now, 100 Beasts Kaido's whole aura is extremely violent. Showing an astonishing speed that was completely opposite to that tall figure, it rushed towards him with lightning speed and no haste. Crack. Bang. The huge, ferocious mace covered with barbs was intertwined with black and red lightning. It carried a terrifying power that made people's hearts tremble, directly overwhelming the atmosphere. He blasted hard at Aokiji, who had just retreated violently and changed color in shock. Emperor Dan Gong. At the same time, Jin also did not sit idly by and watched, and completed the beast transformation in an instant. Without hesitation, a fierce offensive was launched. Attack with spread wings. Ice wall. Rumble. Chapter 41 Aokiji. Are you from the Lunaria tribe? Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. Rumble. The loud noise shook the sky. It's as devastating as decay. The extremely thick ice wall split into pieces in an instant and collapsed suddenly. The extremely terrifying mace, carrying black and red lightning, mercilessly hit Aokiji, who was covered in frost from across the air. He did not hesitate to wrap around the high-level armed color, and not to be outdone, he punched Aokiji brazenly. But that incomparably powerful force still directly caught Aokiji, who was somewhat caught off guard, and barely managed to charge up a hasty counterattack, sending him flying straight out. His eyes were bulging, and he was vomiting blood. Kai, crack, click, click. But almost at the same time. I saw Yan Calamity Ember flying by, its body spread out like a bowstring stretched to the ultimate, and it struck across. It hit Aokiji hard, whose body turned into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, but before it could fully transform into elements. Cut him in half, causing a bloody mess. That body surging with cold air. It flew straight out like a cannonball. Completely shattered. Boom, boom, crashing, crashing, on the already rough sea. Wave after wave of huge waves rolled endlessly, some boiling over. Astonishing air waves rolled across, carrying large swaths of ice shavings, and they continued to rage there. Tisk tisk. At this time, large amounts of magma splashed out. Transformed into a giant flame beast, the majestic Ren, carrying an astonishing heat wave, rushed out of the earth that was directly blasted to collapse by himself and melted into magma. You guys really have an incredible tacit understanding. Looking at that moment just now, Kaido and Jin did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and take action. I'm afraid that just now, Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, is determined to suffer nothing. Oh, ha 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 ha, do pirates and marines still need to talk about morality? Kaido, holding the mace, laughed there. Although he looks rough on the surface, he looks like an out-and-out reckless man. Advertisement. But in fact, the governor of Beasts Pirates has always been thoughtful and scheming. After all, they were not in a one-on-one duel. They originally wanted to take the opportunity to hunt a Marine Admiral. Although when he is really fighting with other strong men with all his strength, he never allows anyone to interrupt his battle. But even if it's a one-on-one battle, it depends on the situation. Could it be that he was only allowed to be besieged by admirals from naval headquarters when he was challenging Marine alone? Isn't he allowed to lead people to attack Marine Admiral? Kaido is not that pedantic. War is not a child's play. Jin spread out a pair of fleshy wings and maintained his human animal form. He said in an indifferent tone, before the hero Garp arrives, the right choice is to seriously injure this Marine Admiral first. Agree. The heat is rolling. The huge unicorn beast came through the air. But it was extremely terrifying, as if the atmosphere was melting, the twisted dark red flames. Even Jin, the biggest star of Beast's Pirates, felt the heat was unbearable for the first time and had to get out of the way. This is the biggest difference between real pirates and the purely ideal and innocent adventurers of the Straw Hat Pirates. Neither Ren nor Kaido and the others thought it was a big deal. Oh, hey, it looks like we really get along, coppers Ren. Holding his own exclusive weapon, the mace, Hachiji. Kaido looked at Ren in front of him with eager eyes full of admiration, laughed and asked, how is it? Think about it. Laozi's fourth most popular spot is reserved for you. The fourth natural disaster. The huge fire unicorn shrank in size. Ren directly transformed into a hideous human animal form and said rudely, I have very high standards. The position of Deputy Governor of Beast's Pirates is about the same. Lieutenant Governor. You mean, you want to become my immediate boss directly? Jin on the side heard this and his eyes were a little unkind. Although he doesn't care much about these false reputations, it is impossible for him to really want to see a newcomer who has not made any achievements directly become his immediate boss. Oh, hey, he is such an ambitious guy. Kaido, the beast, was not angry, but laughed. Don't be too ambitious. It's not impossible for you to become the deputy governor. Looking at Ren in front of him, he said bluntly, but now you want to be the deputy governor of Beast's Pirates, but you are still a little behind. At least wait until you are strong enough. Don't worry about this now. We can drink wine slowly after the battle is over. Ren didn't refute anything. Advertisement. He is indeed a bit weak now. Moreover, it is just a deliberate bargaining. Unless Kaido has a brain attack, he will be made the deputy governor of Beast's Pirates just because he has good strength and is a rare zone Phantom Beast ability user, and his status will be higher than that of his confidant. 3 disasters. For Ren's next plan, even if he cannot become a lieutenant governor who is above the 3 plagues, he is just below Kaido of the Beasts. It is enough to become the 4th natural disaster of Beast's Pirates. After all, Beast's Pirates is still about the weak and the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, your momentum in the Beast's Pirates can overwhelm the likes of Fire Calamity Jin, Labor Calamity Quinn, Drought Jack and others. After all, it is a big sign, alongside the 3 disasters. Or the titular deputy governor of Beast's Pirates. Strictly speaking, there isn't much difference. Ka. At this time, hundreds of meters away, a large number of ice cubes condensed into a human shape. Aokiji, who was feeling cold all over his body, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Except for the horrifying burns and knife marks on his chest, which were already burnt to a crisp by Ren. A bloody, shallow cut appeared on his right waist. His abdomen was almost torn open. Somewhat shocking. Pirates are pirates, you are all the same. He looked at the beasts Kaido, Ren, and Jin in front of him with stern eyes. The moment he was fighting against Kaido, the beast, and was blown away by the violent power. Although he took the initiative to elementalize immediately, he was still a step too slow. Jin Shengsheng seized the opportunity. Suffered serious injuries. Coppers Ren. He glanced at Yan Calamity Ember, stared at Ren, and suddenly said, if I guess correctly, you are from the Lunarian tribe, right? What? Chapter 42 Falling to the Bottom of the Sea. Garp's Iron Fist, 4th update. What? Hearing this, Jin's whole body was shaken. Just as he was about to continue taking action, he subconsciously stopped and looked at Ren in disbelief. And Kaido of the Beasts couldn't help but shrink his pupils, looking at Ren with the same shock. Hey, is it true or not? Your kid is also a Lunarian. Kaido couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't it rumored that the Lunarian tribe is about to become extinct? He always thought that Jin was the only one left in this clan. So far, he has never seen a Lunarian other than Jin. Although Zone's phantom beasts have all kinds of strange abilities, some of them even have the magical ability to ignore damage and continue to regenerate. Ignoring the shocked Fire Calamity Jin and Beast Kaido. Aokiji looked at Ren in front of him with a serious face, and said loudly, but your racial ability of being able to withstand my attacks head-on many times, but always unscathed, is exactly the same as the rumored Lunarian tribe. The identity of Flame Calamity Jin is not a secret in the eyes of Marine senior officials, it has been known for a long time. After all, the other party was the Lunarian experimental subject who had escaped from prison along with Kaido, who was also captured by Marine and sent to the Marine Science Unit's experimental base at Punk Hazard for research. I saw the fire disaster ember that followed the beast Kaido. And accidentally, I noticed Ren's gray hair. Aokiji, who has been thinking hard and trying to find out the weakness of Ren's ability, directly made a bold guess. That's Copper's Ren. It is not an ordinary human race at all. It was the legendary Lunarian tribe that was almost extinct. Although I don't know what's going on with your skin color. Aokiji looked straight at Ren with piercing eyes, and said with certainty, but the wings can be cut off, and your whole body is covered with flames, except as a means of defense. In fact, it is also confusing the enemy and covering up the special flame that is one of the characteristics of the Lunarian tribe and will inevitably appear behind the back when in a defensive state. For the Lunarian tribe, which was once known as the Clan of Gods, and has been hunted by the world government for generations, with heavy bounties on their hands. To evade pursuit by the world government, wings and other things can be cut off directly without mercy. Although I don't understand why the other party's skin color is different from the brown color that is rumored to be one of the characteristics of the Lunarian tribe. But according to the previous fierce battle with Ren, When the opponent launches a fierce offensive, sometimes it is indeed strong and weak sometimes, which is a bit weird. Of course, this, weak, is only relative. Ren's attack still posed a great threat, and even he, the admiral, did not dare to take it lightly. At first, he thought that the opponent's strength was weakened due to lack of physical strength, but looking at the opponent's lively appearance, it was obviously not the case at all. Think again about what we learned from naval headquarters about the special abilities of the Lunaria tribe. Staring at Ren in front of him, Aokiji's eyes flickered. He became more and more certain of his own inference. Besides, if you think about it carefully, the temperature of your flame is a bit exaggerated. There was a pause. Aokiji looked at Ren, who was expressionless and seemed a little indifferent, and said bluntly, if you can generate and control quite amazing flames, coupled with the fire control ability given by your zone Phantom Beast fruit, both of them when superimposed on each other, the power is likely to be astonishingly improved. In this way, your incredible ability can be fully explained. Although, Jin's fire control ability and defensive ability are not necessarily as exaggerated as Ren's. But don't forget, Blood Prison Ren himself is also a Zone Phantom Beast type ability user, and the defense itself may be comparable to Zone Kaido's Phantom Beast type, Azure Dragon Form. Quantitative changes produce qualitative changes. So, this result may have been born. An undead monster similar to Kaido, perhaps even more exaggerated, appeared. Advertisement. So what if you guessed it? The gleaming blade was unsheathed directly. Ren didn't deny anything and looked at Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, indifferently, can you hurt me? He himself had no extravagant expectations as to how long he could hide his identity as a Lunarian. After all, there are many smart people in this ocean. Moreover, if I remember correctly, Drive. Vegapunk, the chief genius scientist of the Marine Science Unit directly under the world government, is already studying the abilities of the Lunaria, and will even combine them with the genes of the 7 warlords of the sea in the future. Developed a new human weapon Seraph. For Marine executives like Admiral Aokiji, the special abilities of the Lunaria tribe are obviously no secret. Shunpo. The next moment, people stepped hard. In an instant, his figure was as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder. In an instant, he rushed to Aokiji, who was nervous and ready. Don't be stunned, kill him first. I saw the red blade burning with the flames of hell, entangled with Haki, ripping apart the air and slashing across the air without mercy. He didn't intend to give the other party a chance to breathe at all. One sword style Great Purgatory. The fire was blazing into the sky and the heat was raging. The intense heat distorted the atmosphere. The terrifying flame slash was as fast as thunder and unstoppable. It seemed as if it was going to burn everything in the world and extinguish all life. Makes your scalp numb. Boom boom. With its own powerful observation Haki. Aokiji kept retreating and barely escaped Ren's attack. Oh, giggle, is it Jin's race? Interesting. At this time, Kaido no longer sits idly by. Laughing loudly, he rushed forward. Bang. He pressed his feet, and the tall figure moved extremely quickly. In an instant, he jumped into the air, his momentum extremely violent. The black and red lightning intertwined like a dancing dragon and snake, and the whole person swung the mace wrapped around Conqueror's Haki with thunderous momentum. It violently exploded the atmosphere and blasted towards Aokiji. Zhong Sanshi Yinaraku. Brush. Yan Calamity Jin looked at Ren with complicated eyes, but did not hesitate. The black pteranodon was as fast as lightning and rushed forward with murderous intent without hesitation. Gah, gah. The long and sharp beak shrank and deformed toward the back of the head in an incredible way. Wrapping around Armament Haki, who was quite strong, he launched a fierce attack, and in an instant, like an arrow from a string, he shot out towards Aokiji, the Emperor of Marden. Don't underestimate Marine Admiral. Aokiji's eyes were sharp. His right fist was filled with astonishing freezing air, and the temperature of the atmosphere continued to drop. The fist wrapped around Haki, squeezing the atmosphere fiercely, and bombarded out without showing any signs of weakness. Glacier impact. Boom. Rumble. Woo-hoo-hoo. Swoosh. Advertisement. Thick smoke billows. The earth groaned, deafeningly. An astonishing hurricane swept through, and huge waves surged on the sea. There are no surprises. Combining his own abilities and entangling the high-level armament Haki, Aokiji used the iron fist inherited from the hero Garp, and tried his best to fight back, but was still blasted away. But faced with the siege of 3 powerful men. In particular, one of them is the legendary strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Even Admiral, who represents the highest combat power of naval headquarters, is obviously impossible to stop. Extremely embarrassed. Call out, Kai, between the electric light and flint. Accompanied by a violent crackling sound. The black stream of light and the red stream of light came as fast as lightning. It's Jin and Ren. A fierce attack was launched from the air. A man charged from the ground with a blade in his hand, full of murderous intent. One after another, they all launched a fierce attack on Aokiji, who had just recondensed his body and had not had time to dodge. One sword-style instant flash. Emperor Dan Gong. Pirate, don't be so arrogant. However, suddenly, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky and rushed towards him like lightning. The broad palm wrapped around Haki grabbed Jin's head with lightning speed, and slammed his whole body to the ground, fall to the bottom of the sea. Boom, boom, almost at the same time. A fierce iron fist blasted the atmosphere. The violent invisible shock wave, carrying the extremely surging armament Haki, hit Ren, who was caught off guard as his body was surrounded by terrible flames. His whole body was blown away. Boom boom. Garp, you old guy should have been buried long ago. Thunder 8 trigrams. And the next moment, observation Haki predicted Garp's aura in advance, and Kaido, who was already ready to attack, had murderous eyes in his eyes, and he swung his mace and struck suddenly without hesitation. Not giving Garp, the marine hero, any chance to buffer. Boom. No surprises. Faced directly with the ferocious attack of Kaido, the beast. The hero Garp, who had just blasted Jin and ran away to save Admiral Aokiji, had no time to recover and dodge, so he could only use his armor color to cover his whole body defense. In the blink of an eye, he was hit mercilessly by a thick mace. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. Boom boom. Chapter 43. The sea shook, and the shocked Straw Hats. First update. The unkillable monster. Blood Prison Ren. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket shock. Blood Prison Ren can defeat Marine's highest combat power without any injuries. Open black lens bracket shocking. Ice and Fire Island on the Grand Line, the climate has been permanently changed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket walking natural disaster. The birth of the strongest pirate supernova, Blood Prison Ren. Open black lens bracket evenly matched. Blood Prison, former vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates RENVS Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Open black lens bracket battle on the Nameless Island. Marine hero Garp and Marine Admiral Aokiji, master and apprentice join forces to fight against the enemy again after many years. Open black lens bracket peak showdown. The strongest creatures of sea, land and air Kaido vs Marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Open black lens bracket latest news. The fierce conflict between the supernova, Blood Prison Ren with a bounty of 400 million and Marine Admiral Aokiji attracted New World 4 Emperors Kaido, Beasts Pirates Governor Kaido officially extended an invitation to Blood Prison Ren. Open black lens bracket the marine hero whose sword is still young. Legendary Marine, Monkey D. Garp. Close black lens bracket. The fourth natural disaster of Beasts Pirates. Blood Prison Ren is suspected of joining Beasts Pirates. The new super pirate with a bounty of 675 million Baileys, Blood Prison, Coppers Ren. Close black lens bracket. 3 days later, along with countless news birds, newspapers are scattered around the world. The world is shaken. The sea is in an uproar. Countless people were stunned by the sudden breaking news. No one expected it. Ren, the new super pirate who has always been a hot topic, actually had such an amazing battle with Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji, which even changed the terrain and climate of the entire island. Moreover, Kaido, the governor of the 4 emperors of the New World and the Beasts Pirates, and his confidant Jin, the Calamity, suddenly appeared on the battlefield, not to mention the fourth invitation of the Beasts Pirates to Ren, the Blood Prison. He even directly joined forces with Blood Prison Ren to launch an attack on Admiral Aokiji. As a result, the legendary hero Garp from Marine rushed over in time to support him. A fierce conflict broke out between them, and such an amazing battle broke out. An uninhabited summer island, the terrain and climate were changed by the fierce battle between Admiral Aokiji and Blood Hell Ren. It turned into an ice and fire island that was half covered with ice and snow, bone-chilling cold, and half filled with fire and unbearably hot. It makes one's scalp tingle, breaking into a cold sweat. Hey, is it true? Are you kidding me? Are those reporters from the World Economic News going crazy thinking about Boruto's eyeballs? Hiss. It was just a battle between pirates and marines, but it actually permanently changed the climate of an island. The Admiral, which represents the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, is actually unable to suppress an evil party like Blood Prison Ren. Is this true? That guy Ren from the Blood Prison, a newcomer who just went to sea, can actually fight on a par with Marine Admiral Gulu. And that guy Kaido, the Beast, also participated. These pirates are so despicable that they dared to take advantage of the fact that Admiral was alone in naval headquarters and tried to join forces to intercept him. That's right. Thanks to Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp's timely arrival, the conspiracy of the monster Kaido was stopped. What a scary guy. The bounty actually exceeds 675 million Baileys. It's indeed a bit unbelievable. It seems that the news should be true. Even Fire Fist Ace, who was so popular in the Grand Line 3 years ago, has a bounty of only 550 million Baileys. Do you think Blood Prison Ren has really joined forces with Kaido to join Beasts Pirates? Who knows, he was once the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates, right? It wouldn't be surprising if he accepted Kaido's invitation to join the Beasts Pirates. Advertisement. That creepy posture is simply an out-and-out monster. Although because of the intervention of Beisho Kaido, the focus of people's attention will inevitably be drawn to this most powerful creature in the sea, land and air. In the news reports, Ren is still the most eye-catching focus of this big event. Even if Kaido, the 4 emperors of New World, comes off in person, he can't steal his limelight. Without him, the record would be too shocking. What is Admiral of Headquarters? That represents the highest combat power of naval headquarters. Each of them is a top powerhouse with overwhelming strength and is known as a monster. But in the battle between Blood Prison Ren and Admiral Aokiji, Blood Prison Ren was not directly suppressed by Marine Admiral, but showed a evenly matched attitude. It also permanently changed the terrain and climate of the entire island. Shocked countless people. It's jaw-dropping, and some can't believe it. A new pirate who had just gone to sea for a short time was able to fight to such an extent with the Marine Admiral, who represented the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. It's incredible, changing the topography and even the climate of an island. No matter how you look at it, it looks like something only a monster like Kaido can do. But just to prove the credibility of the news content, World Economic News also specially included photos of Bingha Island. Even the scene where Kaido, Ren, and Jin, Admiral Aokiji, and the hero Garp were confronting each other was captured. Moreover, Blood Prison Ren actually holds the C position. He looks like a humanoid monster bathed in flames, and he looks extremely hockey. He looks like he is on an equal footing with Kaido, fighting side by side. Let those who have some doubts have to believe it. This may indeed be true. Crash. At this time. In the unknown sea near the water city. On the calm sea, the Golden Melee moved forward slowly. What? Hero Garp. That legendary marine. I remember Ren once said that he is Luffy's grandfather, right? And Kaido, the beast, isn't he the four emperors of the New World? Why would such a big shot come directly here? Didn't Ren fight Marine Admiral Aokiji at the beginning? Why did it suddenly turn into a multi-party melee, and even Luffy's grandfather, the Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, was involved? Gulu. The whole island has turned into an island of ice and fire. How powerful is Ren? Monsters like them are simply not something humans can defeat. Looking at the newspaper I just bought from Newsbird. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't believe it. Advertisement. No one expected that the battle between Ren and Aokiji would turn out like this. Hiss. 675 million Baileys. Looking at the latest bounty list dropped from the newspaper, Usopp took a breath of air. Isn't that guy Ren's bounty too exaggerated? With Ren's strength, such a bounty is not an exaggeration. Zoro said in a deep voice with a solemn face. Before I was about to stay away from that sea area. The terrifying great fireball was like the second sun. But it was still fresh in his memory. I still feel deeply shocked. But is what it says true? Look at the headlines. Nami said with some surprise. Did Ren really join the Beast's pirates? Who knows? That guy has always been very opinionated. Sanji lit a cigarette and looked at the monster figure bathed in flames in the report with a somewhat complicated look. In his heart, he didn't like Ren's overly bloody, murderous, ruthless character. But he had to admit that he and others were saved again. Yes, this is not the first time. Along the way, as the deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the thoughtful and powerful Ren has saved them many times. This made him very conflicted. No, Ren will definitely come back. Luffy gritted his teeth and said loudly. Originally, he thought it would be better for everyone if everyone went their own way. But because of Ren's stepping forward, Luffy, the captain, was undoubtedly shaken in his heart. They had been together day and night and experienced various adventures, which made him yearn for the return of his reliable and powerful companion. However, I didn't expect that grandpa guy to show up there. Looking at the old and resolute face in the newspaper, he was very familiar with it. Recalling the terrifying experience of being trained by his grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. Luffy couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Anyway, as long as Ren is fine. Received Ren's latest bounty list. Staring at the young and handsome figure above. Robin, who had always been a little concerned, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Indeed. But will Ren really come to us? Most definitely. We'll wait for him on the next island. Ren will definitely come, he is our companion. Chapter 44. Marine's Attention, Sengoku's Fear. At this time. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the stately Naval Headquarters building, in the Marshal's office. Bang. A brand new reward list. He was slapped hard on the desk. Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku's face was full of anger and murderous intent. What a terrible kid. Just because of him, Marine almost lost an admiral. He never expected it. Aokiji, who neglected his duty and ran out, actually made such a big fuss. Not only did he fight against Bloodhell Ren, but he also attracted the beasts Kaido and Fire Calamity Jin, and he almost ended up there. If it weren't for that guy Garp who was kicked out of naval headquarters by him and pretended to go to capture the Straw Hat crew. Just happened to arrive in time. That guy Aokiji is probably going to be in trouble. Even if you can escape smoothly, I'm afraid you will have to pay a heavy price. Hey, Porosalino, are Garp and Kuzan okay? Sengoku looked solemn. He asked loudly directly to the phone bug in front of him. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp and that guy Kuzan are already asleep. The phone bug vividly simulates the outline of a crooked mouth, a slightly vulgar look, and wearing brown sunglasses. A somewhat careless voice came out. Vice Admiral Garp suffered some injuries, but it is not too serious, but after all, he is old, and the long-term battle is obviously too much for him. Because he was targeted by Kaido, Fire Calamity, Jin, and Bloodhell Ren before, Aokiji's injuries are slightly more serious, but they have all been bandaged and are not serious. Don't worry. But unfortunately, after I arrived, they immediately withdrew when they saw that the situation was not going well. At this moment, in unknown waters, on a warship with a dog's head logo. It is sailing towards the water city. Marine Admiral Aokiji, who was wearing a medical bandage, looked a little embarrassed and looked a little pale, was sleeping there with a blindfold on. Beside him, there was also an old man sleeping soundly with a snot-filled nose. And not far away from them, there was also a tall and thin figure wearing a cloak of justice and a yellow striped suit. He was sitting on the beach chair with his legs crossed and a phone in his hand. Advertisement. He tilted his mouth and slowly reported to Buddha Sengoku. It is Admiral Kizaru. It's good that they're okay. Sengoku, who was far away in the marshal's office, breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of Aokiji running out regardless of his duty as Marine Admiral to guard the headquarters. The result was such a mess. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. That D Kuzan dared to leave his post without permission. Now he is going to suffer a lot. The fierce fighting lasted for 3 days. Our fight against monsters like Kaido. It was obviously too much for the 78-year-old hero Garp. Although he was not seriously injured, he was already exhausted and was only supported by his tenacious will. Had it not been for him, the Marine Marshal, after receiving the report, he would have decisively brought back the Admiral, Kizaru, who was on duty outside, and asked him to go to the battlefield for support as soon as possible. I'm afraid it's going to be really bad. Don't look at the reports to boast. What? The Marine hero's sword is still young, and with his powerful strength, he forced back Kaido, smashed the Beast's pirates conspiracy and so on. But strictly speaking, it is just the world government using its strong influence to guide public opinion. Garp, the Marine hero, was so powerful when he was young, but he is getting old after all. The duel is against Kaido, a young and powerful man who has reached his prime and is at the peak of his life. Obviously it's still too much. After all, it has the title of the most powerful creature in the sea, land and air. It wasn't blown out. Blood Prison Ren, that guy can no longer be regarded as an ordinary new pirate. Crane Vice Admiral, who was sitting at the desk, had a stern expression on his face, and said in a deep voice to Sengoku, the Marine Marshal of the Buddha. According to Aokiji's previous report, Copper's Ren is not only an esper of the phantom species Kirin Form, but also or the legendary Lunarian tribe. The combination of the powerful fruit ability and the outstanding racial talent allows him to master the flames whose temperature is more terrifying than magma and can easily melt everything. It is closer to having an immortal body and can ignore any physical damage. Even if Admiral attacks with all his strength, he cannot easily break his defense. Even according to Aokiji, Blood Prison Ren progressed at a speed visible to the naked eye during the battle and grew rapidly. Observation Haki has probably reached his limit, reaching the point where he can briefly foresee the future, and Armament Haki is no weaker than most of the elite Vice Admirals. And the previous battle reports compiled by the G8 branch showed that Copper's Ren once used Conqueror's Haki to instantly stun hundreds of Marine soldiers during the battle. Speaking of which, Vice Admiral Crane, who has always been mature and steady, couldn't help but sigh. Such talents even surpass those of you and Garp when you were young. Advertisement. As an enemy, I suggest that we must get rid of him as soon as possible. This is undoubtedly a real monster. Although Blood Prison Ren's armament Haki is still a little weak at present, but with the terrifying fruit ability. To Marine, this person is simply a greater threat than the Beast's pirate's signature, 3 disasters. In time, it will definitely be the second beast, Kaido. It may not even take long to get to this point. The Lunarian clan. Sengoku took a deep breath. His face was more solemn than ever. He stared at the 2 young figure on the reward list. The Marine Marshal said with a headache, I finally know why this kid is always murderous. You are only 17 years old, but you have such strength. What a terrifying monster. On the basis of the other person's racial identity. It can be said that it is a mortal enemy with the world government. It's a hell of a person to have a favorable impression of Marine, who has followed the world government's orders and hunted down the Lunarian tribe for hundreds of years. Ever since Logue Town joined the Strawhat Pirates and went to sea. The cumulative losses caused by the other party to Marine are already quite staggering. This is why Sengoku defies all opinions. The reason why the bounty for Blood Prison Ren, a new pirate who has not yet officially entered the New World, was mentioned as 675 million belly for the first time. Such an astonishingly huge bounty. It can be said to be the best pirate supernova in decades. But just think about Ren's unbelievable age and terrifying potential. Even he, the Marine Marshal, couldn't help but feel a little wary. He always believed that such a bounty was not an exaggeration at all. After all, if you just let it go and give the other party time to grow. Copper's Ren is determined to become the second Kaido. Now I just hope this guy has some backbone and doesn't just join the Beast's pirates. Chapter 45. Attention from all parties, the triggers of the era's violence. Crash. Far away in the second half of New World, in the unknown sea. Several large pirate ships were moving forward slowly on the turbulent sea. A huge white whale-shaped pirate ship was guarded in the middle by several companion ships with almost the same appearance. The one with the crescent moon Whitebeard and the hunting flying skull flag. Directly announcing to the outside world that this is a pirate ship belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. The former vice-captain of the Strawhat Pirates, Blood Prison Ren. On board the leader Moby DK. The captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco, leaned against the wall leisurely, casually flipping through the newspaper he had just obtained. I remember the Straw Hat Pirates, it seems to be Brother Ace's pirate group, right? What a noisy guy. But soon, his eyes couldn't help but condense. His whole body was shaken, and his eyes almost fell out. Hey, is it true? What did he see? Blood Prison Ren actually fought head-on with Marine Admiral Aokiji and did not lose. And the battle between the two turned an island into an island of ice and fire, permanently changing the island's climate. Looking at the extremely explosive news headlines, Marco felt a little confused, and Kaido and that guy Jin actually ran to the front half of the Grand Line to cause trouble. The entire island has turned into an island of ice and fire. It's quite exaggerated. This Blood Prison Ren, I remember seeing news about him just a few days ago, right? He actually fought on a par with Admiral Aokiji. Tisk tisk, Kaido of the Beasts and Fire Calamity. Those two guys actually joined forces with Blood Prison Ren, a new pirate who has been in the limelight recently, and also fought with Marine Admiral Aokiji and the hero Garp. It's really amazing. That posture is just like that monster Kaido. Are they both rare Zone Phantom Beast type users like Marco? It's not just that, look at it. Not far away. The other captains, looking at the newspaper that had just been delivered, they were all a little shocked. It's almost unbelievable that a new pirate can actually fight the Admiral of Headquarters to such an extent. Are they all old, or is the world changing too fast? You and I are all paying attention to the news headlines released by the World Economic News Agency just released. At this moment, on the deck below the bow of the ship, a tall and majestic figure, bold and grandiose, was sitting there. Although he is old, he is surprisingly strong and has exaggerated muscles that make people intimidated. Even though there are potions hanging on his body and tubes full of medical equipment, he still gives people a sense of intimidation without anger. It is none other than Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates known as the strongest man in the world. What's wrong? Marco, Whitebeard, who was grabbing the wine barrel and taking a big gulp of wine, saw his sons talking about each other there. He looked at Phoenix Marco who was walking towards him. Is there any news about Ace? No, Dad, there is no news about Ace yet. Marco shook his head helplessly and added, but you also know the strength of Ace, so I don't think you need to worry. With that said, he handed the newspaper to Whitebeard and said directly, it's Kaido of the Beasts. That guy took Jin and ran to the Grand Line to start a fight with the Marine Admiral. It seemed like the hero Garp arrived in time and a fierce battle broke out. Moreover, there is a terrifying newcomer. Even Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, could not easily defeat him. The battle between the two even permanently changed the climate of an island, turning the battlefield into an island of ice and fire. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco still knows very well how powerful Admiral, which represents the highest combat power of naval headquarters, is. That Blood Prison Ren may be really powerful. With his amazing Phantom Beast ability, even a strong man like Admiral Aokiji couldn't completely suppress the opponent in a short time. But there's no way it's really going to be directly comparable to Admiral of Headquarters. He believed that if it hadn't been for the sudden intervention of Kaido and Jin from behind. As time goes by, people in Blood Prison will undoubtedly be defeated. Oh, Whitebeard was a little surprised. He took the newspaper and read it. Gula lala, that guy Kaido, no matter what he does, I won't find it strange. He looked at the newspaper. I'm a little surprised that Kaido, the beast, has a conflict with Admiral Aokiji, Hero Garp, and the others, but it's not too surprising. Kaido of the Beasts is a warlike monster who often goes crazy and goes to other four emperors and even marines' territory to cause trouble every day or two. Blood Prison Ren. But soon, he was slightly startled. Looking at the figure of Ren who was too young and has a cold face on the newspaper. Whitebeard couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and chuckled. As a new pirate who has not officially entered the New World, the bounty actually exceeds 675 million Baileys. What a scary little guy. Advertisement. His name is Coppers Ren. He was once the vice captain of the Strawhat Pirates, the pirate group of Brother Ace. Marco was afraid that Whitebeard didn't know about the Strawhat Pirates, so he gave a brief introduction and said directly, but it seems that he quit, and he also gained the ability of the Zone Phantom species. Gula lala, it is indeed an amazing ability. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Look at that posture, it should be the legendary Kirin, right? It's very similar to the ability of Kaido, the beast. And the ability should be fire. No wonder even Aokiji, that ice brat, couldn't take it down in a short time. I guess that guy Kaido went to the front half of the Grand Line to recruit him, right? For beasts Kaido, Whitebeard still knows it very well. The other party can be said to have a soft spot for those with zone abilities. So much so that most of the beasts pirates are people with zone abilities. Not to mention the rare Logia ability users, who should be the same as the zone ability users, the more common Paramesha ability users are very few. For those with Phantom Beast abilities like Blood Prison Ren. For Kaido, there is obviously an extraordinary temptation. I was afraid that I was determined to win, so I ran to the front half of the Grand Line, and happened to have a conflict with the Admiral of Headquarters, and a fight broke out. As for what the newspapers said, there was some conspiracy theory about a deliberate hunt for Marine Admiral. Whitebeard didn't believe it at all. It can be seen that his strength is extraordinary. Even Marine did not hesitate to issue such an exaggerated reward for him. Ace, who was once a super rookie, did not receive such treatment. Ha ha ha, I remember Ace doesn't have such a high bounty until now, right? That's because he didn't go out to cause trouble, otherwise, I think it would have exceeded 1 billion Baileys, right? That's right. After all, Ace is the captain of the 2nd division of our Whitebeard Pirates. Blood Prison Ren. I haven't seen such an amazing guy for a long time. Some captains also gathered quickly. It is inevitable to be a little surprised and curious about a new pirate like Blood Prison Ren who is too young and has an astonishing bounty. After all, he is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although they are inevitably a little proud, they look down on those blind and arrogant young people who rely on good luck to obtain powerful fruit abilities and think they are invincible and extremely arrogant. But no matter how high you think of yourself, you are not so arrogant that you look down on everyone. A newcomer who has not yet entered the New World and is able to fight against the Marine Admiral to such an extent and even attract such attention from naval headquarters is obviously not just relying on his arrogance. It looks like he's still a swordsman. Even the captain of the 5th Division, Wahian Bista, couldn't help but feel a little interested. Next to him, Captain Izo of the 16th Division crossed his arms and said solemnly, I hope that guy doesn't get involved with Kaido, otherwise he will really be a troublesome enemy. What are you afraid of? As long as Dad is here, no matter how powerful the Beast's pirates are, they will not dare to provoke our Whitebeard pirates. You're right. After all, our dad is the strongest in the world. But that guy Ace, he really ran out recklessly and didn't even send a message back. Teach, that traitor, I will never spare him. What's Blackbeard? Do you want to replace Dad? I didn't expect that B************ D to be so ambitious. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line. On an island not far from the Water City, a pirate with a bruised nose and swollen face lay lying there, curled up and wailing. A shirtless figure wearing a cowboy hat clapped his hands nonchalantly. Blood Prison Ren, Fire Fist Ace, who was missed by the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, accidentally noticed a bounty list on the ground, and his eyes couldn't help but condense. He picked up the reward sheet and stared at the figure on it. He stared at the cold-faced, decisive young figure above, as well as the jaw-dropping bounty amount. Even Ace couldn't help but be a little stunned. Tisk, tisk, a new pirate who has not yet entered the New World will be offered a bounty of 675 million belly. It is incredible. The bounty is higher than that of me, the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain is still taller. Has that guy left the Straw Hat Pirates? Such a terrible guy will definitely not be subordinated so easily. Recalling the powerful vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates who was similar in age to his younger brother Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace sighed helplessly. The companions who once took adventures together and held lively banquets suddenly left Straw Hat. Crew, that guy Luffy must be very unhappy, right? He could understand Luffy's mood. After all, as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, his purpose in running the first half of the Grand Line was to chase one person, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. The guy who had been aboard the Whitebeard Pirates Moby DK for 20 or 30 years suddenly betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates, brutally killed his companions and escaped. Moreover, he is also a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, which makes Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division, extremely angry. For the sake of his father, Whitebeard, and for the sake of his friend, captain of the 4th Squadron, Saki, who was unfortunately killed, he can rest in peace. Even if he chases him to the ends of the earth, he will find Blackbeard. Alas. Advertisement. Suddenly, a newspaper flew with the wind and covered Ace's face. He was immediately attracted by the shocking title above. Even Marine Admiral Aokiji couldn't take him down. What a powerful guy. Ace flipped through the newspaper. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he was a little shocked. And that monster Kaido actually ran over from the New World to recruit Bloodhell Ren. That ice and fire island. It seems like its flames are even more amazing than my fire. Looking at the picture of Ice and Fire Island above, he couldn't help but become silent. Although he is a user with the ability of Logia Mera Mera fruit. But the temperature of his flames cannot burn the earth into magma. Not to mention, it directly changed the climate of the entire island permanently. But is it still a step too late? Take a deep breath. Ace suppressed his complicated thoughts. With a slight jump, he jumped to the small speedboat docked on the sea. As intense flames spewed out from under his feet, the entire fast ship sailed directly into the distance at an alarming speed. Fire Fist Ace pressed down his cowboy hat, his eyes firm. Teach, no matter how much you run away, I will catch you sooner or later. Also in the first half of the Grand Line. An island not far from Fire Fist Ace. Ha ha ha, thief, Blood Prison Ren, it's you as expected. A tall, bloated figure sat cross-legged on the shore. Looking at the newspaper he just bought, he grinned with his big gap-toothed smile and said, you really have gained incredible abilities. I knew that a small temple like the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't accommodate you. If Ace were here, I'm afraid I'll scream in shock and rage. Then without any hesitation, he directly used his special skill, Fire Fist, and blasted him hard. Because the other party was the Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach who betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates, killed his friend Captain Saki of the 4th Division, and escaped to the first half of the Grand Line. That guy is really impressive. After all, I almost got killed by him. Way ha ha ha. Champion, Badgers, the helmsman of the Blackbeard Pirates, raised his thick arms and said with a laugh. When they were on Gaia Island, I once met the Straw Hat crew. He also had a conflict with the Straw Hat Pirates when he was competing with the Straw Hat crew. He was almost killed by Blood Prison Ren, who was the vice-captain of the Straw Hat at the time and was extremely cruel. It's a pity that such a guy actually joined the Beast's Pirates. A figure dressed as a theater actor, wearing a top hat and leaning on a cane, who was tap dancing there, said with pity. Surprisingly, It is Devil Patrol, Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates. Although it is not 100% confirmed. But I heard that Kaido, the beast, always likes to recruit Zone's ability users. Now that he himself has appeared there in person, it is obviously impossible for him to give up recruiting strong men like Blood Prison Ren. With the overwhelming power of the New World Four Emperors, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. He didn't think Blood Hell Ren would refuse. Let's not talk about anything else, Captain Teach. Lafitte looked directly at Blackbeard, where he reminded, the condition for those guys who want to replace the sand crocodile that was killed by Blood Prison Ren not long ago as the new 7 warlords of the sea and world government is that we are required I have to prove my strength. The last time I was on Gaia Island, I was escaped by the Straw Hat crew because of the intervention of Blood Prison Ren. We can't delay any longer, otherwise if the world government lets others become 7 warlords of the sea, it will affect our next plans. Ha 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 ha. Thieves, if you want those guys who don't see rabbits and don't let go of eagles to nod, you can only hunt those guys who have a bounty of hundreds of millions. Blackbeard stood up energetically and said with a smile, if you really can't find the target, you can only go directly to the Sabayati archipelago and wait for the supernovas, with a bounty of over 100 million to come to your door. As for hunting Blood Hell Ren, he might have had some ideas at first. But now, I have decisively given up such thoughts. Let's not say whether this guy joined the Beast's pirates or not. Just looking at the hair-numbing monster's posture and the somewhat exaggerated Ice and Fire Island published by the World Economic News, you know that it is not that easy to provoke. Even Marine Admiral Aokiji failed to catch the opponent and almost fell over. There are many pirates with bounties worth over 100 million. There is no need for him to ask for trouble at this time. Ha ha ha, I have a hunch that we will meet soon. Chapter 46 Jin and Ren, the fate of the Lunaria clan. First update, please order first. And at this moment, in a certain sea area, a deserted island. Oh. The tall beast Kaido sat there. Looking at the newspaper that Yan Calamity Jin had just delivered, he couldn't help laughing and said, that Morgan's guy, those news reporters are really pervasive. He took all of this, said, his huge palm held a small reward list. He looked directly at the large figure lying on the side and said with a smile, hey, Ren, your boy has been offered a reward of 675 million belly. Excited? Don't make any noise, let me take a rest. Some people with bruised noses and faces were too lazy to move and grinned. Damn, I really underestimated that old man's attack power. He is indeed the marine hero who once chased the Pirate King everywhere. Even my observation Haki, who can temporarily foresee the future, can't escape it. 460. Went through a 3-day battle. The physical strength that should have been abundant was exhausted. He only felt sore all over his body, and he was even more tired, he just wanted to have a good sleep. What he didn't expect was that even in the fire defense mode, the old guy Garp struck with all his strength and actually broke his defense. Although it didn't directly seriously hurt him, it did hurt him. Originally, if he only received 1 or 2 blows, it would be nothing to him who was already thick-skinned. After all, Lunaria's special abilities have directly immunized and cancelled most of the force. But if it happens too many times, the superimposed damage will be considerable. Of course, the benefits are also real. The 3 days of fighting obviously gave him a lot of training. It was only a few days after he suddenly obtained the fruit ability of the Phantom Beast, the unicorn form, that he couldn't wait to swallow the pair of golden horns on Crown Island that contained mysterious power. In a short period of time, the continuous increase in strength is obviously a bit frivolous. In other words, you are too dependent on external things, and your body and mind are still somewhat unable to keep up with your abilities. But with the continuous high-intensity battles, his spirit will have experienced unimaginable transformations and have completely stabilized. Even the strength of his own conqueror's Haki has been directly improved to the next level. I didn't expect that you, like Jin, are from the Lunarian clan. Looking at Ren in front of me, Kaido, 100 beasts, was a little surprised. No wonder Haki is so weak, but he can still challenge Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, and withstand that guy's attack head-on without any harm. My Haki is weak? The corners of people's mouth can't help but twitch. Advertisement looking at the tall and mighty Kaido of the beasts, even after a fierce battle, he is still vigorous and intimidating. All right, you are strong and you are justified. After all, compared to these monsters with overwhelming power, his Haki is really not that strong. On the side, Jin, who had experienced a tragic battle and was also in a bit of a state of embarrassment, rarely showed his true appearance. Gray hair, brown skin. There is also a strange tattoo on the left eye. He looked at the figure lying there exhausted in front of him with complicated eyes. He had gray-white broken hair, but his skin was a different bronze color from his, and he was too young. But what's going on with your boy's skin color? Are all the Lunaria tribesmen brown-skinned? Oh, geez. Kaido looked at Ren, full of curiosity. I remember Jin once said that your family's genes are very powerful. Even if you combine with humans, the children born will not be ordinary humans, they will still have Luna. All the characteristics of the Lea tribe, and it stands to reason that you should be no exception, right? My father is from the Lunarian tribe, and my mother is from the human tribe. Ren responded lazily. Regarding these, he didn't think there was anything to hide. Afraid of being laughed at? Afraid of being discriminated against? Non-existent. Who dares to talk nonsense in front of me? Then kill him. Mermaid tribe? Jin was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized, isn't he a human? No wonder. Oh, this sea is really amazing, Kaido laughed. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ren turned out to be a hybrid between a Lunarian and a mermaid woman. Copper's Ren. I should have thought of it a long time ago. Jin sighed lightly and asked Ren directly, your father's name is Copper, right? Ren. Yeah, Jin. He is my cousin, Ren, I know. Ember. Jin. We were separated a long time ago. I always thought he might have been killed, but I didn't expect that he had already lived in seclusion, got married and had children. Jin sighed. He originally thought that he was the only one left in the Lunaria clan. I never thought that there were other tribesmen, so I couldn't help but feel a little turbulent in my heart and couldn't calm down. Advertisement, Uncle Abel, you may be disappointed. Ren opened his eyes and said calmly, now father is gone. Jin's whole body trembled. Abel, this is a name he hasn't used in a long time. Even among the entire Beast's pirates, only Kaido knows his real name. It was obvious that Ren had really recognized him a long time ago. Yeah? Jin was silent for a moment. There seemed to be some sadness in his eyes. Even Kaido of the Beasts on the side rarely bothered him. Carrying the wine snatched from the ship of a certain unlucky pirate group, he drank by himself. Are you resentful? Jin looked at Ren and asked directly. The bloodline of this family is like a curse, causing descendants to have no peace and a happy ending for generations to come. Even you are not immune, although the skin color is different. But he still saw the vague scars on Ren's back that were relatively old, and he even deliberately tattooed a pair of black wings to cover them up. Apparently when he was very young, the other party removed the black wings that symbolized the Lunaria clan. Even if people have children in the future, his descendants will continue to suffer the same fate. Why do you say that? Ren looked at him. He bared his teeth and said, thanks to this bloodline, I can be so powerful. I never think that my birth was a mistake. On the contrary, I am very glad that I have the blood of Lunaria. Looking at the blue sky, Ren stretched out his right hand. With a confident smile on his face, he clenched his fists and vowed, FK fate, one day, I will pull those guys down and return to the place where we, as a race of gods, should return. The place. 3.6 Jin stared blankly at the nephew he had just met, not knowing what to say. Ren. The other party seemed to have a convincing power. Even he didn't subconsciously refute it for a moment. Oh, Cluck, pull the celestial dragons down and return to Mariajoy? Kaido, the beast on the side, stood up. He looked at the ambitious Ren and couldn't help laughing. What a bold ambition. This is much harder than becoming the Pirate King. Then, you will join Lousy's Beast's Pirates, Blood Prison Ren. Kaido, the beast, looked at Ren and extended the invitation again. He firmly clenched his huge fist, filled with unspeakable hockey, and said ambitiously, one day, Lousy will lead you to fight the best top war in the world. By then, your ambition may not be impossible to realize. Oh. Chapter 47 The Fourth Natural Disaster of Beasts Pirates. Second update, please subscribe. To join you guys. Looking at Kaido of the Beasts, whose eyes were full of eagerness, he once again extended an olive branch to him. Ren raised his eyebrows and said with a slight smile, hey, I have very high standards, except for Uncle Abel. I won't allow other guys who can't catch my eye to be on an equal footing with me. He had already planned to join the Beast's Pirates and was preparing to lay eggs through borrowing money. Faced with the kind invitation from Kaido, he was naturally not prepared to refuse. After all, the wave of a new era is coming. It would be too slow to develop from scratch like other new pirates. It's not that Ren doesn't have the courage to face the 4 emperors of the new world who dominate the sea like emperors and challenge them. But that would be such a waste of time. This is not playing a pirate game like House. Even if you want to challenge the 4 emperors, who have been entrenched in the new world for many years, they are quite powerful in terms of strength and power. It will undoubtedly take a long time to develop and accumulate strength. If you get hot-headed and rush in recklessly, you will only die miserably. If nothing else, just look at the red-haired pirates. After the Pirate King Roger was publicly executed 22 years ago, the red-haired trainee pirate in Roger's pirate group had an amazing talent and inherited Roger's will. Red-haired Shanks grew up on the ship of the Roger pirates. With the words and deeds of strong men such as Pirate King Roger and Pluton Rayleigh, he already has considerable strength at a young age. Over the years, he has led the red-haired pirates on adventures, staying away from the hegemony disputes in the New World, lying low and secretly accumulating strength. It was not until 4 years ago that the New World's old order was challenged. In one fell swoop, he became the new Pirate Emperor, and was listed as the 4 Emperors, along with Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and others. Like the future Captain, Eustace Kid is quite brave. Red Hair Pirates, BIG-21MOM Pirates, Beasts Pirates. Almost all of them were challenged by him. Indeed, with some luck, he teamed up with Trafalgar Law to barely defeat Charlotte Linlin, the Pirate Emperor, and dethrone him from the throne of the Pirate Emperor. In the end, besides increasing the bounty, what else did you get? It only affects those companions who risk their lives and follow him wholeheartedly. In the end, even if he is lucky enough to survive, he may be severely hit by losing all his companions, and he will directly become the second Gecko Moria who is completely crushed and loses his spirit, giving up on himself, and has never recovered from it. Moreover, even after breaking into the New World, he really grew up rapidly in battle after battle, and defeated a certain pirate emperor like a broken bamboo and replaced him within a short period of time, nor can it fully accept the other party's huge power. There is a high probability that he will suffer heavy losses, injuring 1,000 enemies and damaging himself 800, and his vitality will be severely damaged. At most, it would just become a new, 4th level, like the Strawhat Pirates who defeated Kaido of the Beasts 2 years later in the original trajectory. If you want to challenge the world government head-on, a behemoth that has ruled this sea for 800 years and has unfathomable background, you don't know that you have to wait until the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse. If you are really determined, go to war at any cost. Just marine as a front can make you breathless. It can be said that if we develop step by step, it will take at least 10, 20, 30 years. It may even take longer to slowly accumulate strength. Only then may we be slightly qualified to challenge the world government. But if the Beast's pirates can be eaten away bit by bit from within, this huge force can be completely taken over. At that time, coupled with the power that I have developed silently in secret, not only was he able to quickly surpass other pirate emperors, Riju became the undisputed most fishy overlord in the New World. Even if he plans well, maybe in the shortest possible time, we can accumulate the power to challenge naval headquarters and world government head-on. At least it can save 10 or 20 years of development time. Oh, Giggle, since you are Jin's nephew, you are truly one of our own. Kaido, the beast, was there laughing. He looked at Ren in front of him with admiration, and promised boldly, "When your strength is recognized by me, I will make you the deputy governor of Beast's Pirates, no problem." How about it? Think about it. As a Lunarian, he is also Jin's nephew. He is also a zone fantasy beast type user, and he has considerable strength and huge potential. For Baisho Kaido, he has a lot of favorable impressions of Blood Prison. Advertisement considering the opponent's astonishing potential, it is certain that he will become a monster like Admiral of Headquarters in the future. Not to mention Silver Rayleigh, the Pluton, who was once the world-famous vice-captain of the Roger Pirates and was known as the Pirate King's right arm. Even Ben Beckman, the second in command of the red-haired Shanks guy who was always against him, seems to be much stronger than the strongest fire disaster Jindu under his command. It makes Kaido a little envious. However, none of his subordinates are really strong enough to catch his eye. The only son, who has inherited his own blood, is talented and has great potential, but he is also an unfilial daughter with a brain problem. It's not easy to meet a newcomer like Ren, who has great potential and is rising extremely fast. I'm afraid he will be able to challenge Marine Admiral head-on within a few years. Kaido, the beast, has always been determined to launch a top-notch war that would shock the world. Naturally, such combat power is highly desired. He even did not hesitate to promise the throne of Deputy Governor of the 100 Beasts Group. Vacant position waiting. I don't mind joining other forces. After all, it's easy to enjoy the shade under the big tree. I don't think I can destroy the world government alone. Ren sat up. Looking at the beast Kaido in front of him, he shrugged nonchalantly. For Uncle Abel's sake, I can agree to join you Beast's Pirates. But when Baiju Kaido just smiled, his face became extremely serious, and he looked directly at the beast's Kaido with sharp eyes. But there is one thing I must explain in advance. 100 Beasts Kaido, before that top battle you promised comes, if you dare to lose to others, I will personally take off your head. Ren. Jin heard this. My heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, I was worried that the other party would make Kaido angry with such rude words. Concern leads to chaos. Normally, he would know Kaido of the Beasts very well. Naturally, he knew this man's big heart and wouldn't care about this at all. But he thought that he was the only one left in the entire group. As time went by, he could say that he no longer had any expectations for the future life. Suddenly I found that I still had a relative alive, and he was my cousin's child. His cold and ruthless heart couldn't help but have a wave of emotion. Treat this young, shameless, but surprisingly powerful nephew. After a long absence, I felt a sense of intimacy. Subconsciously, I became concerned. Oh, Giggle, take off Lousy's head. Listening to Ren's somewhat unruly and murderous words, Kaido was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Interesting guy, but you won't wait until that day. There is no one in this world who can defeat Lousy. He wasn't angry in any way. Instead, he felt confident and high-spirited. The whole person is filled with indescribable hockey. Kaido, the beast, firmly believes that he is invincible now. There is no one in this sea who can defeat him, no longer exists. Charlotte Linlin, although the other party used to take good care of him, and he still owed the other party a big favor. But in terms of strength, the old woman who is full of sweets, only knows how to keep giving birth to children, and completely wastes her terrible talents is not enough. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard? The sun is declining, and I am getting old. As for the red-haired Shanks who was newly promoted to 4 emperors a few years ago, the opponent's conqueror's hockey is indeed surprisingly powerful. But Kaido doesn't think he will lose to the opponent. As for Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral, Hero Garp and others, Kaido doesn't think that any of these people can be his opponent in a one-on-one situation. That's no problem. Advertisement. Ren shrugged. He smiled and grabbed the wooden barrel cup and the full wine barrel next to him, and filled himself up with wine. He raised his glass and paid tribute to the beast's Kaido in front of him. Then, I, Copper's Ren, will officially join the Beast's Pirates from today on. Please give me more advice from now on, Boss Kaido said. He drank it all in one gulp, seeing Ren so straightforward. Not even asking for anything too much, Kaido, who was originally prepared to make more promises, was overjoyed and couldn't help but feel more satisfied with Ren. He just likes such cheerful people. Oh, you're welcome to join us, Ren. Kaido, who was in a great mood, generously grabbed a barrel of wine, clinked glasses, with Ren there, and laughed and said, "From now on, you will be the fourth disaster of our beast's pirates, natural disaster." Uncle Abel. Ren drank the wine in the barrel in one gulp. He filled it up again and smiled at Yan Calamity Jin and said, "From now on, our uncle and nephew will be partners working together in Beast's Pirates. Please give me your advice." "I don't use that name anymore, just call me Jin," Jin said calmly, but he didn't refuse Ren's toast. He was over 6 meters tall, just slightly shorter than Kaido of the Beasts. He also grabbed the barrel like Kaido of the Beasts and happily clinked glasses with Ren. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the other party is willing to join the Beast's Pirates, they don't have to be enemies, which is great. By the way, Boss Kaido, I have one more request. Ren thought of something and said directly to Kaido, "I heard that the headquarters of the Beast's Pirates is in Wano-kuni. The terrain there is steep, easy to defend and difficult to attack. It has been closed to the outside world all year round, and the information is blocked. 103 Personally, I still like to take risks. Except for the orders personally issued by you, the governor, such as going out to conquer the East and other combat missions. If I want to go out for a walk anytime, that's no problem, right?" "Oh, hey, this little thing is no problem. In Beast's Pirates, as long as you don't delay those important tasks, you are free. Of course, try not to miss major celebrations such as the Fire Festival, and you still have to participate. Wait, otherwise you will be too unsociable. Oh. Taking a gulp of wine, Beast's Kaido smiled nonchalantly and said, "In addition, you are the fourth biggest star of Beast's Pirates, and you are qualified to form an exclusive team like Jack and the others. Fleet. When the time comes, you can choose anyone from among the Beast's Pirates." He was even more satisfied with the fourth plague who had just joined the 100 Beasts group. Such requests are no longer made before joining, but are made after joining the 100 Beasts group. The senses given to people are completely different. Nothing else, just highlight 2 words, sensible. Therefore, Baisho Kaido agreed to Ren's request without even thinking about it. After all, the strong have privileges. As the governor of the Beast's Pirates, he often goes out to commit suicide, alone, and even directly goes to challenge other 4 emperors, marines and so on. As long as the other person is not really there all year round, he will not even be seen a few times on Ghost Island. He can still accept it. That's no problem. Oh, hey, it's better for you to be happy, unlike those guys who have no strength, but think highly of themselves, are smelly and tough. Lousy didn't even know how many of them he had killed for such a useless piece of trash. There is a saying that a man who knows the current affairs is a hero. I don't think I can directly challenge a monster like you, Boss Kaido. Ha. Come on, TN beeping. Oh, that's so beautiful. Indeed, those guys from Marine are really hoping that you, young and energetic, will fall out with Kaido-sama and be punished by him, the pirate emperor of the New World. Cheers, in the blink of an eye. The 3 people who were fighting side by side on Ice and Fire Island before. All of a sudden, we all became our own people and the atmosphere naturally rose. In particular, Baisho Kaido has always been good at drinking, and he is not the kind of person who puts on airs. He does not have the arrogance of a strong man at all. He is more open-minded and talks and laughs with Ren there. If it weren't for the exaggerated height difference, all they have to do is put their arms around each other and call each other brothers. The 3 of them toasted and drank while drinking. Chapter 48 Yamato? Kaido's son-in-law? Open black lens bracket 3rd update close black lens bracket. Until the afternoon of the next day. Ren woke up from a sweet dream and yawned there. Stretching, his eyes were clear and he was full of energy. I'm finally fully resurrected. Just over a day has passed. The bruises and other marks on his face have long since disappeared. Although the injuries on his body were not particularly serious, an average strong person would have to spend at least 10.5 days recuperating before he could fully recover from his injuries. He has completely recovered, his whole life is full of energy, and his condition is as good as ever. It makes people stunned. Somewhat incredible. Oh, ox fruit, phantom beast species, unicorn form. Your boy's ability is really amazing. Kaido, who had already woken up, looked at Ren, who was completely fine, and couldn't help being a little surprised. He laughed and said, "This amazing resilience is almost the same as Lousy's blue dragon form." Certainly. His ability in the form of a blue dragon was able to recover so quickly. The main reason is that his own physique is far superior to ordinary people, and combined with the fruit ability, he has subtly improved his physique over the years. However, as a Lunarian, Ren's body is quite amazing. After all, as a special race that claims to be able to survive in any natural environment, it is not just the body that can produce flames. In addition, the fruit ability is not inferior to that of the phantom beast, the blue dragon form. It's not surprising that his resilience is comparable to his own. Eat something to replenish your strength. This is left for you. Jin pointed to something that had already been baked not far away and hung there. It was already baked. It was about tens of meters long and there were what an exaggerated sea king's meat. Next to it, there are a large number of exaggerated Sea King's bones. It was obviously the remnants left by him and Kaido. Thank you so much. Ren smiled. I don't mind whether it's beautiful or not at all. The right hand directly condensed an ordinary flame, slightly heating the barbecue that had been left there for too long and had become a little cold. Just divide 3 by 5 and divide it by 2 and start feasting. Soon, they were wiped out, thanks for treatment. Not long after, people who have enough to eat and drink. Sitting there lazily, picking his teeth leisurely. Speaking of which, I originally wanted to go to the New World to find the Big Mom pirates. I heard that Big Mom has many daughters. I figured there should be some that are pretty. Advertisement. Looking at Jin and Kaido opposite, he chuckled and said, after all, with my strength, if I am willing to become the son-in-law of the Charlotte family, I think Charlotte Linlin will not refuse. However, seeing that Boss Kaido, you are quite easy to talk to and should be easier to get along with, I reluctantly gave up this idea. Of course this is just nonsense. After all, if you join the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates. If he wants to quietly annex these forces from within, it will obviously not be easy. But Beast's Pirates is different. It seems to be a strict hierarchy, but in fact it advocates the law of the jungle and the weak eats the strong. Beast's Pirates, those who give. Ren knows the weaknesses of these guys very well. As for the cadres of the 100 Beasts group, everyone is even more unruly, disobedient to anyone, and even hostile to each other. Whenever there is an opportunity, they will scheming, always trying to get to the top and bring down the 3 disasters that are the signature of Beast's Pirates. Moreover, there are many conflicts within Wano Kuni. Those samurai who seem to have surrendered are secretly thinking about resisting the rule of the black-haired snake, General Wano Kuni, Kaido of the Beast's ally. Waiting for the opportunity to take back his country from the Beast's Pirates. For him, it just happened to be able to fish in troubled waters. Carry out your own plans secretly. As long as he plans properly, he can conquer and win over most of the Beast's Pirates' cadres and Wano Kuni's warriors one by one. Especially, with his relationship with Yanjian. In the future, maybe we can even win over the other party directly. Ren already has a rough plan in his mind. Jin raised an eyebrow. Looking at Ren speechlessly. Oh. Kaido, who was on the opposite side, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He looked at Ren with some surprise and laughed. I really didn't realize that you were so lucky. Among other things, inside Beast's Pirates, there is a special flower arcade, and there are so many beautiful women. He patted his chest and confirmed. After all, relying on Wano Kuni's rich population resources. Beast's Pirates often collect those pretty women, take them to the Ghost Island, and give them to Black Maria, who is one of the Flying Six, as a big sign next to the 3 disasters, as a geisha in the arcade for the entertainment of the Beast's Pirates. Of course, this costs money. It is also a disguised form of earning back the salaries and bonuses that are usually distributed to those low-level pirates, so as to prevent the team's funds from flowing out as much as possible. I have severe mental misophobia. Forget about those vulgar fans who have been played by others. Ren shrugged. Stretching his muscles and bones, he said plausibly, after all, I shoulder the important task of revitalizing the Lunarian clan. Naturally, the more women the better. Advertisement, if you really like it. But soon, he looked at Ren with burning eyes and said bluntly, I will find as many beautiful women as you want. Looking at Jin's extremely serious look, Ren's mouth twitched fiercely. No, although I want to revitalize the Lunarian clan, if I want to find a woman, I still have to have feelings. I'd better do it myself. It's fun to find. He felt that if he agreed directly, this guy is afraid that he will immediately run to Wano Kuni and ask Kurozumi to hold a national beauty pageant for him. He might also ask his pirates to search for beauties from all over the sea. But just finished. Ren turned around and thought. It seems that those pretty beauties in Wano Kuni are free of charge. Anyway, don't let it be ruined by those guys like Kurozumi Orochi or the Hyakujuden. In order to save the suffering Wano Kuni women, it is not impossible for you to work a little harder. He coughed dryly and added righteously, however, if you, uncle, can give me a few maids to take care of my daily life, I will not refuse. It's better to be pretty. Then I'll send someone to Wano Kuni to look for a few of them later. I'll have Maria train them and send them to you. Jin responded directly. As long as the other party can revitalize the Lunarian clan and give birth to several more descendants with Lunarian clan blood. Not to mention finding a few pretty women from Wano Kuni, even if he wanted Big Mom's daughter, he would first go to Todo Land and capture them for Ren. As for Wano Kuni's General Kurozumi, will Orochi have any objections? Don't look at the fact that he usually gives the other party a little face and calls him General Orochi. In fact, that guy is just a puppet of their Beast's Pirates. Anyway, over the years, they, the Beast's Pirates, have used Kurozumi's reputation as general to almost control the entire Wano Kuni. ****D them off. You can kill the opponent at any time. Li Lihao. Re-establish a new general. Kaido, the beast on the side, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Oh, hey, he's such a unique guy. However, Ren, you may be disappointed. I remember that Linlin's daughters are mostly weird, crooked and cracked jujubes. He looked at Ren with admiration and said, why don't you become my son-in-law? If you have offspring with that girl Yamato, they will definitely be too strong. Oh. Examine the man in front of you. who has a handsome face and can be called a young hero. Kaido of the 100 Beasts drank wine, his big copper bell eyes were shining, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. With Ren's talents and qualifications, he is not only a Lunarian, but also the nephew of Ren, his most trusted confidant. Moreover, the opponent was not subdued by him by force, but voluntarily joined the Beast's pirates. As the son-in-law of Kaido, he is obviously qualified. Especially if Ren, who has Lunarian blood and has amazing talents, combines with his silly son, Yamato. It will definitely give birth to a monster with the best qualifications in this sea. Chapter 49. Domineering. Hundreds of teachers. Open black lens bracket. Fourth update. Close black lens bracket. Master Yamato. Hear Kaido of the Beasts say this suddenly. Jin couldn't help being startled. Master Kaido, are you kidding me? He has followed Kaido for so many years and naturally knows his character very well. Looking at the posture, it was obvious that he really had such an idea. But having said that Her Majesty Oniji is a bit abnormal in her mind, but she is so strong that she can really make a scene. Only a guy like Ren can hold it down. Oh, Boss Kaido, do you still have a daughter? Ren raised his eyebrows, seemingly full of surprise. He naturally knows very well about Kaido's daughter. Oh, that's Laozi's only daughter, and she's much better than the Charlotte family. Do you want to think about it? Kaido slapped his chest. He asked Ren with a big smile. Forget it. People heard the words. It seemed like he suddenly became serious. But looking up and down, he looked up and down at Kaido, who was tall and as fierce as a wild beast. He couldn't help but show an expression full of disgust. Hey, what's your expression like? Bang. The huge mace was heavy on the ground. The earthquake cracked the earth, and he looked down at Ren unhappily. Can't Laozi give birth to a beautiful daughter? Looking directly at the beast Kaido in front of him, Ren was not afraid and sneered. Boss Kaido, the daughter of a big and thick guy like you must be a muscular and fierce man-woman. The most important thing for a woman is gentleness. Do you understand gentleness? To put it mildly, Master Yamato is indeed irrelevant. Jin said calmly from the side. But if you want to find a beautiful woman, your highness is not bad, but a little more fierce. His views are very similar to Kaido's. Put aside the brain problems of Princess Guiji. That guy can indeed give birth to powerful offspring for their Lunaria clan. Therefore, it is not impossible to consider. If it's really beautiful, it's not impossible to consider. Ren's eyes lit up and he pretended to be interested. But then, he quickly shook his head like a rattle. When you are your son-in-law, Boss Kaido, there must be a lot of rules and regulations, and a man cannot hang himself from a tree. But a man who aspires to become the king of the sea. It is undeniable that Yamato, the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, is indeed very beautiful, has amazing potential, and is very powerful. But becoming the other party's son-in-law means that there can't be other women, at least you have to do a good job on the surface. People don't want to, and at the end of the day. For that Yamato guy, he has plenty of ways to conquer them slowly. Oh, Laozi, did Laozi require that you can only be with one woman every day? Looking at Ren who was a little excited but also a little worried. Advertisement. Kaido's tall figure carried the mace and said with a smile, a strong man cannot be restrained by just a woman. I know this better than you. He touched his huge fist. He made no secret of his true thoughts. Laozi just wants you and Yamato to produce one or two powerful offspring to add powerful combat power to the Beast's pirates. If you can control that girl, I won't have a problem with how many women your kid has. Oh, hee hee. Just like he said, he doesn't want to be like the Big Mom pirates, who marry various forces, large and small, and use blood ties as a bond to continuously increase the strength of the Charlotte family. For this reason, he did not hesitate to use his daughter Yamato to win over Ren. However, this is not because he feels sorry for his daughter, but because he doesn't bother to do that. But I simply want these two people to produce truly powerful offspring. That's all. Hey, Boss Kaido. Ren looked at Baiju Kaido speechlessly. The one named Yamato, are you sure she is your biological daughter? Sure enough, the kind of daughter you have depends on the kind of father you have. This sentence is certainly not entirely correct. But there is obviously no problem when it comes to Kaido and Yamato. Thinking back to the seastone handcuffs on Yamato, they are the kind that are like those slave collars and will really explode once they escape from Onigashima. No wonder the father is kind, and the son is filial. Otherwise, Yamato's brain will be flooded again and he will worship Kazuki Oden, his father's enemy. It's impossible to really have no family ties with Kaido. Of course I'm my biological child. Stop talking nonsense. If you agree or disagree, just give me a happy word. Kaido asked impatiently. You've said so of course I don't have any objections. Especially the kind of powerful and beautiful women, I'm even more interested in. Ren shrugged and said nonchalantly, but let's wait until we get to the Beast's Pirates headquarters and meet her before we talk. Since Kaido dares to give his daughter to her, of course he wouldn't be polite. What? Yamato has an opinion. Resist. Convinced first. Just adjust it slowly. Isn't she? Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden is a famous CBCD dancer in Wano-kuni. I once danced inspirational dance in the capital of flowers for 5 full years. As Kazuki Oden, how could she not dance? No matter what, you have to shake, scratch, your head, wiggle, play, your tail posture, in front of yourself, and twist it, right. Moreover, Kazuki Oden has a son and a daughter, how could she not have one? No matter what, you have to surpass Kazuki Oden and give birth to 8 out of 10 children, right? Anyway, let alone a beating or two. He estimated that even if he used force, Kaido would have no problem with it. Ren could tell that this guy was really cold-blooded and would do anything to achieve his goals. Just like what he said, it was not to win over himself at all. But he really wants to produce powerful offspring between himself and Yamato. It's not just pretending. Advertisement. By the way, Boss Kaido. People no longer care about these. He looked at Kaido with burning eyes, and said his next purpose, your moves are so powerful. You not only used armament haki, but also entangled Conqueror's haki, right? I would like to ask you about Conqueror's entanglement techniques. What? Conqueror's entanglement? Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Kaido, the beast, was also a little surprised. Oh, giggling, you kid can actually see that. Kaido is not surprised that Ren has Conqueror's haki. After all, this guy's huge ambition and amazing qualifications are all there. However, he didn't expect that the other party would actually understand his attack and even entangle Conquerors. Ren smiled and said, I think you are not stingy in this regard, right? Oh, giggling, you don't need to use such words to irritate Lousy. Carrying the mace and looking down at the smiling Ren, Kaido said angrily, on this sea, there are only a handful of people who can master Conqueror's entanglement. However, with your qualifications, even if there is no one to teach you, you will most likely be able to figure it out on your own, but it will definitely take more time. He had to admit it. With Ren's qualifications, he must be able to master the power of Conqueror's entanglement. If you rely on your own exploration, the time and energy required will not be achieved in a short time. It's not impossible to teach you, but I'm not a famous teacher, and I'm not good at teaching people. My teaching method may be simple and crude. He was carrying a mace that was covered with sharp barbs and was somewhat shocking. He looked at Ren teasingly, his eyes full of amusement. Are you sure you want to give it a try? On the side, Jin's eyelids twitched. He hesitated to speak, but did not stop him in the end. I can only silently mourn for this nephew. Although the Lunarian race's racial ability is indeed very powerful, it is not without limits. If not even a top powerhouse like Baiju Kaido could break Ren's defense. Then, he can roar proudly, Lousy is invincible. You are so humble. Ren chuckled, used honorific language, for the first time. 1 stick will bring out emission, 2 sticks will bring out tyranny, and 3 sticks will bring out awakening. It's not just talk. Under his unswerving, Tundon teachings, Yamato became a strong man who could compete with Fire Fist Ace even if he was wearing low-purity seastone handcuffs that could not use his abilities. He also mastered advanced techniques such as armament haki and Conqueror's winding. After taking off the seastone handcuffs, the fruit ability awakens directly. In the future, a sun god, Nika, was born. Teacher Kaido's unique teaching ability is outstanding. It is well known in the industry and enjoys a good reputation. Come on, Teacher Beishu. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom boom. Chapter 50 Famous Teacher 100 Beasts, Online Teaching. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Boom. An uninhabited desert island. A figure flew out like a cannonball. He crashed into a big mountain, causing the mountain to crack and his whole body embedded in it. A large amount of gravel flew and dust billowed. Ren. Jin's eyelids twitched. Can't help but feel a little worried. However, he believed that Kaido, the beast, would not really kill the other party. After all, Ren is the 4th biggest sign that Beast's pirates managed to acquire with great difficulty. The embarrassed man was covered in blood. He only felt that his head was a little dizzy. It seemed as if some force hit his spirit, and he almost fainted, as this Conqueror's entanglement. It's really powerful. Hey, Boss Kaido, why don't you let me prepare? A fire was burning in the back of his head. The disgraced man swept out of the mountain and couldn't help wiping his nosebleed. Speechless, he looked ahead at the intimidating beast Kaido, who was carrying a huge mace with great momentum. If it weren't for his observation haki, who could barely foresee the future for a short period of time, he would have barely had time to fire and enter defense mode. With his ability in the Kirin form of the Phantom Beast and the mysterious power of the Golden Crown, he has a physique that is unbelievably strong even in human form. When using the racial ability of the Lunaria tribe and turning on the defense mode, he almost lost consciousness. Oh, hey, he's really a tough guy. Looking at the figure that although a little bruised and swollen, is still alive and kicking. He swung the mace without any hesitation and struck Ren with a profound thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido laughed loudly there. Don't you want to learn Conqueror's entanglement? There is no way that is easier to remember and feel than the body. He really showed no mercy just now. Without saying hello, he just passed by with a stick. He was just going to knock Ren unconscious with a stick, sharpen his arrogance, and teach him a profound lesson. Unexpectedly, the other party reacted so quickly, and even reacted immediately under such circumstances. Moreover, the defense under normal conditions is not inferior to that of Jin, the disaster. Under his thunderous 8 trigrams, he managed to survive. Indeed, actual combat is the best teacher. Then come again. Ren's character was aroused and he refused to admit defeat. His eyes were burning and he looked at the beast Kaido in front of him with fighting spirit. Anyway, with my current strength, it is impossible to threaten a strong man like you, so I won't be polite. The whole person was roaring there. Expands directly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Covered in red scales and bathed in orange-red flames, it transformed into a 3-meter-tall human animal form. The flames that people can control can be roughly divided into 3 different levels according to different temperatures, colors, and powers. The first stage is the normal orange-red flame. The temperature is roughly the same as the flame controlled by Fire Fist Ace, who has the Mera Mera fruit ability. The second stage is a slightly stronger crimson flame, which he named Red Lotus Fire. The temperature is no worse than Marine Admiral Akainu's lava fruit. Advertisement. The temperature of this flame is quite astonishing. Not only can it easily melt rocks, it can even burn the earth into magma. The third stage is the dark red flame he named Hell Flame. The temperature is so terrifying that anything that comes close will be ruthlessly melted or even vaporized. It can directly burn everything and turn everything into ashes. Not even the Admiral of Headquarters dared to touch it easily. Because I don't really want to fight to the death, I just want to use the power of Kaido of the Beasts to hone my swordsmanship and haki, and experience the power and skills of Conqueror's entanglement. Naturally, there is no need for him to directly use flames with exaggerated temperature and astonishing power like Red Lotus Fire and Hell Flame. Bang! Hong Shui left the word unsheathed. Surrounded by the powerful armament haki, Ren stepped violently. Shunpo. Moment. The whole body is as fast as lightning. He disappeared directly from the sight of Jin and Beisho Kaido. Brush. Swipe. Very strangely. In an instant, in all directions. One after another, the messy boulders were ruthlessly torn apart one after another. Human is like an invisible weasel, its speed is extremely fast, its figure can no longer be seen clearly with the naked eye, and its trajectory is elusive. It's scary and makes my scalp numb. This guy is faster than before. He had already retreated immediately, leaving the space to the two of them. Jin, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. Although he had already experienced Ren's astonishing speed in previous battles with Admiral Aokiji, Hero Garp and others, the opponent seemed to be faster than that time. It seems that peak battle gave him a big breakthrough. Jin had to admit, this nephew is really talented. Even as an esper in the form of a dragon fruit, an ancient species, and a pteranodon, he has always been known for his speed. Even his own observation haki, which is quite strong, cannot accurately predict Ren's movement trajectory. However, at this time, a flash of scarlet flashed through his eyes filled with a violent aura. Kaido, the beast, seemed to be predicting the future, and his muscles suddenly tensed up. He waved his stick without hesitation and blasted out to his right side. Kai. Between the electric light and flint, a ghostly figure suddenly attacked from the right side at an unbelievable speed. Asking for flowers. But the mace that was swung out in an instant had accurately blocked the gleaming blade that was coming at him. Kang. Sparks sputter. Ren's pupils shrank sharply. But he didn't hesitate at all. Waving the blade crazily, he launched a fierce offensive. The cold light is like a strong wind and a sudden rain. Dazzling. Advertisement. Unstoppable. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing is endless. The thick and ferocious mace kept blocking Ren's blade. Kaido, who always accurately blocked Ren's continuous, tricky and fierce violent attacks, looked relaxed and carefree, looked down at Ren with a ferocious smile. Boy, you are not the only one who can predict the future. Oh, let's go, lousy, let's fully test your kid's strength. The words have not yet finished. Kaido sneered. The veins popped out and he waved the mace brazenly. It is clear that the defense of the opponent's racial ability combined with the ability of the phantom beast species fruit is exaggerated. The governor of the beast's pirates shows no mercy. Directly launched a violent offensive. Jundali Long Shengjun. Threads of black and red lightning kept intertwining and shining. A mace that was so big that it was covered with ferocious barbs, making people break out in cold sweat. Hoo-hoo. The atmosphere continued to tear apart, turning into a black stick shadow that filled the sky. Like a violent storm, it keeps crashing towards people. Clang. Bang. 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 Ah. Destroy the ancients. Kankan blocked part of it. But after all, they can't block them all. Without any accident, Ren flew out like a cannonball. Even with the fierce fire on, even in defense, resistance, endurance, etc., it is quite amazing. When the two states are combined, even Admiral Aokiji can't shake the human-animal form. He still felt like he was hit hard. His face was distorted in pain, and he could not help but grin. Hiss. The power of Conqueror's entanglement is really unexpectedly painful. Oh, giggle, even a monster like you must feel a lot of pain, right? At this time, Kaido, the beast, is extremely fierce. It showed an exaggerated speed that was completely inconsistent with that tall figure. Don't give up. Rushing in suddenly, appeared in the sky above Ren like lightning. Not prepared to give him a chance to breathe. Zhang Sanshi, Yin Nai Luo. The huge mace was swung high. Intertwined with astonishing lightning, it directly overwhelmed the atmosphere. He mercilessly blasted down towards Ren, whose pupils shrank fiercely. Boom. Boom. Ah. Chapter 51 Chopper's Blue Ball, Brain Power Enhancement, 6th Update. Bang bang. Ah. Come again. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom boom. Come again. Oh. Giggle, I just like your temperament. King Kong Dysprosium. Boom boom. Time flies. Under the diligent care of 100 teachers. The blood-soaked figure was almost out of shape, lying there helplessly doubting life. I can no longer forcefully shout, "Come again." Damn it, what about the promised one sticky mission, the second stick Baodang, and the third stick awakening? In addition to armament Haki, who had already stolen lessons from Admiral Aokiji, he was put out and became more proficient in the battle just now. Learned nothing. How many blows has he received? It took a long time for the fainted person to regain consciousness and regain his strength. Oh, Cluck, kid, this is the 277, Conqueror's Entanglement, have you learned it? Kaido, the beast, carried the mace, bared his teeth, and asked with a teasing smile, do you want to continue? It's still a little bit. Covered in blood, with a bruised nose and swollen face, Ren struggled to stand. The whole person changed again at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a ferocious human animal form. Behind the back, the flame that had been extinguished at some point appeared out of thin air again and started burning. Hey, Ren, enough is enough. Seeing that Ren was actually ready to continue, Jin was speechless and tried to dissuade her. Even if you want to grow up in battle, you are not fooling around like this. No, Lousy doesn't believe it. Ren's stubborn temper came up. He also has his own pride. I've received so many blows for nothing, wouldn't it be too embarrassing if I gained nothing? I won't give up until I master Conqueror's Entanglement today. I almost forgot about it, the blue wave ball. Immediately afterwards, in the surprised eyes of Kaido of the beasts and Jin. A pill that is golden in color and somewhat strange. Advertisement. Ren took it out of the satchel he had put aside before and threw it into his mouth. Brain power enhancement. Ren, who was extremely ferocious and looked like a monster, had a stern look in his eyes. I feel my mind is clearer than ever. It seems that his thinking has become much sharper. It looks like it's really effective. Blue ball. Ren got this specially from Chopper, the Straw Hat's ship's doctor. This special drug can disrupt the transformation wavelength of Zone Devil Fruit, causing the transformation to increase by multiple transformation stages, but it is only effective for 3 minutes. Moreover, it has a very special place. If you can persist in exercising, you can even become familiar with and memorize these deformed wavelengths with your body. At that time, even if the ability user does not need to use drugs, he will be able to directly enter those special transformed forms. Ren, who had been prepared for a long time and wanted to become the demon fruit power, saw that he could not get the Logia Thunder fruit before leaving the Straw Hat Pirates. I also hesitated whether to look for Punk Hazard's artificial Phantom Dragon form ability. For this reason, I once asked Chopper for 2 blue balls to study. He even asked for the recipe. After becoming an Esper in the form of a phantom beast, the Kirin. Ren has long wanted to find an opportunity to try Blue Wave Ball and see the specific effect. After all, he is already an Esper of the Zone Phantom Beast species. In theory, this drug should be effective for him. But it has been ignored, and just now Ren finally suddenly turned off. Come on, Boss Kaido. Ren's eyes were burning and he looked at Kaido, the beast. The flames on the back of his head and neck were burning, and he began to defend himself with all his strength. Concentrate on it, and even activate Observation Haki, who was becoming more and more skilled and able to briefly foresee the future, and prepare to once again feel and realize the entangling power of conquerors. He had been beaten so many times before, so naturally it was not all without success. There was already a vague idea. But I always felt like something was missing. No entry. Oh, what kind of strange medicine was that just now? Is it a special medicine for healing injuries? Looking at the stubborn Ren in front of him, Kaido was full of curiosity and bared his teeth and said, I don't care, but in your current state, this should be the last one. Exclamation mark quote. He said. He directly picked up the mace. With a sharp look in his eyes, his momentum became violent. Without hesitation, he rushed out like lightning. Thunder 8 trigrams. The mace intertwined with black and red lightning. In an instant, it hit Ren hard from the air. Advertisement. Boom boom. Ren, who was already seriously injured, had bulging eyes. I couldn't help vomiting blood, and my eyes gradually began to turn white. But my mind has never been clearer, and my thoughts are running rapidly, as if I have really enlightened myself, and I seem to have grasped the fleeting truth. The next moment, everything went dark. He immediately lost consciousness. What a stubborn guy. The next day, the sun was thick. Ren is a man of tenacious vitality and amazing resilience. That's a bit exaggerated compared to ordinary strong men. Most of the serious injuries that could be life-threatening have been recovered. Jaw-dropping. Oh, Giggle, you are truly a monster. You are able to jump around so quickly. Kaido carried the mace, looked at Ren in front of him, and asked with a smile, but are you sure you won't leave with us? I still have something to deal with in the first half of the Grand Line. I'll ask Boss Kaido for a leave of absence first. Ren smiled and said, I don't think you are afraid that I will run away, right? If you really wanted to run away, you wouldn't agree to join so readily. Jin on the side spoke calmly. From the time Kaido, the beast, appeared on the Ice and Fire Island and invited Ren to the present. If the other party is unwilling, there are plenty of opportunities to escape. Oh, just don't make me wait too long. Kaido frowned. He certainly didn't suspect Ren of trying to escape. Because if the other party is not willing to join Beast's pirates. As early as when I was fighting with Aokiji and Garp on Ice and Fire Island, I could sneak away in the chaos. Although he was a little unhappy, he didn't mean to force Ren to leave immediately with him and others to go to the new world. By the way, Ren 5.0. Jin on the side remembered something and said directly to Ren, in about 2.5 months, we, the Beast's Pirates, will celebrate the Fire Festival every year. You, the new member, will have to show off no matter what you do, so you can't miss it. No problem, I will meet you before that. Ren smiled and nodded. Looking at the beasts Kaido and Jin, he suddenly remembered something and stopped the two people who were about to activate the fruit power transformation and prepare to leave. By the way, as a member of Beast's Pirates, I will contribute a little first. Kaido, the beast, raised his eyebrows. Jin also looked at Ren with some curiosity. Boss Kaido, if you are not in a hurry to leave the first half of the Grand Line, you can go find a guy named Blackbeard. If we can catch him, the harvest will be huge. Chapter 52. Water City, CP9 and Straw Hat Crew, first update. Crash. Over the rough sea, a red figure, carrying blazing flame wings, spread its wings and flew there. Follow the instructions of the permanent record pointer and head towards the water capital. Looking back at the sea in the distance, Ren said playfully, "Hey, Blackbeard, just ask for your blessings." Just half an hour ago. Although Ren did not say that Blackbeard's body structure is alien, and can become the secret of multiple demon fruit powers. But after understanding how special Marshall D teaches Logia dark fruit ability is, he can even steal other people's fruit abilities. Kaido, the beast, immediately transformed into a green dragon with excitement. He called Yan Calamity Jin, who was also a little shocked, and rushed directly into the distance. I excitedly went to find someone. Over the years, the beast's pirates have destroyed countless challengers and killed countless ability users. Even cadres such as the Flying Sixth Cell, and even the Three Disasters, were replaced several times in the fierce war and fighting. But it was almost impossible to recover those devil fruit abilities from the enemies and the beast's pirates, the cadres who were seriously injured and dying, and could not be saved at all. I can only watch these devil fruits randomly reborn in a corner of the world after the death of the Esper, and I would be lying if I said I didn't regret them. Otherwise, Kaido of the Beasts would not have formed a legion of zone ability users. He did not hesitate to trade with Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, for the artificial devil fruit smile, which had side effects and a very high failure rate. After hearing Ren bluntly say that Blackbeard's ability has a high probability of being able to steal other people's devil fruit. How can Kaido sit still? Although compared to the huge population base, demon fruit power is relatively rare. But in sea areas like New World and even around the world, demon fruit power is not uncommon. As long as you catch this guy named Blackbeard, and threaten him, you have mastered the power of taking away other people's fruits in disguise. They can completely hunt those powerful ability users directly. Especially some special fruit abilities, their value is very huge. For Ren, who originally wanted to lay eggs in a shell within Beast's Pirates, slowly eat away at this huge force bit by bit, and annex Beast's Pirates in disguise. The stronger the Beast's Pirates become, it is equivalent to the stronger his power in the future. Moreover, what if Kaido really catches Blackbeard? When the time comes, he can also borrow the power of dark fruit to seize the fruit abilities he needs. Better to complete those layouts. Is that the Water City? Until dusk. Advertisement. A fiery red figure streaked across the sky. Ren's figure landed on an inconspicuous high ground. Looking at the shocking Water City in front of me, I can't help but feel a little inexplicable. The sea is really wonderful. Golden Mary. Looking into the distance, there was a pirate ship parked there, weather-beaten and full of signs of repairs. Ren's eyes were a little complicated. Even he couldn't save the melee. Because, from the moment this ship officially broke into the Grand Line carrying them, its fate was already determined. Will burn himself in the shortest time. Accompany the Straw Hat Crew and experience exciting and short adventures one after another. A dangerous and long journey. It can be said that the Golden Melee has already been overwhelmed. If you don't decide to change ships in the Water City, an island with a developed shipbuilding industry and a well-known reputation. The final outcome of the Straw Hat Pirates is that all members of the Straw Hat Pirates will be buried in the sea directly along with the Mary. Have a nice trip, Mary. Sighing secretly, Ren looked away. Looking at the Water City, his eyes became intense. Frankie's house. He naturally knew that the design of the ancient weapon Pluton was hidden in the body of Carter Fram, the disciple of the fish man shipbuilder Tom, who is now known as Frankie. This was one of the reasons why he came to the water capital specifically. It's not just about poaching the Straw Hat Pirates and poaching Robin, the Straw Hat's archaeologist. Pluton's design drawing. Can't miss it. How could Ren not be interested in the legendary ancient weapon Pluton, which can easily destroy an island with one shot? World government has a profound foundation, the Celestial Dragon, and the national treasure is Uranus, the head of the 3 ancient weapons. In the original trajectory, the world government once used the new energy source developed by Vegapunk, Our Lady's Flame, Mother Fire, to activate it. The power can not only destroy an island instantly, but even completely wipe the target's island base from the sea. On the original sea surface, a bottomless abyss waterfall was left. The impact has even spread to the entire world. It's just chilling. The threat is just too great. At the very least, Ren didn't think that he could withstand the frontal bombardment of that thing. Advertisement. In fact, even the strongest creature of sea, land and air, Kaido may not be able to stop him in all likelihood. Even if he could survive the devastating attack, he would still be seriously injured. There must be power that can deal with or even check and balance that thing. Although he has always admired strength, persisted in training himself, and firmly believed that he could become the strongest in the world, in the future, he did not like to rely too much on the power of technology. But he won't reject it stupidly. For ancient weapon. His idea is, he doesn't have to use this thing, but he can't live without it. Having a sword in your hand is not the same thing as having a sword but not using it. Soon, Ren's figure kept flitting over the tops of houses. Looking at the grand parade on the island, many people are wearing masks. Parading on water vehicles. Knowing that your current identity can easily attract the attention of interested people. He turned and entered a store. Bought a ghost face mask and a large robe. Well, Luo wrote a sleepy breath. Looking at a hidden corner, Ren raised his eyebrows. Are those two guys with strong auras who are constantly approaching them the agents of CP9? Those CP9 agents. Obviously not only the Grandmaster's 6 styles. And they have already mastered the 2 types of haki, armed color and insight color. Especially the 2 stronger auras, it can be said that they are not much worse than the current Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, and are even faintly better than them. Although humans are different from beasts, such a general perception cannot confirm the target's true specific combat power. But Ren can still tell the rough strength with observation haki. That strongest aura. Looking towards the distance of the water city, Ren muttered to himself, isn't that CP9 member Rob Lucci, who is known as the strongest genius in CP9's 800 years? In his perception, Rob Lucci is normal. I'm afraid it can be compared to the ordinary naval headquarters vice admiral. Considering that this guy was undercover in the water capital and had been a shipwright for almost 5 years, he still had such strength. He truly deserves the title of CP9's strongest genius. It's a pity that the top talent ate a useless fruit. P.S. All CP9 members have mastered haki 2 years ago. This is not because the author intends to strengthen them, but as mentioned in the official life card, especially Lucci, even Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Doberman and others all recognized his strength, but they can only say that the Strawhat Pirates cheated too much along the way. Chapter 53. Knock on the Sap, Pluton Design, second update. Not long after, wearing a mask and a loose robe, Ren hides his figure. As a celebrity in the capital of 7 Waters, information about Transformer Frankie is naturally easy to obtain. Just by simply asking someone, he quickly learned the general location of Frankie's house. Ren is so fast that he doesn't need to rely on those creatures called Buru, that function somewhat like camels in the desert as a means of transportation. It kept flying quickly above the houses in the water city. Soon we arrived at Frankie's house. It was a factory that dismembered ships. Oh, 200 million belly. On the sofa, a tall, pervert, figure with blue hair and 2 fashionable clothes was sitting there. What is surprising is that his arms are exaggeratedly large and somewhat deformed, and some parts of his body have obviously undergone special modifications. He is clearly the head of the Frankie house, Frankie. At this moment, there were 2 large suitcases in front of him, filled with Bailey's cash, and he said with satisfaction, "Thank you for your hard work." Where? But those Straw Hat crew are really rich. Ha ha ha, that guy with the long nose was too weak and was defeated by us in no time. Brother Frankie, now you can buy materials with confidence and build the boat of your dreams. Frankie's award. This makes the employees at Frankie's house very happy. They were all once gangsters on this island who were not doing their jobs properly and were homeless, but were taken in by this big brother. For them, the other person is their reborn parent, and they will not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for them. On weekdays, most of them hunt pirates who come here to repair or replace ships in exchange for bounties. They also dismember those pirate ships and recycle the useful materials and sell them to shipbuilding companies. Ah, that guy Usopp, did he still lose the money he got in exchange for gold? Just arrived outside Frankie's house. Ren's special observation haki has already heard all the sounds inside. I guessed that the gangsters from Frankie's house probably robbed the Straw Hat crew of the money they brought in from Sky Island in exchange for gold, and planned to use it to buy a new boat after confirming that Going Merry could not be repaired. Advertisement. His face was calm. All of a sudden, his eyes sharpened. Buzz. After these days of training, his body, spirit, will, etc., have all undergone astonishing transformations. As Ren himself has grown, Conqueror's haki, who has become extremely powerful, suddenly swept out. Thump, thump, an irresistible wave surged through him in an instant. The employees at Frankie's house rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. Hey, you guys. Sudden changes. Frankie's expression changed drastically. His body was shaking a little, but he could barely hold on. What's going on? I almost fainted. If it weren't for him being a reformer. He is also very strong and has a strong will. I'm afraid I just fainted. Boom. In an instant. Through the open window, Ren, who had already sneaked in quietly, appeared behind Frankie. A hand knife wrapped around haki hit the opponent's back of the head neither lightly nor hard. Thump. Severe pain struck. Frankie's eyes turned white and he immediately fell down. Sorry, please have a good sleep next. Ren smiled. Looking at the unconscious Frankie in front of him, he squatted down. Open the other party's belly, and ignore the coke of black technology. I found an album that was about 2 fingers thick and the paper was yellowing, obviously a little old. After flipping through it, I found that they were all dazzling designs. Confirmed Ren. Advertisement. Just use the Sky Island specialty image clams that you have prepared in advance. These design drawings were photographed and recorded in order. That's right. He had no intention of taking the Pluton design away directly. I just want to make a copy quietly without leaving any traces. In case Frankie discovers that the Pluton design is stolen and reveals it, the world government will be suspicious of him. CP Cipher Pol, which is directly under the world government, Ren has never doubted these guys' pervasive intelligence search capabilities. After all, after One Piece Roger surrendered, they and Roger spent some time hiding on an inconspicuous island in South Blue after the Roger Pirates disbanded, and even revealed some text when Blue opened. A look like father. It can be directly inferred that Roger may have bloodline left in the world. The world government directly ordered a large-scale manhunt, and a large number of innocent pregnant women across the island suffered directly. If it weren't for Roger's woman, that is, Fire Fist Ace's mother, Portgas D. Rouge, it wouldn't be simple. With great willpower, Sheng Sheng allowed Fire Fist Ace to stay in his belly for a full 20 months before giving birth to him. In addition, Marine hero Garp secretly took away the newborn Ace without telling Marine and the world government. I'm afraid that Gall D. Roger's bloodline has long been wiped out by the world government. It is rumored that the ancient weapon Pluton is so powerful that it can easily destroy an island with one shot. It is obviously impossible for the world government to allow such dangerous things to fall into the hands of Hai Jiao Nuo's thieves. Even if forces like the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates get it, the world government will take decisive measures without hesitation. Ordered Marine to directly engage in an all-out war with these forces. They may even use their national treasure to lock down the lair of these big pirates. Completely eliminate all potential threats from this sea. Click click. For a while, inside Frankie's house, there was constant sound of filming. It took Ren about 10 minutes to completely record the Pluton design. I have to say that the black technology in this sea is very convenient. He put the Pluton design drawings and the cola back into Frankie's body in the original order. Ignore the 200 million belly cash snatched from Straw Hat crew. Leave quietly. Chapter 54 Famous murder scene, the tough Nami. Now, in a deserted alley, 3 figures were facing each other there. One of them was Robin, who was supposed to be shopping with Chopper. Opposite her, stood 2 figures wearing loose and strange clothes and animal hoods. Nico Robin, we are the secret cipher POLCP-9 directly under the world government. CP-9 members Kaku and Bluno took off their hoods and looked directly at Luo Chen. CP-9, why do you come to me? Robin's face was solemn. The whole person is full of vigilance, ready to strike back at any time. Admiral Aokiji has authorized the golden phone bug to launch the Buster Call to our CP-9 chief. Looking at Robin in front of him, Bluno said in a cold tone, Nico Robin, you should know that if you don't cooperate with us, then what will happen to you and the Straw Hat crew next? Buster Call. Robin's pupils shrank sharply. The whole person was shaking violently. The shadow of childhood struck my mind again. His whole body couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes seemed to see a sea of fire that was like purgatory, burning all things mercilessly. His face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out directly. Especially, Marine Admiral Aokiji, whom I met earlier. It was an overwhelming force that was so powerful that it made people despair, and the Straw Hat crew could not resist it at all. It made her heart sink to the bottom. Perhaps, she once wandered in the dark world, and in order to survive, she really did not hesitate to betray one organization and another when she was about to be exposed. But that's because she knows very well that if faced with threats from the world government and Marine, those forces will inevitably hand her over in order to save their lives. However, Straw Hat crew, but it made a big difference to her. These people really came from the bottom of their hearts and regarded her as a truly trustworthy companion, even taking risks to protect her. Not just because she wanted to learn the whereabouts of the legendary ancient weapon through her, an Ohara archaeologist who could decipher historical texts. But when Ren, the deputy captain, left, with the current strength of Straw Hat crew, it is obviously impossible to fight against Buster Call. I can leave with you. Quite a while, Robin's expression kept changing. He clenched his fists, and there was a war between heaven and man in his heart. But CBDC finally made a decision. But I have a condition, don't hurt my companions. Wise choice. Advertisement. Were you threatened by those guys from CP9? Powerful and special observation hockey. Easily sense the situation in the entire Water City. Taking in the entire conversation between Robin and CP9 members Kaku and Bluno, Ren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Well, you really have made up your mind to leave the Straw Hat crew. After all, you are still as kind as ever, Robin. Ren's eyes flashed. There was no immediate search for Robin. He rode the rented blue and floated on the spacious river. Watching Chinli's figure, who was also wearing a mask and a large cloak, and followed CP9 away. I'm sorry, we still have to wait a little longer. Immediately afterwards, people who have nothing to do. I bought some famous local delicacies, including water and meat that even sea beasts like Blue love very much. In this floating city, I started to wander slowly, visiting the unique sights and appreciating the different customs. He took off his mask and tasted it happily. Ren. At this time, a voice of surprise came. A surprised voice came. Ren looked over subconsciously, a little surprised. Ah, it's you, Nami. Very good. A beautiful figure jumped directly from the bulu next to him. It's really you. It's great that you're fine. Ren. The aroma hits. The staggered body pressed hard on Ren's body. It's beginning to take shape, and it's murderous, making people a little breathless. This girl is really getting bigger and bigger. Ren sighed secretly. For Nami, the Straw Hat Navigator who used to get along well with each other and was somewhat ambiguous with each other. Naturally, he still liked it very much. It's not that I haven't thought about poaching the other party. But now is obviously not really the right time. After a while, Nami, who was extremely excited, finally let go of Ren, who was almost murdered on the spot, and was full of joy. By the way, Ren, did you just get here? After Ren left, she has always missed this figure who, although 1 year younger than her, is handsome and powerful, and can always arrive in time whenever she encounters danger. Advertisement. But Luffy and others were not only kind to her, they defeated the fishman Arlong and his gang, and saved her hometown Kokosia village, but they were also trustworthy partners who could trust each other with their lives. An adventure all the way to the Grand Line. It can be said that they are no longer related by blood, but they have deep feelings for each other. Nami can't really be so selfish, abandoning these companions for the sake of Ren, whom she has a certain affection for. By the way, Ren, what did Nami want to ask just now? But the next moment, her eyes widened. That masculine aura and those dark, deep eyes made Nami's mind go blank. Looking at the handsome face so close to her that she had already developed a good feeling in her heart, and even fell in love with him unknowingly, her eyes became misty. It fell quickly. Hey, Miss Nami, have you found Miss Robin? I do not know how long it has been. An anxious voice came. Sanji, who had just been chasing after Chopper on Blue, was shocked. Nani. His eyes almost popped out. The whole person was instantly petrified. Transfixed. Moment. Nami reacted. He blushed and screamed, hurriedly pushing Ren away. He noticed that the pedestrians around him were staring blankly at the two of them. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. It's all your fault, Ren. She rolled her eyes at Ren. However, Nami's character is not as shy as expected after spending her childhood in the sea. What are you watching? There is a fee to watch the show. She stood up very fiercely, looked at the other people on the river with her hands on her hips, and said fiercely, who saw it just now? Tien Wanbei was alone. Crash. All of a sudden, water splashed everywhere. The stunned passers-by were startled by her wide-open mouth. They scattered in all directions. People are speechless. This girl is still as obsessed with money as ever. He had a chuckle on his face. However, I was quite proactive just now. Chapter 55 Ren and Straw Hat Crew, 4th update. Miss Nami. A devastated Sanji. The whole person seemed lost. He jumped up all of a sudden, his whole body seemed to be on fire, and he bared his teeth and glared at Ren across from him. Damn Ren, what did you just do to Miss Nami? Didn't you see everything? Sexy cook. Ren shot back with a sneer. For this kind of licking dog who has lustful heart but no lusty courage. He is the most despised. When we were on board the Melee, we were very at odds with this guy, and we didn't like each other. On weekdays, he has conflicts with Sanji. On the contrary, it's bigger than between this guy and Zoro. Nami, Ren, you just. And Chopper's eyes widened. Looking at them full of surprise. In my impression, although Ren does have a good relationship with Nami, he also has a good relationship with Robin. When did the relationship between these two people become this bad? Stop talking, stop talking. Sanji stamped his feet and beat his chest, crying and crying. That must be a lie. I must be dreaming. His goddess, not talking about being held in someone's arms. And the two even boldly kissed in public. The man he regarded as his lifelong enemy, Copper's Ren. Stealing the goddess in his heart. Damn it, Ren, I'm going to fight you. You sure? Ren crossed his arms. Sanji glanced sideways and gritted his teeth. Eyes full of disdain and contempt. It deeply hurt Sanji's heart in an instant. That's right, this is a showdown between men. Devil's feet. Sanji's eyes turned red. Just rush forward. But Nami's forehead throbbed with anger. Waving the weather stick that had been assembled at some point. A stick hit him on the head. Boom. The top of Sanji's head. A big lump suddenly swelled up. Stop it, Sanji. Nami held Ren's arm very closely. He glared dissatisfied at Sanji, who was standing still with a face full of disbelief, and loudly blamed. In order to stop Aokiji, the Marine Admiral, Ren stayed alone and fought bloody battles, and finally came to join us. Now is not the time for quarrels. Advertisement. Few days ago, on that unnamed island. Just when Luffy was easily frozen by Admiral Aokiji and they were facing despair, Ren fell from the sky and stepped forward. But it was deeply imprinted on her heart. Such scenes have happened more than once or twice. From Logue Town to Grand Line, Ren can always appear in time like Prince Charming whenever he encounters danger. Handsome, strong, gentle. Even if he treats the enemy very coldly and a little bloody. Facing Ren like this, Nami couldn't help but feel moved. These days, I worry about the other person all the time, looking forward to the return of the man who, although 1 year younger than me, can bring me a strong sense of security. Until I saw Ren again. That kind of indescribable excitement and joy filled Nami's heart. In fact, facing Ren's bold move, he couldn't refuse at all. It fell directly. Correct. Remembered something. Nami hurriedly asked Ren. Ren, have you seen Robin? I don't know why, but Robin suddenly disappeared. She was obviously with me before. What? People who pretend to be ignorant. His expression changed involuntarily and he frowned. Looking directly at Chopper. You said Robin is missing. Yes, I'm very sorry. It's my fault. I lost you. Chopper said crying, full of self-blame. Nami, Sanji, Chopper. At this time, from a distance, Rimibulu quickly swam over. Above, sitting impressively were Luffy and Usopp. Usopp and I went to get the money back. He bared his teeth. Holding two large suitcases, he said loudly. And Usopp next to him looked like he had been in a fight, somewhat bruised and swollen. He looked full of excitement and said happily, those hateful bastards all fainted for some reason. Fortunately, our money is still there. Ren. But before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. He looked at Ren next to Nami in shock. Ren. And Luffy was equally excited. I want to rush up and hug this partner who, even though he keeps saying to leave the Straw Hat Pirates, he is willing to fight with Marine Admiral to protect them at critical moments. But he was so excited that he didn't have time to pounce on him. Ren, who looked calm, waved his hand to stop him. This is not the place to talk. Let's find a place first and then talk slowly. Joke. Nami just let a beautiful woman hug her. Advertisement. Straw Hat Luffy is a grown man, why is he holding himself in such surprise and joy? Furthermore, he has really given up on the Straw Hat crew, without any major emotional fluctuations at all. Even if it's actually back to Straw Hat crew, he no longer had the same enthusiasm in his heart. A broken mirror, no matter how hard you try to put it back together, there will always be cracks. Please give me flowers. Quote. I felt Ren's indifference. The end of Luffy's excitement was like a bucket of cold water poured on him. He pressed his hat and nodded slightly. Then let's go back to the melee first. Chopper was a little worried. Then Robin. There will be no problem with Robin's strength. Luffy glanced at Ren and said in a deep voice, maybe she has something to do. She will come back by herself after finishing her work. Don't worry. He has something very important. Can't wait to ask Ren. Even though he said he didn't believe it on the surface. But there are rumors in the reports these days and Ren's indifferent attitude. Making Straw Hat Luffy a little uneasy. Soon, the group returned to the coast where the Golden Melee docked. Zoro, who had been staying there to watch the ship, yawned as he had just been woken up. He had no idea what had happened in such a short period of time. Oh. Seeing Ren appear safe and sound, he was obviously relieved and a little happy. Ren, it's great that you're okay. Ren shrugged. It's just Marine Admiral, he can't keep me. You guys are really getting stronger and stronger. Recalling the shocking scene where Ren was like a god, holding a huge sun in his hand, Zoro couldn't help but feel emotional. At the same time, I felt a sense of urgency in my heart. He must work harder and become stronger. Looking at Usopp with a bruised nose and swollen face, Zoro asked in surprise, Hey, Usopp, what's wrong with you? Something happened. Our money was robbed by some gangsters called Frankie's house, but Luffy and I have got our money back. Holding the recovered 200 million belly tightly, Usopp said with some joy. When we rushed to Frankie's house, those guys all fainted there for some reason. Luffy bared his teeth and said with a smile, Fortunately, we still have all the money. The damage is really serious. Looking at the repaired and badly damaged melee. People touched the sheep's head that had been broken, fixed with iron sheets, and then put back together. He glanced at Straw Hat Luffy, Usopp and others who were happily holding the 200 million Baileys and celebrating. These guys don't know it yet, but they're getting the money back from Frankie. It will also cause Frankie to be unable to auction the materials of Treasure Tree Adam in advance. Whether they can build a new ship by then remains to be seen. At the very least, they will waste several more days. Even when the group will go to sea next, all may be significantly delayed. Chapter 56 Hockey's Declaration, an ambitious showdown. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. I'm going to start. Sure enough, Sanji's cooking is the most delicious. Indeed, it would be great if Robin were here. Ren, you need to eat more. Hey, Nami, even if you like Ren, you can't give him everything, right? Yes, I am not entertaining anyone specially. These are all carefully prepared for you, Miss Nami. Aboard the Mary, less than half a month later, Ren once again enjoyed a delicious dinner at the same table with Luffy, Zoro, Nami and others. Especially, with Nami's unabashed care. Ren's bowl is filled with various dishes. Let a certain pervert cook gnash his teeth. Hiccup, thank you for the treat. A delicious meal. Even Ren has to admit that although this perverted cook is a 10,000 years BCH, his cooking skills are indeed good. 930. At least tastes much better than the simple and crude barbecue that Jin has been eating these past 2 days. Hey, Ren, come back. Luffy took a deep breath. With a stern look on his face, he said directly to Ren, I said the wrong thing last time, and I apologize to you. Yes, we all know we were wrong. We really shouldn't blame you. Usopp said quickly. Come back, Ren. Let me tell you, the newspaper 2 days ago said that Ren is suspected of joining the Beast's pirates. How is that possible? Nami also held Ren's arm tightly, squinting her crescent eyes and saying happily, Ren, don't be angry, Luffy and the others know they were wrong. Let's continue taking risks like before. It just so happens that I won't be so lonely with you as the deputy captain to practice swordsmanship. Zoro smiled too. You're right, what are those guys talking nonsense? Luffy was also full of excitement and said in a voice, Ren, you are our companion. Sure enough, it is you, the vice captain, who can make people feel at ease. Usopp was there to compliment. Chopper also hurriedly echoed. Yes, that's right. Not counting Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. This is indeed what Usopp and Chopper really think. I have experienced the terrible and despairing oppression caused by Admiral Aokiji last time. Only then did they realize how important Ren, the vice captain, was. Call. Sanji on the side lit a cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. Advertisement. He looked at Ren, who was surrounded by people, but his face was surprisingly calm and he never expressed his intention to come back. His heart sank. I couldn't help but clench my fists. Gritting his teeth, he bowed to Ren and said, What happened last time was my fault. I apologize to you, Vice Captain Ren. But it would be better if you could restrain your overly strong desire to kill in the future. That's not necessary. He looked at Sanji, who bowed to him. Ren, who had not responded in a hurry from the beginning, held down the other party and said calmly, Because, what the World Economic News said is indeed true. I did accept the invitation of Kaido of the Beasts and joined the Beasts Pirates. Became the biggest signature of Beasts Pirates. What, Ren, are you kidding me? Please, don't make such a joke, okay? Hearing this, Luffy, Zoro, Nami and others. Everyone couldn't help but their expressions changed drastically, and they all looked at Ren in disbelief. Each one was full of excitement. Especially Luffy. The whole person stood there blankly, staring blankly at Ren in front of him. He felt something was wrong with Ren from the beginning. Because the other party's indifference and alienation don't seem to be fake at all. Now, my uneasy premonition was finally confirmed. My heart sank to the bottom. Quote. Nami stared at Ren blankly. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on me, chilling me from head to toe. Subconsciously, he let go of Ren's hand, but still held on to the corner of his clothes tightly. He couldn't help but force a smile and asked, Were you just joking? The circles under her eyes. Suddenly it became a little red. Although he held on to the other party's clothes tightly. But in my heart, I just feel that the man in front of me is getting farther and farther away. Sorry, Nami. Ren's eyes were gentle. Advertisement. Looking at Nami, who was trembling all over, lowering his head and biting his lip without speaking. He caressed her somewhat pale face and said apologetically, I can't satisfy your wish for the time being, so I will continue to take risks with you. Immediately afterwards, under the gazes of the Straw Hat Pirates, he stood up. Seeing that all of them fell silent and stared blankly at their Straw Hat crew, they smiled and said, This meal can be regarded as the official breakup meal. From today on, I am the fourth natural disaster of Beasts Pirates. Please give me more advice. You guys, are you kidding me? Sanji rushed up all of a sudden. He grabbed Ren's clothes and asked loudly through gritted teeth, I've already apologized to you, what else do you want? Ask yourself, do you really want to apologize? Ren doesn't care. She just looked at him calmly, then looked at Luffy, Usopp and others, and everyone, do you really think you were wrong and not just accommodating me? Sanji froze. Luffy, Chopper, Usopp and others all lowered their heads in silence. When Ren saw this, he couldn't help but sneer, but forget it, it's boring to talk about this now. There is no right or wrong among us, it's just that we all have different aspirations and ideas. He walked straight outside. He paused, looked back at the Straw Hat crew present, and said bluntly, In addition, I am not trying to be angry with you, but I have truly confirmed my ambition and want to realize my ambition. Luffy, I'm not interested in the throne of the Pirate King. Ren looked at Luffy. He showed a wanton smile, and his eyes showed strong ambition. Under the disbelieving gazes of the Straw Hat Pirates, he seemed to have changed at this moment, no longer so low-key, calm, gentle and polite. Instead, he became sharp-edged, energetic and ambitious. He made no secret of his powerful ambitions and exuded an aura that would engulf the world. He clenched his outstretched 0.4 right hand into a fist and said word by word, But I will decide the throne of the king of the world. Haki's voice is resounding. Behind him, a fiery red Gloria appeared. Ignoring the frightened Straw Hat crowd, Ren flapped his wings and flew away into the distance. Next, if we don't become enemies, let's go to the top of the world and have a drink and talk. But, if you become an enemy, I won't hold back, Monkey D. Luffy. Ren, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp and others shouted. Everyone couldn't help but their pupils shrank sharply, and Jing stared inexplicably at the fiery red stream of light that was getting farther and farther away. No one expected that Ren would have such huge ambitions. That kind of overwhelming and ambitious momentum. It's not like he's just pretending. Chapter 57 Arrested Scientist. Brian Tunney open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Nami, I'm sorry. The top of a house. Ren leaned against the wall leisurely. Looking at the setting sun, and then looking at the looming melee in the distance. His eyes were a little deep, However, I believe that soon, we will be able to truly take risks together. But, you will no longer be a navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, but you will be a companion of Ren. With the cool sea breeze. There was a rustling sound in his ears, and he subconsciously grabbed it. It was a newspaper that was blown over. Oh, the newspaper from half a month ago. He raised an eyebrow. I had nothing to do, so I started reading there. The fleet led by Vice Admiral Dole, the director of the MARINEG-14 branch, clashed with the Beast's Pirates flying Sixth Cell. Looking at the headline above, Ren was a little surprised. Foz Fu, if I remember correctly, that guy should be an elite agent of the original CP9, right? In his mind, he recalled the information about this cadre who was one of the 21st, flying Sixth Cell, among the Beast's pirates, second only to the Three Disasters. Fozzie Fu, nicknamed Fuzzy Fu, was a former CP9 employee. About 10 years ago, she received an order from the world government to escort Paramesha rubber fruit, but was attacked by the red hair pirates and took the rubber fruit away. He was held accountable by the world government and imprisoned. Later, he escaped from prison and formed a pirate group to go to sea. Subdued by Kaido, all members were merged into Beast's pirates. Because he is a former CP9 agent, he knows many secrets of the world government, and he is also a traitor. The world government has always wanted to obliterate it. However, due to the protection of Kaido, the CP side was unable to directly sneak into Wano Kuni to assassinate the opponent. Marine also tried to capture him several times, but he always escaped. After all, unless you make up your mind, he really doesn't hesitate to go to war with Kaido, the Beast. Otherwise, most of the territory in the New World has been firmly controlled by pirates, and a new order has already been formed in the sea. Even Marine will not dare to cross the line easily. Advertisement. After all, Kaido's Phantom Beast's ability in the form of a blue dragon is a real disaster-level power, and he can easily take revenge. Maybe even Naval Headquarters G5, G14 and other Marine branch bases in the New World will suffer. With the special ability of the blue dragon form, Kaido doesn't need to fight Marine at all. Directly use the flame cloud to move the entire island where the Marine base is located away from the sea level, let it fly hundreds or thousands of meters into the air, and then suddenly remove the ability and throw the entire island down. I'm afraid there aren't many Marines who can survive. Well, there was a fierce friction between the Akoku pirates and the Big Mom pirates in order to seize a resource island. Seeing this, people couldn't help but stare. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Akoku and others are said to have been members of Rock's pirate decades ago. And Akoku was once a famous pirate in the New World. After the disbandment of Rock's pirate, he directly occupied the headquarters of Rock's pirate, known as the Hive of Pirate Island. Originally, like Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and the others, they were silver medal players second only to Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger and others. But it's a little worse after all. He failed to reach the throne of the Pirate Emperor. Even when they clashed with the Red Hair Pirates 4 years ago, they were unfortunately completely defeated. Being stepped on by the Red Hair Pirates and rising to the top, as a loser, he watched the red-haired Shanks gain momentum and become one of the 4 emperors, along with Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. Tisk Tisk, Paramesha teleportation fruit user, a great pirate who has been active since the beginning of the Rocks era. Being able to occupy a stable position in the new world where the heroes are divided, competing with each other, and constantly fighting each other. Akoku's personal strength is definitely not inferior to Marine Admiral. But the forces under his command are far inferior to those of the Pirate Emperors. In the battle with the Red Hair Pirates a few years ago, he suffered heavy losses and his vitality was severely damaged. Many elite cadres were lost. In the past few years, I have been lying low and silently licking my wounds. But he never recovered. These monsters have quite strong fruit abilities. Ren's eyes flashed. Advertisement. If he remembered correctly. This guy Akoku seems to have been hunted by Blackbeard. The teleportation fruit's ability was acquired by Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. However, as competitors who also want to seize world hegemony. With themselves here, the Blackbeard pirates can no longer take advantage of troubled waters. Ren is not going to sit back and watch the Blackbeard pirates develop. Even if Kaido fails to catch Blackbeard this time, he is not prepared to let Marshal D. Teach get his wish. Even in the ensuing storm, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, died. But if I can't get that Paramesha shock fruit, Blackbeard can't even get it. The Kingdom of Zinix. Continue reading the newspaper. 767 Ren stared at him, a little surprised. The famous Grand Line biologist Brian Tunney was arrested by the world government for conducting dangerous and prohibited biochemical experiments without authorization, and was escorted to Eni's lobby for trial. Scientist. His eyes flickered. He stood up and looked toward the sea. He couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Interesting guy. Scientist. Doesn't this mean he is just looking for a partner? Looking at the introduction in the report, given the poor nature of world government, the reason for this guy's arrest is certainly not very credible. But I am afraid that if I really touch some taboo of the world government, I will be directly arrested. He thought about it carefully. You can go and see first, if the other party really has some special talents and is willing to work for you. That Munch Munch fruit has the ability to find a suitable owner. It's just right. It doesn't hurt to go there in advance. The Eni's lobby permanent record pointer collected from the G8 branch was found in the satchel. Fiery red wings appeared directly behind Ren, fluttering there. Speeding towards Eni's lobby. I just don't know if that guy was sent directly to the deep sea prison, impel down. Chapter 58. Two Fruits, Scared Spandam, Second Update. Brush. Night falls. The fiery red light was like a stream of light. But ahead, it is getting brighter and brighter, and the vision is getting clearer and clearer. A magical scene appeared in front of Ren. It should be already night at this time. But the entire sea area was as bright as day. 3 peninsulas connected end to end are located there. And at the end of the island, a huge and magnificent gate of justice, reaching into the sky, stands there. What's even more incredible is, beneath the island is a huge abyss. The sea water keeps pouring down like a waterfall, but it can never be filled up. It was indescribably shocking. Is this the legendary island that never sleeps, Eni's lobby? Because it flies high enough. People are not worried about being discovered. Looking at this unbelievable sight, he could not help but exclaim, there is no night, only day. No wonder the world government established this place as Eni's lobby. This picture alone, the sight was truly stunning. Brush. High in the air, as Ren's figure gets lower and lower. I noticed that Eni's lobby is heavily guarded and there are many patrols. In order to avoid attracting attention, he had already put away his flame wings. Just work with moonwalk. His feet couldn't help but stamp, but his whole body was as fast as lightning, and it was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. At an astonishing speed, it swept to an uninhabited corner. There are a few strong auras. Are they other members of CP9? Ren closed his eyes. Powerful and special observation hockey. It continues to spread, covering the entire Eni's lobby. Hopefully, I haven't really been sent to the deep sea prison yet. Soon, his body was like electricity. Went directly to the Justice Tower. In a luxurious office. Very good, Lu Chi, you did a great job. A tall and thin figure leaned on the luxurious leather seat. Advertisement. He was holding a sword with an ivory-shaped hilt and playing with a somewhat peculiar command knife. Full of excitement, he shouted something to the phone bug. Now that Nico Robin has been caught, we will take action immediately tonight and be sure to get the Pluton design drawing. When the time comes, I will ask for credit from above for you. Yes, officer. He has short purple hair, a dark nose and prominent dark circles under his eyes. Moreover, part of the face is wearing a leather sheath, which is a bit strange and looks a bit vulgar and sinister. Ha. Catching Nico Robin is a great achievement. After hanging up the phone, Spandam, as the top executive of CP9 and Eni's lobby, was full of excitement. If I get the design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton again, I might be able to advance several levels by then, and my official position will be surpassed by that of my father. Got it. Oh, a teasing voice came. You want to be promoted, right? Nani. Spandam's pupils shrank sharply, and he stood up in shock. I had to scream subconsciously. But the next moment, an invisible wave came, impacting. His eyes turned white and he slumped down on the chair. Tisk, a loser whose strength is not even as good as that of an ordinary soldier, and who has no other talents at all. Looking down at Spandam lying there, Ren couldn't help but sarcastically said, how can he be the chief executive of CP9 and Eni's lobby? With such a high position, the world government is really rotten. On the desk in front of you, there is a golden telephone bug prominently displayed. Something striking. Is this the golden phone bug that launched Buster Call? Ren grabbed the golden phone bug. Played with it a bit. Then he looked at the strange command knife in Spandam's hand. Did you eat the knife from Zone's fruit? Ren grabbed the knife. A strange feeling came to my mind. It seems that I don't have much wisdom, it is easier to control. A gentle wave. The handle of the knife along with the blade. Suddenly and immediately a startling change occurred. It turned into a huge elephant head, became extremely long, and actually appeared in the market. What a waste of a good Zone fruit. He took back the elephant sword that had been restored to its original shape and sheathed it. Ren hung it on his waist without hesitation. They also found ropes, quickly tied up Spandam, and stuffed his mouth with a cloth. After finishing, I sat down on the office chair without any fuss. Click. Opened the desk drawer. In addition to some documents, there is also a small wooden box. Advertisement. Ren opened it and took a look. 2 fruits with strange shapes and strange patterns were placed quietly inside. Is it really these 2 fruits? Ren chuckled. For others, it is an unknown fruit ability. But for him who was prophetic, he already knew the abilities of these 2 fruits. One is Zone Niu fruit giraffe form, and the other is Paramesha bubble fruit. Not particularly powerful, but better than nothing. This was also one of the reasons why he came to Eni's lobby specially. Especially the bubble fruit may not be too outstanding in improving the ability user's combat effectiveness. But as a non-combat special purpose, it still has great potential. Wow, soon. Ren grabbed the teacup next to him. Spandam was knocked unconscious by Conqueror's hockey. Well, after Spandam woke up, he realized his situation and struggled desperately. Looking at Ren in front of him. Full of panic. I think you recognize me. Ren is sitting on an office chair. Looking down at him, smiling there. A ball of flame burst out from his fingertips and stretched out in front of Damu. The extremely hot temperature was so hot that it even burned through the air, making Spandam's face look pale. The whole person tried hard to shrink back. Wang De Zhao was afraid of being burned directly. Terrified. Spandam was gagged and speechless, sweating profusely, and nodded repeatedly. He recognized the other person. Coppers Ren, former vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. A ruthless, extremely bloody and cruel man, known as the Blood Prison. It is said that it is a monster that can rival Admiral Aokiji, who represents the highest combat power in the naval headquarters. In fact, the battle between the two a few days ago permanently changed the climate of an island, turning that island into an island of ice and fire. Could it be that when the other party appeared here? Is it because CP9 captured his former companion Nico Robin? For a moment, Spandam turned pale. The ecstasy of catching the son of the devil had long since disappeared, replaced by despair on his face. I scolded Rob Lucci and others in my heart. Between the crotch of the pants, a stinky smell flowed out. Chapter 59 The Escorted Pen. Fantasy Beast Species Raccoon Form, 3rd update. Bingo. Snapped his fingers. Ren looked at him and warned. Very good. Next, if you don't want to die, just stay calm. Otherwise, even if the Admiral of Headquarters is here, they won't be able to save you. You should know my strength. In just one moment, the entire Justice Tower will melt into magma, let alone you. Hear the words. Spandam turned pale. I broke out in a cold sweat and kept nodding my head vigorously. Blood Prison Lord Ren, are you here to save Nico Robin? After the cloth was removed from his mouth, Spandam hurriedly said, I'm very sorry, I was blind and thought you really quit the Straw Hat crew. As long as you spare my life, I will call Rob Lucci. Let them release the person. Shish. Ren smiled. He made a gesture of silence. Another cluster of flames appeared at the fingertips. Looking at Spandam in front of him with a smile, keep your voice down. Yes. Spandam looked frightened and nodded repeatedly. Besides the 2 devil fruits in the drawer, is there anything else? Ren looked at him and said with a smile, think carefully before you speak, otherwise you will die. Gulu. This really doesn't exist, Lord Blood Prison. Spandam looked sad. With his scalp numb, he swallowed his saliva, said with a grimace and a trembling voice. However, first heard that Marine caught a pen that ate devil fruit and wanted to hand it over to the world government. At about 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, they will pass here, and then quickly arrive at the naval headquarters through the special vortex current behind the Gate of Justice in Eni's lobby, and then send it to the Holy Land at the top of the red line, Mariajoy. Pen. Ren raised an eyebrow. Faintly, it felt a little familiar. Although the main body is a pen, it is said that it is a pen that has eaten the phantom beast species, the dog fruit, and the ability to transform into a raccoon form, just like the elephant sword Vangufried on your waist. Spandam recognized the 2 knives hanging on Ren's waist. One of them was the elephant sword that he usually couldn't put down. Spandam cursed in his heart. But he didn't dare to hide it, so he hurriedly said, it can turn into a raccoon, and it is said to have intelligence no less than that of humans. It is an experiment that escaped from the Marine Science Corps. Phantom beast species, in the form of a raccoon. Ren raised an eyebrow. Advertisement. He had no hope at first and just asked casually. I didn't expect such a harvest, it was a worthwhile trip. He has already remembered that the pen that ate the dog fruit, phantom beast species, and the ability to transform into a raccoon form is a special life form similar to Chopper, called Pato. No less intelligent than human beings. The ability of this fruit is quite heaven-defying. Just write words or patterns on the deformed leaves, and they can turn into anything you imagine in your mind. Whether it's birds, beasts, or even guns, warships, etc. Even the transformed espers have fruit abilities. Although the strength is far less than that of the main body, it can be said to be equally astonishing. Tomorrow. Ren glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. The time now is only 9:30 in the evening, which is still early from 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, the famous biologist named Brian Tunney who was arrested by the world government half a month ago, is he still in Eni's lobby? Ren asked directly. Brian Tunney, the mad scientist. Spandam was surprised. Unexpectedly, the other party wanted to find the mad scientist. But without hesitation, he hurriedly said, here, I was planning to take him to the deep-sea prison tomorrow. We are interrogating him these days, and he is being held in the prison over there at the Inquisition. What was he doing that led to him being arrested? Because it's a small matter, I didn't ask about it in detail. Spandam said with a grimace. I just heard that he cooperated with the royal family of the Kingdom of Zinix and used those prisoners as experimental subjects, turning them one by one into irrational people who knew no pain, had endless strength, and only knew how to destroy wildly. Inhuman monster. Later, their illegal CBEI research was discovered by CP, and the world government judged it to be a very dangerous and taboo experiment, and ordered his arrest. An inhuman monster that knows no pain and has infinite strength. Ren was a little surprised. Are you trying to create genetic warriors? Or trying to come up with a faux devil fruit? Interesting. He kicked Spandam directly and said directly, have someone bring him here and tell him that you want to interrogate him personally. Yes, I'll call it. Brush. A cluster of orange-red flames flew out. Under Spandam's cold gaze, the ropes around him were burned. But the flame did not spread anymore, but went out directly. Advertisement. If you think you can escape. Ren, who was not afraid of this guy's escape at all, sat on his office chair and slowly played with the golden phone bug. Maybe those useless agents from CP9 can if you can stop me, just run away. I believe you are a smart man. Ren's playful gaze. Spandam turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. Don't dare. Don't dare. He is greedy for life and afraid of death. Naturally, it is impossible to take risks. He climbed up quickly and nodded and bowed. Looking at his messy pants and the urine stains on the ground, he bit the bullet and said, Sir, can you let me clean it up before calling someone? Hurry up and deal with it. Don't you think Lousy doesn't mind it? Ren glanced at him and said goodbye. As long as the other party dares to make any move, he can kill this guy in an instant. However, if you are really willing to cooperate obediently, sparing the other party's life is not impossible. After all, it would be a pity to kill such a stupid guy directly. Isn't that a disguised form of helping the world government clean up garbage? At least keeping it can have other uses. It is equivalent to his own spy in the world government. As for how to make this guy completely obsessed with me. Watching Spandam hurriedly cleaning up the traces. Ren's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Brush. This is. Look at the shell that Ren suddenly took out. Spandam's pupils shrank, a little confused. From now on, read after me. Ren smiled and said, I made a mistake. The flame in your hand will burn you to ashes in an instant. The celestial dragons are dogs, the celestial dragons are pigs, the 5 elders are stupid pigs, and I am, who hides in the dark and dares not see people, is the stupidest pig among stupid pigs. Hearing this, Spandam turned pale, sitting paralyzed on the ground. Face full of despair. It's over. Chapter 60. Ren's plan, CP9 is targeted, 4th update. Celestial dragons are dogs, celestial dragons are pigs. A few minutes later, looking at the image on Ren's hand, the picture is projected. Spandam's face turned pale and he was crying, and his whole body was like a deflated balloon, sitting there paralyzed. Lost and devastated, life is full of love. It's over. If this thing spreads, don't talk about him, his whole family will suffer. Even if he was forced, the world government and those celestial dragons would never spare him. The 5 elders are even less likely to tolerate a traitor who is greedy for life and afraid of death. And what about I am? Who is he? Yes, from now on, we are our own people. Put away the image shell. Ren smiled broadly and patted Spandam on the shoulder. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that this thing will not fall into the hands of the world government, and I will even promote you and make you rich. Let this guy curse a few times at the celestial dragons, even the 5 elders, and even the king of the celestial dragons, I am, who is hiding in the dark and dare not see anyone, and specially recorded it with an image shell. If this thing leaks out, if only this guy wasn't torn apart by the angry 5 elders. His name is written backwards. Even if you want to join the CPO and become a direct subordinate of celestial dragons, it's not a problem. Ren spoke with a smile. This guy's father, Spandine, is an out-and-out enemy to Robin. Of course, he couldn't let him go so easily. However, before that, we must first squeeze out the use value of this family. At least, we have Spandam as an undercover agent. Next, he can slowly control CP9 and even Ennie's lobby. And Spandam, the CP9 chief, not only controls CP9, but also directly controls the secret cipher pool of the CP1-CP9 series. Spread across the entire sea, the CP is all-pervasive. This intelligence organization is strongly supported by the world government and has been developed for hundreds of years. Destroying an Ennie's lobby, which was nominally one of the 3 major agencies directly under the world government, but was actually in name only, was nothing more than a slight sensation. But if it is quietly penetrated by him and controlled in disguise, the effect is great. Look at the golden phone bug. The corners of Ren's mouth could not help but rise slightly. Perhaps, Buster Call does not have to be launched on this island. Advertisement. Real. Already resigned to his fate, Spandam's eyes lit up. He quickly got up and looked at Ren eagerly. As a complete official fan. Since he can no longer escape, who does he serve? If only someone could give him a promotion. Of course, the premise is that you cooperate with me. Ren patted his shoulder and spoke with a smile. Put aside the design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton and so on. The secrets he has mastered alone can really make the other party make considerable contributions directly. No problem, I promise to be obedient. If you say east, Spandam will never go west. Spandam rubbed his hands together, licked his face like ABCH, bent over and said flatteringly, after all, we are now on the same boat, Master Ren. Good. Ren chuckled. He nodded with satisfaction and sat on the sofa nearby. Let someone bring that Brian Tunney up first. Those members of CP9. In fact, it is also on this peninsula. But they are not in this building, they have already retreated to rest. Of course, even if those guys from CP9 are here. He wasn't worried either. Yes, I will now. Span sat back in his office chair. He picked up the phone bug and started to make a call. Moses, is this Jeffney from the Inquisition? This is Spandam. You immediately bring over the mad scientist who was imprisoned a few days ago. Yes, it's that guy named Brian Tunney. Bring him here and I want to interrogate him personally. Hang up bug. Spandam looked at Ren. Lord Ren. Quote. Ren nodded with satisfaction. This kind of guy who is greedy for life and afraid of death and is in a high position is just right for him. The Straw Hat crew is not as simple as you think. In order to prevent accidents, you now order the members of CP9 who are on standby in Eni's lobby to immediately take the C train to support Rob Lucci and others. Ren said calmly. Also, you just ask them to take this golden phone bug to Rob Lucci. In short, tell them that if they fail to get the design of ancient weapon Pluton and the son of the devil, Nico Robin, they will directly launch a buster call. Please give me flowers. Ren's eyes flashed. It's rare to have such good tools and people working together. Advertisement. This time, he wants to take the guys from CP9 under his control. These guys match the style of Beast's pirates so well, why are they becoming CPOs? Just corner them first. At that time, he will come forward to subdue these guys. With their own intervention, do CP9 members like Rob Lucci want to return to world government through other means, or even go to the next level to join the CPO? It can only be said to be a dream. Although people cherish their talents. But he is different from Kaido. These guys won't be given the chance to slowly choose. Or, surrender to him directly. Or, just die in the sea. Hear Ren's orders. Spandam was a little dull. Launch a buster call directly in the Seven Waters capital. Don't stand there. Get on with things. Ren pointed at the phone bug and said calmly. With the current strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, the mission of Rob Lucci and others will most likely fail. Wait until buster call starts. It was his turn to appear. By then, if the buster call is destroyed, the mission fails. As the top commander of CP9, Spandam was not present during the whole process. Although he will inevitably be held accountable, with the influence of his father Spangdine, he can take advantage of the situation and get himself out. Directly put all the blame and fault on Rob Lucci and other unfavorable CP9 agents. Let the world government issue a reward and try their best to defeat these guys. But, just in case, it seems that he still has to save Robin in advance. Otherwise, if you are really moved by the Straw Hats, you will make up your mind to follow them wholeheartedly. His efforts were in vain. Yes, Spandam's scalp feels numb. Even he has not thought about launching a buster call in the Seven Waters capital. But in the face of Ren's order, he naturally did not dare to hesitate as he was already on the pirate ship. Moses, Jabra, you call Fukuro and Natsutori. Come to my office right away, I have an important mission. Chapter 61 Super Soldier. Brian Tunney, 5th update. Sir Spandam, it's so late, why did you call us over? I was just getting ready to go to bed, chirping. Soon, 3 suits and leather shoes, figures of different shapes, appeared in Spandam's bland office, complaining there. Stop talking nonsense, do you think Lousy doesn't want to rest? Looking at the 3 CP9 members including Jabra, Fukuro, and Kumadori in front of him, Spandam scolded him impatiently. Immediately afterwards, with a serious face on his face, he said in a deep voice, according to Blueno's information, the Straw Hat Pirates have appeared in the capital of Seven Waters, and Nico Robin has been captured by them. But considering that it took so much effort, and that Lucci and the others have been lurking for so long, we must get the Pluton design drawings. Speaking of which, Spandam paused and said bluntly, but even if the vice captain of Blood Prison Ren left the Straw Hat crew, the strength of those guys, 147, is not comparable to that of ordinary pirates. Lucci and the others alone, I'm afraid it's not safe enough. As he spoke, he solemnly handed a golden phone bug to Jabra, the leader in front of him. You 3 will take the C train over immediately to support them. Also, give this phone bug to Lucci. As this. Looking at the golden phone bug, Jabra, Fukuro and others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Yes, this is the buster call authorized to me by Admiral Aokiji. Spandam nodded, pretending to be nonchalant and said directly, tell Lucci, no matter whether it is the Pluton design or Nico Robin, there will never be any mistakes. If necessary, you can directly launch the buster call. Did you hear that clearly? Yes, we'll leave immediately. Jabra, who is tall and thin, with braids and long beards at the corners of his mouth, excitedly took the golden phone bug. Taking Kumadori and Fukuro with them, they hurried outside. Just arrived under the Justice Tower. I saw several agents in suits and ties coming towards me. There was also a prisoner whose hands and feet were chained, covered in blood, and obviously tortured. This is. Jabra was stunned. This is the criminal that Chief Spandam just named for interrogation. The agent responded. Bah, sir, when did that fellow Spandam become so diligent? Fukuro, who was fat and bloated, couldn't help but unzip his mouth and said. This is not our responsibility, we just need to complete our tasks. Advertisement. Jabra shrugged and didn't pay much attention. As an agent, having keen insight is indeed a must. But being too curious about everything can be very dangerous. Especially things involving your boss. Hey, but I really didn't expect that. Kumadori, who was tall and wearing heavy makeup, shook his head and said, Sir Spandam would actually hand over the golden phone bug that activated the buster call to Lucci. Doesn't this just show the importance of the mission? After all, the ancient weapon and the Devil's Son were designed. Even a careless guy like him has to be cautious. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Lucci, Kaku and those guys for a long time, chirp. Really, everyone, please step back. Not long after. Inside the spacious office, as several agents brought up the bloody prisoners, Stam waved them back. Wait until the others have withdrawn. Gia haven't I tried everything? The disheveled and embarrassed figure raised his head. A face covered in blood, with messy stubble, and a slightly ferocious face was revealed. He licked his lips and looked at Spandam with a strange smile. What else do you want to see me for? Could it be that the world government wants to cooperate with me and let me continue to create fat warfare, for you? Don't get carried away here, the world government doesn't need a lunatic like you at all. Spandam sneered and said. There is a genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk in the Marine Science Force who has scientific research power that exceeds the current 500 years of human beings. Have you ever heard of a pacifist? That's much better than the bullshit warrior you guys are studying. Pacifist. Hear Spandam say that. Brian Tunney was stunned for a moment, and said with some realization, there are indeed rumors that the world government has been secretly developing a human weapon over the years. It seems to be true. I've already seen your super soldier plan. At this time. On the sofa next to me, a tall figure suddenly appeared there. Ren smiled and said, it's indeed good, but in my personal opinion, you may still lack some things, or lack some relevant skills. He had previously checked the files on Brian Tunney from the documents collected by Spandam, and had a general understanding of the super soldier plan. It was pretty much what he guessed. What the other party wants to study is genetic warriors. However, it is obviously still far from success. Advertisement. But this guy is indeed a very rare talent. Theoretical research on biological genes is second to none in the Grand Line. Moreover, he is an all-rounder and is also involved in other majors. And it's not just biologists. It's worth recruiting him. Moreover, Brian Tunney's super soldier plan can really succeed. Being able to mass produce it on a large scale would be of great help to him. Oh, Brian Tunney looked at the other person sideways. He doesn't allow anyone to question his research. He sneered and said, then tell me, what skills do I lack? For example, the theory related to the blood factor, discovered by Vegapunk back then, or the human cloning and human modification technology of Germa 66. Ren looked at each other and said with a chuckle. Gia hee hee, these are indeed the skills I need. Hear the words. Brian Tunney's eyes couldn't help but light up. If he could get hold of those related theories and technologies, I believe that I will be able to complete the Super Warrior project that I have invested a lot of time and energy in over the years, and even cooperated with the royal family of the Kingdom of Zinix to continue researching. He looked directly at Ren, bared his teeth and asked, who are you? Can you help me get those technologies? Hey, Brian Tunney, keep your eyes open and watch. There, Spandam scolded. What you have in front of you is the great pirate with a bounty of over 675 million belly, blood prison Lord Ren. Huh, pirate. Brian Tunney was stunned, looking at Ren in great surprise. I never expected that the other party turned out to be a pirate. 1.0. Moreover, Spandam, the highest executive of Eni's lobby, actually treated him with respect. Is he dreaming, or is the world changing too fast and unable to keep up with the times? You don't need to worry about my identity. What if I say that I can really help you get those technologies? Ren looked at the shocked Brian Tunney and asked with a smile, how? Do you want to cooperate with me? Dr. Brian Tunney, a famous biologist from the Grand Line. I think the ultimate goal of you scientists is to be able to match Dr. Vegapunk, the world's #1 genius scientist, or even achieve something that surpasses him. Anyway, you will spend the rest of your life in that dark, deep-sea prison, constantly being tortured, and eventually tortured to death out of unwillingness and despair. Why don't you use your power for me? Maybe I can actually realize my dream in the future. Chapter 62 Munch Munch Fruit. Excited Dr. Brian. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Gia hee 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 hee, since you said so. Inside the office of the Justice Tower. Brian Tunney looked at Ren in front of him and couldn't help grinning. Then it seems that I have no better choice. Of course he didn't want to be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison like this. But the world government has no choice but to have a genius scientist drive Vegapunk, who claims to be beyond the current human scientific research capabilities for 500 years. He can develop stronger human weapons for them, and they simply look down on the super soldiers, who do not know how to succeed in research. Since Ren takes a fancy to his talents, he is willing to invest in himself. Of course Brian Tunney couldn't refuse. However, research is very expensive. Are you sure you have that much money to support me? Carefully looking at the overly young figure in front of him, Brian Tunney always felt that there was something unreliable. Brian Tunney asked with some suspicion, even those guys from the Zinix Kingdom cry in front of me every 3 days and complain that they are too invested. Big, I can't see the return, and I want to stop the experiment again and again. Don't worry, the funds are absolutely sufficient. Ren said confidently. Not to mention the Ark Proverbs on Sky Island, except for the necessary power device, it is completely possible to get off most of the gold that is just used for decoration. Along the way, he experienced many treasure hunting adventures with the Straw Hat crew. Among them, the most valuable one is the golden crown that he swallowed. It's the huge pearl on Bang Island that's so big that it's almost as big as a small island. Even the golden melly was so insignificant in front of it that it was almost negligible. If you put it up for auction, the value would be immeasurable. He had already obtained a permanent pointer to the Clam Island. If you want to take it, you can pick it up at any time. It's just too big, and some of them are hard to take away. But if we can get the pen Pato that Marine escorted. At that time, you can completely use its ability to transform the golden lion. Use the power of lion fruit to take away the giant pearl. Not to mention, he also has a real money-making weapon in his hands, Munch Munch Fruit. All you need to do is make Brian Tunney a Munch Munch Fruit user, and then use the Munch Munch Fruit ability to swallow the Emperor's medal. It is completely possible to fuse the latest and most valuable morphological memory alloys, and even other rare alloys. At that time, it will only be based on the money earned from selling these special alloys. I also believe it is enough to easily support Brian Tunney's research. Gia Hehe, please give me some advice. Brian Tunney is all smiles. Advertisement. A pirate with a bounty of more than 675 million belly was able to make Spandam, the top officer of Enies lobby and CP9, obey his orders, completely becoming his subordinate. No matter what the opponent's identity is, his strength must be amazing. I believe it won't be impossible to get money. Welcome, Dr. Brian, my name is Coppers Ren. Ren smiled and extended his right hand. From now on, we are partners. Hello, I am Brian Tunney, Lord Ren. Seeing this, Brian Tunney also stretched out his hands that were bound by chains, stained with blood, and had a strange smell. Click. In Brian Tunney's shocked eyes. The handcuffs were instantly grasped by Ren's fingers that were wrapped around Haki and turned black, and fell to the ground. Tisk, tisk, is that the power called Haki, that is said to be hidden in the human body? Looking at Ren's right hand that had returned to its original state, Brian Tunney was full of surprise and a little good. Already, as a renowned biologist on the Grand Line, he had indeed heard of Haki's power, but this was his first time seeing it. By the way, Tang. Ren asked directly, do you have any research on weapons and machinery? Gia Hehe, Master Ren, do you want to mass-produce arms? Brian Tunney licked his lips and said with a strange smile, don't underestimate me. Although I major in biological sciences, my achievements in physics and equipment are not as good as those of other top scholars. As long as you can provide equipment and materials, and have a lot of human resources to cooperate, I can build even the most advanced large-caliber naval gun in the Marine Corps for you. It would be great. Ren smiled. In the surprised eyes of Brian Tunney and Spandam. He turned his hand and took out a piranha-shaped devil fruit. Throwing it to Brian Tunney. I guess you don't mind becoming a capable person, right? Devil fruit. Spandam's eyes widened with surprise. Because the fruits Ren threw to the mad scientist were not the two fruits he collected at all. Gia Hehe, this is a rare thing. Looking at this strange piranha-shaped fruit. Brian Tunney smiled strangely, looked at Ren and asked, what kind of ability is it? Paramesha Munch Munch Fruit. After eating, you can eat anything and let it become a part of your body, or you can directly synthesize it into new things without merging with yourself. With a smile on his face, Ren simply introduced, the body of a person with abilities is equivalent to having a different space that can accommodate a huge amount of items. It is also a universal factory that is completely controlled by the person with abilities. It allows the swallowed items to change their properties and even their shapes directly according to their own will. Even if two creatures are eaten, they can merge and become an existence similar to conjoined creatures. Advertisement. For another example, after becoming a Munch Munch Fruit user, you only need to eat a bunch of metals with different elements. Without refining, you can directly rely on the fruit's ability to synthesize the most precious rare alloy in the sea. Speaking of which, ignoring the somewhat stunned Spandam, Ren looked at Brian Tunney, whose eyes were shining with excitement, and said with a smile, I want to explain it this way. As a scientist, you should know its value, right? Certainly. Brian Tunney looked at the piranha-shaped Munch Munch Fruit with burning eyes. I kind of know why you didn't hesitate to come to Enies lobby to find me. Lord Ren. Gia Hehe, if it is really as amazing as you said. His eyes were intense. Hold on tight to that Munch Munch Fruit. Licking his lips, he said with a strange smile. I think, maybe in the future, there is hope of surpassing that jealous genius scientist D. Vegapunk. Everyone has said so. How could he not understand the immense value of this fruit? Without hesitation, I took a bite. Although it is said that you only need to take one bite to obtain the fruit's ability. But knowing the huge value of this fruit, Brian Tunney was afraid of accidents. Holding back his nausea, he swallowed them all one by one. Ren once again extended his right hand to Brian Tunney and said with a high-spirited smile, then let us conquer the world. Tunney. Conquer the world. Are you kidding me? Spandam was shocked. His whole jaw dropped to the ground. Staring blankly at Haki, the ambitious Ren was speechless in shock. Does this guy have such huge ambitions? Thinking of the bomb that could easily kill him and even destroy his family. He couldn't help but turn pale and break into a cold sweat. As the top executive of CP9, Spandam naturally knows how profound the behemoth world government is. For a time, I was full of pessimism about my future. Conquer the world. Brian Tunney's pupils shrank sharply. Immediately, his eyes revealed a trace of madness and passion. What goal could better prove his worth as a scientist than this? Without hesitation, I held Ren's hand and showed a twisted smile. Gia Hehe. It's such a huge ambition. However, I will do my best to help you realize this ambition as soon as possible, Lord Ren. I believe you won't regret it. Chapter 63A Bold Attempt, Shangshang Fruit. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Ka. Ping ping pong. For a moment, it wasn't just the chains that had previously bound Brian Tunney. Even the furnishings in Spandam's room. All suffered. Brian Tunney was originally only 2.5 meters tall, slightly shorter than Ren. At this moment, there is a huge mouth that can scare people to death. There they were gnawing wildly. Desks, chairs, screens. They were all easily bitten into pieces by him and swallowed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and managed to save the safe. Looking at the messy and empty office, Spandam's eyelids twitched and he gritted his teeth in anger. Want to cry but no tears. Hey, that's an antique. Watching a vase and a famous painting being swallowed. Spandam was in terrible pain. If it weren't for Ren. He had already called people directly. Gia hehe, what does it have to do with it? The huge mouth contracted. Even after eating so much, Brian Tunney, whose stomach was still extremely flat, smiled strangely. It's just a decoration. It's easy for you to say, Lousy paid a lot of money to get them. Spandam was about to cry without tears. Okay, Tony, I can understand your eagerness to try and verify Munch Munch Fruit's abilities, but Spandam is one of our own, no matter what. Ren, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, said with a smile. Besides, this is our temporary base camp, after all, so it's better to stop in moderation and not cause too much damage. This is one of the future strongholds of their team. But it can't cause too much damage. Moreover, the utilization value of Spandam and the family behind it is currently being completely squeezed out. Don't let that guy Spandam get too desperate. You need to give him a little hope that he is really one of your own and can blend in. Otherwise, if he wants to infiltrate CP in the future, it will not be beautiful if this guy is not willing to cooperate easily. Gia hee, let me show you, Master Ren, how right you are to invest in me, Dr. Brian Tunney. Brian Tunney smiled strangely. Then, in Spandam's stunned gaze. Tun Factory. The body began to grow bigger, and the belly opened directly like a door or window. Advertisement. Tony Gatling Gun. A brand new and cool Gatling gun, bright silver in color, emerged from it and appeared in Brian Tunney's hand. The structure is complex, unlike regular Gatling guns. But it's so beautiful, like a work of art. Oh, looking at the cool Gatling gun, Ren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Can you achieve this level so quickly? Able in such a short period of time. He has been able to perfectly combine the scientific knowledge in his mind and skillfully use the ability of Paramesha Munch Munch Fruit. It is easy to create a weapon with such a complex structure. It's enough to show that I didn't pick the wrong person. The other party is really suitable for this Munch Munch Fruit. Gulu. Witnessing this scene, Spandam's jaw dropped to the ground. He swallowed hard and his eyes shone. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's like a dream. Ha ha ha, it's such a perfect work of art. He stepped forward and touched the Gatling gun, and he couldn't put it down and fired it. Spandam looked excited and asked Brian Tunney with curiosity, can it be launched? Of course, if you don't mind if I turn this place into a hornet's nest, Gia hee 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 hee. Brian Tunney is filled with pride. But when Spandam was eager to try, he took the Gatling gun. His hand suddenly sank, and his foot was directly hit by the heavy machine gun. He jumped up. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Because such an alloy is much heavier than he imagined. He is such a scumbag, his strength is too weak. Hey, you, the top officer of CP9, are too bad, aren't you? Your strength is not even as good as that of a scientist like me. When Brian Tunney saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. He ignored Spandam who was crying in pain. He looked at Ren who stood up and took over the Gatling gun and was observing it with interest, his face showing indescribable excitement. As Lord Ren said before, the power of this Gatling gun, the material is definitely a rare alloy that is not found in this sea, and its hardness can even withstand cannonballs. Thank you so much, Lord Ren. The ability of this Munch Munch Fruit is really suitable for me. No matter how powerful an ability is, it still needs the right person to bring out its value. You are undoubtedly the best candidate, Tony. Ren patted the other party's shoulder and said with a smile. I believe, Tony, you will be able to leave a name in history in the future. Gia hee hee, I won't let you down, Master Ren. Brian Tunney nodded heavily and said with a smile. Furthermore, I feel that even those semi-finished genetic medicines that have severe side effects on those experimental subjects will cause them to lose their minds and even become inhuman monsters. Quote. With the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, I can also perfectly fuse them and transform into a real super soldier. Oh, Ren raised his eyebrows and asked. Are you sure? Don't just mess around without ensuring safety. This is a scientific talent that I found with great difficulty, and I even gave him the Munch Munch Fruit that I spent a lot of effort to find. Advertisement. If something went wrong, he would suffer a big loss. Gia hee hee. Don't worry, I don't think my life is too long. Brian Tunney smiled and promised. If I don't have full confidence, I won't try it on myself easily. As long as you know what's going on. Ren nodded. Although the other party is a mad scientist who is willing to do anything for research results, even if he conducts experiments on living people, he does not have any moral burden. But obviously he is not stupid enough to put himself in it when he is not sure. By the way, Tony. Ren thought of something. Just take out Spandam's elephant sword. He handed it to Tony in front of him and asked directly. If I remember correctly, the Munch Munch Fruit's ability can even swallow the esper and merge with itself. This is a handful of eating the elephant fruit. The sword, can you fuse it with yourself? Quote dot dot dot. Eat devil fruit sword. Brian Tunney's eyes lit up. I'll give it a try. He took the elephant sword without hesitation. He opened his mouth and bit down hard with his teeth, which were even harder than diamonds. Gotcha. My Van Goofred. Spandam on the side noticed this scene. Heartbroken, I wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Brush. A gleaming blade emerged from Brian Tunney's palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the elephant sword that he had just swallowed. Trademark shoo hee hee. He smiled strangely and waved lightly. The sword body changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. A huge elephant head appeared, and its long and sharp tusks thrust out with its sharp blade. Like cutting into tofu, it penetrated the wall. Ren asked directly, "Can't you just turn into an elephant? Follow the munch munch fruit abilities." Theoretically speaking, Brian Tunney should have been perfectly integrated with this elephant sword and can directly use the ability of the elephant fruit to transform into an elephant. I understand what you mean, Lord Ren, Prince Lee. In that case, I will undoubtedly be able to become more demon fruit power. Brian Tunney shrugged and said helplessly, but unfortunately, that is impossible. We can only use this method to control other fruit abilities in disguise. What I fused is only as the carrier of the fruit ability after all. The sword itself cannot truly perfectly integrate the fruit's ability with its own, it should be the devil fruit's power that repels each other. If I really want to become an elephant, the most I can do is shrink my body tissue into the elephant's body and control the other person. But it's like parasitism. Although the parasite can control creatures that are larger than itself, it is not the creatures themselves after all. Really? Ren was not very surprised. He touched his chin and said, but even if he is like this, he is quite a human being. He is naturally very clear about the capabilities and value of munch munch fruit. At the beginning, I was still undecided because I had guessed that this would be the result. So, Tang, he asked directly to Brian Tunney with burning eyes, can you try and see if you can use the ability of munch munch fruit to peel off the elephant fruit? What? Chapter 64 The ability to be recycled, Conqueror's Entanglement. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Hiss. Did it really succeed? A few minutes later. Spandam gasped. He was dumbfounded as he stared at the strange fruit that Brian Tunney took out from the Tun Tun factory, that is, the belly. It was a banana that was white in color and had a spiral pattern. Legend has it that after demon fruit power dies, it will randomly reappear in a corner of the world. For hundreds of years, countless scientists from the Marine Science Unit under the world government have been working tirelessly to uncover the secret of the devil fruit's rebirth and to recover the devil fruit after the death of the Esper. Occasionally it can be recovered, but the probability is very low. As a result, criminals with powerful fruit abilities had to be imprisoned in deep-sea prisons to punish those prisoners while delaying the regeneration of the fruit abilities. Unexpectedly, he actually witnessed someone using the munch munch fruit's ability to recycle the devil fruit that had been eaten by the sword. It's incredible. Van Goofred. But beyond the shock, Spandam couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The treasured sword that he finally obtained disappeared completely. Can 140 really do it? Ren took over the power of the zone elephant fruit and couldn't help but smile. Confirm munch munch fruit's ability to seize and recycle others. With the help of Tuntun Space, the demon that escaped due to the death of demon fruit power can be intercepted or imprisoned in a short period of time, so that it cannot escape immediately and has to attach to the demon that has been placed in Tuntun Space in advance on the fruit, thus regenerating. Complete devil fruit recovery. In this way, his next plan will undoubtedly be implemented more smoothly. At least it can save a lot of time. Gia hee hee, what a magical ability. Brian Tunney's eyes were filled with excitement. I just gave it a try, and I wasn't too sure. I didn't expect that I could actually do something like this. The next day, early in the morning. Advertisement. There was a huge roar from the Justice Tower. A Marine and the agents responsible for the escort heard the news. They were fully armed and loaded with ammunition, CBFD, and rushed forward in groups. Looking at the empty office and the punctured wall, I was a little shocked. Damn it. Get me someone. Spandam was full of anger and panic, shouting there. That scientist named Brian Tunney ran away. What? A temple worker was shocked and inexplicable. Spandam was frustrated and yelled, damn it, what on earth do you guys do for food? I didn't even know he was a fruit user, but he didn't use seastone handcuffs. That B************ D was like a glutton. Not only did he bite off the iron chain, he also swallowed the desks, chairs and screens in my office, and he even punched through the wall and escaped. He even swallowed the precious swords collected by Lousy. Hurry up and chase him, I must catch him. Yes, Sir Spandam. For a while, the whole Ennie's lobby, it started to get crazy. A large number of Marines and agents are constantly searching every corner. However, they were never able to find any trace of the criminal. Now, located in the underground chamber at the base of the Justice Tower. The prisoner, Brian Tunney, who was constantly being searched, was sitting there with a dazzling presence. He looked at Ren in front of him and asked curiously, Gia hee hee. Master Ren, what is your relationship with that guy Spandam? Although that guy is greedy for life and afraid of death, he is not so peaceful and needs to be beaten from time to time. The reason why he is so obedient now is just because I caught his handle and had to cooperate with Guai Guai. Ren was full of sarcasm and sneered. Once there is a chance, I will definitely betray him without hesitation. Let's squeeze out his use value first. You just need to remember that he is not really one of us. Ren said playfully. Of course, you still have to do the superficial work. When our power completely penetrates CP, he will be useless. Advertisement. The reason why I told Brian Tunney so much. It was because he found that although this guy was called a mad scientist, he was not as rigid and dull as other scientists in terms of human sophistication. On the contrary, he is very clever. You can give the other person a vaccination first. Brian Tunney smiled and nodded. What a poor guy, he. He asked directly. By the way, Master Ren, besides me, we should have other companions now, right? Yes, but there are still relatively few people. Meeting Brian Tunney was not without disappointment. Ren patted his shoulder and chuckled. However, you don't have to worry, I have another identity now. I am the fourth signature of Beast's Pirates, Natural Disaster. Beast's Pirates. Brian Tunney was shocked. He never expected that Ren would be the flagship of Beast's Pirates, the fourth natural disaster. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Looking at the shocked Brian Tunney, Ren said meaningfully, but I believe it won't be long before it will become our new Beast's Pirates. New Beast's Pirates. Brian Tunney's eyes lit up. He is a smart man and naturally understands what Ren means. Licking his lips, he laughed strangely. Gia hee, that's really what I'm looking forward to. Next, I need to go out to do some errands, so you can rest here first. Ren stretched himself and said to Brian Tunney, if you are hungry, just ask that guy Spandam to give it to you. Send me some food. Such an amazing ability, it would be a pity not to get it. The dog fruit, phantom beast species, and the ability to transform into a raccoon form. To some extent, the value is simply too great. He is determined to win. Besides, it's just a good time to try out your new power. Ren clenched his fists. The figure gradually drifted away in Brian Tunney's puzzled eyes. After all, after so many beatings, it is not without gain. Conqueror's Entanglement. Let me verify it. Chapter 65 Bastiu, Thunder 8 Trigrams. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Boom. Boom. Less than an hour. The grand door of justice opens. A marine warship that was sailing day and night and had just passed Eni's lobby had no intention of stopping for supplies. Instead, he rushed through the opened gate of justice and prepared to go directly to the naval headquarters through the giant vortex current connecting the three major institutions of Eni's lobby, naval headquarters, and deep sea prison. Then transfer to the mainland via naval headquarters. Send the escorted target to the Holy Land Mariajoy and hand it over to the world government. Brush. No one found out. Above the grand gate of justice. In the mist, the tall figure of Hidao had been waiting there for a long time. Just after the warship passed through, the door of justice closed again. Just pounce down. Brush. A pair of flame wings vibrated. Ren's body was like lightning, and he chased after the starship that was sailing along the turbulent sea currents, quickly thinking about the distance. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Scammer, Bastiu. His eyes twinkled. A message to yourself via Spandam. Ren already knew who the Marine General was responsible for escorting the pen. The opponent's strength can only be regarded as relatively average among the Vice Admirals in Naval Headquarters. It was weaker than Stirs, who was killed by him before. Hanging far behind the warship, maintaining a distance that is not easily noticed. As the time goes, away from Eni's lobby, approaching the deep sea prison hyphenation point after impel down. Ren took action without hesitation. What is that? Huh. A loud roar broke through the air. Carrying the wings of flames, Ren rushed in quickly like a red stream of light. After approaching the warship, less than a few hundred meters later, it instantly attracted the attention of many Marines. What is that? It's a person. Most likely a person with some kind of ability. Quick, sound the alarm and alert everyone. Bastiu Vice Admiral, there is a target approaching. Beep. Beep. Many well-trained Marines' expressions changed drastically. They all became alert and quickly gathered there. They raised their guns one after another and aimed at the approaching figure. Stand ready. Damn it, it has flame-like wings and that attitude. Wearing a mask, the tall Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Bastiu carried a huge shark-killing knife and looked at the fiery red figures that kept rushing towards him. Could it be? Fire. Advertisement. Bang bang. Boom boom. People's bodies are fast. Constantly dodging incoming bullets. These Marines were not given much time to react. He quickly rushed to the warship. Blood Prison Ren. Recognized each other. Bastiu held up the shark-killing knife and swung it out fiercely. Boom. A loud roar broke through the air. With a huge slash, the wolf tore through the weather. Slashed at Ren. But he easily avoided it. He rushed to the warship in an instant. Bang. Bang. Avoid the sparse and rapid rain of bullets. Buzz. Ren didn't give those Marines a chance to continue firing, and Ren's eyes stern. Center around him. An unparalleled mental fluctuation suddenly spread out. The impact was in all directions. Thump. Thump. In an instant, very strangely, one Marine soldier turned his eyes white, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground one after another. What happened? I almost fainted. Except for Bastiu, the Vice Admiral. There were less than a dozen Marine generals with good strength, and their expressions changed drastically. Some school officials were swaying and staggering. He was shocked and looked at Ren inexplicably. Damn it, is it Conqueror's Haki? Bastiu's expression changed. Without hesitation, he rushed forward brandishing his shark-killing knife. However, Ren stepped hard. The figure disappeared in front of him in an instant. Woo-hoo-hoo. The afterimage, invisible to the naked eye, passed by like lightning. Like an invisible sickle, it set off a fierce hurricane. Deck, guardrail, mast, naval gun. Everything was torn apart and destroyed silently in an instant. In Bastiu's eyes that were about to burst, but also a bit cold. Quote. A Marine general who was still conscious screamed. Blood splattered. One after another they fell into a pool of blood. Advertisement. A shocking bloody gash was drawn on his body in an instant. Please give me flowers. Horrifying. All this happened in just a moment. Even Bastiu, the powerful naval headquarters vice admiral. There was no time to stop it. Kang. Sparks sputter. The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. Relying on observation Haki's prediction, he narrowly blocked the incoming blade. However, Bastiu, who was tall and always known for his strength, was violently knocked back. Abominable blood prison. Bastiu's eyes under the mask were covered with terrifying bloodshot eyes, glaring angrily at Ren in front of him. But at the same time, I was a little shocked. I just felt that the hands holding the shark-cutting knife were numb. He had long heard that the other party was an esper in the form of the phantom beast Kirin. 0. But I never expected that the opponent's power in human form would be so terrifying. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Bastiron. Holding the red snowy left text in his hand, Ren said with a smile, I'm sorry, I'll ask you to die next. Don't underestimate the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Blood Prison. Bastiu roared angrily. Wielding a huge and sharp shark-cutting knife, it struck at Ren violently. Shunpo. The next moment, Ren's aura was extremely violent, and his eyes suddenly froze. The figure is like a ghost, and it comes out as fast as thunder. Crackling. Black and red lightning kept intertwining and jumping. The blazing flames and the cold light intertwined violently on the blade. Thunder 8 trigrams hyphenation point slash. What? His eyes narrowed sharply. Bastiu, the naval headquarters vice admiral, changed his color in shock. The hair on his whole body stood up, giving rise to a strong sense of crisis. But there was no time to dodge. Kai. Between the electric light and flint. The red stream of light passed by horizontally. Ah! Bastiu's tall figure screamed. His face was distorted, he vomited blood, and his eyes turned white. The chest was ruthlessly torn apart. Large swaths of blood flew out. Bang! Bang! Moreover, the whole person was blown away like a cannonball. It severely broke the mast of the warship and hit the cabin of the warship unabated. He fell there, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Instant kill. Chapter 66. Huali Pato, Exaggerated Abilities, 5th update. It's too rough and not concise enough. Arriving at the messy cabin. Ren looked at Bastiu, who was instantly killed by him and fell there with a few breaths left, with a calm expression. Compared to the 100 beasts Kaido himself, his power is not even close to that of Kaido himself. At best, it can only be regarded as the 4 hexagrams of thunder. Very rude. The blade penetrated downwards, pierced the heart of the naval headquarters vice admiral. Last hitting has always been his habit. Since it is an enemy, then show no mercy. Although Bastiu's strength is mediocre, he poses no threat to him. But there was no need for him to let the other person go. Should he be allowed to go back and recover from his injuries, then turn around and continue to fight against himself as the backbone of naval headquarters? Sure enough, even the vice admirals who are both members of the naval headquarters are very different from each other. Glancing at the lifeless Bastiu, Ren walked towards the depths of the cabin carelessly. If it were the elite vice admirals like Flying Squirrel, Doberman, and Ghost Spider, they should still have some strength to struggle. Taken so many beatings from Kaido of the beasts, Ren did barely master the power of Conquerors, 337, Entanglement. He even learned a few points of Kaido's Thundering 8 trigrams move, and tried to improve it into a sword technique more suitable for slashing and inflicting maximum damage to the enemy. But after all, it is not concise enough and the technique is too rough. I don't know how far it is from the level of Baiju Kaido. Next, you still need to spend time practicing, polishing, and studying. Ah, it's really exaggerated. Soon, came to the cell on the cabin. Ren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A pen is actually wrapped several times with seastone chains inside and out. I saw a large number of chains, tightly wrapped around a gold pen that was about 30 to 40 centimeters long, a bit like a work of art, and locked there. However, considering this team's overly strong history, it's not that he can't understand the cautious approach of Bastiu. It took some time. The key was found from the unconscious Marine. Unlocked the seastone shackles. Ren picked up the golden pen. Playing with it with interest, he turned it around. Bang! Smoke filled the air. The gorgeous gold pen disappeared directly. Instead, a tanuki that looked like a raccoon jumped to the ground. He stretched out humanely and yawned. I've been sleeping for a long time. Raccoon hee, did you save me? Its big round eyes turned and looked at Ren curiously. You can say that if you want. Ren smiled and asked. I am Copper's Ren, what is your name? Do you want to be my partner? Partner. Okay. The tanuki tilted its head. After looking at Ren for a while, he nodded seriously. It said excitedly, Raccoon hee hee, I am a pen that ate the dog fruit, a phantom beast species, and the ability to transform into a raccoon form. I have no name. Boss Ren, please give me some advice. Oh, no name. Ren touched its head and said with a smile, then from now on, you can call me Pato. Pato. The civet cat's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. Then my name will be Pato, Boss Ren. Advertisement. Then from now on, just follow me. I won't let those guys with ulterior motives hurt you. Ren said without blushing. To some extent, he can also be considered one of the people with ulterior motives. After all, the beginning of the day was for the civet cat Pato's ability to transform into a phantom beast species and transform into a raccoon form. Yes, thank you, boss. Hear Ren say this. Like Chopper, Pato, who was somewhat naive, burst into tears. I was suddenly moved by Ren's words. He himself couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Let's go. Put Pato, who was not too big, on his shoulders. Ren took it and returned to the outside of the deck. Amazing. I saw those Marines lying in confusion. Pato looked at Ren with admiration. Have they all been defeated by you? Boss Ren. This is nothing. Ren shrugged. He looked at Pato, wanting to see this guy's ability. By the way, you just said that you were an esper in the form of a phantom beast and a raccoon. Yes. Pato nodded repeatedly. As if offering a treasure, he took out an ordinary green leaf from his arms. It grabbed its pen-tip-shaped golden tail and wrote directly on it. Lao hey hey, through the deformation leaves, I can change anything in my imagination, just like this. Brush. All of a sudden, it throws out green leaves. Smoke filled the air, accompanied by the roar of the beast. A huge, majestic tiger appeared in front of the two of them. It's so lifelike that I can't believe it turned out to be a leaf. Oh, Ren raised an eyebrow. He looked at the tiger in front of him. He looked at Pato and asked with a smile, can I give it a try? Lee hee hee, of course you can. The innocent Pato had no defense at all. He handed the transformation leaf to Ren, and also handed over his tail as the tip of the pen. Boss Ren, you only need to imagine the things you want to change in your mind. Yeah, received the deformed leaf. Ren looked carefully and found nothing special. I had to write on it. Throw it out directly and unhurriedly. All of a sudden, a large cloud of smoke filled the air. A tall figure with a dark body, black wings on its back, and flames on the back of its neck appeared in front of them. Pato, standing on Ren's shoulder, blinked his round eyes and looked at the other person curiously. This was the first time it saw such a person with black wings. Transform into beast form. Ren ordered directly. Advertisement. Lee, all of a sudden. In Pato's surprised eyes. Jin, actually transformed directly into a huge pteranodon with an astonishing wingspan. Let's go. Ren took Pato and jumped on the pteranodon. Although it's a bit offensive, pteranodon must fly faster. Yuahuhu. Accompanied by astonishing wind pressure. Carrying Ren and Pato, each with a civet cat, the pteranodon flapped its wings and took off. Flying into the air easily. Because no further instructions from Ren were received. Just hovering there. Quote. Immediately afterwards. In Pato's surprised eyes, Ren clenched his right fist and raised it, suddenly burning with flames, distorting the atmosphere. It hit the warship below hard. The fierce flames continued to expand. It turned into a huge flaming fist, turning the sky extremely red. It penetrated the atmosphere instantly. Blast down. Boom boom. The fire was soaring into the sky and the heat wave was rolling. The huge warship fell apart in an instant and turned into a sea of fire. The entire sea area was illuminated red by the raging fire. Amazing. Looking at this amazing scene. Feel the heat wave that keeps hitting your face. Pato's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, full of disbelief. Pato, hold on tight, don't fall. Although he was full of surprise when he saw the simple-minded Pato, he did not show any unbearable expression. Ren nodded slightly, took out Enies Lobby's permanent record pointer, and pointed the direction to the pteranodon at his feet. Fly straight towards 3 o'clock. Lee, pteranodon had a wingspan of 1.8 inches. It kept flying by at an astonishing speed. Oh, you still have some wisdom. 11. Seeing this, Ren's eyes flashed. The characters transformed by the transformation leaves obviously have considerable intelligence and can complete the instructions of the Esper. I just don't know how much strength the original body can exert. What a magical ability. He looked at Pato on his shoulder and said with a smile, Pato, you are really amazing. Raccoon hee hee, praised by Ren. Pato squinted his crescent eyes, feeling a little overjoyed. But, can you maintain the conjured thing for a long time? This one. Pato tilted his head. He didn't hide anything and said directly, it's possible, but after all, they are fake things that have been conjured up. They cannot exist permanently. There is still a time limit. And the transformed ones, whether they are humans, animals, or other inanimate things, will disappear directly if they are seriously damaged. So that's it. Chapter 67. Frightened Sengoku, Mad's team. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. What? You said Bastiu's fleet has lost contact. And his life card has been burned to ashes. Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku suddenly rose. Shocked and angry, he looked at the adjutant in front of him, Branu, in disbelief. Isn't that guy responsible for escorting the pen that ate the power of Zone's phantom beast species? Not long ago, we lost an elite Vice Admiral Stirs, and now we have lost another Bastille. How much Vice Admiral does Marine have to consume? What's going on? Sengoku slapped the table hard, making Sengoku extremely angry. I'm very sorry, Marshal Sengoku, we are checking the specific situation. Branu was sweating profusely and was busy reporting what Marine had learned so far. But before Bastille Vice Admiral and their warship lost contact, it was confirmed that they had just passed through the Gate of Justice from Eni's lobby. According to the time, it is estimated that the location of the accident should be around Impel Down. However, judging from the fact that the life card was burned to ashes, it is confirmed that Bastille Vice Admiral has been sacrificed. The giant vortex current connecting the three major institutions has rarely been heard of in so many years. And with Bastille's strength, even if he is attacked by the large sea kings, it will not be too late to report. Hearing this, Buddha Sengoku couldn't help frowning, a little surprised, and the location of the accident is close to the deep sea prison Impel Down. He, who has always been more cautious, did not hesitate and immediately ordered, notify Impel Down immediately and ask the Magellan guy to step up vigilance. If there is any abnormality, report it immediately. In addition, let the Aokiji guy go over and check the situation immediately. Be sure to investigate whether it was a shipwreck or an attack. Yes. Where? Less than half an hour. On the sea train heading from Eni's lobby to the Water City. In an empty carriage, 2 people and a raccoon cat were sitting inside. It did not attract the attention of other people on the sea train. After taking Pato back to Eni's lobby, Ren had no intention of staying any longer. Directly take along Brian Tunney, who was hiding in the secret chamber passage at the bottom of the Justice Tower. Sneaked onto the sea train quietly, heading towards the water capital. Kaka. Just 3 minutes. All the weapons and ammunition stored in the carriage were completely destroyed. Brian Tunney was there, burping. The civet cat Pato was jumping around there. He looked at Brian Tunney in astonishment, whose stomach was still flat and unchanged even after swallowing a whole carriage of ammunition. Uncle Tunney, are these things edible? Gia he, I am a person with the ability of munch fruit. I can eat anything except sea stone. Brian Tunney slapped his chest. He looked at Pato up and down, full of surprise. I didn't expect that a creature of the phantom beast type would have intelligence no less than that of a human being. It's really amazing. He had seen the sword that ate Zone's fruit. Although there is some intelligence, at most it is no different from an ordinary elephant. But a special phantom beast species like Pato. Advertisement. It's really incredible. By the way, Tony, can you use the munch fruit's ability to strengthen Pato's body? Ren, who was sitting there, smiled directly and asked Brian Tunney. Pato's body is just ordinary metal. In this case, relatively speaking, the thunder point is too big. Pato tilted his head, full of confusion. Gia he, let me give it a try. Brian Tunney looked at Pato with burning eyes, licked his lips and said with a strange smile, I have grown up so big, but I have never eaten a creature of the fantasy beast species. Tony, put away your bad taste, don't scare it with hunger. Ren rolled his eyes, a somewhat helpless reprimand. He could only comfort Pato, who was a little scared, touched its head, and said with a smile, Pato, don't be afraid, that guy Tony is joking with you. His ability can fuse anything he eats, and he can even fuse different metals into rare alloys with extremely high hardness. Because your body is only made of ordinary metal, it can be easily damaged by the enemy. In this case instead, it might hurt you. Now you return to your pen form and let him transform your body. That way you can become even more powerful than you are now. Really? Boss Ren? Certainly. Pato's eyes lit up. There is no doubt about Ren's words. It immediately turned into a golden pen. Gia he. This kind of thing is a trivial matter. Brian Yanni opened his big mouth with sinister teeth. Swallowed it in and kept chewing it. Tun Factory Golden Gatling. A moment's work. The factory door in Brian Tunney's abdomen opens. A golden Gatling gun coming out of the belly. How wicked are you, this guy? Look at this Tony Gold Gatling. Ren's eyelids twitched and he looked at Brian Tunney speechlessly. Gia he, this is based on your suggestion, Lord Ren. The morphological memory alloy I just synthesized is so hard that even ordinary guns can't shake the substation. Brian Tunney said with a weird smile, this is its second form. When I get the technologies that Dr. Vegapunk left in his hometown, I can give it a stronger third form. In this case, even if it puts aside its magical ability, it can still have considerable combat effectiveness. Whatever. Ren shrugged. In this regard, he had low expectations. He could tell that Pato was not good at fighting. The fruit ability itself is more of an auxiliary type. But his requirements are not high, and he cannot expect every subordinate to have monster-like potential. As long as you can keep up with him and not be so holy, that's fine. Now it has just been born and has little experience in the world. It's easy to dye it your own color. Advertisement. Lee hee, is this my new form? Pato changed from golden Gatling back to raccoon form. Feel the changes in your body, it is full of novelty, and keep trying it. The next moment, it returned to the previous form of the golden pen. Floating there. Uncle Tony, you are so awesome. Immediately afterwards, and at a speed visible to the naked eye. transformed into other forms. Brush. 4 claws grip the ground. The body presents cool metallic lines. After opening his mouth, what was exposed was the barrel of a Gatling gun. It's a complete mechanical beast. It had just been created by the marine science team using the ability of the dog fruit, phantom species, and raccoon form. It was still a child at heart and had a lot of fun playing with it. Gia hee hee, but I really didn't expect that. Brian Tunney crossed his arms. While not without emotion, I couldn't help but have some ardent eyes. That genius scientist has developed laser technology so early. It's really admirable. Ren once told him before leaving Ennie's lobby. Dr. Vegapunk's sealed laboratory in his hometown when he was young contained quite amazing technology, including laser technology that was mentioned in science fiction books. When I have time, I will take you to the future kingdom. Ren said with a smile. Before he left, he specifically asked Spandam for the permanent record pointer of the future kingdom Bakumoa. Whenever I have free time next time, I will go there. Take away all those 420 technologies. Furthermore, Beast's Pirates Disaster Quinn used to belong to the same Mads team as Dr. Vegapunk. His skills are also amazing, but I don't know if he will be able to use them when the time comes. Gia hee hee, Mads team. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. It's a pity that I was born 20 or 30 years too late and couldn't catch up with that era. Although the world government tries its best to block the news. But scientists have their own circles and channels. Naturally, he had heard about the legendary Mads team. And at a large-scale academic exchange event held by Grand Line scholars, Brian Tunney once met Dr. Vegapunk. However, he became famous at a young age and was in the prime of his youth. He was also considered a genius scientist, so he was naturally full of arrogance, but he believed that the other party had a false reputation. Later, after learning about the Mads team and some of its great achievements through the circle of scholars around him, he felt ashamed and realized the gap between himself and Dr. Vegapunk, and then gradually restrained his arrogance. Heart of. Don't dare to underestimate the world's #1 genius scientist. That's really a pity. Ren already knows Brian Tunney's files like the back of his hand. He is just 33 years old this year and can be said to have become famous at a young age. At only 19 years old, he is already the leading genius scholar in the kingdom of Zinix. At the age of 25, he made astonishing achievements in the field of biology and published papers on biological genes, which caused a great sensation at the time. Become one of the top scientists on the Grand Line. Then, at the age of 26, he began to devote himself to the research of the Super Soldier Project. If he had been born 30 years earlier, there might have been hope of attracting the attention of D. Yingjia Punk. Invited to join the Mads team. Chapter 68. The Straw Hat Who Was Framed, Rob Lucci, second update. What? The mayor of the Water City, Bingshan, was assassinated. The killer is the Straw Hat crew. Damn, it's exactly this time. The annual, Water Gods, is coming tonight. Those nasty pirates. The western station of the Water City. Just got off the sea train with Brian Genepato. Ren, who was wearing a cloak and hiding his face, heard people's discussions. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. But not unexpected. This is not a hot-blooded comic, but the real world. CP9 is a killing machine trained by the world government. How could it be deliberately left alive? Even if it was to put the blame on the Straw Hat crew, Nico Robin, a member of the Straw Hat crew, could have just shown his face on purpose before leaving. Huh, is that Frankie guy actually with the Straw Hat crew? Ren released a huge observation hockey and closed his eyes to sense the atmosphere of the entire island. He raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. But he guessed that guys like Lucci did not go back directly. It was probably because Frankie was found out to be Tom's disciple Carter Frame. When he tried to capture Frankie, he was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. And he found only Usopp is on the merry. Moreover, the breath looks a bit weak. Seems to be injured. Luffy, Nami, Zoro and others were all gathered in other places. Is that guy Usopp still separated from the Hat Gang? As early as when Ren entered the Grand Line, he had already spoken out about the problems of the Golden Melee. When we were at Sky Island, we found that the keel of the Melee had been damaged to a considerable extent, and we mentioned this problem again and again. He also educated other members of the Straw Hat Pirates about the importance of ship keels. However, Luffy, Zoro, Nami and others were determined. But Usopp can never be so cruel. Because that guy has always had deep feelings for the Golden Melee. In fact, the ship spirit of the Melee was born to a large extent because of his heartfelt love and care, and he truly regarded the Melee as a partner. When we were on Sky Island, Usopp had already met the ship spirit of the Merry. Advertisement. After realizing that the Melee is conscious and alive. When the Captain Luffy proposed that the ship must be changed. It is impossible not to have conflicts. Sir Ren, I need to buy some materials first. Looking at the bustling city. Brian Tunney, who had changed into a suit and was no longer embarrassed, spoke directly to Ren. Okay, help me buy some medicinal materials by the way. Ren directly handed the blue wave ball formula he got from Chopper to the other party and asked the other party to buy some materials for him. He's going to make some blue wave balls. I have to say that the blue wave ball invented by Chopper unintentionally is still very practical. Moreover, after trying again before, Ren found that the effect of blue wave ball varies from person to person. Maybe it's because he himself is not a person with human fruit ability. The transformed forms are not completely consistent. And I don't know if it's because of his own strength. The effect of Blue Wave Ball lasts longer. Much more than 3 minutes. In particular, with the life return that has long been mastered, even far better than Rob Lucci, the strongest genius in CP9 for 800 years, combined with the intense medicinal power of the Blue Wave Ball. He can even self-adjust the transformation wavelength of the fruit's ability. The ability user can obtain more transformations in different directions according to his own wishes. It can even be partially transformed into a beast. Brian Tunney was surprised. This is a special drug that can affect the transformation wavelength of zone ability users, allowing zone ability users to have more transformation forms. Ren did not hide anything, and said with a chuckle, although there is a time limit and there are certain risks, you cannot take multiple pills in a short period of time, but relatively speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Speaking of which, glancing at Pato on his shoulder, he smiled and added, by the way, it should also be effective for you Pato, and I'll share some with you when the time comes. After all, Pato is also an alternative zone phantom beast type user. Theoretically speaking, Blue Wave Ball should have the same effect on it. Really? When Pato heard this, his eyes lit up. Some were overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Gia he, is there such a medicine? Brian Tunney became interested and looked at the formula of the Blue Wave Ball. Then I have to study it. If you want to study it, then study it. If you can strengthen its effect or reduce its side effects, that would be even better. Ren said with a chuckle. Brian Tunney was willing to study, but it was too late for him to be happy. After all, the other party's achievements in biological genes are quite outstanding, and maybe they can really upgrade the Blue Wave Ball. I heard that Beasts Pirates also has a similar drug that can affect Zone's transformation. Even in the human-animal form, the Esper can still keep the upper body of a human. It was probably developed by Yuzhou Quinn. Advertisement. When the time comes, Tony, you can combine it with the Blue Wave Ball to study it, maybe you can get new results. A gathering place was agreed upon. Ren took Pato directly and jumped above the house. Keep moving. Rush in a certain direction. That guy Robin is over there. Now, the City of Water. In a dark room, several figures in suits and leather shoes gathered here. Surprisingly, they are all members of CP9, including Rob Lucci and others who are undercover at Carrera Company. Hey, Lucci, those Straw Hat guys and the Reformer are missing now. Jabra touched his beard and asked, what should we do next? I didn't expect that Chief Spandam was so cautious and sent all the golden phone bugs that activated the Buster call. Kaku, who had a long, square nose, folded his arms and stared at the shining golden phone bugs on the table. Just press this button, and 5 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, 10 of the most advanced battleships, plus tens of thousands of Marine elites will be dispatched. Khalifa, who has a delicate appearance and a hot figure, pushed up her glasses. By then, the entire island will be burned to ashes by artillery fire. Don't worry, those guys from Carrera Company are looking for them all over the world, and they will be found sooner or later. Rob Lucci, who is tall and thin, has strange eyebrows and a calm face, played with the golden phone bug and said calmly, I have been here pretending to be deaf and mute for 5 years, and I really want to press it and give it a try. You are really cold-blooded. Robin on the side frowned. Looking at Rob Lucci, Yu spoke. Wearing seastone handcuffs on her hands, she was unable to resist. She could not help but gritted her teeth and said loudly, don't forget what you promised me. As long as I am captured, I will let the Straw Hats, who have good money, go and not launch a Buster call. That was under the condition that they did not directly hinder our mission. When Straw Hat Luffy rescued the Reformer, our agreement was no longer counted. Bluno on the side said indifferently. Moreover, pay attention to your identity, Nico Robin, you are just a prisoner now, and you are not qualified to negotiate terms with us. Hateful. Nico Robin's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly, but finally lowered his head weakly. Now she has no ability to resist. Hey, tonight, the water gods are coming soon. Kumadori leaned on his cane and shook his head. That huge tsunami really came at the wrong time. I have no patience to wait any longer. Rob Lucci put away the golden phone bug and stood up directly. I don't want to stay in this disgusting place for a moment anymore. Bluno, you are here watching Nico Robin. Others, search for their whereabouts. Clear. Chapter 69. Commit yourself to me. Shocked Robin opened black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Everyone, you must be okay. In a dark room, Robin sat there. Heartbroken and depressed, but there was unspeakable worry in his eyes. Each of our CP9 elite agents is a Superman who masters the 6 movements. Bluno, who was sitting aside, ate peanuts leisurely and threatened. Don't try to escape, otherwise I don't mind letting you suffer a lot. Yeah, woo. Bluno's hair stood up. Who is it? However, there was no time to turn around. A hand knife hit him on the back of the neck without any sound. Bang! Severe pain struck. Bluno struggled to stay awake, trying to see who was coming. But then, a violent mental fluctuation impacted his consciousness. Still couldn't help but roll his eyes and fainted. He fell there helplessly. Robin raised his head when he heard the noise. Looking at the visitor, I was a little surprised. That familiar handsome figure once again caused waves in her heart that should have been like stagnant water. Li Shishi, is this Sister Robin you are talking about, Boss Ren? Pato jumped off Ren's shoulder and looked at Robin curiously. Chopper. Robin was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. I found that the changes in Chopper seemed a bit big. Look clearly, he is not Chopper, he is my new companion Pidgey. Ren, who took Pato, the civet cat, through the underground through the power of the earth and easily broke into this place, looked at Robin and asked directly, if I don't come, will you 570 go to self-destruction like Alabasta did? As expected, he looked at Robin's beautiful face and said with a smile, I still can't keep you in the Straw Hat crew, I have to keep an eye on you all the time. Don't be ridiculous, Ren. Robin said loudly, you should know that I am an unknown person with a curse. Last time, the Straw Hat crew was almost wiped out. Even you fought against Admiral Aokiji because of me. Even this time, because of the death of the mayor of the Water City, Bingshan, Luffy and the others were hunted down by the boatmen of the Carrera Company. Speaking of which, she looked downcast. He closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate and said self-deprecatingly, this is my fate, I don't want to involve anyone else anymore. You should take Luffy and the others out of here quickly, and leave me alone. She became emotional and shouted to Ren, after all, we have nothing to do with each other, right? Advertisement. Pato tilted his head, a little confused. Why is the other party unwilling to be rescued by Boss Ren? What a strange woman. Who said it doesn't matter? Ren looked calm as he had expected it. Holding Robin's smooth and moving face, looking into those jewel-like eyes, he chuckled and said, I saved your life. How many times has this happened so far? This is a lifelong kindness. Don't even think about defaulting on it easily. Even if you don't commit yourself to me, you should give birth to some cute little angels for me, right? It's already this time, and you're still in the mood to joke. Robin's face turned red, he looked helplessly at Ren in front of him. But subconsciously, he turned his head. Some did not dare to meet the blazing eyes, and some laughed at themselves. I am a son of the devil, who has been wanted by the world government for a bounty of 79 million Baileys since I was 8 years old. Even if I give birth to a child, it's just a devil, not an angel. No, it must be an angel. Ren smiled confidently. Although it might be a fallen angel. His descendants will most likely inherit the bloodline of the Lunaria clan. And he has the same dark wings as his uncle, Fire Calamity, isn't he a fallen angel? But as expected, the skin color should be the same as mine, a normal human skin color. Not brown like Jin. Stop being so sentimental. Robin's whole body trembled, suppressing his inner emotions. She looked at Ren expressionlessly, and said indifferently, you should leave quickly. Leave me alone, I will not leave with you. She knew it. If those cold-blooded guys from CP9 find out that they have escaped. Maybe the Buster Call will be launched directly, and then the entire island will be burned to the ground by the ruthless artillery fire just like Ohara in the past. No, don't get me wrong. Find the key to the Seastone handcuffs from Blueno's body and unlock Robin's handcuffs. Ren looked into her eyes and said calmly, I have nothing to do with the Straw Hat crew anymore. I am now the 4th biggest sign of Beast's Pirates, natural disaster. Don't expect me to take care of them. Even if the Straw Hat Pirates face a greater crisis, the most I can do is save Nami. Did you really join the Beast's Pirates? Robin was a little shocked. She didn't expect that what the World Economic News said was true. Ren actually joined the Beast's Pirates. That's just a temporary cooperation with Kaido, the Beast. Ren shrugged and said bluntly, and I'm not doing it out of anger or anything, I just really confirmed my goals, in order to realize my own ambitions, and also to get rid of the fate of our family. The fate of the family. Robin was filled with surprise. Frowning, CBFJ looked at Ren. Speaking of which, apart from hearing you say that you grew up on a desert island and kept getting stronger in order to survive, you have never mentioned your past. Advertisement. If you are interested, I wouldn't mind introducing you. Ren sat down and said nonchalantly. A long time ago, before the world government was established, there lived a special race on the top of the Red Line, called the Clan of Gods. Quote. A clan of gods. Robin's pupils shrank sharply, a little shocked. Pato's eyes widened slightly. Ale. Is there such a group? Their bodies can produce fire, and they can survive in any harsh natural environment, but they are peace-loving and uncontested. Until one day, a group of invaders rushed to the Red Line, used powerful force to expel them, occupied their hometown, and even hunted and killed their clan, and issued a long-term and huge bounty, openly treating them as for the Demon Clan. Ren said calmly, for hundreds of years, the wanted people have never stopped. This clan is almost extinct. As long as you discover the traces of this clan and report it to the world government, you can get a bounty of 100 million belly. If you catch a member of this clan, you will get a huge amount of money. Could it be? Robin looked shocked, looking at Ren in disbelief. As far as she knows, this condition is met. It seems that there is only the rumored, Lunalia tribe. But doesn't that tribe have black wings and brown skin? It seems that as an Ohara scholar, you may also know something. Ren did not deny it, and nodded lightly. Yes, I am a descendant of the Lunaria tribe, but because my mother is from the mermaid tribe, I am of mixed race, so my skin color is not brown, and my wings, my parents removed it when I was very young, and you can probably guess the reason. As for the flame, as long as you continue to practice it, you can completely extinguish it freely. Said, in the surprised eyes of Robin and Pato. A blazing flame burst out from the back of Ren's neck. Then, it disappeared again. It's like it never happened. It can be said that I have been burdened with this fate since I was born, and I am destined to fight the world government to the death. After kicking the unconscious CP9 member Bluno, Ren said calmly, the reason why I left the Straw Hat Pirates was because I had some differences with Sanji and the others. Rather, I am becoming more and more aware of the fate and responsibility that I must shoulder. If I continue to stay in the Straw Hat crew, I can indeed follow everyone on their happy and free-sailing adventures, but that is just deceiving myself and others, succumbing to fate, hiding and surviving. Even in the next few decades, I will be able to rely on my strong strength to not be afraid of the pursuit of the world government, and to ignore the covetousness and threats of those who are greedy for profit. But my descendants will be the same as the ancestors of the Lunaria tribe, and they will bear the same fate from generation to generation. Robin, you are an archaeologist who is familiar with world history. You should be very clear that the cruel history of mankind has proved one thing. Surrendering will only lead to intensified suppression and persecution. Speaking of which, in Robin's somewhat absent-minded eyes. So, instead of leaving my destiny in the hands of others, it's better for me to control my own destiny. There was indescribable firmness and determination on Ren's resolute face. His blazing eyes revealed strong ambition. Clenching his fists firmly, he spoke with a sonorous and powerful voice, and said ambitiously, one day, I will pull those guys down and return to the place where the Lunaria tribe should live. Since no one dares to sit on that vacant throne, I will sit on it myself. So what if you fail? It's just broken into pieces. Chapter 70 Celestial Dragon's National Treasure. Robin returns to hard open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Rumble didn't stay there long. Ren directly controlled the power of the earth and took Pato and Robin directly to leave CP9's stronghold quietly. Even, a huge underground cave was easily opened in the blink of an eye. Changyan W. Past the light shell of Sky Island. The underground cave that should have been extremely dark seemed spacious and bright. There is even a stone table and several stone benches, present there. Robin, who had been brought here before he had time to resist, stared blankly at the exaggerated strength in front of him, who did not conceal his powerful ambitions, and was somewhat familiar and yet unfamiliar to Ren. His eyes were a little complicated, and he felt inexplicable. She didn't expect that the other party turned out to be the legendary Lunaria tribe. It's amazing. Looking at the extremely spacious cave, the civet cat Pato's eyes shone, and he looked at Ren with eyes full of admiration, as expected of the boss. We are all people with the same destiny. The enemy has always been aloof. Except for themselves, they don't treat anyone as a human being. World government. Ren stared at the beautiful Robin. He stretched out his right hand towards her and said sincerely, follow me, Robin. I won't let anyone hurt you, trust me. I know what you're worried about. You should know that a mere buster call is not a problem at all to me. Robin didn't respond. She looked at Ren with complicated eyes and said with some self-deprecation, after all, you are just like Crocodile and the others. You want to obtain the whereabouts of the ancient weapon through me, right? For a time, she was filled with disappointment and despair. Even the man who he thinks truly cares about him the most, is the most trustworthy, and even has a special affection for him. They all want to use themselves to find the legendary ancient weapon that can destroy the world and conquer the world. Robin, don't think too highly of yourself, and don't underestimate me too. Ren chuckled. Sitting opposite Robin, he smiled and said, if I told you that I have always known the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, would you believe it? What? Robin heard this. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Looking at Ren in disbelief. Ancient weapon Pluton, is it in Wano Kuni? Ren said calmly. Ancient weapon. Wano Kuni. Pato on the side tilted his head, surprised. But it didn't interrupt, it just listened quietly. How do you know? Robin cried out. Advertisement.
I not only know the whereabouts of Pluton, I also know the whereabouts of Poseidon. Ren shrugged. Robin looked at him blankly. You also understand the historical text? I know what you were worried about. Ren did not respond directly.
He just caressed Robin's pretty face and said, but you should know that with my own strength alone, if I really want to do something, I can easily destroy an island. Besides, what you should really worry about is world government. World government. Robin couldn't help but frown. She did not refute Ren's words. Not long ago, the second sun over Bingha Island was still fresh in her memory. That power could indeed destroy an island. And she was really worried in her heart that if the world government got the design of ancient weapon Pluton, it would abuse that power. According to my investigation, I don't know whether a special national treasure controlled by the celestial dragons is the ancient weapon Uranus, but its power is undeniable. Ren did not hide anything and said bluntly, it can even completely wipe out an island from the sea in an instant, including the island base below the sea level. It can be said that no matter how powerful the monster is, it may not be able to withstand such power. Honestly, if it's a head-on attack, Ren awakens to the 5th gear of the future, and the Straw Hat Luffy is a little ridiculous. Can he withstand such power? They are all a little suspicious. What? Robin was shocked. Looking at Ren in disbelief, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. As an Ohara survivor, she naturally knows what the world government is like. They are aloof and do not regard people as human beings for the sake of their own rule. Have such power. It would be strange not to abuse it. Ancient weapon or something,
I don't necessarily need that thing, but there is a difference between not having a sword and not using it. He gently cupped Robin's cheek. Ren stared into her jewel-like eyes. Without hesitation, he met his eyes and said with a smile, and Robin doubts me so much, which makes me very sad. After all, you are the person I like from the beginning to the end. He really didn't need Robin to help him find the ancient weapon. Because, although the Nico Robin, created by relying solely on Padona's phantom beast species and raccoon form ability does not have its memory and wisdom, it still has the corresponding archaeological abilities of the other party. Please give me flowers. Ren. Robin's heart trembled. Advertisement. He lowered his head in shame, full of self-blame. I'm sorry. She was clearly really wrong about Ren. This little man, who was like a younger brother, whom she relied on from the bottom of her heart, was always so protective and caring about her. She never thought of taking advantage of herself, but because of the full trust of the other party, she confessed her goals and ambitions in front of her without any reservation. Just subconsciously suspect and hurt the other person. It's really inappropriate. Well, but the next moment. Robin's eyes widened. He stared blankly at the face so close to him. I closed my eyes and completely gave up resistance. A long time. The two looked at each other. Don't tell me you're sorry. Holding that beautiful face. Looking at Robin, whose face was slightly red, Ren smiled and said, in short, from now on, feel free to leave your life to me. I will protect you to the death. Although I clearly know that I am a bit of a scumbag. But Ren had to admit that this woman gave him a very different feeling. From the first day they met, he was very moved and wanted to care for her and protect her from the bottom of his heart. So, no matter it's the other person's body or heart. He is very greedy and wants to possess it. Robin made no further objection. I dare not look directly into Ren's fiery gaze. But looking at that young and handsome face, I was reluctant to look away, full of passionate affection. There is a warm current flowing in the bottom of my heart, and it also reveals indescribable joy and pleasure. She knew she had found the man she could trust for the rest of her life. Even if the other person is like a devil in the eyes of others. That is also the angel she truly trusts and relies on. Of course, apart from archaeology, Robin is an all-round talent. You even manage the Baroque workshop in an orderly manner for Crocodile who was hiding behind the scenes. Ren caressed Robin's cheek and said with a smile, if you are willing to use your excellent management skills to help me manage my power, I will be happier. Robin rolled his eyes at Ren helplessly. She looked at the man who fascinated her and said softly, I will try my best to help you. The voice was not loud, but it was full of determination. Chapter 71. Seriously injured Usopp, Straw Hat's Awakening, 5th update. Hey, boss, are we going to find Uncle Tony? He looked at the two of them curiously. Pado, who had been acting as a light bulb and kept silent, couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, wait until he finishes shopping first. Ren said with a smile, but I still have to go out. Although Brian Tunney has been asked to help purchase the medicinal materials for making blue wave balls. But he was still going to go to Chopper to get some ready-made blue wave balls. After all, you never know when you will need it. By the way, that Frankie may have the Pluton design in his hands. He must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the world government. Robin reminded him as he thought of something. Confirmed my own heart. She is no longer depressed and confused, and she is no longer hesitant. He directly informed Ren of the information about Pluton's design that he learned from CP9. I already know this. Ren smiled and said, I won't let the world government succeed. They can't take away the Pluton design. As he spoke, he looked at Robin, 490, and asked with a smile, but aren't you afraid that an ambitious man like me will take away the Pluton design and create an ancient weapon to harm the world? A long time ago, the shipbuilders of the Water City passed down Pluton's design to prevent anyone from abusing its power, so they secretly left Pluton's design to ensure that they could suppress the rampaging Pluton. If it is true, as you said before, that the celestial dragons hold such a dangerous, national treasure, in their hands, this sea must have the power to check and balance the world government. Robin held Ren's hand tightly. She squinted her crescent eyes and showed a sweet smile. The most important thing is, no matter what you do next, Ren, I will support you. Besides, with me here, I can at least restrain you to ensure you don't abuse its power. Speaking of which, she looked at the man in front of her and winked playfully. Then you have to follow me closely. Ren's eyes are doting. He gently pinched her pretty face and said with a smile. He has always liked this woman from the bottom of his heart, who has been wanted and hunted by the world government since he was a child. He has never been able to trust anyone easily, but he has begun to love him. Being able to understand and support yourself is enough. As for the ancient weapon, he really wouldn't abuse it if it wasn't necessary. After all, what he wants is to rule the world, not to destroy it. In addition to the ambition to control one's own destiny and put this sky and sea under his feet. Strictly speaking, Ren's heart is similar to that of Kaido, both of whom are obsessed with pursuing personal ultimate power. But the difference is, his horizons need to be broader. His heart is bigger and he is more conceited. I firmly believe that I can stand up to the gods with a mortal body. Even, one day, one may not be able to rely on one's own true step into it. After all, in this sea, there are abilities and treasures that can make people immortal. Advertisement. How can people be content with being ordinary? Are you going to meet Luffy and the others? Robin pursed his lips and said softly, I have already said goodbye to them. Please convey my apology for the mayor of Water City, Bingshan. For the Straw Hat crew. She truly loved and appreciated it. During her time with the Straw Hat Pirates, she was truly relaxed and happy as never before. Of course, half of the reason is because Ren, her savior who has a special affection for her, is also on board. I felt sorry for them for suddenly saying that I was leaving. However, this is also for the Straw Hat crew's good. If she continues to stay in the Straw Hat Pirates, it will only cause them continuous trouble. Even whether it was the incident with Admiral Aokiji a few days ago or this incident, it was still just the beginning. The world government and marine will not let her, the Ohara archaeologist, go. Okay. Ren nodded, turned to the civet cat Pato and ordered, Pato, you stay here with Robin. Yes, boss Ren. Sanji, you're back. Usopp, what happened to him? That guy was implicated by us. The angry boatman caught him and beat him up. He was almost publicly executed. Chopper, come here and treat him quickly. And at this moment, Old Ship Island, Tom's studio. I saw Sanji coming back with Usopp covered in blood. Hey, Usopp, are you okay? Nami, Luffy and others' expressions changed greatly and they hurried over. Chopper, on the other hand, was busy checking Usopp's injuries and giving him emergency treatment. I'm very sorry, because Usopp's face was covered in blood, his body was covered in purple, his long nose was crooked, and several of his teeth had been knocked out by the angry boatman. Usopp was crying. He was extremely weak and still managed to maintain consciousness. He tilted his head and did not dare to look at Luffy. He could only whisper to Chopper, excuse me, Chopper. He never expected it. The boatman suddenly became angry and surrounded him, who was recovering from his injuries on the melee. They kept saying that Luffy and others had killed Uncle Iceberg. Then, I didn't listen to his explanation at all. He was immediately caught and beaten up. If he hadn't been saved by Sanji who ran out to inquire about the situation, he would have been beaten to death by the boatman. Damn it, have all those boatmen already been healed? Seeing Usopp's miserable condition, Zoro couldn't help but frown. Because the iceberg guy has such a high prestige in the minds of Carrera Company and even the people in the entire Water City. His death made these boatmen lose their minds. Frankie on the side was full of sadness and said in a deep voice. He never thought that his senior brother Bingshan would be targeted by the world government guys because of Pluton's design, and he would lose his life just like his former mentor Tom the Fishman. No need to hide anymore, it's time to go out and make a break. Advertisement. Looking at Usopp covered in blood, Luffy hung his head there, holding his straw hat in his hand, and his tone was full of calm. Although Usopp had previously quit the Straw Hats for the Merry, he even had a very unpleasant fight with his captain. But in fact, he was not really angry. He can understand Usopp's feelings for the Merry. But as the captain, he must be responsible for the lives of the crew. Since the Melee can no longer sail, it is impossible for them not to change ships. But the moment I saw Usopp being beaten and bruised all over, he couldn't help but feel angry inside. Ah, hey, Luffy, calm down, didn't you say you need to find out the truth first? If we go out now, those angry boatmen will not listen to our explanation at all. Nami, Sanji, Frankie and others on the side couldn't help but be a little surprised. We are pirates, not marines. No matter how they misunderstood us. Luffy deadpanned. His eyes became sharp. Clenching his fists tightly, he was filled with unspeakable anger. So what if I am misunderstood as a murderer? If you want to be wronged, then be wronged. If you want revenge, let them go. I will never allow anyone to hurt me. Companion. Luffy. The seriously injured Usopp was shaken all over. Shocked, he looked at Luffy with tears in his eyes. He didn't expect that he had already announced his withdrawal, and 3.0 even made rude remarks that provoked the opponent's captain's dignity. Luffy still regarded him as his companion in his heart. You're right. Sanji lit a cigarette. It's the sheriff's job to investigate the case, we are pirates. Holding the blade in hand, Zoro smiled. Then things will become easier. Nami was a little helpless. But he also smiled directly. I really can't do anything to you. Yes, they are pirates. Do pirates need sympathy and understanding from others to do things? Along the way, the world government has placed many crimes on them. She vaguely understood the practices of people in the past. They are free pirates and don't need to care about morality and order at all. That was used to restrain civilians. They are free pirates. What if you are misunderstood or wronged? Ah, it looks like you are a little awakened.
3BP Chapter 72 The Truth. Ren's Showdown. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. Who? Ren, for a while, inside Tom's studio. Everyone couldn't help but look at the person coming. Except for Frankie, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but screamed. Ah, I left a while ago, and when I came back, I heard people all over the street, shouting and killing you. Ren walked in unhurriedly, crossed his arms and looked at the Straw Hat crew present. However, it seems that now you have a little awareness of being pirates. Is it because you have learned lessons from the blood of your companions? However, even if you are full of anger now, it is impossible to be really cruel to these boatmen. The most you can do is knock them unconscious and try your best to restrain them, right? He looked at Usopp, who was lying there, extremely weak, with a calm expression. Don't look at what Luffy just said was very powerful. But it was just a moment of anger. If he really took action, he would never be cruel to the people. If he were still the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, not only would the island be filled with blood, at least none of the violent boatmen would be able to escape. Misunderstanding. If Sanji had not appeared in time before, Usopp would have been directly beaten to death by those angry boatmen 24. Who will repay his life? Killed Bingshan and put the blame on CP9 of Straw Hat crew. Of course they deserve to die. However, those boatmen who were deceived into thinking that the Straw Hat crew were murderers did not hesitate to use Usopp to vent their inner anger and hatred. Are they just going to be spared? In that case, what if the misunderstanding is resolved? Can the dead Usopp come back to life? They are free-spirited pirates who do whatever they want. He is not a righteous judge. Ren, are you here to laugh at us? Luffy clenched his fists, looking directly at the figure in front of him that should be extremely familiar, but instead made him feel more and more unfamiliar. No, I came here because I have something to trouble Chopper, and I want to convey a few words to you. Ren smiled and said, but I haven't encountered this scene, so I couldn't help but say a few words. Find me? Advertisement. Chopper was surprised. What's the matter? I want to ask you, can you give me some blue wave balls? Ren asked with a smile. The 2 balls I asked you for last time have been used up. Although I know the recipe, I haven't had time to make it yet. Although he has quit the Straw Hat crew, but he had no embarrassment in asking Chopper for some blue balls. Because strictly speaking, Chopper still owes himself a favor. Back when Ren was in Twins Cape, he spent a lot of money and worked hard to get the medical notes compiled by Crocus, who had been the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. When I was in the Drum Kingdom, I gave it to Chopper, who joined the Straw Hats as a meeting gift. As a doctor, Chopper is determined to develop a panacea. It can be said to be a priceless treasure, Al? Blue wave ball. Would that work for you too? Straw Hat crew looked at Ren, surprised. Only then did he remember that the other party was also a person with Zone's ability. Although it is a legendary beast species, it is rarer than Logia. Unexpectedly, the blue wave ball made by Chopper was also useful to Ren. I have a lot more here. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Chopper naturally wouldn't refuse. Throw a bottle to Ren. Inside, there are about a dozen blue wave balls. Thank you then. Ren smiled and thanked him without being polite. Looking at Luffy and others, he said directly, then, let's get down to business. Robin asked me to convey a few words to you. He did not conceal or tamper with anything, and directly conveyed Robin's words to the Straw Hat Pirates. Thank you for your concern and care for her all the time. She was very happy on the Melee, but she is very sorry about the iceberg. This island has become a place of right and wrong, and I hope you can leave as soon as possible. Robin. Hear Ren say this. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but change their expressions. The Nico Robin who killed Iceberg, Frankie gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Ren, what is going on? Luffy was full of excitement and asked loudly. Where is she? Why did she ask Yaren to do that? Ah, about Robin, although she didn't want me to say more. Advertisement. Ren looked calm and said, but it doesn't hurt to tell you. You all know that she is wanted by the world government because she can interpret historical texts. But you may not know that Admiral Aokiji has authorized the Buster Call to the secret cipher POLCP-9 agents directly under the world government. CP-9, Admiral Aokiji, Buster Call, what is that? Straw Hat crew and Frankie were shocked. Buster Call is the highest military action force formed by Marine authorized by the world government to eliminate targets that threaten the world government. Ren shrugged and gave a brief introduction, composed of 5 vice admirals, composed of 10 top-level battleships and tens of thousands of Marine elites. Once activated, they will directly bombard the area where the signal is sent, indiscriminately, until all people or things in the area are completely burned. Erase it from this sea. Robin's hometown of Ohara was once destroyed by the Buster Call issued by the world government because those archaeologists secretly studied the historical text and wanted to solve the mystery of the blank 100 years, including civilians, without exception, 527. She's the only survivor. What? Straw Hat crew's pupils shrank sharply. Cold sweat broke out immediately. I never expected that Robin would have such a past. Sanji, Nami and others quickly reacted. Could it be? Robin? That's right, in order to protect you at first, she was threatened by CP9 with a Buster Call, so she had to throw herself into the trap and gave up her resistance. Ren said directly. If I hadn't saved her, she would have been escorted to Eni's lobby by now, or even thrown into the world's largest deep-sea prison. Robin, hear the words. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates were shocked. I never expected that Robin would be willing to give up his life for them. Robin. Chopper burst into tears. Then where is she now? Luffy asked loudly, full of excitement. That's the secret. Ren leaned against the wall. Looking at the excited Straw Hats in front of him, he said calmly, first of all, please remember that she is no longer a member of your Straw Hat Pirates. Secondly, I invited Robin on board the ship in the first place. You are incapable of protecting her, so I can't leave her with the Straw Hat Pirates. Finally, now Robin has made up his mind to leave with me as my partner. Above. Chapter 73. The severely shocked Luffy, the ship spirit of the Mary, second update. What? I disagree. Ren, why did you do that? Robin is our companion. For a while. Hear Ren say this. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was a little angry and dissatisfied and full of excitement. Except for Nami, who looked a little complicated and hesitated to speak, everyone else glared at Ren. Ren,
D. Where's Sister Robin? Sanji ran up angrily and wanted to grab Ren's collar. You can't take her away. Brush. The human body looks like electricity. He disappeared in front of Sanji in an instant. The whole person was like a ghost, suddenly appearing directly behind him. Kang. At the same time, wrapped around Haki's right arm. Easily blocked the incoming blade. Ren, if you want to leave, I have no objection. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Zoro held two swords in his hands, looked directly at Ren, and said in a deep voice, but if you want to steal our companions, I can't turn a blind eye. Rubber pistol. Sudden. A rubber fist struck like lightning. Ren, give Robin back to us. Boom. Ren punched out with his left fist. He shook hard with the incoming fist mark. At the same time, a flash of scarlet flashed across his eyes. Without hesitation, his right leg suddenly kicked out. Devil wind kicks. Sure enough, the next barrier came. There was a sound breaking through the air, some whistling. Sanji was furious and kicked him hard, but it was accurately blocked by Ren's right leg. Although I don't know what's going on, but if this is the case, then I can't just sit idly by. Strong right fist. Unexpected. A huge steel fist hit hard. It was Frankie who had already settled his differences with the Straw Hat crew, and even had some bad feelings towards them, and regarded them as good friends. Seeing Luffy and others joining forces, they couldn't win the delicious food. He took action without hesitation. Brush. But Ren's head tilted slightly to one side. With an understatement, he dodged the incoming fist. Chopper, Usopp. Looking at Chopper who was about to rush up, and Usopp who was lying there struggling to pick up the slingshot and try to aim at himself. Ren's eyes were stern and murderous. Do you two want to dance too? Conqueror's haki was not used, but his whole person exuded a fierce murderous aura. Advertisement. The two people couldn't help but change their color in shock and sweat. I couldn't help but tremble a little. Rubber machine gun. Two-blade style Ghost Slayer. Devil Wind Feed Shoru. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the thick wall was mercilessly blasted through. Smoke and dust billowed and rocks flew. Really, I'm too lazy to fight with you. Ren, who easily dodged to the side and remained unharmed, shrugged helplessly. He took out a sound shell and threw it to the angry and hostile people. As expected, Robin understands you. She asked me to give this to you. Luffy, who was about to charge forward again, couldn't help but catch Otobi. Somewhat confused, but I still subconsciously pressed the play button. Sorry, Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper. Thank you for your company and care along the way. Please forgive me for saying goodbye to you in this way. The sound is in the middle. Robin's calm and gentle voice came out. The Straw Hat crew couldn't help but be shocked. Robin. One by one, they temporarily put aside their hostility towards Ren and listened carefully. Actually, the reason why I boarded the Golden Merly and joined the Straw Hats in the first place was because of Ren. It was this man who pulled me back from the abyss of despair and saved me in critical moments time and time again. Maybe people will tell you the reason why I left suddenly before, but what I want to say is that when he got off the boat, I already wanted to leave with him. It's just that I didn't believe in Ren's power at the time and didn't want to involve him. I'm very sorry. I clearly knew that staying in the Straw Hat Pirates would bring danger to you, but I still selfishly stayed on the Merry. But now, Ren has used his own power to prove that he can protect me, and he also needs my power. So I am preparing to leave Straw Hat Crew, but please believe that the reason why I made the decision to leave is not just because I am afraid of injuring you, but because I really want to take risks with Ren and be by his side. Support him. I hope you can respect my decision. Also, I'm really sorry about the iceberg thing. I hope everyone will take it seriously in the future. After listening to what Robin said, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other in confusion. Luffy held Yibei tightly and lowered his head in a depressed tone. Robin, is this your choice? Nami also had a complicated face. She had to admit, she liked Ren too. But there are too many concerns, let alone Robin Han. It is impossible to leave the Straw Hat Pirates at this time and abandon Luffy and others. Ren. Am I not worthy of being this captain? Luffy was like a deflated balloon, and he collapsed on the ground. He looked at Ren and said mockingly, first you Ren, then Robin, then Usopp, you all left one by one. Luffy, I actually. Hear the words. Usopp on the side looked ashamed and lowered his head. Previously, he was indeed too aggressive and selfish. Think only of yourself. Advertisement completely ignoring how Luffy would be hit. But after seeing himself being hurt, this captain should have been full of anger towards his unruly crew member who broke away without authorization. Logically speaking, he should have just stood aside and allowed him to fend for himself. But he stepped forward without hesitation and still regarded him as his companion. Not even a sarcastic word. Luffy, don't say that, it's not your fault. Yes, aren't we all still here? Luffy, you still have us, don't be discouraged. Ren and Robin's departure is their own choice. Sanji, Zoro, Nami and others stepped forward to dress. They all looked worriedly at Luffy, who was shocked and depressed as his companions left one after another. No, you actually did a good job, it's just that everyone has their own ambitions. Ren didn't deliberately add insult to injury, and said calmly, at least, even if you have such shortcomings, in the eyes of Nami, Zoro, Sanji and other crew members, you should still be relatively qualified.
Robin and I left just because our fates have been involved since the beginning of time. As for Usopp, he did it because of the Mary, but I can't understand. At this point, Ren paused. He looked at Usopp, who was hesitant to speak, and said directly, Usopp, have you met the ship elf of the Mary? What? Ship elf? Hey, does that kind of thing really exist? For a while, Nami, Luffy, Zoro and others, as well as Frankie, were all shocked. He looked at Ren and Usopp lying there in disbelief. Woo! Wow wow wow! At this time, Usopp couldn't hold it in any longer. With tears streaming down her face, she cried loudly and said, Meili, it is really our companion. I really can't abandon it. I had already seen it when I was at Sky Island. Actually, it wasn't someone else who repaired the Meili at that time. It was it, wearing a raincoat and holding a mallet, that repaired itself step by step. Although I have only seen it once, and it was like a dream, I am convinced that it is not a dream, it really exists. Meili, Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and others couldn't help but trembled all over. With a face full of disbelief, Li Hao looked at Usopp blankly. Usopp. Ren, did you already know this? Nami looked at Ren and asked incredulously. Although I can't see the ship spirit, my observation haki is very special and can sense the existence of Meili. Ren shrugged. His observation haki can indeed vaguely sense Meili's emotions. It has never had any complaints, but is happy from the bottom of its heart that it can continue to carry everyone sailing on this sea and experience those wonderful adventures. But even he can't save Meili, unless the Meili never entered the Grand Line, a sea area with treacherous weather, clouds, and unpredictable dangers from the very beginning. But for a ship, isn't it a blessing to have such a magnificent and exciting journey? I'm afraid that life is short, but I enjoy it as sweet as a cake. There have always been rumors like this on the sea. Frankie was full of disbelief and lost his voice. If a ship's crew members care for each other and take care of the hull, there may be shipwrecks. When the ship got close to the crew to a certain extent, in order to repay the favor, the ship transformed into a person, holding a mallet and wearing a raincoat, just like the crew. I didn't expect the legend of the ship elf to be true. Chapter 74. Ren's Talk, The Speechless Straw Hat Crew, Third Update. The patter. Yuahuhu. As the time goes, as the annual huge tsunami and the water gods continue to approach, the coming impact will come. On the sea near the water city, the wind and waves are getting bigger and bigger. The sky darkened, and it began to rain lightly, and inside Tom's studio. Looking at the pouring rain outside, Ren looked at the Straw Hat Crew, who was shocked because the Meili had a ship spirit. Those familiar faces made him subconsciously recall every detail of the exciting adventures he had experienced along the way. As a former companion, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I will finally say something from my heart, or give you some advice. I hope you can restrain your excessive kindness. After all, along the way, you should also know what kind of temper most pirates are like. He looked at Luffy, Zoro, Nami and others and said bluntly, those pirates who are unscrupulous in their revenge, those guys who escaped due to your innocence and kindness will really be grateful and change their ways, and be kind-hearted. Won't he come to take revenge after you leave? Ren, we are different from you. Luffy pressed the straw hat. He looked firmly at Ren, and said loudly, what we pursue is free adventure, and we will never be like you who have no bottom line and rely on your strength to kill at will. You're right, we will never become a cold-blooded murderer like you, Ren. Sanji couldn't help but echoed. Regarding Ren's crooked theory of, if I don't kill him, he will kill me. He couldn't agree with it at all. Well, I'm relatively free right now, so I'll chat with you guys. Ren raised an eyebrow. He sat down cross-legged directly. He pointed at Zoro first. I won't talk about Zoro, his teacher Koshiro. Based on the few words Zoro revealed when he and I were sparring with each other, we can infer that his strength is definitely not as simple as it appears. He is most likely a real great swordsman. At least we can protect Seymour Shiki village from being invaded. What? Zoro's pupils shrank sharply, a little surprised. Advertisement along the way, he continued to make progress, largely unintentionally, and understood the teachings of his mentor Koshiro that seemed to be spoken casually, but were full of profound meaning. He did already have some guesses. Your own teacher may be hiding something secretly. Ren's words confirmed this. His teacher Koshiro, really isn't that simple? Those Marines who were defeated by you, Luffy, are just that. With your grandfather, Iron Fist, Garp, the Marine hero, controlling them, even if they harbor resentment, I believe they won't dare to make mistakes. At least they won't go to East Blue. Windmill Village takes revenge. Don't rush to refute me, the fact is this fact. The title of Marine hero is still very useful, otherwise you, CEDB, lousy revolutionary Long Na, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is trying to overthrow the world government. As a result, he has become the #1 target of the world government and is known as the world's most dangerous criminal. The world government might have directly issued a big buster call to destroy the Windmill Village. Ren stopped hearing him mention his grandfather hero Garp and lousy revolutionary Long, who was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He was emotional and wanted to say something to Luffy. Even your grandfather Garp's comrade in arms, the former admiral of headquarters Black Arm, Zephyr, who always upholds benevolence and justice and never kills any pirates but only arrests them, is known as Never Kill. The relatives of a big shot like him were all attacked by pirates who had spared their lives due to his soft-heartedness, but had no bottom line and resentful pirates. His wife and children unfortunately lost their lives. In the end, the Marine Admiral was greatly hit and retired. Second line, what, former Marine Admiral? All family members were killed by pirates in revenge? Are you kidding me? Hear Ren say this. The Straw Hat crew, and even Frankie, couldn't help but be a little shocked. They have never heard that even the family members of people like the Admiral of Headquarters were killed in revenge by pirates. It's not just that. Ren sneered and said, I heard that the Zephyr Admiral retired and became the chief instructor of the Marine Academy. A few years ago, when he led the students on a mission on the Marine internship ship, he was killed. A pirate who had been captured by him but was let go because he cried for mercy was attacked. A large number of Marine interns were mercilessly slaughtered. Only 2 or 3 people survived, even him, a Marine. Instructor's right hand was cut off, speaking of which. He looked directly at Luffy, who was in disbelief, and asked rudely, Luffy, why do you think that those pirates who failed to challenge the Straw Hat Pirates but survived will not be resentful and seek revenge? Your hometown? Luffy clenched his fists. I want to say something, but I can't refute it. Nami, your village is Kokoja village, right? Glancing at Luffy. Ren had no intention of pressing further. Instead, he looked directly at Nami and asked in a calm tone. Have you ever thought about what if one of the fishmen escaped because you were temporarily soft-hearted or there was an oversight in the plan? After you left, if they entangled their accomplices again, if we come here, what kind of disaster will your village suffer? Are you going to lead Luffy and the others back after the massacre in Kokoja village to avenge everyone who died and show your majesty as a big pirate? This, but not Nami. Advertisement. Ren looked at Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hats, and asked with a sneer. Sanji, the person you value most is at the Bharati restaurant, right? Where did you get the confidence and confidence? You think that after the insidious and cunning Creek pirates have recovered, Creek will not give him this title just because you, Luffy and others have foiled their conspiracy. The East Blue Overlord has brought endless humiliation, and directly takes revenge on Bharati restaurant out of resentment? Or do you think Bharati restaurant is strong enough to deal with those unscrupulous and bottomless guys from the Creek pirates? Repaying kindness with hatred, I think Creek should have taught you a lesson before, right? Sanji's face changed and he was speechless. Ren did not continue to taunt him, but continued to look at Usopp, who was lying there seriously injured. Usopp, are you from Silop village? You smashed the conspiracy of the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Beiji Crow. Then did you prevent future troubles? Do you think Beiji Kelaw and the others will look for your hometown after you leave? Will they look for the girl you secretly like in your heart again? Listen to Ren's straightforward revelation. Usopp, who had a bruised nose and face, changed his face. No, those are absolutely impossible to happen. Don't be alarmist, Ren. I am just stating a possibility, which is an assumption based on reality. It does not mean that such a thing will definitely happen. I didn't mean to argue fiercely with him. She glanced at him and said calmly, but you know whether I am alarmist or not. After all, you yourself have seen the wind and waves in the world. Chopper, your hometown is the Drum Kingdom, right? Immediately afterwards, Ren looked at Chopper again. If Wapple, the king of the Drum Kingdom, and his subordinates were not killed by me, but were simply defeated and driven out by you. Do you think that one day, if he uses the power of the world government to regain the Drum Kingdom, what do you think will happen to the people of the Drum Kingdom and your most beloved Ms. Dr. Kulea? Dr. Dolly. Chopper stayed there. His mouth was open, unable to speak. He has always felt that Ren's methods were too drastic and cruel. But there is something irrefutable about Ren's words. Those pirates who escaped and came back again because of your naivety and soft-heartedness. Even if they know the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates and dare not come to you for revenge, the vast majority of cruel and ruthless pirates are not so rational and think so much before and after. In order to vent my dissatisfaction and resentment, I will only intensify my revenge on those people and squeeze them back. Perhaps, when you go back one day, you will only see devastated, deserted ruins that were burned to ashes. Even if you were lucky, they did not retaliate against your hometown, but they came to take revenge on your relatives and friends. You can get lucky once, you can get lucky twice. How can you still have such good luck every time and run into that kind pirate? Can't harm the family. For pirates who have completely lost their moral bottom line, it doesn't exist. Chapter 75. The arrival of CP9, Angry Luffy, 4th update. You must say that there is no need to kill those Marines who are righteous and have done no evil. But don't forget, you are free pirates who go your own way and are not engaged in production. You are not good citizens who work hard and abide by the law. Since we are enemies facing each other with swords, we will naturally decide whether to live or die. We will fight to the death. In this cruel sea, any soft-hearted behavior may bring unpredictable disasters and consequences. Are you trying to say that they are innocent? Do you think that since we have won the victory, or have an advantage, there is no need to be entangled anymore? If you don't kill them, are you going to let them, like the inexhaustible locusts and ants, recover from their injuries in a few days, regroup, and continue to hunt you down one after another under the command of those Marine executives? Some Marines who claim to be righteous have no bottom line than pirates. They hold the banner of justice and do whatever it takes to win. Once any of your companions is unfortunately caught, do you think they will threaten you with their companion's life? Pattering. Yuahuhu. Outside, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. The wind is getting tighter and tighter. Listening to Ren's series of questions, everyone in the Straw Hats couldn't help but fell silent. Because, although they can't completely agree with Ren's statement,
But I really don't know how to refute it. It was a big shock to my heart. Okay, maybe we were a little naive in the past. Sanji took a deep breath there. Looking directly at Ren there, he couldn't help but said loudly and sarcastically. But you were murderous. Are you making excuses for your bloody and cruel, Li Huang's wanton killing behavior? No, of course I don't want to whitewash my behavior, because there is no need. Ren is not angry. Looking at Sanji in front of him, he shook his head and said with a chuckle. I, Copper Ren, have never claimed to be a good person. I have always been a self-centered, unrestrained pirate who goes his own way. A cold-blooded and ruthless villain who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. How candid you are, Sanji said sarcastically. Robin's hometown, Ohara, the most famous archaeological island in West Blue, is just because some archaeologists interpret the historical text and study the blank 100 years, touching the bottom line of the world government. The entire island, all the people, no matter men, women, old or young, were all burned to death by the ruthless artillery fire. Ren clenched his right fist and said indifferently, as for the 8-year-old, she was lucky enough to survive because of young Aokiji's temporary weakness. However, at the age of 8, she was directly framed as the so-called Devil's Child by a behemoth like the world government, and a bounty was placed on her head. 79 million Baileys, wanted and hunted all over the world, constantly experiencing the fate of being betrayed and betraying others, gritting his teeth and struggling in the darkness, surviving to this day. All this reveals the nature of this world. The weak eat the strong. There is nothing benevolent about war. Justice will prevail because it is history written by the victors. It has been so since ancient times. Speaking of which, he seemed to feel something and raised his eyebrows. Okay, let's stop chatting here. He stood up slowly. Looking around at the Straw Hat crew present, Ren said calmly, I don't want to preach to you. This is just my personal advice to you as a former companion. Under the suspicious gaze of the Straw Hat crew, Brush, his whole body sank into the ground strangely at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just disappeared in front of everyone. If you still insist that you are right, then continue to hold these naive ideas and have fun in this sea. I pray that I will never encounter the day when I will suffer irreparable losses and face sorrow and despair because of my excessive innocence and kindness. Advertisement, what? Etc. Ren, looking at this scene in shock. After reacting, Luffy and others took notice, but Ren's figure has disappeared without a trace. The empty ground without any traces. It's like he's never been there. Does that guy still have such ability? The third-generation Kitetsu in his hand knocked on the ground neither lightly nor hard. Zoro was surprised to find that it was solid and could not hide people at all. Who knows, that guy has long said that Zone's ability has always been the most mysterious. Sanji lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice. It seems that he doesn't just control flames, At this time, two figures covered in blood were suddenly thrown in. Let the Straw Hat crew go up and down, and you can't help but change your face. Zoro and Frankie subconsciously caught them respectively. Kiwi, Maz, especially Frankie, after seeing clearly the figure in his arms. He couldn't help but feel his eyes tearing apart. Because, those who were thrown in were his two adopted sisters. Cube sisters, Kiwi and Maz. At this moment, their faces were covered with blood and they were dying. If it weren't for the vaguely identifiable outline. It's almost unrecognizable. It's really a good meal for us. Several figures in black suits walked in. The guy who raises pigeons. The same guy as Usopp. Mr. Bingshan's female secretary. The wolf-like guy and the guy with the zipper mouth are the CP9 agents who chased Frankie yesterday. Looking at the person coming, Straw Hat crew's pupils shrank sharply, a little shocked. Because the visitors were Rob Lucci, Khalifa, Kaku and others. Moreover, they recognized Jabra, Fukuro, and Kumadori. They were the CPB agents sent by the world government to hunt down Frankie last night. They accidentally bumped into them and stopped the conspiracy. Please give me flowers. Brother, they are all agents of CP9. They asked about your whereabouts, but we refused to say anything and praise them. They were all killed by these guys. The extremely weak Sister Cube spoke intermittently there. Advertisement. Lucci. Hearing this, Frankie glared at the leader, Rob Lucci, and others, and Frankie was furious. You bastards. Stop talking nonsense. Frankie, you are Carter Frame, right? Rob Lucci stared indifferently at the Straw Hat crew and Frankie present, and said coldly, hand over the Pluton design, we will leave immediately, otherwise you will all die. Rubber pistol. But for a moment, he looked sharply. The head jerked to one side. A rubber fist mark hit hard, but he easily dodged it. Those who raise pigeons, are you the ones who threatened Robin? Luffy glared at Rob Lucci and others, and said loudly, Uncle Bingshan, were you the ones who killed him? Ah, that tough-talking guy. Rob Lucci said calmly, if you had cooperated with us earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like that. Damn you guys, I'm going to beat you away. In an instant. The angry Luffy's eyes became extremely sharp. They are just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps who rely on Blood Prison Ren to show off their power in the Grand Line. If that guy is still in your Straw Hat crew, I might still be a little afraid. Rob Lucci was full of arrogance. But Straw Hat boy, you, the captain of the Straw Hats, can't even touch my clothes Kakuzu. He had to admit, the former vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Blood Prison Ren is a newcomer who has just debuted. It's a bit outrageous to actually be able to go head-to-head with the Admiral of Headquarters. It's an absolute monster. But in Rob Lucci's opinion, the Straw Hat Pirates are just some unfashionable little pirates. Just pure bad luck. By accident, he met the incredibly powerful Blood Prison Ren who had just left the sea and joined him. Like the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you don't have to wonder who defeated him. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates just got the benefit of the doubt. Now there is no more Blood Prison Ren as the deputy captain. The Straw Hat crew who were knocked back to their original form. Nothing. Second gear. Luffy takes no nonsense. Entering second gear without hesitation. The skin all over his body turned red, and steam was visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he punched Lucci, rubber jet pistol. So fast. The pupils shrank sharply. Rob Lucci's expression changed. But he was a little careless and had no time to dodge. Iron body steel. The whole person was majestic and his muscles were tense. In an instant, his body became as hard as steel. Without showing any signs of weakness, he took Luffy's blow hard. Boom boom. Chapter 76 Fierce Battle. Straw Hats vs CP9 5th Update. Boom. In an instant, the fierce rubber fist marks came hard. Rob Lucci, who was too careless before and couldn't dodge at all, could only use iron body to resist, his eyes were bulging. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. Hit the wall hard. Boom. Boom. Smoke and dust billowed, rocks flying. Lucci. Sudden upheaval. This made Kaku, Jabra and others confident in Lucci's strength. All of them couldn't help but change their expressions. Straw Hat. In ruins. Rob Lucci looked ferocious and blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The whole person was furious and full of murderous intent. As a user with the ability of cat fruit and leopard form, his body continues to expand and directly transforms into a human animal form. Shave. He kept stepping hard. He was extremely fast. It burst out like lightning, making it impossible to see clearly. The extremely sharp claws clenched into fists and wrapped around armament hockey. The blast hit Luffy, who was a little hairy, but still relied on observation hockey's prediction to block with his hands crossed. 417. Boom. Luffy screamed and couldn't help but vomit blood from his mouth. Being pressed by that powerful force, he flew out. It hit the wall behind Luffy. His expression changed. Zoro, Sanji and others rushed directly towards Lucci. Seize the cyborg Frankie and destroy the Straw Hat crew. Following Rob Lucci's order, Kaku and Jabra were no longer sitting idly by. They all rushed up and stopped Zoro and the others. Tempest kick chaos. Kaku jumped up. Both feet turned into afterimages and kicked out violently. Whoosh. A large number of light green slashes appeared out of thin air. It poured towards Zoro, Sanji and others. Keng. Zoro's eyes were stern and he rushed out. With the word Wado in his mouth, he held the famous swords Yukizuki and 3rd generation Kidetsu in both hands, and kept waving them. Block all Kaku's attacks. Santo Ryu Ghost Slayer. Cold light flashed. Like a ferocious beast, Zoro launched a counterattack. Keng. Sparks sputter. Holding the 2 blades he carried behind his back, he blocked Zoro's attack. Kaku looked at Zoro with some surprise, showing a bit of fighting spirit. Oh. Pirate Hunter. Roronoa Zoro, your strength is beyond my expectation. Clang. Between the electric light and flint. The two had a fierce confrontation there. Double sword style. Zoro was full of fighting spirit. As a 3-sword swordsman, he likes such tough opponents the most. Kaku showed a smile. No, to be precise, Ensido Ryu. Advertisement. The next moment, in Zoro's shrinking gaze, he pressed his feet and jumped backwards. Both feet kept kicking out. Tempest kick by Lei. Whoosh. Shocking slashes shot through the air. The blast continued towards Zoro. Boom. Boom. And not far away, Sanji also gets involved with Jabra. I saw the ferocious-looking Jabra, who is a user with the ability of the dog fruit and wolf form, and couldn't wait to enter the human animal form, stamped his feet. Shave. He moved quickly and flew directly in front of Sanji. The 10 fingers are shining with cold light, and the nails are extremely sharp, wrapped with a military aura. It thrust towards Sanji like lightning. 10-finger pistol. However, Sanji also stepped hard. It was extremely fast and easily dodged his attack. What? The blow missed, and Jabra was shocked. What the other party just used was the shaving technique among the 6 moves. He looked at Sanji in midair in shock. Why do you also use the 6 styles? Isn't it just shaving? It's nothing special. Sanji jumped into the air. The right foot is surrounded by blazing fire, wrapped around the half-baked armament hockey. Hitting Jabra's head, he hit hard. We learned it from Ren a long time ago. Demon Wind Feet Shoru. Iron Body Chongu Wolf. Jabra was calm and responded quickly. Wrapping around Hockey's fist, he hit hard. Bang bang hash. 2 figures. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on. Constantly colliding there. Although I don't want to admit it, it's really thanks to that guy. Otherwise, we might not be able to deal with these guys. Even Sanji has to admit it. Except for the fact that he is too bloodthirsty and cruel. As the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Ren is indeed very qualified. The other party is very generous and never shows any concern for himself, and even often takes the initiative to train them. The strength of all their members has been greatly improved. Otherwise, facing these CP9 agents who have mastered the 6 styles in hockey, the amazing strength. If you want to deal with it, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Tempest kick. The other side. 2 blazing slashes came through the air. Boom, boom. Large amounts of smoke and dust flew up. Countless gravels spattered away. On the wall, 2 shocking huge slash marks were left. It makes people break into cold sweats. Hateful. CP9 these bastards. Chopper and Frankie took the wounded with them. He narrowly avoided the incoming slashing attack, feeling a little embarrassed. Usopp, who was too injured and unable to move, was handed over to Frankie, who was extremely angry, but was unable to participate in the battle because he had to take the seriously injured and dying Cub sisters to avoid being affected by the battle. Frankie, please take them to a safe place first, and I will hold them back. Chopper said without looking back. Faced with the unwillingness to give up, the 2 lions, Nushitori and Fukuro, charged forward again. It swallowed a blue wave ball directly. Advertisement. Blue wave ball. Strengthen the legs. Strengthen the antlers. Shave. Moonwalk. It stepped hard with its feet. Its body was like electricity. Even the 4 hooves stepped on the air, sending up bursts of smoke and turning into afterimages. In some small spaces, it moves back and forth quickly at a speed that is difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. And it's still accelerating. Shockingly fast. Quote exclamation mark quote. It bears huge, ferocious antlers. With lightning speed and no haste, it hit hard and came out. It made Kumadori and Fukuro's hair stand on end. His face changed, and he had to dodge carefully. Boom boom. Huge walls. Chopper in the state of being directly strengthened by the blue wave ball. Exaggerated holes were made one after another. It makes people feel a little numb. Under Ren's guidance, Chopper has been able to give full play to the effectiveness of the blue ball and develop different combat moves. Even after rigorous training, he was able to easily master some of the 6 moves and moonwalk after taking the blue wave ball and strengthening his leg strength. Okay, then I'll ask you to support me. I'll be back soon. Frankie also knew that the situation was special and did not hold on. Taking the Cube sisters and Usopp, they rushed into the distance. These guys, one by one, have actually mastered some of the 6 moves. Khalifa was shocked. But again, no hesitation. The long whip covered with barbs in his hand was swung at Nami fiercely. Huh, huh, huh. A roaring sound broke through the air. On the walls and on the floor, shocking cracks were pulled out one after another. Some gravel couldn't help but sputter away. Shave. As a navigator, Nami kept stepping hard. Every time he had a chance, he could not help but dodge the chasing whip, causing Khalifa's rapid offensive to fail. In the past few months, under Ren's strong request, I had to train with everyone. Although her strength is not strong, she has also mastered shaving. In addition, on 5.8, when Ren was on Sky Island, he also specially cooperated with Usopp to provide a comprehensive breakthrough weather bar. He even specially gave her a universal magic bag that could be carried around, which made Usopp jealous. It was filled with all kinds of shellfish he collected. It even includes rare and extinct shellfish such as volley shells, blast shells, and laser shells. Combining her excellent mind with her personal talents in climate and other aspects, she can fully cope with various situations. He is no longer the 5 scumbags he once was. Have a certain ability to protect yourself. Don't underestimate us. Electric bubbles. The weather stick in his hand was constantly waving. Nami had no intention of confronting Khalifa head-on. A large number of black bubbles intertwined with traces of electric light. They keep flying out from both ends of the weather stick. What a slippery guy. Tempest kick. See this. Khalifa's right foot was electric. High heels directly tear the atmosphere. Wah. A light green slash came over fiercely. Slash Kai. Absorb. Thunder and lightning weather. Thunder gun. Wah wah GG. What? Boom boom. Chapter 77 Genetic Reagent. Enhanced version of Blue Wave Ball. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Just when Straw Hat Crew was having a fierce duel with CP9. Located in a certain area of the Water City, in a spacious underground cave. As this bay from Sky Island. Gaze at the lamp shell that shines brightly. Brian Tangyong, who had just bought a lot of things and was picked up by Ren, couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's incredible. Dr. Brian, this is the wonder of the sea." Robin on the side said with a smile. Through Ren's previous introduction, she already knew that this ordinary-looking man in his 30s was Brian Tunney, the famous scientist in the Grand Line. It is a new companion that he specially rescued from Ennie's lobby. Gia he, you are right. Brian Tunney laughed. Here, this is Chopper's blue wave ball. If you are interested, you can study it. Ren threw a blue wave ball to him. Okay, I was just going to study it. Brian Tunney's eyes sparkled. Not only is he 24 years old, he is also an all-around scientist. He is also an expert in the field of biological genes. In order to complete the super soldier plan, he often tries to develop various types of genetic agents, so he is naturally no stranger to the field of medicine. He had already seen the previous recipe. It is indeed amazing, and the proportions in all aspects are very clever. Some special material components are obviously poisons that can kill people. But after mixing them together, the toxicity between them was perfectly neutralized. Give full play to their own medicinal properties. Moreover, it can also greatly stimulate the human body's potential. Tuntun Factory High Power Microscope. Brian Tunney activates Munch Munch Fruit's power. Under Robin's surprised gaze, he opened a door from his belly. He directly took out the high-power microscope that he easily created using the purchased materials and relying on his excellent physics knowledge combined with Bug's Munch Munch Fruit ability. I couldn't wait to observe the blue ball carefully in the brightest area under the lamp shell. Advertisement. Munch Munch Fruit. Can it still be used like this? Robin looked at Ren in surprise. She knew that the other party had obtained the Munch Munch Fruit very early. He almost became a Munch Munch Fruit user. Moreover, she also saw Wapple, the previous Munch Munch Fruit user, use his abilities. There is nothing too special about it except that it integrates the food it eats with itself. Munch Munch Fruit is a very special ability. Wapple just blindly uses the fruit's ability and cannot really play its due role and value. Ren smiled and introduced to him. If an excellent scientist like Tony gets it, he can even use his rich knowledge and various whimsical ideas, combined with the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, to create a variety of items. Whether it is arms or other things, or even rare alloys of immeasurable value, they can be easily fused. He, Sister Robin, Uncle Tony can do anything. The civet cat Pato on the side was jumping back and forth. So that's it. Robin suddenly understood, sitting there, reading quietly. Chat with Ren and the civet cat Pato from time to time. Ping 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 pong. As the time goes, a large number of instruments were built one after another by Brian Tangzu with his fruit ability. The underground cave has almost become his personal laboratory, filled with all kinds of dazzling equipment. Not to mention Robin was a little dull. Even everyone is speechless. Excellent scientists are indeed crazy. With so many materials, this guy definitely didn't pay for them obediently. Maybe, even other people's shops will be swallowed up. Tisk tisk, the person who developed it is indeed a genius. Long. Tony, who was sweating profusely, stopped studying. Advertisement. He praised Ren without hesitation, and said to Ren without raising his head, Jia he. Sir Ren, if you are not afraid of the side effects of this thing, I can try to improve F. Oh, Ren raised his eyebrows and asked directly, what kind of effect is expected to be achieved? Isn't it life-threatening? Robin put down the book and asked with some concern. Jia he. Judging from your excellent physique and resilience, Master Ren, your life is definitely not in danger, but the risk is still there. Brian Tunney shrugged and said with a strange smile. If someone like Pato uses the original blue wave ball, the effect of the medicine is 3 minutes. Sir Ren, the effect of the medicine after using it is about 10 minutes or even longer. Long. Then using the enhanced blue wave ball with a special genetic drug that I accidentally developed in my previous research, the efficacy of the drug will be increased by at least 3 times, and both the battery life and the increase in combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Of course, the new blue wave ball is only suitable for you, Master Ren. If Pato, it's best not to try it easily. He had specifically checked Ren's physical condition. The exaggerated intensity is simply jaw-dropping. Far more than those experimental subjects he had previously injected with genetic drugs in the prison of the Kingdom of Zinix, becoming extremely huge, losing their minds, and becoming infinitely powerful. Even in human form, Ren has become amazing due to the subtle changes and strengthening of his Phantom Beast abilities. Resistance, endurance, and resilience are all at a non-human level. If it were replaced by other ordinary zone ability users. Using his enhanced new blue wave ball, he won't be unconscious for several days. In all likelihood, they will lose their combat effectiveness directly. But Ren definitely won't. In other words, for me personally, the effect of the new blue wave ball will last for about 30 minutes, and the power gained will be more powerful. Ren touched his chin, a little surprised. In such a short period of time, he has thoroughly studied the blue wave ball, and is even sure to strengthen it. Brian Tunney gave him a big surprise. Yes, this can be said to be tailor-made for people like you, Lord Ren. Brian Tunney quickly took out a bottle of green reagent from the Tuntun factory. The blue wave ball was thrown into it and allowed to fully dissolve. The green liquid was full of weirdness. He gestured to Ren excitedly. Jia he, the specific time limit may change slightly depending on the intensity of the battle, but it shouldn't be too different. Master Ren, with your physical strength and exaggerated recovery power, you will only feel a little tired after using it, but it will not make you lose your combat effectiveness. Chapter 78 Real Kirin Arm. Free Human Animal Form Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Blue Wave Ball. Witnessed by Brian Tunney, Robin and Pato. Ren stood up and swallowed an ordinary blue ball. Can you transform like Chopper? Robin looked at Ren and asked curiously. I'm a little different from Chopper. I can freely control the transformation through the secret of life return, by injecting my own strong consciousness, and combining it with the intense medicinal power that can affect the wavelength of Zone's ability to transform. Ren chuckled. He was full of awe, and stretched out his right hand. So, the shape of transformation is uncertain, such as partial animal transformation Kirin arms. In the incredible eyes of Robin, Pato, and Brian Tunney. Brush. Ren's right arm expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was covered with fine red scales, and its muscles were more than twice as strong as before, full of a terrifying sense of power. Sharp nails, extremely sharp. Makes your scalp numb. Watching. I saw Ren smiling softly. He raised the beast-shaped unicorn arm. With a flick of the finger, fly finger pistol. Call out. The air is compressed instantly. An air blade shot out like lightning. It hit the wall of the cave hard. Quote. There was a loud bang. Rocks flew and dust flew. This is. Brian Tony went over to take a look curiously. His pupils shrank and he took a breath of air. An extremely dark, bottomless finger hole appeared there. Even more exaggerated than bullet holes. Advertisement. Makes your scalp numb. It's really amazing. Robin marveled. She looked at Ren's unicorn arms and seriously commented, it's just a bit ugly. Most of the people with zone abilities will not be very beautiful after their transformation. There is nothing we can do about it. Ren shrugged helplessly. The right arm returned to its original shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, thanks to the effect of the blue wave ball, if I want to, I can maintain more of a human form in the human-animal form. Human-animal type hyphenation point change. Said. He looked sharply. The muscles all over the body are pulsing. The whole person is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brush. On the head, the size continued to expand, and a pair of golden horns appeared. The whole body is covered with fine dragon scales, and the limbs become extremely ferocious. But the incredible thing is, in addition to getting larger in proportion to his body size, his face did not become as hideous as before. Not much has changed, it still retains its usual appearance. Looking full of hockey, high-spirited. Oh, do you retain the face in human form? Brian Tunney raised his eyebrows. In order to study Ren's body before, he had seen the other person's true human form. It was like a monster coming out of purgatory. The difference from the Ren who had just transformed in front of him was not even the slightest bit different. This looks better than Chopper. Robin tilted his head and said with a chuckle. You actually compare me to Chopper, who is a reindeer himself. Ren rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. In fact, it's not that he can't do it if he wants to be more beautiful. But without affecting the combat effectiveness of the human-animal form. Advertisement. This can only be done to this extent. Boss is so awesome. Looking at Ren's new posture. Pato's eyes shone with admiration. Tisk tisk, is this the effect of the blue wave ball? Looking at Ren who returned to his original state in the blink of an eye, Brian Tunney was amazed. It's incredible that it can actually affect the transformation wavelength of zone users, and even achieve partial animal transformation. With ordinary blue wave balls, I can probably take 3 pills in a short time. Because I have taken the blue wave ball several times. Based on his own situation, Ren can roughly infer it. Because of personal strength and fruit ability, ordinary blue wave balls. Within 6 hours, he could withstand at least 3 pills, far exceeding Chopper's limit. Although it is just a guess, it has not been fully verified. But under normal circumstances, 3 should be the limit. If the 4th pill is taken, the transformation wavelength of the phantom species and unicorn form will probably go out of control. But this new type of blue wave ball looks a bit weird no matter how you look at it. Ren picked up a green pill from the stone table. This is a new type of blue wave ball that has just been refined by Brian Tunney by fusing a special gene potion. It is completely different from the golden yellow color of ordinary blue wave balls. It is completely green and looks a bit weird no matter how you look at it. Looking at this new type of blue wave ball, he asked Brian Tunney directly, what will happen if I take 2 new type of blue wave balls in a short period of time? Without sufficient research, I don't know much about your true limits, Lord Ren, and how far you can reach. Brian Tunney shrugged. But I think based on your current words, you should only take 1 pill at most in a day, or it is best to take only 1 pill. After all, if it were anyone else, this is a drug that exchanges life for strength. No one would abuse it until the moment of life and death. Only you, Master Ren, can rely on the exaggerated ability of the Phantom Beast Kirin Form. And that incredibly strong Li Jiao body is barely able to withstand its side effects. But if it's the second one, because the genetic medicine I developed and the blue ball are both powerful drugs that stimulate the human body's potential, when the two are superimposed, both the effects and side effects may be more exaggerated than imagined. Like the Straw Hat Crew doctor named Chopper that you mentioned, Master Ren, if it eats the second blue wave ball, the wavelength of its transformation will be out of control, and if it eats the third ball, it will turn into a terrifying monster and go on the rampage. Speaking of which, his face became serious, and he looked directly at Ren and said, then, I think if you forcibly take the second new blue wave ball, your situation will only become more exaggerated, Sir Ren, and it is inevitable that the fruit's ability to transform into a wavelength will be out of control. You might even lose your mind and go on a rampage, greatly overdrawing your own vitality, and fight until the last moment of your life. Chapter 79. Attack the Shell. The defeated CP9. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. What? Robin on the side couldn't help but change his expression when he heard this. Even the raccoon cat Pato couldn't help but gasped. If that's the case, Robin looked at Ren with worry on his face. Ren, you still. It's okay. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Ren patted Robin's shoulder and said with a smile. The ordinary blue wave ball, plus the new blue wave ball reagent. I think it is enough to support a battle. Not surprisingly, his limit is almost 2 ordinary blue wave balls, plus 1 new type of blue wave ball. Ren is not disappointed with this result. That's enough for him. After all, considering his current strength, if you take the new blue wave ball, you can't end the battle quickly. Then the enemies we must deal with must be those monsters on the sea that are so powerful that we can't even imagine. Just rely on these external forces to bridge the huge gap between the two. Obviously it is far from enough. That's good. Robin was relieved. She knew Ren wasn't that crazy. Unless, it really comes to the point where you have to fight hard. Gia hee hee, don't worry, Miss Robin. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. The new type of blue wave ball, using the special genetic medicine I developed and the original blue wave ball, is a perfect medicine tailor-made for Lord Ren. The increase in combat effectiveness will definitely reach quite astonishing. According to my clinical experiment data, those who take this genetic medicine have quite amazing regenerative abilities before the medicine loses its effect. Although they cannot regenerate a broken limb, ordinary injuries can be regenerated in the blink of an eye. Recovered as before. And to ensure safety, I have strictly controlled its dosage, but with the help of Munch Munch Fruit's ability to perfectly purify and fuse these genetic drugs, its effectiveness will only be more amazing. He has made a comprehensive assessment and inference. 630. Only then did he dare to combine the blue wave ball with the genetic medicine he developed. Create a new type of blue wave ball and give it to Ren for use. I don't understand these things, but just make sure the risk is minimized. Robin said helplessly. By the way, Ren. Finished. Remembered something. He looked directly at Ren. How are Nami and Luffy doing? She already knew how amazing Ren's observation hockey was. Can sense the situation of Luffy and others fighting CP9 at any time. Well, it's quite intense. Put away the two new blue wave balls produced by Brian Tunney. Observation hockey sensed the battle on the old ship island, where Ren chuckled. However, that girl Nami has ended the battle. Others are still fighting against the members of CP9, but they basically have the upper hand. After the guidance and training of his former vice captain, the combat effectiveness of Straw Hat crew clearly exceeded CP9's expectations. Except for Rob Lucci, the strongest CP9 genius. Others are no match for the Straw Hat crew. Even Kaku, who ranks second in CP9's combat power, is much weaker than Zoro now because he has not become a fruit user. Although the battle is fierce, Straw Hat crew has the upper hand. Even if Chopper goes crazy after taking the blue wave ball directly, he can suppress Kumadori and Fukuro in a short time. Allow Frankie to leave with the wounded and move them to a safer area. With Frankie full of anger and desire for revenge, he came back and started a fierce confrontation with Fukuro. Even the blue wave ball has expired. Chopper can still rely on his own strength to fight against Kumadori. Although he couldn't win, he still didn't lose. Since Logue Town Ren boarded the ship, he has spent a certain amount of time every day training unremittingly, and his physical fitness has greatly improved, and he has even become proficient in the shaving of the little thief cat Nami. The strength is not bad. Advertisement. And he is very good at stick skills. Combined with the use of those rare shellfish from Sky Island, the strengthened and upgraded weather stick, and the universal magic bag he sent, there are various and endless Sky Island shellfish specially used to deal with various situations. He even easily KO'd Khalifa, who had a dull personality, was overconfident in his own strength, and was a bit careless. In fact, if Usopp hadn't been seriously injured due to the previous conflict between the Melee and Captain Luffy, he would still have to protect the Melee. Not counting CP9 members like Lucci. The boatmen of Carrera Company really may not be able to take down a sniper like him, a Straw Hat regiment. After all, under Ren's training, even Nami has improved so much, and Usopp is no exception. Moreover, Usopp is quite talented in observation hockey. Following Luffy, he awakened this power. It's just that I haven't mastered it well yet. But the shellfish obtained at Sky Island allowed him to break through the slingshot in advance. And it's an enhanced version of Kabuto. Plus, with Ren's suggestion, Usopp specially imitated Sky Island's gliding shoes and installed multiple wind shells on its own combat shoes. After repeated training, not only the speed has been greatly accelerated, but also the strong wind can even be used to achieve short-term glide in the air, and the maneuverability is quite strong. Unfortunately, this guy was seriously injured. There is no way to join the war. That's good. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they are companions who have been together day and night. Although she left the Straw Hat crew, she is kind-hearted and doesn't want anything to happen to Nami and Luffy. She does know the strength of Straw Hat crew quite well. Although the agents of CP9 are quite capable, but they are not necessarily the opponents of the Straw Hat Pirates. Even he and Ren, who was the vice captain, left the Straw Hats. It's getting late, let's prepare dinner. Check the time. Ren stretched his waist. Before I knew it, it was already evening. It seems that the water gods will arrive soon. Crash. Yuahuhu. Now, CEDC Old Ship Island. At dusk. The clouds were overcast and the rain was pouring. On the sea, the wind was howling and huge waves were rolling. Because the annual huge tsunami, water gods, is coming. All the people in the water city had already fled to the high ground for refuge. Together with the boatmen of Carrera Company, they had to temporarily give up searching for the Straw Hat crew for the sake of personnel safety. Gathered in Carrera's shipyard, waiting for the tsunami to pass. Clang. Boom. 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 I don't know when it started. The Straw Hat Pirates and CP9. He had already been beaten outside from Tom's studio. The fierce fighting continued in the heavy rain, and the battle had reached a fever pitch. Ghost Energy 9 Sword Style Ashura 1 Mist Silver. Devil Wind Kick Finishing Kick. Boom boom. 2 loud bangs. Advertisement. The two giants of the Straw Hats took the lead in ending the battle. Zoro and Sanji struck the final blow one after another, finishing off their respective enemies. Kaku and Jabra, two elite agents of CP9, were unwilling to be defeated. Fell in a pool of blood. Damn it, that guy Rubula. Kaku, who was stronger than Jabra, was actually defeated, chirp. After witnessing the defeat of Khalifa, the CP9 agent. Then Kaku and Jabra, two members of CP9 whose strength was second only to Lucci, were defeated. Kumadori and Fukuro, who were fighting fiercely with Chopper and Frankie, could not help but change their expressions. You don't have time to care about others, it will be your turn soon. Frankie waved his iron fist angrily. He violently blasted Otonashi Fukuro in front of him, who jumped into the air and kept spinning and impacting. Shaved super spin iron body hyphenation point Jade. Fukuro, who was constantly spinning, stepped hard. Like an extremely fast ball, it slammed into Frankie, full of confidence. You can't defeat me with your strength. Really? Frankie sneered. The fist that came over suddenly spread out. In his right hand, he actually held a strange shellfish. It pressed against Fukuro's round, steel-hard body. Peel attack shell. What? Fukuro's pupils shrank sharply. The hairs on my hair stood up inexplicably, giving rise to a strong uneasiness. But the whole person was spinning rapidly, and it was too late for him to retreat violently after the impact. Boom boom. Ah, a scream. Fukuro vomited blood. The suit, which was already wet, was directly penetrated and torn by the invisible shock wave. The whole person's eyes turned white, flying out like cannonballs. But Frankie was also violently knocked out and fell to the ground. The modified right arm twisted unnaturally. It's such a terrible thing, even my hand almost broke off. Frankie looked at the shell in his hand in shock, a little unbelievable. He turned his head and shouted towards the building in the distance, but thank you, navigator of the Straw Hats. If the other party hadn't sent this thing over. It's not that easy to kill this chatter directly. Not far away, Nami, who was responsible for protecting Usopp and the Cube sisters, said with a smile, hee, I'm one of my own, you're welcome. Hey, Fukuro. Kumadori couldn't stand the fight with Chopper in human form, and his color changed. A large amount of hair turned into finger pistol, constantly spurting out. But Chopper kept dodging them. Frankie sneered and rushed up with a shell in hand. It's your turn next. Clank. His right fist was thrown out violently. The huge chain directly trapped Kumadori, who was caught by Chopper's hair and had no time to escape. Ah, no, stop it, B********************. Kumadori's face changed drastically and he struggled hard. But there was no way to break free. Moreover, Frankie has already grabbed the platoon shell and F'd it up. Iron body hyphenation point steel. Pull attack shell. Ah. Chapter 80 Angry Lucci. Buster Call is activated. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Wow. Woo hoo hoo. In the dark night, the rain poured down and the wind howled. The horns of the water gods are getting closer. On the coast, there have been quite astonishing huge waves. Even the water level of the entire island is rising, and it seems that most of the old ship island has been submerged. Bang bang. Finger pistol Huang Lian. Rubber jet rocket launcher. The two figures collided powerfully. It's like the tip of a needle against the wheat on, extremely intense. Surprisingly, it's Rob Lucci and Luffy. Tempest kick Guy Bird. Rob Lucci in his human animal form has a ferocious appearance. He jumped up suddenly, his right foot was like lightning. Kicked out hard. Call out. A loud roar broke through the air. A huge slash flew out. Transformed into a lifelike bird shape. Rushing toward Luffy like lightning. Shaving. Luffy's hair stood on end, relying on observation hockey's prediction, he stepped hard. It disappeared in an instant. Avoided the blow. Boom boom. Smoke and dust billowed. A land crowded with abandoned ships. An exaggeratedly huge gap was cut. It's shocking. Third gear. Bone balloon. Luffy bit his right fist and blew hard. He blasted Lucci hard in front. Rubber giant pistol. Boom boom. A huge boulder was blown apart. But Lucci narrowly dodged the blow. Just when he was about to rush forward again. The air in front of him suddenly opened a portal. Bluno rushed out. Lucci. What's wrong? Advertisement. Looking at the panicked Bluno. Lucci frowned, a little confused. I'm very sorry, I was knocked unconscious and when I woke up I found that Nico Robin was missing. Bluno said loudly. What? Lucci's expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, Bluno actually lost sight of this person. Damn, who did this? I don't know, he seemed to be able to walk through the wall. He suddenly sneaked into the room silently and knocked me unconscious from behind. Bluno clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. A-hole. A somewhat embarrassed Rob Lucci was furious. His eyes were cold and murderous. That woman Nico Robin, she is simply looking for death. Kaku and Khalifa have been defeated. I have moved them to other places. What should I do now? Looking at the Straw Hat Luffy ahead who was panting and might attack at any time, Bluno asked directly. What? They are all a bunch of trash. Rob Lucci's pupils shrank and he was suddenly furious. He obviously didn't expect that even Kaku and Jabra would lose to the Straw Hat crew. Luffy. At this time, Zoro and Sanji both rushed forward. Those guys from CP9 have been defeated. Are you two the only ones left now? They stared at Lucci and Bluno with eager eyes. Luffy exited second gear, gasping for air. Lucci looked straight ahead and said loudly and firmly, "Don't interfere, everyone, this is a battle between me and him. I will definitely defeat him, you just need to take care of Usopp and the others." With the departure of Ren, Robin and others, there is also the pressure brought by Admiral Aokiji. A series of blows. This made him, the captain, a little confused, and his heart was full of unwillingness and depression. If you think about it carefully, most of the powerful enemies along the way had Ren, the vice captain, to protect him. Especially after meeting Aokiji, a question arose in his mind. Can he really defeat those people without the other party? Luffy needs a hearty victory to prove himself. Not to prove his strength to crew members like Zoro and Sanji. But to himself. Only by defeating the opponent. He will no longer have any confusion and depression. Put aside all worries, continue to lead the Straw Hat Pirates' friends, and move forward with head held high. Towards their dreams and goals. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji's expressions changed slightly. They can see that this guy named Rob Lucci is very strong. But he still tacitly accepted the order of Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Straw Hat boy, you mean you can defeat me at any time, right? Rob Lucci's eyes were cold, and he looked at Luffy indifferently. In the doubtful eyes of Sanji, Zoro and others, he took out a golden phone bug directly from his pocket. Advertisement. He pressed it unceremoniously. Golden phone bug. Buster call is activated. Bluno lost his voice. He didn't expect that Lucci would be so decisive. He directly pressed the button of the golden phone bug and activated Buster call. What? Please give me flowers. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others couldn't help but change their expressions. Because Ren had already explained to them what Buster call was before. This means that not only will they be targeted by Marine, but the entire island of Water City will be burned to ashes by artillery fire just like Robin's hometown Ohara. D. Stop it. Luffy rushed forward angrily and punched Lucci repeatedly. Rubber machine gun. Brush. Swipe. However, his stormy attacks. All of them were easily dodged by Lucci. Damn, Rob Lucci has a quick eye and quick hands. As fast as lightning, he grabbed Luffy's fists, swung them hard, and threw them far away. Don't be delusional. The golden phone bug can only convey instructions. Once the signal is activated, it cannot be withdrawn. 0. He looked directly at the embarrassed Luffy, with murderous intent in his eyes, and said coldly, "Soon, the Buster Call fleet, led by 5 vice admirals from the naval headquarters, 10 of the highest level warships, and composed of tens of thousands of marine soldiers, will move out. At that time, the entire Water City will be surrounded by warships and hit by artillery fire indiscriminately. Before Marine arrives, if you don't defeat me, none of you Straw Hat Pirates can even think of leaving the Water City. Hey, no matter how much you want to kill us." Sanji gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "That has nothing to do with the citizens of the Water City, right? As long as we can complete the mission, the world government will be able to obtain the power of ancient weapon Pluton, and all sacrifices will be worth it." Rob Lucci said indifferently with no expression on his face. What a despicable B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Pirates, glaring at Rob Lucci. Then let's kill you first. Zoro, who was already holding two swords, had a stern look in his eyes. Pull out the word, Dao, and bite it into your mouth. Zoro, Sanji. The embarrassed Luffy rushed out of the ruins. He stopped Zoro and Sanji and said loudly with determination, take everyone to a safe place first, the water gods are coming. I will definitely defeat him. Good. Sanji and Zoro saw this. I can only suppress the urge to take action against Rob Lucci. Bluno, please leave too. Lucci stared at Luffy in front of him and said directly without looking back, keep an eye on those guys Kaku and Jabra, don't get in the way here. Individual. Chapter 81 Marine's Actions, Admiral Candidate. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Now, as far away as Naval Headquarters, Marineford. It is completely different from the water city with heavy rain and huge waves. The moon and stars are few and far between here, and the weather is calm. However, at this moment, inside the huge Naval Headquarters building. Beep beep, a huge silver phone bug suddenly opened its eyes. A sharp and harsh sound was made. Countless Marines who were still on duty were immediately alarmed. It's the silver phone bug. One Marine personnel's pupils shrank sharply, and they shouted out loudly, the buster call has been activated. Many people's expressions suddenly changed, and cold sweat broke out. No one expected that at this time, a signal from the golden phone suddenly came. Where did the signal come from? A Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral on duty asked loudly there. The Marine personnel who were specifically responsible for monitoring the buster call signal quickly confirmed the location where the golden phone bug signal was sent by comparing the signal detection equipment and the corresponding charts of the 767. He was sweating profusely and responded quickly, it's the golden phone bug authorized by Kuzan Admiral. The location is the Water City. The distance is not very far. Through the giant vortex current connected with the three major mechanisms, you can quickly reach Eni's lobby, and then head towards the water capital from Eni's lobby. You will probably arrive before dawn. What? That shipbuilding island. If I remember correctly, it seems that most of our marine warships are built there every year. Gulu. Doesn't that mean an indiscriminate attack there? Are we really going to attack there? A named marine couldn't help but hesitate. Water City is a famous floating city in the Grand Line. Not only is the tourism industry developed, but there are also a large number of outstanding shipwrights with superb skills. The shipbuilding industry is second to none in the world. Even Marine has a large number of warship orders every year, and entrusts Carrera, the largest shipbuilding company there, to be responsible for the construction of warships. The Marine Vice Admiral looked indifferent and said in a cold voice, "Don't say stupid things. Buster Call's authority is absolute, even if the target is Enies Lobby or the Deep Sea Prison, one of the 3 agencies directly under the world government. Impel down, we all must strictly enforce it. Immediately summon the 5 nearest Vice Admirals, prepare 10 warships, and 10,000 Marine soldiers, and assemble and stand by immediately." Yes. Beep. Beep. A sharp and loud siren. Advertisement. Suddenly, after the hustle and bustle of the day, the naval headquarters gradually became quiet and could not help but echo. Even Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku, Marine Chief Advisor he and others who had just returned from get-off work were alarmed. Rushed to naval headquarters. What's going on? Buddha Sengoku asked in a deep voice. The staff department has confirmed it with Spandam, the top commander of CP9. It seems that because of the issue involving ancient weapon Pluton, that guy, out of caution, transferred the golden phone bug that Kuzan, the Marine Admiral, had previously authorized to him, to CP9's Rob Lucci. Crane Vice Admiral had a solemn face and said in a deep voice, "I heard that due to the intervention of the Strawhat Pirates, Nico Robin, who was originally helpless, escaped, and Frankie, who was suspected of possessing Pluton's design, was also rescued by the Strawhat Pirates." Quote. CP9's mission reached an impasse, so Buster Call was launched. Damn. Straw Hat crew again. Sengoku had a headache. He frowned and asked directly, "Is that Blood Prison Ren also here?" The Spandam guy said that there is no trace of this person so far, only other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head. Who are the 5 naval headquarters Vice Admirals summoned? Ghost Spider, Mozambique, Jonathan, Maynard, and the T-Dolphin. Originally, Jonathan, as the commander of C8 Fortress, a branch directly under the naval headquarters, was not in Marineford. But not long ago, there were heavy casualties due to the Straw Hat Pirates causing trouble in the G8 Fortress. Someone has to take responsibility. The commander has been removed from his post. Currently, the new commander of G8 Fortress is Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral. T-Dolphin. Buddha Sengoku nodded. With him here, it would be safer. Among the top 4 naval headquarters Vice Admiral. Except for Ghost Spider and Jonathan, who are very powerful, everyone else is only at the level of the regular Vice Admiral. But Cha Do is a well-known and powerful Vice Admiral in naval headquarters, and is one of the real Admiral candidates. He is fully capable of serving as Marine Admiral. It can be said that Marine has suffered a lot recently. Regarding the incident during the day when the warship led by Bastiu, the naval headquarters Vice Admiral, lost contact. Admiral Aokiji went to investigate, but unfortunately he didn't find much. He couldn't help but be more cautious. Then let them go. There is another question. The Water City is the most famous floating city in the Grand Line and has a developed shipbuilding industry. Even our marine orders are placed from there. Even this year, there are a large number of warships of various types that have not been completed yet. All of them add up to no less than 130 ships. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes are faint. Looking at Buddha Sengoku, Marshal Marine reminded, "How far will this Buster Call go?" Advertisement. Originally, after strict identification. People who are unaware and not involved can indeed board the evacuation ships prepared by Marine in advance. But Ohara has learned a lesson from the past. In order to prevent scholars from getting involved. Akainu, who was the Vice Admiral of the naval headquarters at the time, wanted to avoid future troubles. He did not hesitate to order the warships to directly bombard the refugee ship. She had to remind her, "Convey my order, and the T-Dolphin will be the supreme commander of this Buster Call operation." Sengoku took a deep breath and said directly, "Try not to hurt innocent people unless necessary." Strictly speaking, that incident with Akainu, most of it was his instruction. To a certain extent, apart from the fact that we really don't want any oversight to cause scholars who can interpret the historical text to sneak in and escape. Also, as the Admiral of Headquarters at the time, he had always been ambitious and wanted to become the next Marine Marshal, so he had to show loyalty to the top leaders of the world government. Buddha Sengoku has not regretted his past choices. But I don't know if the person is older. You will gradually become a little soft-hearted. All, in Sengoku's view, the situation faced by Ohara in the past and the current 5.9 Water City is obviously different. The target persons are nothing more than the 2 reformers, Frankie and Nico Robin. Even the Straw Hat crew is just incidental. There is no need to be so extreme. Understood. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. It is different from the Ghost Spider, who is a hawkish general who implements the concept of absolute justice, always acts iron-blooded, and has a ruthless style. T-Dolphin is a relatively moderate dove general in the naval headquarters. Although he usually works casually and lacks the majesty of the naval headquarters Vice Admiral, he is an outlier in the Marine and has a bad reputation. But this guy's reputation among the people is very good. Moreover, he has always had a good relationship with the hero Garp. At this time, hand over the command of the Buster Call fleet to the other party. The Marine Marshal's opinion is self-evident. At least, even if the Straw Hat crew gets caught. Can also survive. Chapter 82. Death Fight in the Storm, Nika Form. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Bang bang. Boom boom. The capital of water, Old Ship Island. In the dark night with howling wind and torrential rain. The two figures were fighting to the death there. Rubber JTE machine gun. Bang bang. Facing the incoming fist marks all over the sky. Rob Lucci showed no signs of weakness and kept shaking his fists, fighting hard with Straw Hat Luffy. Shave. But the whole person was constantly shaken back. The fist mark was hot and slightly trembling. Call. At this time, Luffy in second gear, his hands continued to stretch backwards, accumulating that powerful potential energy. The palms contracted back like lightning, with lightning speed. It hit Rob Lucci who was caught off guard and his expression changed drastically. Rubber jet rocket launcher, iron body hyphenation point Kongmu. Between the electric light and flint, Rob Lucci found himself unable to escape, his muscles tightened and his aura was awe-inspiring. His chest suddenly swelled, a hard blow to Luffy. Boom. Destroy the ancients. 24 Rob Lucci has bulging eyes. The whole person vomited blood and flew out like cannonballs. It hit the building behind hard. Inlaid in. Luffy, soaked in the heavy rain and soaked all over, gasped for air. What a difficult guy. It maintained second gear for a long time and even used third gear several times. It put a lot of strain on his body. Straw Hat. Rob Lucci yelled. Suddenly he rushed up again. There was blood from the corner of his mouth, and he was a little embarrassed and annoyed. Shave. He stepped hard and jumped up. Stepping on the moonwalk, I rushed into the air. Tempest kick leopard tail. The beast turned right leg tore through the atmosphere. Kicked out violently. Call out. Advertisement. The huge light green slash turned into a spiral. Like a leopard's tail, it was heading towards Luffy. Shave. Luffy's hair stood on end. The whole person jumped up. Avoid close calls. But then, Rob Lucci's figure was electric and he leaned over. Before he could stabilize his body, Luffy stepped hard. Relying on moonwalk, which was barely able to be used in second gear, he managed to stabilize his figure. Without hesitation, he kept pumping his fists and blasting out. Rubberjet machine gun. Paper arts. Rob Lucci's whole person is as light as tissue paper. He kept dodging the incoming rubber fist marks and kept getting closer to Luffy. Razor. Call out. Amazing trajectory. Extremely fast. It almost tore Luffy's body apart, causing him to roll out in embarrassment. Return the life. The tail rope. But Rob Lucci refused to let go and rushed forward again. His tail suddenly stretched out. Luffy was strangely entangled and caught off guard. Second Truth 6 King's Spear. Put your fists together. Condensed with astonishing fluctuations. It hit Luffy in the abdomen. Boom boom. Wow. Luffy vomited blood all over. His eyes turned white and he almost fainted. But struggling to maintain consciousness, he punched Rob Lucci hard. Rubber jet pistol. Bang. Rob Lucci, who had no time to dodge, vomited blood. Flying out directly. Straw Hat. Pigeon breeder. Two figures staggered. After they calmed down, they all stared at each other fiercely. Unexpectedly, they rushed up again and fought together. Both sides will not give up until one of them falls. Bang bang. Boom, boom. Tisk, tisk. It was such a fierce battle. The two sides who were fighting fiercely did not know. There were several figures looking at this scene from a distance, paying attention to their battle. Gia hee hee, is this your former captain, Lord Ren? Brian Tunney's eyes were burning, full of curiosity. Advertisement. Although he is a well-known scientist in the Grand Line, he was just an ordinary person with little ability before, and he had never seen Ren take action. However, through newspapers, Brian Tunney already knew that the opponent was a monster that could compete with Admiral of Headquarters in a short period of time. I have to admit that the showdown between Straw Hat Luffy and the strongest genius of CP9 was indeed very exciting and intense, which opened his eyes. But compared to what the World Economic News said, the battle between Ren and Admiral Aokiji turned an uninhabited desert island into an island of ice and fire. Obviously not bad at all. Well, don't look at how weak he is now. Ren didn't have much fluctuation, he said bluntly. This guy has very terrifying potential in his body, and his future achievements will surprise everyone. I remember Ren, you and Luffy are the same age, right? Robin blinked her beautiful eyes. Ren looked at Ren in front of him with a smile, not commenting on his words. I don't mean to look down on Luffy, but there is no way he can compare with you, right? Don't look at it. Ren is usually very calm, and he is incredibly strong. But she knew very well that in fact the other party had just turned 17. Although the two are of the same age, their abilities are vastly different and they can judge each other. No matter how you look at your future achievements, you will definitely choose someone better than the other person. In terms of qualifications, I am certainly as confident as anyone else. Ren chuckled and said, but what really troubles Luffy is not strictly speaking his qualifications, but his fruit abilities. Fruit ability? Isn't he just rubber? Brian Tunney and Huali Pato were both a little surprised. looking at Ren with confusion. Just look at Straw Hat Luffy's previous battle. In addition to the fact that the body can expand and contract freely like rubber, it can even make the fist become sky-high by blowing air. There's nothing special about it either. Isn't Luffy a person with Paramesha rubber fruit ability? 720. Robin was also surprised. In terms of fruit ability, isn't it far behind you, Ren? She knew very well that Ren's fruit ability was a species of phantom beast that was rarer than Logia, and it was also a legendary creature, Kirin. Nothing can compare to Paramesha rubber fruit, right? Robin, although you are an archaeologist, you may not know it yet. Leaning against the wall, Ren said casually, Paramesha rubber fruit does not exist in the ancient version of the Devil Fruit illustrated book. It just appeared in the Devil Fruit illustration published by the world government. Correspondingly, the Devil Fruit illustrated book that is widely circulated in the sea also inexplicably lacks a very special ability. It's just that few people have noticed, or noticed that those who dare to mention it have already silently obliterated. He had indeed never mentioned Luffy's abilities to the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates before. Because I don't think it's necessary. Before Luffy's fruit power awakens, it is useless to know too much. What? Hearing this, both Robin and Brian Tunney couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Pato, who had a relatively simple mind, tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. Ale. What do you mean? What was erased from the Devil Fruit illustrated book is a zone Devil Fruit ability that bears the name of God. It's called Ren Fruit Phantom Beast Species Nika Form. Nika. Chapter 83 The Legend of Lunaria. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Nika. No matter it's Brian Tunney. Huali Pato was still in a daze and confused. Because they have obviously never heard of such an ability. Could it be Sun God Nika? As an archaeologist, Robin, who has searched for a large number of ancient ruins, was vaguely impressed. It seems that I have seen records about the Sun God Nika somewhere. She frowned and said, it is said that slaves have believed in this legendary warrior since ancient times and will eventually be able to liberate themselves. Well, Nika, legend has it that he is the incarnation of the rubber spirit. Ren did not hide anything and said bluntly, his body has the properties of rubber and can fight in any way. No matter where he goes, he can make people smile. 27. Nika is the warrior of liberation, also known as the Sun God Nika. Sun God. Brian Tunney was shocked. Lee hee hee, liberation fighters. Are they so powerful? The civet cat Pato blinked his big eyes. He looked curiously at the thin figure in the distance whose body was like rubber and was constantly fighting there. The so-called Sun God is obviously just a complimentary title, symbolizing that he can bring sunshine, joy and hope to people just like the sun. Ren shrugged. Thinking of Rubber Fruit's performance after awakening its abilities, I can't help but feel a little emotional, but the abilities of Ren Fruit, Phantasmal Beast Species, and Nika Form are indeed ridiculously strong. But Luffy's ability doesn't feel that powerful, right? Robin said bluntly, not to mention other Paramesha abilities. She feels that her Paramesha flower fruit alone. If Luffy and the others, strong men who are good at fighting, get it. I'm afraid that the power it exerts will be stronger than the Rubber Fruit, which Ren calls the Phantom Beast Species, Luca Form. Where do you think Luffy's tenacious vitality comes from? Robin. Ren leaned against the wall, smiled and said to Robin, besides, I should have told you. Devil Fruit has a deeper development, that is, when the mind and body of the Esper matches the ability will awaken. Robin was stunned and nodded slightly. Well, I remember you said that after Paramesh's ability user awakens, he can even affect things other than himself. After Zone's ability awakens, his power will be greatly improved, and whether it is resistance, endurance and resilience are greatly enhanced, and you have tenacious vitality and so on. This is the most special thing about Ren Fruit, Phantasmal Beast Species, and Nika Form. If it has not awakened, in addition to being a zone, it will have strength, resistance, endurance, recovery and other physical attributes to the Esper itself. In addition to the invisible increase in aspects, it also gives the person with the ability a rubber-like body. But you didn't actually notice it, did you? Advertisement. Ren smiled and said, Enel's lightning has no effect on him at all. Although rubber is an insulator, if it were ordinary rubber, it would have been broken down by the powerful voltage, and even burned by the high temperature carried by lightning. So, it's true. Thinking back to Sky Island, no matter how hard Enel's lightning struck Luffy, the other party was completely unscathed and didn't even feel anything. Robin looked at Ren and asked in surprise, you mean, Luffy will show the true power of Nika Form after awakening? Once the ability of the Phantom Beast Nika Form is awakened, it will bring even better, wrist strength, and freedom, to the rubber body. Ren said directly, and it has the abilities and characteristics of the two major series of Paramesha and Zone Phantom Beasts. It not only affects the surrounding environment, but even living organisms can affect. It is said that it is the most incredible ability in the world. It has never been awakened in the past 800 years. Moreover, the world government has tried to take back and keep this fruit several times, but it seems to have self-awareness and escape from the world government. Whenever the world government wants to succeed, something like this always happens. An accident caused it to miss the world government. What? Robin, Tony, and Pato were in a daze. Don't be surprised. There is no doubt that those with zone abilities have consciousness, especially the Phantom Beast species. The existence of Pato is the best proof. Ren pointed at the civet cat Pato, which is a phantom beast species. But something as incredible as Nika, indeed. Let me tell you this, you may not have much idea. After a pause, Ren added, let me put it another way. The heartbeat in the form of Nika is called the drum of liberation. When the drum sounds, even if Luffy consumes too much energy when fighting with others, he will lose his physical strength. Even if you fall down, you will regain your strength in an instant and continue fighting. Isn't it very shameless? Hiss. This is too. Robin gasped. Brian Tunney was in disbelief. Is there really such a weird ability in this world? Ale, can it still be like this? Pato couldn't help but look in disbelief. No matter how bad they are at fighting. We also know how exaggerated it is that when a person with abilities is exhausted, he will instantly recover with vigor and vigor again. This is just one aspect. Ren shrugged and said, the wrist strength and freedom it gives to the ability users after awakening are beyond your imagination. The fighting methods are unconstrained, and they can even do whatever they want. For example, you all saw that Luffy just bit his finger and blew air into it, and his fists or feet became as big as those of the giants, right? He pointed at Straw Hat Luffy, who was still fighting fiercely with Rob Lucci in the distance, and said calmly, if I tell you, if the ability of Nika's form is awakened, if he wants to, not only can he transform into rubber in an instant, a giant can even make his fist as big as an island. What? Becoming as big as an island? Are you kidding me? 2 people and 1 raccoon cat. Advertisement. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Some opened their mouths in disbelief. How long is a fist as big as an island? Although the islands in this world are like the stars in the sky, they come in different sizes. But Ren said this, even if it is not that kind of large island, it is obviously not that small. The ability of Nika form is so outrageous. Ren spread his hands. Otherwise, why do you think the world government is so jealous of its history? But at the same time, the difficulty of its awakening is also quite huge. In the past 800 years, no one has obtained it, but no one has ever truly awakened it. To put it bluntly, if that guy Luffy shows the qualifications that make the world government think that he can awaken the fruit. In order to nip it in the bud, the world government will definitely kill him at all costs. Gulu, you really have outrageous abilities. Brian Tunney was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Then Ren, what you mean is, do you think Luffy has such qualifications? Robin took a deep breath. Somewhat surprised, he asked Ren, so, is this why you chose to accept Luffy's invitation and join the Straw Hat Pirates? This is just one aspect. Looking at the 2 figures fighting fiercely in the distance in the violent storm, Ren said calmly, in our Lunaria tribe, there has always been a legend, or a prophecy. Money is good. 800 years ago, there lived a man named Joy Boy. He was the most feared enemy of the world government. Joy Boy, the most feared enemy of the world government. Is it? Robin, Brian Tunney and others couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, I can't help but have some guesses in my heart. Well, it is said that he is an enemy of the world government and can change the world. Ren said nonchalantly. Moreover, it is rumored that he will appear again in 800 years. This was when he was young. The father of the Lunaria tribe had casually mentioned the legend when he was teaching him how to practice. Of course, in 800 years, too many years have been buried. Even his father or Jin, the survivors of the Lunaria clan. I just know the name, Joy Boy. Little is known about his own deeds. And according to my investigation, Joy Boy was once an esper in the form of the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Nika. At the same time, he is also the only person in hundreds of years who has developed the ability of Nika form to the point of awakening. Chapter 84. The outcome is decided. Kill CP9. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. Crash. Woo hoo hoo. Dark night. The heavy rain is getting heavier and heavier. The raging wind sent everything flying. As the water level continues to rise, huge waves have already completely submerged Old Ship Island. So much so that Rob Lucci and Straw Hat Luffy, they all had to move the battlefield. But, as time goes by, the fierce battle between the two was coming to an end. They are almost at their limit. Bang, bang, rubber jet machine gun. A storm of rubber fists. Like dense raindrops, they are constantly stretching and bombarding. Dazzling. Paper arts. Rob Lucci soaked in the rain. With observation hockey, combined with paper arts in 6 styles. The body shape is like a thin piece of paper, dodging there one after another, with no danger. The whole person is like a small boat moving forward in the stormy waves. Luffy kept getting closer to the front. Finger pistol katakana middle dot Madara. Shave. Tempest kick guy bird. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Boom boom. Far away. Looking at this fierce battle. Master Ren, you mean that he is Joy Boy, the person who can change the world? No, I never believe in any vague prophecies or fate. Ren shook his head and said with a smile, I will only hold my destiny firmly in my own hands. 880. So what about the legend? Even if he is really Joey Boy, he can't stop me. The value of human beings is not to cherish the past, but to open up the future. Only the weak regard the legends left by others as hope. He clenched his fists. His eyes are fierce and his spirit is high. His tone revealed indescribable confidence, and he laughed and said, and the strong will eventually create their own legends. 800 years ago, the legend of Joy Boy spread throughout the world. Who can be sure that thousands of years from now, the legend of King of the World Copper's Ren will not be spread in this sea? Instead of blindly worshipping others, it's better to let others come to me. Along with this sentence, an indescribable momentum swept out of Ren. Haki, but he is not overbearing, which makes people deeply shocked. There is no need to believe in others, you just need to follow the footsteps, and I will lead you to become a new legend. Hearing this, Robin, Brian Tunney, and Civet Cat Pato all couldn't help but feel excited. He stared blankly at the high-spirited and extremely conceited Haki figure in front of him. It seems that at this moment, it becomes radiant. Advertisement. Invisibly, there is an indescribable power. It makes people subconsciously convinced. Ren. Robin's eyes were filled with wonder. Looking directly at the young and handsome Ren, who was full of Haki, he smiled softly, haha. She had never liked fighting, but she had an inexplicable, CFBH, feeling that such an ambitious man had a special charm. She couldn't help but feel excited. Conquered by it. Gia hee hee, you are indeed Lord Ren. Brian Tunney couldn't help but blush. It's been a long time since I was young, and I felt a little excited. I don't know why, but he didn't feel that what the other party said just now was too outrageous at all. Instead, I unconsciously choose to believe the other person from my heart. I think it is really possible for this gentleman to do it. Boss, you are so awesome. Pato's eyes shone with admiration. He also wants to follow in the footsteps of the Ren boss. Witness each other to create their own glory and become a new legend. Then, just keep up and witness the arrival of that day. Ren looked at Robin and the others and chuckled. Those words were not deliberate on his part, but came from his heart. But at that moment, Haki felt as if he had broken through some kind of bottleneck. Invisibly, there has been a big improvement. Tisk tisk, are we finally going to decide the winner? Now, in heavy rain, two figures fighting to the death. The winner was finally officially decided. Bang bang. What a tough guy. Go to hell, Straw Hat. Rob Lucci in human animal form, with a ferocious face. He couldn't help but pant, and he was almost exhausted, and he firmly locked on Luffy's breath. Brush. Swipe. His body was like lightning and he rushed forward. Mobilizing the remaining physical strength, he launched the final attack brazenly. Putting his fists together, he blasted out, the biggest main gun. You pigeon breeder, I will definitely defeat you. The embarrassed Luffy looked resolute. Even though he was already very weak, he still refused to be outdone, his eyes were full of stubbornness, and he shouted firmly, I will not fall before I defeat you. Bone balloon. He actually bit the thumbs of both hands at the same time and blew air into them simultaneously. In an instant, his hands became extremely huge, and they continued to extend behind him, accumulating powerful potential energy. Rubber giant bazooka. Next moment, the huge palm shrank back like lightning. It crushed the atmosphere fiercely and blasted straight towards Rob Lucci, who was coming from the opposite side. Boom boom. Violent air waves. Advertisement. It exploded there. A lot of rainwater was evaporated. Rob Lucci's biggest round, the Six Kings Spear, was completely defeated. He was directly crushed by the huge rubber palm that wrapped around Haki. Straw Hat Boy. He vomited blood and his eyes turned white. In endless anger and unwillingness, he lost consciousness. It flew straight out like a cannonball and crashed through one building after another. Bang bang. Loud noises continued. Large amounts of smoke and dust have not yet had time to rise. Suddenly it was covered by heavy rain. The victory has been decided. Brian Tunney exclaimed. What a wonderful showdown. After this battle, Luffy's Haki has become more condensed. Looking at this scene, Ren, who was not surprised, couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, fighting can always sharpen people. Bolo. Bolo. At this time, a phone bug he kept in his satchel rang. I am Copper's Ren. Ren connected to the special phone bug he got from Spandam, which could effectively prevent eavesdropping. Ahem. Master Ren. I saw the phone bug imitating the silhouette of a person wearing a belt, and a strange voice came out. I am Fanchfried. The corners of Ren's mouth twitched. Van Goofred was the name of the elephant sword that he snatched from Spandam and allowed Brian Tunney to use the Munch Munch fruit ability to recover the elephant fruit. Can't you hear the voice that is holding the throat and putting on airs? Smart fool. Van Goofred, what's the matter? Ren didn't expose the other party, he went straight to the point. It's like this. The Buster Call fleet dispatched by Naval Headquarters has passed through the giant vortex current and came out of the Gate of Justice on the Ennie's lobby side. Spandam did not beat around the bush and said in a panic. Now it has start heading towards the Water City. Buster Call, Robin, Brian Tunney and others on the side all looked over. But even Robin, none of them were too panicked. Are you here? Ren raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Those guys from CP9 have been defeated. It depends on your actions next. What? Those guys from Lucci were defeated. Spandam was shocked and couldn't help but cursed. Those losers, it's a shame I still trust them so much. I think you know what to do. Ren asked. Understood. A group of guys who have failed to achieve anything but fail. They are not worthy of the training of the world government. First we'll entrust Marine to kill these guys. Spandam said fiercely. If they escape, they will be wanted all over the world. Then I'll leave it to you. Ren chuckled and asked directly. Who are the 5 vice admirals who came? By the way, I was just going to tell you. Spandam reminded with some anxiety. The commander of the Buster Call fleet this time is Admiral of Headquarters candidate T. Dolphin. I heard that guy already has the strength of Admiral. For safety's sake, Master Ren, you'd better get out of there as soon as possible. Of course he doesn't really care about the other person. He even wished that this devil would die soon. But if Ren is caught or killed, who knows if the image that recorded his criminal evidence will be leaked. Just in case, he will be finished by then. Oh, T. Dolphin. Chapter 85 T. Dolphin. Garp San, how should I release the water? Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Wow, woohoo, woohoo, it rained heavily. The huge tsunami, the water gods have finally arrived. Wave after wave of extremely exaggerated waves continued to hit the water city, and countless buildings were submerged one after another. The entire island was swaying in the wind and rain, as if it might be submerged at any time. It makes people feel a little scared. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Time keeps passing, until 4 or 5 in the morning. The roaring waves finally calmed down completely. Moreover, as the tsunami receded, the base of the entire island unexpectedly rose. The former water capital sank to the bottom of the sea, and most of the submerged buildings were exposed one after another. Shocking. Oh my god, that's Marine's fleet. What are those Marine guys doing here? Are you planning to take away those built warships? No, this menacing posture does not look like it is coming to receive a warship. They seem to be surrounding the island. However, the citizens of the entire water city had not yet had time to marvel. The menacing force on the sea stretched out like a big net and began to directly surround the Marine fleet towards the capital of water. They all couldn't help but panic. Because, although the shipbuilding industry in the water city is developed, even Marine favors the skills of the shipwrights of Carrera Company, and there are a large number of warship orders every year. But look at the 10 most advanced battleships, directly in a battle formation on the sea. It doesn't look like they are here to receive a warship. Oh, on a high ground, looking at the approaching fleet. Ren smiled lightly. Are you here? Gia hee hee, it's really an amazing battle. Brian Tunney on the side couldn't help but marvel. For Buster Call, advertisement. Although he had heard about it before, this was the first time he saw it. 5 naval headquarters vice admirals, 10 top-level warships, tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. Faced with such military power, there are probably not many countries on this sea that can stop it. Let alone a human being. Ren, are you sure? 20 years later. Face Marine's Buster Call again. Robin was inevitably a little nervous. Although he tried his best to stay calm, his palms could not help but become sweaty. Subconsciously holding Ren's hand tightly, he persuaded with worry on his face. Otherwise, it would be better for us to avoid Marine's sharp edges and not have a head-on conflict with them. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless man, and I'm not stupid enough to risk my own death. He comforted Robin, who was a little unable to calm down, and said directly, next, you can leave first. Quote. Pato, I have to ask you for help this time. He, call the doctor. Pato on Ren's shoulder, directly handed over the deformed leaves and pen-tip-shaped tail. Brush. Ren took the deformed leaf and wrote on it. Just throw it away. Beep. Everyone is ready for battle. The mission targets the Devil Son, Nico Robin and Saibod, Frankie, as well as the Straw Hat crew, and the CP9 members headed by Rob Lucci, whose failed mission resulted in heavy losses to the world government. In the name of justice, we must not let them leave. Repeat. The mission goal is on top of each warship. The sharp alarm kept echoing. The horns of the telephones emitted short and powerful sounds. Start conveying the top priority of this Buster Call to those Marine personnel. What? CP9. Aren't they from the government? Are we really going to attack them as well? Listen to the mission objectives to be targeted. Every Marine soldier was a little shocked. I never expected that CP9, as a secret cipher pole personnel directly under the world government, would actually list them as targets together with pirates such as Straw Hat crew. Idiots, justice is not that simple. You just need to obey orders. Advertisement. On top of a top-notch battleship. Vice Admiral, the evil-looking ghost spider wearing a Sangyong helmet and with a cold face, said coldly, it was precisely because Rob Lucci and those people were too incompetent to complete their mission that they had to launch a Buster Call to give world the government has caused huge losses, so it has been removed from CP9. Please give me flowers. As agents of the secret cipher POLCP9 directly under the world government, they know too many secrets. Spandam, the top executive of CP9, entrusted us, Marine, with the request that they must be eliminated. Did you hear everything clearly? Yes. And at this moment. On the leading warship, additional Vice Admiral, the water capital has arrived. The adjutant was full of helplessness. There, Shang Jung was lazily leaning on a recliner, his face covered with an earth-colored top hat, and the sleeping figure reminded, please give instructions. Aha, took off the top hat. Some slovenly figures yawned. Stretching his back, he looked at the floating city in front of him which was not far away. Are you there already? He is dressed in an earthy yellow, somewhat rustic shirt and cropped trousers, wearing a justice cloak embroidered with earthy yellow decorations, and wearing wooden clogs. Messy hair, also disheveled, coupled with the wretched honor that is comparable to that of Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, which makes people dare not compliment him, the whole person looks very sloppy and careless. Then let's follow the procedure first. He lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. T-Dolphin squinted his eyes, looked at the island in front of him, and casually ordered, surround the water city to ensure that criminals cannot escape. Mr. Sengoku has already given instructions to try not to hurt innocent people. Let the citizens of the water city board the evacuation ships before launching an attack. Yes. Orders received. The adjutant left in a hurry. Prepare to convey the instructions of the Supreme Commander, Chado, to other warships. But I still have a bit of a headache. The T-Dolphin scratched his messy hair, looked in the direction of the water capital, bared his teeth and said helplessly, Mr. Garp, how can I let your grandson escape smoothly? The adjutant who had not gone far heard the words. I almost stumbled and fell, and I couldn't help wiping away cold sweat. The mission hasn't even started yet, but as the Supreme Commander, you want to let go. Vice Admiral, what is your position? Chapter 86. The Speeding Rocket Man, the Arrogant Straw Hat, 5th Update. Alas. A moment's work. A huge falcon carrying 2 people and a civet cat. No, it should be 3 people and 1 raccoon cat. It is strangely transparent, making it impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Silently, it flew through the air, and the Buster Call fleet began to open an encirclement net on the sea and surrounded the water city. No response. Completely unaware. Wow. J. Marine's Buster Call is here. The fleet has completely surrounded everything. The Melee cannot set sail at all in this condition. And this time, Old Ship Island in the water city. Straw Hat crew and Frankie couldn't help but change their expressions. Luffy, who was covered in bandages and still injured, couldn't help clenching his fists. It seems that we can only break out of the siege through it. Frankie gritted his teeth as he stared at the warships surrounding the water city. 607. Frankie, do you have any other secret weapons? Luffy, Nami, Zoro and others on the side couldn't help but their eyes lit up. They all looked at Frankie. Yes, there is, but that thing is quite dangerous. Frankie looked uncertain and said in a deep voice, when my teacher, Mr. Tom, developed the C-Train, he once built a prototype locomotive Rocketman. But since it was the original version, it was a failure. Once it started running, it couldn't be stopped at all. What? Can't stop? Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others couldn't help but change their expressions. However, so far, this is the only way. Sanji holds a cigarette in his mouth. Breathing smoke lightly, he said bluntly, ordinary ships will be sunk by warships as soon as they rush out. Indeed, only the marine train is fast enough. With our joint protection, it should be able to break out of Marine's encirclement. Frankie clenched his fists tightly and said loudly, and the most important thing is, if we leave, those marine guys will lose their target and they should not bomb this island indiscriminately again. Although I am very reluctant to leave my second hometown, the City of Water. But here we are. He knew very well that he was the only one left. Only then can the water city be protected from artillery fire. Because Nico Robin, a member of the Straw Hat crew, the son of the devil, and Carter Frame, a criminal who once attacked a judicial ship and faked his death to escape, are now confirmed to be Frankie the Cyborg, the existence of the island seriously endangers the peace of the world. With the authorization of the world government, Marine will launch a Buster Call on this island. All citizens are requested to immediately bring documents that can prove their identity and board the refuge ship or sea train at the Western Station. Citizens, please stay sensible and don't panic. Any ship that leaves without authorization will be regarded as an enemy ship by Marine and launched a direct attack. As Marine's broadcast continues to spread, the people in the entire water city were instantly shocked. Advertisement. Everyone was a little panicked, frightened, and broke out in cold sweat. Damn it, how is this going? Quick, run quickly. Marine is going to launch a Buster Call here. Damn Nico Robin, and that guy Frankie. Is he the Carter Frame who was thought to be dead when he was with Fishman Tom? Those guys, wouldn't it be great if they were caught by the world government? A-hole, it's all their fault. It will also implicate us. For a while, the entire water city fell into chaos. Many people began to run desperately to their homes. A large number of people began to drag their families with them and ran to the Western Station as hard as they could. Prepare to board an asylum ship or sea train. There, the world government agents sent by Enies Lobby were fully armed and expressionless. The identification of every citizen is being checked. Then, get ready to start. On a high ground, observation Hockey sensed that Robin and others were far away from here. Ren showed a wanton smile. But suddenly, he seemed to feel something. He looked in the direction of Old Ship Island in surprise. At this time, I saw a rusty Madara, a sea train shaped like a rocket head. Suddenly there was smoke, and at an alarming speed, he rushed out of Tom's studio on Old Ship Island. For the first time, he followed the long-abandoned track and connected with the line to the city of the Queen of Spring. He rushed straight into the distance. What? Sea train. Damn it, who told them to start? Never seen such a sea train. No, that's the Straw Hat crew. And that, reformer, Frankie is also up there. Quick, stop them. Fire. On the sea, a large number of Marines were alarmed. Advertisement. On each warship, countless Marine soldiers were shocked by the sudden scene. But soon, they discovered that on the sea train, there was actually the Straw Hat crew and the target of arresting and even killing the target of the reformer, Frankie. Ghost Spider, Jonathan, Maynard and other naval headquarters vice admirals reacted, and their expressions changed greatly. Order to fire without hesitation. Bang bang, boom, boom. Lots of shells. The bombardments came one after another. However, there was no way to take aim in such a hurry. Only a few scattered shells were fired at Rocketman's sea train. Whoosh. The three Straw Hats, who had been waiting for a long time, came out directly. Sanji's right foot was like electricity and he kept kicking out. Zoro held two swords in his hands and kept swinging them. Luffy inflated like a balloon and flew those cannonballs away. Easily destroyed and intercepted the incoming shells. Let them explode in midair. There were puffs of smoke. Marine. Looking at the Marine fleet getting further and further away. Luffy's face was solemn and he was holding a trumpet. He took a deep breath and yelled, "We are running away. If you want to capture us, just go ahead and catch up. Damn Straw Hat crew. Those bastards are so arrogant. What's going on with that sea train? Aren't all the sea trains already parked at the station? Keep firing. Sink them." Watching the Rocketman sea train running farther and farther, it is still accelerating. Countless Marines couldn't help but feel a little angry and furious. Even more confused. They have never encountered such a situation. There are actually people who can break through Marines 4.3 encirclement in such a special way when surrounded by Marines Buster Call fleet, and walk away in a swagger. But the speed of the warship simply cannot catch up with the sea train moving at full speed. They could only keep firing there, trying to sink each other. But those shells should have been able to blow up the sea train directly. They were all stopped by Zoro, Sanji, Luffy and others. Ah, he is indeed Mr. Garp's grandson. On the leading warship. Looking at the sea train that broke through the encirclement of the Marine fleet and galloped away into the distance like a broken bamboo. As the supreme commander of the Buster Call fleet this time, T. Dolphin, who was not in a hurry at all, squinted his eyes and was a little surprised. You can actually think of escaping in this way. However, that Straw Hat guy is really unexpectedly arrogant. He couldn't help but smile and muttered to himself, as this hoping that Marine will divert attention to them and not launch a Buster Call to the Water City. I'm starting to like them a little bit. Chapter 87 Dramatic Changes. Attacked Buster Call. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. Damn it. Damn Straw Hat crew. We must not spare them. That direction is the direction of the open air Queen City. Want to give chase. On the sea, a series of menacing warships lay there. However, countless Marines above could not help but grit their teeth. I could only watch helplessly as the sea train, billowing black smoke and galloping farther and farther into the distance, sped away. Some even looked at each other in confusion. At a loss. Buster Call has always been the highest military action of the Marine Corps. Although the scale is different depending on whether there is a real admiral of headquarters personally leading the team. But never encountered anything like this. The fleet had just surrounded the Water City, and the prisoners ran away. What should be done? Buster Call, do you want to continue? At least, in the information CP9 sent back to Eni's lobby. It has not been confirmed that Nico Robin, the Devil's Son, has truly left the Straw Hat crew. Instead, it was believed that the Straw Hat crew had rescued Nico Robin. Therefore, Marine subconsciously believed that Nico Robin was most likely hiding in the carriage where the rocket sea train that escaped earlier was hanging with other members of the Straw Hat Pirates 25. But, their most important mission goal is to capture the reformer Frankie and the son of the devil, Nico Robin. At the very least, we must ensure that they are wiped out to eliminate all the consequences of the ancient weapon's resurrection. The rest of the Straw Hat crew and the removed agents from CP9 are just incidental. Additional Vice Admiral, what should we do next? On the leading warship, the adjutant was there asking for instructions. The direction they are escaping from is the city of Spring Queen, right? T. Dolphin slowly threw away the cigarette butt and said in a serious tone, in this case, we can only take the sea train to hunt, but the sea train can't hold so many people. Report the situation to the headquarters, and I will personally lead people to chase them. Are you sure you don't want to let them go? The adjutant rolled his eyes and couldn't help complaining secretly. If he hadn't heard what the other party said earlier. I'm afraid I really thought that this powerful vice admiral had changed his temper. Being so active is probably because he wants to get the admiral position as soon as possible. Yes, however, at this time, a drastic change has occurred. Call out. A loud roar broke through the air. An extremely red fire. Advertisement. It directly distorts the atmosphere and carries unparalleled high temperatures. It broke through the air with lightning speed and struck one of the warships like lightning. Boom boom. A superlative battleship. It was directly blasted to pieces. Ah. Countless Marines screamed, and many of them were directly burned into Kurozumi by the terrifying fire, and were even violently thrown away by the astonishing heat wave. Crackling. Fire shot into the sky. The flames were raging and the smoke was billowing. The sea surface was reflected extremely red. What? That is, quote ideographic comma ... quote. The warship was instantly. Countless Marines were shocked. They all couldn't help but open their mouths, looking at this scene in disbelief. It was a little scary, and I broke into a cold sweat. Look, Everyone, what is that? Gulu, a huge monster covered in flames. That chilling posture. Kilin, it's unmistakable. It's Blood Prison Ren. Hiss. That monster who is on a par with Admiral Aokiji and has a bounty of 675 million belly. This guy, has he returned to the Straw Hat Pirates? A named Marine was shocked and a little shocked. Even Ghost Spider, Jonathan, Maynard and other naval headquarters vice admirals all had their expressions changed drastically. His eyes were fixed on the terrifying giant flame beast that suddenly rushed out from the vicinity of the old ship island in the water capital, bathed in blazing flames. No hurries. The sky above old ship island. Heat waves distorted the atmosphere. Directly entering the complete beast form, Ren, who transformed into a fire unicorn, stepped on the auspicious clouds and stood majestically high in the sky. Looking down at the Marines on the sea, he sneered and said, "The real, Buster Call, has just begun. I'm giving you a chance, Marine." Hot breath. The words have not yet finished. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth again, condensing an extremely dazzling fire. Once again, it hit a warship that was closer to the opposite side. Call out. The blazing fire suddenly broke through the sky. At an astonishing speed, Lang Lang bombarded the warship. It exploded directly, and the flames were billowing. Boom boom. Ah, Buster Call Fleet. Although it consists of 10 top-level battleships. Advertisement. But not every warship is commanded by a vice admiral. Without the naval headquarters vice admiral in charge, there was no way to stop Ren's terrifying attack. Even if he didn't even use the thunder-roaring cannon, the heat breath he emitted could easily destroy these warships. That is, it's Ren. Gulu. That guy. He actually destroyed 2 warships in an instant. That guy, is he going to challenge Buster Call's fleet? On the distant sea, on top of the Rocket Man sea train that has escaped from the marine encirclement and continues to speed away. Looking at the sudden drastic change, looking at the terrifying flame beast rushing out from the old ship island. The Straw Hat crew is heading towards the city of Spring Queen. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Somewhat shocked. Hey, that big guy is Copper's Ren. Frankie's eyes widened. Some couldn't believe it. He just saw each other yesterday. We also fought against each other briefly. I learned that Blood Prison Ren is very powerful. But this was the first time I saw the other party's amazing posture. It's like a monster bursting out of purgatory. It's chilling. Tisk, tisk, what a powerful guy. Frankie exclaimed. I destroyed 2 warships in an instant. No wonder you dare to confront Marine. Of course, he is R500. Usopp was filled with pride and patted his chest. But suddenly he woke up, and his proud voice stopped abruptly, and he could only say, former companion. That guy is still as crazy as ever. Sanji frowned and said, with his ability, it would be easy to take Sister Robin away. There is no need to confront Marine head on, right? Although Ren is very decisive in his actions, he is not such a reckless person. Zoro on the side shrugged and said directly, I think Robin must have been moved to a safe place, that's why he is so careless. Robin's hometown, Ohara, was destroyed by Marine's Buster Call. Nami on the side got out of the car. Through the monocular telescope, he looked at the blazing monster in the distance, which made people awe and inexplicable. He murmured with complicated eyes, is this because you want to destroy Buster Call to vent your anger on Luo Wu? Taking it out for Robin. Luffy pressed the straw hat. Staring at the increasingly blurry fiery red figure in the distance. Ren can challenge the Buster Call fleet led by 5 naval headquarters vice admirals for his companions. And now, just facing a CP9 Rob Lucci, he has to do his best. When faced with Marine's Buster Call, he could only run away with his companions in despair. This made him feel helpless and frustrated. Damn it! Luffy clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were full of determination, and he gritted his teeth and said loudly, next time we meet, I will definitely surpass you, Ren. Chapter 88. Destroy the Ancients, Fire Ring Hellfire. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Call out. Question mark. Quote pipe quote. Over the water city of Old Ship Island. The majestic fire unicorn stands in the sky. In the somewhat angry eyes of Ghost Spider, Jonathan and others. Relying on his powerful observation hockey, Ren directly locked onto those warships, and based on the ores on those warships, he confirmed whether there was a naval headquarters vice admiral in charge. These warships, which were too scattered because they had to surround the water city and prevent the target from escaping, were not given any chance to respond. Call out. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye. Another blazing hot breath blasted out. The Ghost Spider was directly next to the naval headquarters vice admiral again. He was at least a few hundred meters away from his ship, and there were no other warships where the vice admiral was stationed. He ruthlessly destroyed it. All this happened only in the flash of lightning. It only lasted for tens of seconds, not even a minute. Of the 10 menacing and aggressive marine top-level battleships that wanted to launch a buster call to the water city, only 6 were left. It wasn't just the surviving marines who were stunned. There are countless people in the water city. He was even more frightened. Call out. Immediately afterwards. Incomparably blazing fire. Distorting the atmosphere, it blasted towards a warship that was approaching the admiral candidate ship called T-Dolphin. Don't try to succeed. But this time, the T-Dolphin, who looked a little careless at first, suddenly focused his eyes. Shave. The whole person stepped forward fiercely, his body like electricity. Stepping on the atmosphere, he shot up at an astonishing speed. He actually stopped in front immediately. Rock fist impact. His right fist turned to stone at a speed visible to the naked eye, and continued to expand, turning into a huge rock fist. Wrapped around the powerful armament Haki. Facing the fierce and unstoppable hot breath. Blast out hard. Boom boom. Destroy the ancients. The blazing fire was blown away. At this moment, the dirty figure of the T-Dolphin looked extremely majestic. Blocked. Vice Admiral. The Marines who were frightened by the sudden change turned pale and panicked. Their morale was greatly boosted and they called out on that day. Trouble. The T-Dolphin steps on the atmosphere. Landed on his own ship. Looking at the wreckage of the previously destroyed warships, there are still a few surviving Marine personnel who are not struggling in the sea. What a murderous guy. Staring at the arrogant and scaly flame beast in the sky in the distance, the Marine Admiral candidate's face became extremely solemn. He frowned and immediately ordered the entire fleet, move closer to the flagship immediately. Yes. Want to protect them. Ren sneered while bathing in the blazing flames. Do you think the warship is faster, or am I faster? Hellfire. He growled. The red flames all over his body. It burned violently directly, and an astonishing change occurred. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark red flame that was as terrifying as hell, with extremely high temperature, and made people shudder. The billowing heat wave directly distorted the atmosphere. Makes your scalp numb. Crackling. Ta-ta. His huge beastly body, carrying a terrible heat wave. Directly at an astonishing speed, like a stream of colorless light. Rushed to the nearest warship. Damn it. Quick. Fire. Knock him down. Monster. Go to hell. A-hole. Boom boom. For a while, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Mozambique's ship. The well-trained Marine personnel, under the command of the generals and officers, did not panic and launched a counterattack, trying to block the oncoming flame beast. A large number of bullets and artillery shells kept coming. However, before countless bullets could get close to Ren, they were ruthlessly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature. Those shells were so far away because they couldn't withstand the astonishing high temperature. Exploded one after another. Thick smoke billows. Oh no, a rolling heat wave hit my face. As the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Mozambique's expression changed drastically. Although he has mastered the 6 moves, his strength is only at the bottom among the many Vice Admirals in Naval Headquarters. He doesn't even have time to use shave and moonwalk to avoid it immediately. In the blink of an eye, a giant flame beast whose size was no exaggeration in size and talent compared to a giant appeared. Just like a huge cannonball. It hit hard. Boom boom. One moment. The terrifying flames of hell directly burned the warship that was smashed into pieces. A large number of Marines were burned to ashes before they even had time to scream. Even Mozambique's Vice Admiral was not spared. It's scary. The rolling heat wave is terrifying. This made countless Marines on other warships change their colors in shock. But Ren had no intention of stopping. Who? The fire beast is coming unabated. Carrying terrible flames. Rushed towards the warship where Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Maynard was sitting. Shave. Moonwalk. Boom boom. Between the electric light and flint. The moment the warship was destroyed. A large number of Marines who could not escape were burned to death mercilessly. Those who reacted quickly enough jumped into the sea at the first opportunity and escaped help. Maynard, who had an extremely ugly face and was well prepared, reluctantly used moonwalk to rush into the air. Averted from the overwhelming raging flames. Advertisement. But he didn't have time to rejoice yet. In the blink of an eye. Behind the flame beast. Whoosh. A large amount of flames shot out like bullets, breaking through the air like lightning. It flooded directly towards him. The heat is rolling. That dark red flame. He was burned to ashes in an instant. Horrible to the extreme. Horrifying. Everyone, be careful of his flames. It is a fire more terrifying than magma. You must not touch it. Watching this scene from a distance. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Jonathan's expression changed drastically. There, through the phone bug, a loud reminder was given to all Marines. But when he saw the fire unicorn bathed in flames, he had no intention of giving up. Carrying the billowing flames, stepping on the auspicious clouds like flames. He ran straight towards his warship. Without hesitation, he decisively ordered, everyone abandon the warship, dive to the bottom of the sea, and spread out. Wah, quick, jump into the sea. He's coming. Under the leadership of Jonathan, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. All the Marines, who were feeling cold and pale, abandoned the ship and jumped into the sea. Panicked, he swam desperately in all directions. Being smart. See the situation. Ren, who transformed into a fire unicorn, sneered. He opened his bloody mouth and spit out, fire ring fire pillar hell fire. Rolling heat wave. The atmosphere is scorching. A huge and blazing flame dyed the entire sky red. Carrying unimaginable high temperatures and terrifying impact. Like a huge pillar of fire, it spurted out fiercely. Crackling. Boom boom. The sea surface boiled and exploded. All of a sudden, the entire warship was mercilessly penetrated by the fierce pillar of fire and completely submerged. The marine personnel who were too slow to abandon the ship were instantly reduced to ashes. Even those who have just jumped into the sea and dived to the bottom of the sea but have not yet had time to swim far away are no exception. Not even the wreckage remains. It makes one's scalp tingle. Yuahuhu. 7,974. An astonishing heat wave swept across the country. Large areas of seawater were directly evaporated, and the sea surface was filled with mist. But the terrifying flames did not disappear. Who? As the hellish flames continued to spurt out from the giant Kirin beast's bloody mouth. The raging flames were in the shape of ripples, rippling and spreading on the sea surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a matter of seconds, the sea had submerged hundreds of meters in radius. It's like purgatory on Earth. Chapter 89. Walking Natural Disasters, Terrifying Ghost Spiders, Third Update. Crackling. The fire was soaring into the sky and the flames were blazing. The sky, the sea, all were dyed dark red. The flames, which were more terrifying than the magma, covered the entire sea surface with a radius of several hundred meters. Those marines who tried to jump into the sea to avoid the attack of the flame beast were unable to escape at all. There are figures struggling in the sea. It was instantly vaporized. It's scary. Gurgling. ZZ. The sea covered in flames. The fog was thick and the steam was rising. Countless amounts of seawater are constantly being evaporated. The entire sea surface was boiling and rolling violently. Those marines who dived to the bottom of the sea couldn't escape. Together with the fish, shrimps and sea beasts in the sea, they were cooked ruthlessly. There were screams. It's like hell on Earth. What? This monster. It's like purgatory. No wonder the reports say he is like a walking natural disaster. Gulu. What kind of monster are we fighting against? On other warships that have not yet been sunk. Even those marine soldiers who are usually well trained. I couldn't help but be so frightened by this scene that my face turned pale and I broke into a cold sweat. My mouth opened wide, unable to speak. Somewhat apprehensive. A-hole. Looking at the purgatory-like scene from a distance. Among the 5 vice admirals of the current Buster Call, except for the T-Dolphin who was the supreme commander of the Buster Call fleet, the only surviving ghost spider vice admiral could not help but change his expression. Blood Prison Ren, this monster. At the same time, his eyes were about to burst. He couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning, and felt a bit cold. In the past few days, the danger of Blood Prison Ren has been repeatedly mentioned in the document just issued by Naval Headquarters. Although he suffered a lot from meeting Admiral Aokiji, as a hawkish general who implemented absolute justice and had never liked those moderate doves, he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he is just a fledgling boy who is not yet 18 years old. Moreover, although the introduction of melting the earth into magma is indeed terrifying, it is not like they have never seen the Hawk leader Admiral Akainu, who is a Logia lava fruit ability user, take action. Of course, it is inevitable that I will be very vigilant and pay attention to it. But I didn't feel that the opponent was really so powerful that even the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, who was able to use hockey proficiently, couldn't resist at all. Most of them think that Aokiji Admiral's statement is a bit exaggerated. He probably wanted to compensate for his failure. Advertisement. Just save some face. However, the moment we really face it. Only then did Ghost Spider intuitively feel how terrifying the fire monster song was. Even Admiral Aokiji, who had the ability to freeze the Logia frozen fruit, could not freeze it. What is a walking natural disaster? This terrifying ability is simply terrifying. Even a veteran vice admiral like Jonathan, who has experienced hundreds of battles and has considerable strength, cannot resist him at all and is not even qualified to fight against him head-on. Even if you jump into the sea, you can't 100% avoid the extremely terrifying flames. Countless marines were directly burned to ashes even if they were not killed immediately. It will also look like fresh fish and shrimp in the pot. Boiled alive. Damn it, stop it. The T-Dolphin was furious. He had already stepped into the atmosphere for the first time. There he ran out at an astonishing speed. Blood Prison. However, the Buster Call fleet had to surround the entire water city. This directly resulted in the distance between each warship being relatively scattered. The flagship of the T-Dolphin is at least 3 or 4 kilometers away from the ship of Jonathan, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Even a powerful Vice Admiral like him who has Admiral candidate qualifications. Without the ability to fly, moonwalk alone would not be able to easily cross such a long distance in a short period of time. There was no time to rush for help. It's your turn. The raging fire never stays strong. The terrible high temperature burned the atmosphere and distorted it. The extremely red and scaly fire unicorn is majestic. Stepping on the auspicious clouds, bathed in flames, CGCA, standing above the sea. Hey, T-Dolphin, let's see who is faster, you or me. A pair of intimidating and fierce beast eyes stared at the ship where the spider was about 2 kilometers away. This distance. The T-Dolphin is closer. It will definitely become a different kind of wrestling between the two of them. Ren smiled ferociously and ran out. A-hole press. See this. The ghost spider was shocked and angry. But he did not hesitate and loudly ordered, dock the shore immediately and abandon ship and land. Can you leave? Ren opened his mouth suddenly. A pair of golden horns shined brightly. The huge mouth of the flame beast is condensed with a dazzling light that makes people's hearts beat. Thunder roaring cannon. Call out. Advertisement. In an instant, a dazzling beam cannon, surrounded by astonishing lightning. With lightning speed, it can cover your ears. It blasted out like lightning. That is, lock up. It's completely unavoidable. Countless Marine's pupils shrank. His face turned pale and he was panicked. But, in the blink of an eye, the picture was frozen. The intense light and radiance directly engulfed them. Boom boom. Destroy the ancients. There are no surprises. The entire warship was ruthlessly destroyed. Countless Marines didn't even have time to scream, and they were vaporized by the unimaginable high temperature together with the wreckage of the warships that had not had time to scatter. An incomparably astonishing explosion wave, swept by a rolling heat wave, appeared there. Huge waves exploded on the sea. Huge waves rolled and the current surged. Shocking. Blood hell. Looking at this scene. The canthus of the T-Dolphin's eyes were about to burst, and it was furious. He didn't expect that the other party would be so cruel. As soon as he came up, he didn't give himself any chance of rescue. 10 warships came to carry out the Buster Call, and 8 of them were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Relevant combat personnel equipped on those warships. Including those naval headquarters vice admirals. I'm afraid there are only a few people who can survive. Lost heavily. Hash. Over the sea, the Ghost Spider vice admiral was in a state of utter disarray with his helmet off, his hair disheveled, and even burned by the high temperature. Looking at the destroyed warships and the huge waves of the ship. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Some scalp tingling. It's like a monster from hell. His face was covered in blood, his skin was ulcerated, and he looked like a demon. He kept stepping on the moonwalk, barely keeping his body steady. He was caught in the lightning flash before, but he could barely react, so he decisively abandoned the ship and ran out. Immediately afterwards, he was violently blown away by the strong heat wave. But even if it is inevitable, he will be burned by the terrible high temperature. After all, he luckily escaped. Chapter 90. Ba Tang Hell Crash, the Shocked T-Dolphin. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Oh, notice that the Ghost Spider actually escaped. Covered in blazing flames, the giant flame beast standing high in the sky couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It escaped quite quickly. However, being gracious is not too surprising. After all, the two are too far apart. In any case, it is Marine Vice Admiral of the headquarters. When you realize that you are unable to resist, be decisive and abandon those subordinates. He could indeed escape the blow just now. But, can you escape? People are murderous. It locked the Ghost Spider above the sea and was running towards the coast through the atmosphere. Like a red streamer, carrying a billowing heat wave. Ran out again. Hoo-hoo. In a matter of moments, a rolling heat wave hit. After finally washing up on the shore, the Ghost Spider couldn't help but change color in horror before it could even take a breath. Rang. His disheveled hair started to dance strangely, and he pulled out one blade after another from the broad cloak of justice. Cold light. Tufts of hair turned into spider-like dwellings. Including both hands. He controls 8 blades. There it was waving wildly. Spider continuous slash. Boom. Boom. In an instant. Fiery slashes shot through the air one after another. It continuously tore apart the atmosphere and blasted towards the menacing flame beast. Clang. However, faced with the oncoming attack, Ren, who transformed into a fire unicorn, had no intention of dodging at all. Let the astonishing slashes hit him one after another. There is no way to stop the pace. What? The Ghost Spider's pupils shrank sharply. While feeling cold, his figure continued to retreat. The intensive slashes he continuously swung out could only leave shallow white marks one after another on the extremely tough dragon scales of the flame beast. This is unbelievable. This kind of defense is truly terrifying. No wonder even Admiral Aokiji couldn't hurt the opponent. Keelin Seal. Ren's eyes were cruel. The auspicious clouds under my feet kept flashing. Advertisement. The extremely fiery beast's body was running wildly through the void. The right foot was directly wrapped around the dark armament hockey, swirling with dark red flames. Overwhelmed the atmosphere. At an astonishing speed. He stormed down towards the Ghost Spider. Boom boom. Loud rumble. The torn apart earth. It turned directly into magma and boiled endlessly. It kept sputtering. Where do you want to go? Right now. Ren, who transformed into a giant flame beast, had a flash of scarlet in his eyes. Already relying on that amazing observation hockey, he had predicted the opponent's position in advance. Hot breath. Weirdly, he suddenly spit out a beam of intense firelight into the empty air. Xian relied on Xiao and retreated violently. The Ghost Spider appeared in midair in an instant, and his whole body broke out in cold sweat. But he didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. A wave of heat hit him, causing his pupils to dilate. ... Quote pipe quote. Rolling down from midair in a panic. The Ghost Spider covered his right arm and screamed. Even in the midst of lightning and flint, his reaction was astonishing. He stepped into the air again and used moonwalk to perform the shaving that he had mastered for a long time, narrowly avoiding the sudden fire. But in just an instant, he was passed by the terrifying flames without even being directly touched. His entire right arm was directly severed. Large areas of the body were burned by high temperatures. The bones are white and the flesh and blood are blurred. Drenched with blood. Boom boom. Distance. A loud roar broke through the air. The huge buildings were directly penetrated by the unabated fire and exploded one after another. Countless pieces of rubble were burned into magma by the terrifying flames, and even vaporized. The fire was raging and the smoke was billowing. Shocking. Blood hell. The furious T-Dolphin rushed up directly. It had already turned into a rock, entwined with the fist seal of senior armament hockey. He struck hard at Ren, who showed no mercy and was about to hit him hard again. Just stop it, D. However, observation hockey has already broken through the limit and can briefly foresee the future. Advertisement. And after the fierce battle, Ren, who was already talented in observation hockey, became more and more skilled in controlling it. Please give me flowers. The arrival of the T-Dolphin has long been predicted. Without showing any signs of weakness, he just roared out. Hey, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The indestructible golden unicorn horn shines with cold light. Tangled up in the increasingly powerful armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Covered by the jumping and burning flames of hell, intertwined with violent black and red lightning. Kirin Horn Hell Crash. As fast as thunder and lightning. Carrying unimaginable impact. Facing the giant rock fist that came suddenly. It came out hard toward the impact. Unstoppable. Boom. Crack. Bang. The terrifying black lightning is constantly intertwining and colliding. Two completely unequal figures were shaking in the air. Boom boom. Woo hoo hoo. Swoosh. The shocking shock wave is coming. Waves of exaggerated heat waves swept across, and stormy waves arose on the sea. But the next moment, two figures stepped back one after another. The giant flame beast was violently blasted away. Bang bang. The huge flaming behemoth has a slightly slimmer figure. The limbs like Optimus pillars shook the earth and screamed endlessly. Gurgling. The terrifying high temperature turned a large area of the ground into boiling magma. Those plants and trees were burned to ashes in an instant. What's even more terrifying is that boiling magma liquid. It was being evaporated by the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. It makes one's scalp tingle. What a terrible flame. The T-Dolphin, which backed up a few meters and stabilized its figure, had its pupils shrinking sharply. Looking at himself, even though he was entangled with a high-level armament hockey and deliberately used the technique of exposing his weapon to attack, he was still partially melted by the terrifying high temperature. A giant fist of rock that turned into hot lava. But, that was. He couldn't help but stare at the flame beast in front of him. Although he was staggering backwards and looked a little embarrassed, he didn't fall directly to the ground. He said incredulously, Conqueror's entanglement. Hey, is it true or not? It's a bit too exaggerated. Chapter 91 Earth Fruit. T-Dolphin. I am invincible on land. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Crackling. Atmospheric distortion. The exaggerated heat wave caused the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. It was unbearably hot, and even the air became thin. Tisk, tisk, it really hurts. You are worthy of being a candidate for admiral. He shook his dizzy head. Ren, who transformed into a fire unicorn, looked directly at the T-Dolphin in front of him with burning eyes. Armament hockey alone is almost as good as that guy Aokiji. Just now, to test my limits. He directly extinguished the flames on the back of his head and neck in advance. He exited the more conservative defense mode and rarely entered the attack mode, which greatly enhanced his attack power. Not only the speed and strength, but also hockey's strength has increased a lot. Unexpectedly, he was still at a disadvantage in the struggle with the T-Dolphin. That level of monster. Sure enough, it's not that easy to cross. However, this is already a good start. Ren is confident to give himself some more time. 443. In the future, he will definitely be able to challenge these monsters head on. It's really shocking. Squint your little eyes. Staring at Ren in front of him. T-Dolphin's slightly mature face was full of disbelief. You guy, you have mastered the power of Conqueror's entanglement. Are you really a newcomer who just went to sea? Such strength. It is unimaginable that Copper's Ren is the same age as the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, only 17 years old. A guy who makes people's jaws drop to the ground like this. This was his first time seeing it. And according to intelligence from Naval Headquarters, the opponent's hockey is definitely not that powerful. Especially, although it has been confirmed that the other party possesses Conqueror's hockey. But it can only knock out the weaker lower-level Marines. He was able to master such advanced skills and use his innate Conqueror's hockey to wrap around his attacks like armament hockey. There are only a handful of people in this sea who can do this. If this blood prison Ren did not deliberately hide his strength when he fought against Admiral Aokiji last time. That would be terrible. Surprised, aren't you? A huge flame beast. It shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and returned to its human form. Looking at the shocked T-Dolphin in front of him, he looked calm and said calmly, it's just Conqueror's entanglement. Do you think I can't learn it? Hey, stop joking, little brother. Biting a cigarette. The T-Dolphin couldn't help but bared his teeth, raised his shoulders and said, you can't learn this just by wanting to learn it. However, his eyes became extremely solemn. Advertisement. It is simply incredible that he has mastered the power of Conqueror's entanglement in such a short period of time. Moreover, the other party's progress is really too fast. It's unbelievable. After all, according to Admiral Aokiji, At the beginning, when White Blood Prison and Ren fought, the opponent's armament hockey is only at the level of an ordinary naval headquarters vice admiral. But in the fierce battle, the whole person actually grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Armament hockey has made a big breakthrough, and has reached a level that is not weaker than most elite vice admiral. The opponent's observation hockey, who was already quite strong, exceeded his limits. To the point of being able to foresee the future briefly. Moreover, the opponent is the legendary Lunarian clan, and has quite exaggerated Phantom Beast abilities. When the two phases are superimposed, it is almost equivalent to having an immortal body. Even Admiral Aokiji couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time. I'm afraid that my admiral candidate is no exception. Blood Prison Ren, you are such an awesome guy. T-Dolphin stared at the calm-looking Ren in front of him and asked with confusion, but haven't you already quit the Straw Hat crew? Is it because the bond is too deep and you can't bear to leave? Judging from the collision just now. After all, he had been accumulating power for that punch for a long time, and he didn't even hold back at all. Although he had the upper hand, he was still blocked. Even leaving aside the exaggerated monster power of the Phantom Beast Kirin Form and the bonus of Conqueror's Entanglement. The opponent's armament hockey is probably also improved a lot. Ah, indeed, we have drawn a clear line. Looking at T-Dolphin, the admiral candidate, Ren said sarcastically, after all, even without me, just based on Luffy's background, I estimate that half of your marine generals would not be too embarrassed. On this sea, it's not black and white. After all, human nature is the same everywhere. Wherever there are people, it is inevitable. Because after all, humans are not machines without emotions. No matter how selfless or upright a person is, it is impossible to completely disregard personal affairs. The power is spread all over the sea, not to mention the huge and bloated marine, a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Hey, don't talk nonsense, we are just marines, how can we show mercy to pirates? The T-Dolphin waved his hands repeatedly, and the doctor denied it. His face was solemn, and he looked directly at Ren with squinted eyes, a little confused. Then what is your purpose here? The current issues in the Water City are very sensitive. It involves the design of ancient weapon Pluton, and it also involves Nicole Rosso, the archaeologist of Ohara. He couldn't help but be careless. Especially, there are rumors on the sea. Blood Prison Ren most likely accepted the invitation from Kaido and joined the Lu Pirates. If you have to ask, maybe it was a spur of the moment. Ren shrugged calmly. Or maybe he wanted to test his own strength. I didn't expect that a big fish like you would come, so I'm a little surprised. What a nasty guy. Advertisement. The T-Dolphin looked deeply at Ren. His eyes were stern and a little fearful. It's hard to say what the purpose of this guy is, but he is undoubtedly extremely hostile to Marine. At the very least, he's here for Marine right now. Let's stop the gossip. Do you want the ghost spider to take the opportunity to escape? Ren glanced at the ghost spider, who was covered in blood, holding on to his injuries and staggering towards the distance. Staring at the T-Dolphin in front of him, he smiled. Do you think you can stop me? Ah, you saw it. The T-Dolphin is not embarrassed either. But he still said solemnly, however, I will not let a guy like you do anything wanton again. Then you have to protect him. Ren chuckled playfully. Said, in the surprised eyes of the T-Dolphin. He directly threw a blue wave ball into his mouth. Blue wave ball. Partial animal transformation Kirin feat. Immediately afterwards, in the fiercely shrinking eyes of the T-Dolphin who was nervous and ready. Ren's legs actually swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and were covered with red scales, making them look a bit ferocious. Stronger legs. Shunpo. The whole person stepped hard. The figure instantly turned into a ghost, leaving an afterimage. Disappeared within the sight of the T-Dolphin 4.6. Hey, are you kidding me? Seeing Ren's partial transformation into a beast, the T-Dolphin couldn't help but be shocked. But his reaction was not slow, and he stamped his claws violently. Tushirabi. Rumble. In an instant, the earth rumbled and roared. An extremely thick earth wall rose directly into the sky. Blocked firmly in front. Unattainable. Mobile slide. Rumble. And the ghost spider's feet. The earth suddenly seemed alive. It was like a slide, flowing strangely, taking him straight into the distance. It's so dangerous. Looking at the figure that was intercepted and manifested in front of the wall, Chado smiled and said, the murderous blood prison brother is useless. I am the user of Logia Earth Fruit. On land, I am invincible. Yeah. Chapter 92 The Emperor of the Earth. Human animal type enhanced body shape. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Invincible on land. Looking at the towering earth wall in front of me. Ren, who was stopped, did not feel any anger or disappointment. He just turned around and looked at the T-Dolphin with a smile and confidence. He said with some sarcasm, then do you know that Kirin is the Emperor of the Earth? What? In an instant, in the T-Dolphin's shocked and somewhat disbelieving eyes. No one even glanced at the extremely thick and huge earth wall tens to hundreds of meters high in front of them. The right hand that was raised slightly was suddenly grasped there. Without warning, on the other side of the huge earth wall. Covered in blood and in a state of embarrassment, the ghost spider that had just been carried away by the self-sliding earth had inexplicable dirty hair standing on end on his whole body. His expression changed. The subconscious mind is about to jump into a rage. But after all, He was seriously injured, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Boo-hoo. The ground rumbled. A loud roar broke through the air. One after another, extremely sharp earth spears suddenly burst out of the ground. It struck like lightning and penetrated his whole body mercilessly. 26 A-hole. The T-Dolphin's expression changed drastically. He yelled angrily. Relying on the ability of soil fruits, he tried his best to compete with Ren for control of the earth. However, it was a step too late after all. Rumble. The whole land seemed to have a sense of itself. Uzumaki transformed into a giant and swallowed the seriously injured and dying ghost spider whole. Along with the small buildings within a radius of tens of meters, the buildings collapsed suddenly. All were crushed and destroyed in an instant. Ah! The naval headquarters vice admiral screamed in agony. The ground is like a swamp, like a huge vortex current, circling wildly there. Constantly devouring everything around it. Crushing and ravaging violently. It's scary. Blood hell. A powerful observation hockey in its own right. I felt that the aura of the ghost spider had completely disappeared. The T-Dolphin's eyes were about to burst, and it glared angrily at the person in front of it. Shave. He stepped hard. The whole person rushed out like an angry beast. The body was directly petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the whole person transformed into a rock giant about 10 meters high. Rock fist impact. Observation hockey locked onto Ren. Advertisement. The T-Dolphin, which was no smaller than the giants, was roaring there. Not only does it show extremely shocking speed that is completely inconsistent with its size, but it also has an extremely huge rock fist, and it directly entangles the extremely powerful armament hockey. He crushed Ren in front of him hard. However, no one seemed to move. It seems that there is no intention to resist. The huge black fist mark came fiercely. But with observation hockey's prediction, the T-Dolphin couldn't help but shrink its pupils. Seems a little shocked. Boom boom. The loud noise shook the sky. Thick smoke billowed and rocks flew. The extremely exaggerated huge earth wall was directly blown to pieces. Along with the fierce wind pressure, countless gravel and rubble splashed there. However, a T-Dolphin that transformed into a rock giant. There is absolutely no joy in hitting the target. Instead, the hair on my hair stood up immediately. Nerves are frayed. The extremely dazzling cold light came like lightning. The blade was surrounded by crimson flames, entangled with the rather weak armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, and intertwined with black and red lightning. It seemed as if it was going to penetrate directly through the chest of the rock giant. Unstoppable. Kang _. The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening. In the midst of the electric light and flint, the exaggeratedly large rock arm wrapped around the senior armament hockey suddenly returned to defense and lay there, narrowly blocking the incoming flaming blade. Woo-hoo-hoo. Boom boom. Violent fluctuations struck. The strong wind kept blowing, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the T-Dolphin, who had been completely angered by Ren, had a stern look and murderous intent. Call _. No chance for Ren to breathe at all. A huge rock fist seal suddenly crushed the atmosphere. It hit hard. Woo-hoo-hoo. Boom boom. The fierce punching pressure continued unabated. A violent hurricane was set off, causing the buildings in front to collapse. But very strangely, Ren, who was supposed to be hit by the giant rock fist and crushed to death, surprisingly appeared directly on top of the rock giant's head. The T-Dolphin suddenly raised its head. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he couldn't believe it. What he hit before was just the afterimage of Ren, so fast. Advertisement. Strengthened weight. Strengthened legs. At this time, Ren in the sky has a stern look. The scaly right foot was covered with crimson flames and intertwined with violent black and red lightning. It carries the force of falling like thunder. Stomping down violently. Unstoppable. Kirin seal. Rock elbow crash. After all, he is an admiral candidate with amazing strength. Although the T-Dolphin was panicked, it immediately attacked with force. I saw that huge rock arm that made people sweat, directly covering the amazing armament hockey. A powerful elbow strike came out fiercely. Boom boom. The fire surged into the sky. A violent collision aroused fierce wind pressure. The blazing heat waves spread rapidly. In the end, the chess move was just one step away, and Ren was completely blown away. Like a cannonball, it smashed through a building. Large amounts of smoke and dust were raised. Is this the ability of the Lunarian clan? What a troublesome guy. Looking at his elbow that was melted and turned red. A large amount of rock sprouted out of the T-Dolphin's right arm again, filling the area where the magma melted and splashed down. He looked fixedly at Ren, who was violently blown away by him, but rushed out again in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had happened, and he was a little surprised. Can Zone still be able to partially transform into a beast? Is it because of that weird pill? 393 and the crimson flame just now, although quite terrifying, cannot be easily touched. But it was obviously much worse than the dark red flame before. He speculated that it might be because the other party had not entered the complete beast form or the human animal form. Therefore, a more powerful flame cannot be released. The other party obviously didn't take it seriously. But after all, I am also one of the admiral candidates for naval headquarters. Looking straight at Ren with an expressionless face, the T-Dolphin's eyes were a little cold. He always felt that he was being underestimated, so he frowned and said in a deep voice, Don't you think that you can easily kill me with just a few clicks based on that weird form just now? Of course not, it was just a warm-up. Ren smiled. In the case of partial lycanthropy and human form, the most he can do is release the crimson red lotus karma fire. The dark red hell flame is the strongest flame that can be released in its complete beast form and human animal form. I still have a rough idea of the strength of your admiral candidate. Looking at the huge body of the T-Dolphin that turned to stone, it gave people great pressure. He calmly put away the blade, with a wanton smile on his face. It's just that I just want to fully verify the various forms given by the blue wave ball. But since you said so, I will respect your opponent's wishes. Said. His eyes were burning and he was full of fighting spirit. The whole person was full of awe, and he roared. Human animal form. Strengthening the body. Roar, Chapter 93. Huge human animal form. Chaos in hell in the territory of the Overlord. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Roar. In the shocked eyes of the T-Dolphin. Dense red scales appeared all over Ren's body, and his whole body was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brilliant golden horns sprouted from his head, and his face became extremely ferocious. Sharp fangs, sharp claws, fine dragon scales, a scaly tail. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a humanoid monster that was more than 10 meters tall, no less than a rock giant. It couldn't help but bulge, covered in red scales, and exaggerating its ridiculously long muscles. It is full of unimaginable power, and its momentum is terrifying. It's intimidating. Hey, didn't it say that the human animal form is about 3 meters? The T-Dolphin who transformed into a rock giant was full of disbelief. Isn't this too exaggerated? According to Marine's information, the opponent's human animal form is about the same height as him under normal circumstances. But what kind of monster is this? It is different from the complete beast form, but it is not the imaginary human animal form. That exaggerated body shape and monster-like posture. It's almost chilling. As you wish, don't you want me to be serious? At this moment, Ren is majestic. The voice became a little rough and hoarse. Relying on the profound meaning of life return that he has already honed to perfection. He has perfect control over every inch of his muscles, nerves, organs and other tissues. Combined with the intense medicinal power of the blue wave ball, Ren can easily do things that even Chopper, the developer of the blue wave ball, cannot do. Even, combine the animal form and the human animal form. Develop such a gigantic human animal form. It is not difficult for him. It's not that you can't become bigger. But consider the enemies to contend with. In order to ensure the flexibility of the body, it can exert its best combat effectiveness. This form is just right. Crackling. The flames are rising. The terrible high temperature burned the atmosphere and distorted it. The crimson red lotus flames began to transform into the dark red hell flames. Gurgling. The earth continued to melt, transforming into hot and boiling magma. But under the terrifying flames, a large amount of magma was evaporated, which made people feel horrified. As you wished, I became serious. People are watching with eager eyes. Staring at the surprised T-Dolphin, there he bared his teeth and smiled. Don't let me down. Stronger legs. Shunpo. The words have not yet finished. He became angry, relying on the medicinal power of blue wave ball. The feet stamped hard. The moment the earth cracked. A sudden burst of ghostly speed. Advertisement. The huge body directly tore apart the atmosphere. Carrying a scalp-numbing heat wave, he rushed in front of the T-Dolphin in an instant. Strengthen your wrist. Kirin residual image fist chow peacock. Violent fist marks. Surrounded by fierce fire. Wrapped with armed colors and conquerors, intertwined with black and red lightning. Hoo underscore. A loud roar broke through the air. The extremely fiery fist seal. It's as fast as thunder and lightning, violently rubbing against the weather. It turned into afterimages and firelight that filled the sky, just like a peacock spreading its tail, dazzling people. Carrying terrifying high temperatures and unimaginable power. He frantically blasted towards the stone giant in front of him. Iowa fist machine cannon. Not to be outdone, the T-Dolphin roared there. The huge rock fist seal is covered with high-level armament hockey. Constantly crushing the atmosphere. Go out to meet the attack. Bang, bang, boom boom. Loud noises continued. Two huge figures that were out of reach, as fast as lightning. The movements were incredibly fast and dizzying. There was a violent collision there. Woohoo! Wow. The fierce wind kept raging. An astonishing heat wave swept over there. The sea was turbulent and set off turbulent waves. However, the fist pressure exploded the atmosphere, and the sound of the explosion was deafening. Regardless of the situation, humans and T-Dolphins were still fighting brazenly. Fists, elbows, knees, kicks. Use every possible means. Fierce and ruthless. They have only one goal. It means to severely defeat and crush the opponent in front of you. At the same time, the ground beneath their feet was constantly shaking and roaring. They are all fighting for control of the earth, trying to crush each other with their superior abilities. Gurgling. Boom boom W. Countless buildings were instantly destroyed by the terrifying shock wave. The surrounding earth and rubble were violently burned by the raging flames that spread uncontrollably, turning into an extremely lacquered magma lake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. It turned into an extremely turbulent boiling wave and pounced on the T-Dolphin that transformed into a rock giant. It makes people change their color in shock. Can't help but feel horrified. Rumble. But in a blink of an eye, the earth roared endlessly. As if there is a consciousness of life, it surges violently like waves. It collided hard with the huge wave of boiling magma. Constantly squeezing and colliding. It's useless, I said. Kirin is the emperor of the earth. The man's face was ferocious and his eyes were stern. He was filled with murderous intent and punched continuously. Black and red lightning intertwined, dark red flames rolled across, and the unparalleled hockey roared out like crazy without money. Relying on the medicinal effect of the blue wave ball and his own huge human animal form, the terrifying power has greatly increased. After giving up the defensive capabilities of Lunaria, concentrate all your power and convert it into your own attack power. As for his hockey, even though he was slightly inferior to the admiral candidate Kaido, who had monster strength, he still withstood the opponent's attack strongly. Even, relying on the history of the earth controlled by the unicorn form. It's not just manipulating the magma created by his blazing flames to hit the target. The stronger ones are fighting for the T-Dolphin's control over this land. The territory of the Overlord. Rumble. In an instant. The ground roared violently, as Ren roared, in the eyes of the T-Dolphin, whose color changed with horror. The magma all over the sky was boiling, and the ground was violently circling. Rumble. The whole island was rumbling and shaking. Even in the nearby sea area, there were huge waves, and Qian Nuo couldn't stop running. Gulu. That's, oh my god, did I read that right? Hiss, it's like the end of the world. Those residents in the water city. And the surviving marines on the sea. His face was pale, he was extremely frightened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Ho ho ho, the roar of a beast that shook the sky could not help but echo there. One after another, they are like huge mountains, unbelievably huge, bathed in magma and flames, and the heads of unicorns like wild beasts appear there. It looks like a prehistoric monster with its head poking out from hell. They are lifelike and fierce, coming from all directions. A bloody mouth that mixed with magma and flames suddenly opened, making people's scalp numb. The fangs were extremely ferocious, and they bit hard at the rock giant who was fiercely fighting and colliding with the gigantic human beast form of Ren. Chaos from Hell. Rumble. Chapter 94. The true function of the blue wave ball, permanent transformation. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. Enough. A loud roar. The size of the T-Dolphin has skyrocketed again. It turned into a rock giant hundreds of meters high. It stands there like blocking out the sky and the sun, with astonishing power. Facing those unicorn giants bathed in raging flames and billowing magma, as if they really crawled out of hell, their size was no less than him, which was terrifying. Rock Fist Big Cannon Impact. His aura was terrifying. Huge rock fist print. Carrying the hockey that keeps pouring out like a tide, it blasts out indiscriminately. This admiral candidate is usually idle and careless in his work. At this time, the powerful power of Logia Tutu fruit was finally revealed. Simply overwhelming. Boom. Boom. In an instant. One after another, the heads of the giant beasts were biting fiercely and hugely. It was shattered into pieces by the blast. Yuahuhu. Violent heat wave. It keeps raging in all directions. A large amount of gravel and magma, carrying rolling flames, were splashing there. Boom boom. No surprises. Ren's huge figure was severely 147 blasted away. Like a cannonball, it crashed into buildings one after another. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being an admiral candidate. You are really powerful. The disgraced Ren, bathed in the flames of hell, laughed heartily. In previous battles, as the battle between the two became more and more intense. When the effect of the first blue wave ball is about to wear off. He had already swallowed the second blue wave ball and continued the head-on collision with the T-Dolphin. But as the effect of the second blue wave ball passed. At this time, it finally returned to its normal human animal form. It seems that the transformation you just had was time limited. Was it because of those weird pills? The T-Dolphin hundreds of meters high looked down at Ren and said indifferently. The huge figure stood there alone. It makes people feel intimidated and makes their scalp numb. So what? Ren has no fear at all. Advertisement. His fighting spirit was unprecedented, and he looked directly at the T-Dolphin with burning eyes. He was fearless and sneered. Such a huge body certainly brings great power, but it sacrifices speed, chbi. Do you think you can hurt me? This is not nonsense. If he wanted to, Ren could completely rely on the power of the earth that he controlled with his own fruit ability and named it, the territory of Overlord. It is easy to create a huge stone statue that is several times larger than the unattainable T-Dolphin that is hundreds of meters tall at the moment. However, as Ren said, for strong men like them, no matter how huge the giant is, it is just a toy to scare people. Unless the area covered by it when it attacks is really large enough that they cannot easily dodge, or for some reason, they cannot dodge and can only resist head-on. Otherwise, there is no way to threaten them. Perhaps, the T-Dolphin's continuous destruction can easily destroy this island. However, it is not a threat at all to a person who is good at speed, can also control the power of the earth, and has the ability to fly. Boom boom. Huge body. There it collapsed. It stirred up smoke and air waves all over the sky. On the sea surface, huge waves were set off, and the waves were boiling. Indeed, amidst the billows of smoke and dust, a tiny figure several meters high and covered with rocks rushed out from the stone statue, Then, what about this? The terrifying stone man actually stepped on the air and kicked violently. Moonwalk was cast. Pa, rock fist impact. Locked in Ren's aura in advance. The T-Dolphin was incredibly fast and suddenly rushed in front of it. The huge fist seal is wrapped with high-grade armed colors. It blasted through the air. Partial animal transformation Kirin arm. Between the electric light and flint, Ren's muscles tensed up and he drank. Originally, as the effect of the blue wave ball faded, he had already exited the gigantic human animal form, and was now in the ordinary animal form. The extremely red right arm actually swelled up. It turned into a giant claw that was like a pillar supporting the sky. The scales are so dense and scary. What? The menacing T-Dolphin's pupils shrank sharply. I never expected that the other party could change partially again in the human animal form. Advertisement. Didn't it mean that Zone only has 3 transformations? What is happening? Do you think I'm just going to rely on just some drugs? Ren yelled, unwilling to be outdone. The gigantic unicorn fist with thick scales was swung out boldly. Surrounded by raging flames, it carries the raging haki. Accompanied by black and red lightning, the wolf overwhelmed the weather. He blasted at the giant rock fist that came from the air. Kirin seal. The effectiveness of blue wave ball. Although it only briefly affects Zone's transformation wavelength. But its real function is, strictly speaking, more like a key. Specifically for those with Zone abilities, it opens doors to different transformation forms. Experienced again and again, as the ability users continue to train themselves, their strength becomes stronger and stronger. Even if they no longer use the blue wave ball, they can still open these doors independently. Ren, who has always been incredibly talented and far more powerful than Chopper, has never been the kind of person to rely too much on drugs. After several attempts, his body has quickly adapted to those simple changes. In just a short time, it seems that he can do it without the need for a blue wave ball. He has achieved partial animalization by relying on himself. In the human animal form, it is even possible to achieve partial growth changes. However, without the help of the intense medicinal power of the blue wave ball, it is impossible to directly transform into a giant human animal form and other special transformation forms as before. Boom boom. Between the electric light and flint. The light and glow are extremely eye-catching. The violent collision produced an astonishing shock wave. The two figures were directly shocked and violently retreated. The rolling heat wave continued to burn and melt the ruins in all directions. It's unbelievable. Blood prison. T-Dolphin. Without any hesitation, the two harmless figures shouted in unison. No matter what, he rushed out again and fought to the death. Even Ren, who was slightly behind, still had no intention of backing down. The fighting spirit was as high as ever, and he charged forward without showing any signs of weakness. It's like the tip of a needle facing the wheat on. The killing intent is awe-inspiring and shows no mercy. A fierce fight broke out there. Boom boom. Chapter 95. Ba Tang the Heaven-Destroying Sword Technique. Open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Bang, bang, boom boom. There were constant loud noises and roars. The temperature of the entire island rose sharply. It's like a volcanic crater and the heat is unbearable. The terrifying heat wave swept across, and the sea churned endlessly. Half of the huge water city has been completely transformed into an ocean, covered with magma and flames. Don't let strangers in, it's scary. Oh my god. Are they going to destroy this island? Gulu. It's like purgatory on Earth. Is that kind of monster really human? Vice Admiral. At the western station of the Water City, far away from the battlefield. Countless Water City citizens, as well as related world government personnel, crowded there. Looking at the battlefield from a distance that has been almost submerged by the billowing smoke and cannot be easily seen, only violent roars are constantly heard, it is full of fear and excitement. I am afraid that this island will be destroyed at some point. Even on the coast not far from the station, those Marines who were worried about being attacked again and rushed to land after the warships docked could not help but look pale and frightened. Taken previously, Ren learned the painful lesson of easily destroying those warships. Those Marine personnel were undoubtedly shocked by the power of the natural disaster. No one dared to stay on the warship anymore. Boom boom. Two figures clashed fiercely there. But Ren's figure is as fast as lightning, making him unpredictable. In particular, although the armament haki is very powerful, coupled with the Logia Earth Fruit ability, the physical attack is strengthened and increased. The attack power is amazing. Almost comparable to Aokiji, the Marine Admiral. But observation haki is obviously slightly inferior to Admiral Aokiji. Ren's observation haki, however, has been able to foresee the future briefly. In addition, he has mastered the Conqueror's Entanglement technique, using the blue wave ball as a key to permanently unlock different partial transformation forms, as well as the Lunaria tribe's terrifying innate ability. Logia the soil fruit has the ability to control the earth over a large area. In front of a person who can control the power of the earth, he seems to be mostly restrained and has no advantage at all. The two of them fell into a stalemate. Bang bang. The sun was shining brightly. Fists collided, fists and feet clashed. The fight between the two lasted for half a day. It was still extremely intense and had no intention of stopping. Ha ha ha, it really hurts. I just had a hard blow with the T-Dolphin from afar. Ren, who was knocked back, felt very contented and grinned. This is the battle I want. It's getting more and more interesting. Relying on observation Haki, who is becoming more and more skilled and able to foresee the future, he completely lets go of his scruples. From time to time, he decisively gives up the defense and launches a fierce counterattack, although he is a little embarrassed. But every cell in his body was jumping for joy, and his fighting spirit was as high as ever. The ability of the Phantom Beast, the unicorn form, makes him extremely physically strong. The more you fight, the braver you become. Compared to Ren's embarrassment, the T-Dolphin opposite is not much better. It can even be said that we have already suffered a big loss. There were many burnt places on his body, which was shocking. He was already slovenly and had an unflattering appearance. Now he was in tatters and looked like a beggar. Although Ren's taijutsu and hakis are still a bit immature and lack of training. But his buggy fruit ability is combined with special racial abilities. But it gave him the qualification to go head-to-head with T-Dolphin, the Admiral candidate, in a short period of time. It is no longer like facing Admiral Aokiji, who can only rely on his strong defense to be beaten unilaterally. Really have the power to hurt or even threaten the opponent's counterattack. Advertisement. Even a strong man like Chado would not dare to be careless in the slightest. We must go all out and strictly guard against stubbornness. It's truly a monster. Ren's faint improvement, Haki's becoming more and more condensed and skillful, made even the T-Dolphins a little unbelievable. He glared at the opponent fiercely, feeling even more aggrieved. This guy has been attacked so many times, and he seems to be fine. Instead, he is using the pressure I brought to him during the battle to constantly polish himself. Haki. As an Esper in the form of a phantom beast and a unicorn, the opponent already has a very strong defense, with exaggerated resistance, endurance, recovery power, etc., and is extremely durable. It just so happens that they also have the unreasonable racial abilities of the Lunaria tribe. Moreover, observation Haki can foresee the future briefly, and can respond instantly when danger is predicted. Every time he tries to show off a weakness, or even prepares to inflict serious damage on the opponent even though he is injured, he resists his own violent attack. Jumping around, unscathed. After fighting for a long time, I, who was supposed to have the upper hand, became even more embarrassed, not to mention a little bit disappointed. It might even leave permanent scars. It's so depressing that I'm going to vomit blood. What kind of monster is this? So shameless. Itoryu the heaven-slaying sword technique. At this time, Ren, whose whole body was bathed in flames and whose face was ferocious, looked awe-inspiring. Where? In an instant, the blade is unsheathed and shines brightly. Kai, a striking cold light was as fast as lightning, extremely fast. Dark red flames instantly surrounded the pitch-black blade wrapped around Haki, intertwined with black and red lightning. With lightning speed, it tore apart the atmosphere. Brutally slashed out. It's impossible to react at all. What? The hair on my hair stood on end. The T-Dolphin who originally wanted to pursue him had his pupils shrink sharply and was caught off guard. But after all, he is the Admiral candidate of Naval Headquarters, and his reaction ability is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The moment he rushed out, Haki's arms were covered in danger, and they were blocked in front of him. Kai. Between the electric light and flint. The terrifying flame slashes were intertwined with black and red lightning. It hit hard. The flames surged into the sky. The violent force knocked T-Wolf away. The terrifying high temperature is scorching the atmosphere and burning in all directions. Not to mention that those buildings were melted or even vaporized in an instant. Even a large amount of magma was ruthlessly evaporated directly. Gurgling. Kacha kacha. Large swaths of magma rolled down. The T-Dolphin who stabilized his body looked at the rock arms that were ruthlessly torn and melted. It revealed the vicious bloody mouth that was cut inside, and the arms that were even burned to a bloody pulp. He couldn't help but feel a little awe-inspiring, staring at Ren. Swordsmanship of this level, you guy is really getting more and more astonishing. Hey, it looks like the effect is pretty good. Ren holds the blade. His eyes were piercing, and the corners of his mouth were raised. It's a pity that it's better to be slower, it would be better to be faster. This was a sword drawing technique he created on a whim, drawing on Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams and combining it with his own EI slash. ... Please give me flowers. What matters is 3 words: fast, accurate and ruthless. Obviously, Blessed Conqueror's Haki case. The power is indeed amazing. Even if it is just a rough creation, it is not proficient enough. But a strong person like Chado could not completely block it even if he was careless. Advertisement. Hey, don't be dissatisfied, it's already going fast. The T-Pig looked solemnly at Ren and said in a deep voice, I almost couldn't react just now. Is it possible that you still want to use this move to kill me, the candidate for the big picture, in an instant? Maybe. Ren shrugged. Holding the blade in hand, he aimed it at the T-Dolphin. Turning his right hand, a green-blue wave ball appeared. He showed a playful smile. However, if I have a rare opportunity, I will try it again.
Is it that pill again? See this. T-Dolphin raised his eyebrows and stared. However, the color seems to be a little different. Faintly, he felt that the green pill might be even more amazingly effective. Maybe, there may be considerable side effects. Otherwise, Ren wouldn't have taken it out now. Zero just about to throw the green pill into his mouth. Ready to try the efficacy of the new blue wave ball.
But a red light suddenly flashed across Ren's eyes, and he foresaw something in an instant. Forget it, the troublesome guy is here. Woo-hoo-hoo. Don't give the T-Dolphin a chance to rush forward at all. He pressed his feet suddenly and jumped up without hesitation. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the whole person turned into a flaming unicorn beast and ran wildly into the distance. Let's try it slowly next time when we have a chance. Besides, I always strive for perfection in everything I do, and I don't like to leave anything behind. A-hole. Stop, before the T-Dolphin could stop him. In the furious eyes of the Admiral candidate, Ren, who was running wildly at high altitude, suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Boom, 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 boom. Two extremely blazing hot breaths, carrying terrifying impact, shot out of the air one after another. He ruthlessly destroyed two warships docked on the coast. The violent flame beast flew across the sky, and heat waves rolled in. Along with the Marines who landed ashore and thought they could escape with luck, most of them were severely burned to ashes by the flames breathed out by Ren. At this point, the Buster Call fleet, consisting of 10 top-level battleships, had all been destroyed. There are 5 naval headquarters vice-admirals, and only the admiral candidate, Kaido, is left. Tens of thousands of Marine soldiers were outnumbered. Complete defeat. At this scene, the T-Dolphins who were chasing after them had their eyes split open and they were furious. Blood Prison. Blood Prison Ren, at this time, a cyan figure. Running wildly from the direction of the sea. Stepping on the atmosphere, he rushed to high altitude at an astonishing speed, trying to intercept him. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's Beak. A huge iceberg carries an astonishing amount of freezing energy. It was extremely ferocious, fluttering its wings like lightning. The surrounding temperature dropped drastically, but finally took a step back. Carrying a terrible heat wave. Ren's huge beast body is as fast as a red stream of light. He instantly avoided the incoming iceberg. You too, don't give it away. In the angry and unwilling eyes of Kaido and Aokiji. He laughed and ran into the distance. We will meet again soon. F. Chapter 96 The Sea Shook, Queen of the Desert. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket big event. The destroyed Water City close black lens bracket, Walking Scourge, Blood Prison RENVS Buster Call Fleet. Failure of justice, Marines suffered heavy losses, only one of the 5 naval headquarters vice-admirals survived. Shock. The destroyed Buster Call, the most evil young pirate newcomer in history, Blood Prison, Copper's Horn. 1,058,000,000 Baileys. Another great pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion is born, close black lens bracket. Unprecedented. The man who challenged Marine Buster Call head-on, Blood Prison Ren. Latest news. Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku is furious. Vice Admiral, the supreme commander of this Buster Call, has been revoked as an admiral candidate. The next day, following the newsbirds, carrying the newly released newspapers, they flew to various parts of the world. It immediately caused an uproar around the world. The whole world is shocked. The first half of Grand Line is shocking. New World shakes. Oh my god, is this real? 817. Marine's Buster Call failed. This time, Marine and those guys from world government are totally disgraced. Blood Prison Ren, what a terrifying monster. Gulu, a man actually destroyed Marine's Buster Call. Even Buster Call can't stop it. With pirates so rampant, where will the world go? Hiss, it's unbelievable, most of the entire water tower has been destroyed. The sea was in an uproar and boiling. No one can believe that Buster Call, the highest military action force established by Marine authorized by the world government. Formed by 5 vice-admirals, 10 warships, and tens of thousands of Marine elites, it is a force that is feared by countless countries and pirates on this sea. It was an unprecedented failure. All 10 warships were destroyed by Blood Prison Ren, and Marines suffered heavy casualties. Not even 1 out of 10 was left alive. Even among the 5 naval headquarters vice-admirals who were in charge of leading the fleet, 4 of them collapsed and sank. Only the Admiral Vice-Admiral, who was the commander of this Buster Call operation, survived. Became a polished commander. It is said that Marine Admiral Aokiji arrived. The other party saw that the situation was not good and was scared away. This is simply a fantasy. It's unimaginable. In history, there has never been a single person who could challenge Buster Call. However, the only one who can truly escape unscathed is Copper's Ren. Although in the opinion of some insiders, the failure of Buster Call this time was mainly due to the fact that there was no real Marine Admiral to lead the team, and the highest combat power of naval headquarters was not dispatched in person. Even in the past few years, naval headquarters, in order to pursue the pirate emperors of the New World, there are some great pirates with amazing strength and huge power under their command, who have dispatched fleets far beyond the scale of the Guoshing Order more than once. Just under normal circumstances, generally, people will not act directly in the name of Buster Call. But the vast majority of people don't think about it that much. Advertisement, they only know one thing. That was Marines, Buster Call, rout. It was destroyed head-on by a pirate named Copper's Ren. Now, the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta. In the gorgeous palace, there is a spacious training ground. A beautiful blue-haired girl wearing training clothes was training there sweating profusely. Next to it is a tall running duck, lying there lazily. From time to time, he turned his head happily. Just use the straw and enjoy the delicious juice. Shave.
Suddenly, the girl stepped forward fiercely, her body moving extremely swiftly. It was as if he teleported and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Appeared a few meters away, and he didn't stop, stepping down hard in the blink of an eye. Went to other locations again, repeatedly, keep disappearing. Flashed again. That's great, Karu. Vivi, who was sweating profusely, couldn't help but pant. Although she was a little tired from the long training, her heart was filled with indescribable joy. I really succeeded. She turned her head. The red face was full of excitement and joy. Karu, the duck who couldn't wait to run towards his pet, shared. I finally mastered the physical skills Ren taught me and can use them continuously. There it screamed like a human being. Running duck Karu suddenly stood up from there. He flapped his wings that could not fly at all and cheered for his master. It was witnessed with one's own eyes. This master gritted his teeth and trained relentlessly every day. With my own hard work and sweat, I have grown to this point little by little. But I really didn't expect that. Looking at the large number of newspapers posted on the wall and the reward lists, Vivi couldn't help but sigh. Ren actually left the Straw Hat crew. I saw it posted above. Surprisingly, it was all about Ren. And the bounty list that keeps changing along the way. Recalling that young, handsome, strong yet gentle figure. Holding her palms in her hands, she couldn't help but ask Kalu. Do you think he will come to me again? Kalu? Advertisement Karu echoed there, but it is quite intelligent and can't help but roll its eyes, full of helplessness. This master has asked similar questions countless times. I don't know if he was injured in the battle with Admiral Aokiji. Vivi stared straight at the newspaper she had just received a few days ago, which shocked her and made her unable to believe it. Staring at the majestic flame beast above, which made people awe inexplicably, he said in disbelief. But, it's really powerful. Ran actually gained such a powerful fruit ability, and with Marine Admiral the battle directly turned an island into an island of ice and fire. Your Royal Highness, this is the newspaper I just received. At this time, one of the maids was sweating profusely. He hurried up and handed the newspaper to the other party. It's about Mr. Ren. Huh? Ren's? Vivi's eyes lit up and she quickly took the newspaper. Her Royal Highness the Princess of Alabasta has already given this order. Once there are reports about Copper's Ren, they must be sent to her immediately. I couldn't wait to open the newspaper and glanced at it. This is. She was shocked, her pupils shrank, and she took a breath of air. Ren actually destroyed Buster Call? She never expected it. It had only been a few days since the battle with Marine Admiral Aokiji. Ren actually destroyed Marine's Buster Call again. This is just so crazy. At this time, in the sky, there was an eagle cry. A huge falcon fell from the sky and turned into a human form. It is surprisingly one of the two patron saints of Alabasta, Falcon Bell 4.6. Your Highness Vivi, have you read the newspaper? He grabbed a reward sheet, gestured to Vivi, and exclaimed. Mr. Ren has made a huge noise again. 1,058,000,000 belly? Vivi's eyes widened. The whole person opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but be a little stunned. She didn't expect that Ren's bounty would be raised to such an exaggerated level. Suddenly it exceeded 1,000,000,000. The performance of Mr. Ren is really amazing. Bell of the Falcon couldn't help but sigh, but soon, he smiled. He took something out of his arms and gestured towards Vivi. By the way, Your Highness Vivi, what do you think I found? Hiss. This is. Vivi's eyes widened. I saw the patron saint of Alabasta take it out. Astonishingly, it was a strange fruit that was sand-colored, covered with barbs, and looked like a cactus ball. Logia sand fruit? Chapter 97 Big Mom. I want him to be my son-in-law, first update? Oh, hey, that guy Ren. Did a great job, the first half of the Grand Line. In some unknown sea area, Kaido and Jin are searching for Blackbeard's whereabouts. Looking at the newly released newspaper and the latest reward list, I was a little surprised. Kaido, who was tall and strong and looked like a terrifying beast just sitting there, giving people unlimited pressure, laughed there and said, sure enough, only war can reflect the value of human beings. He began to look forward to it. If the news that Ren joins their Beasts Pirates is truly announced, how much of a sensation will it cause? Those guys will definitely be surprised. Destroying Buster Call is really crazy. Looking at Ren's latest reward list, his whole body was wrapped tightly in embers. The face under the mask couldn't help but reveal a smile. The bounty was suddenly raised from 675 million belly to 1.058 billion belly. Now his position as the fourth natural disaster will not cause too much dissatisfaction and doubt. Oh, hey, I think with his strength, even if any of those guys are dissatisfied, there will be no problem. For these, Kaido obviously didn't care. With Blood Prison Ren's current strength, even Jin may not be a match. I have to admit that the kind of flame that can even evaporate magma is indeed too exaggerated. It's simply more amazing than his fire dragon torch. However, I suddenly felt that Ren didn't let us Beasts Pirates officially announce the identity of the fourth natural disaster. I'm afraid he was planning to do something even more shocking. Oh, ha 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 ha. At first, Kaido was a little unhappy. Beasts Pirates gave birth to their fourth major brand, natural disaster. Of course, this kind of thing must be publicized and shown off in a big way, so that the entire 27 seas will be shaken. But now, Kaido could vaguely understand why the boy told him not to announce it in a hurry.
Something more shocking. Jin was stunned. He couldn't help but frown. Is there anything more sensational than the Buster Call that destroyed Marine? Who knows? Carrying a wine gourd. Take a sip of pleasure. Kaido laughed loudly. Jin, your nephew's ambition and courage are greater than you think. He is not a peaceful person. Oh, hee hee. Maybe he will give us another big surprise. He's not a fool. Naturally, it is clear that Ren has great ambitions. After all, the other party has not concealed its goal from the beginning to bring down the celestial dragons and return to the hometown of the Lunaria tribe, the Holy Land Mariajoy, the top of the red line. This kind of person is by no means willing to be inferior to others so easily. In just a few words, how could you convince him that he dared to confront Marine Admiral head-on, then turned around and attacked Buster Call all by himself? How is that possible? And Ren has never hidden this. However, the two of them had a tacit understanding and did not break it. Kaido of the Beasts isn't worried about the ambitions of those below. After all, in the Beasts Pirates, in addition to the 3 plagues that are his subordinates. From top to bottom, who has no ambition and who doesn't want to be in the top position? Except for Yan Calamity and others who followed him first and were regarded as his confidants. Who is not a rebellious and arrogant guy? It wasn't because of his powerful force. Conquered. As long as you don't violate your orders. Kaido will not deliberately suppress him at all, but is very happy for Ren to grow up as soon as possible. If you are really afraid of being easily underpowered. Advertisement. He is no longer Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido knows very well that Ren is a smart person. Before you gain the strength that you think you can challenge yourself. The opponent will only be the 4th natural disaster of Beasts Pirates. When I was young, I experienced countless failures, ups and downs, and ups and downs. Kaido, who has reached the top step by step and achieved today's achievements and became the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, has always been extremely confident and even arrogant about his own power. Believe that you are invincible and will not lose to anyone. After all, from beginning to end, he, the governor of the Beasts Pirates, had relied on his own tyrannical strength to get where he is now, rather than relying on so-called conspiracy. As long as he is still on the strongest throne. So no matter how ambitious Copper's Ren is, he can only succumb to his Kaido of the Beasts. For its use, want to defeat him, unless the other party is the legendary Joey Boy. But, is that possible? Kaido of the Beasts is looking forward to it. People in the future, when they can't hold back, come and challenge themselves. The day came when he used his strongest strength to crush that proud heart and completely surrendered. Boy, Lousy is on the strongest throne, waiting for you to challenge. Oh, 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 oh. Compared to expectations from Kaido of the Beasts. And the 4 emperors, forces who are also New World. The Big Mom pirates far away in the waters of New World, Todo Land. But not so happy. Hateful. What on earth is it? Blood Prison Ren. Walking Scourge. That guy is really capable of doing things all day long. A newcomer who didn't even break into the New World just defeated a mere Buster Call. 1,058,000,000 Baileys is simply too arrogant. Those Marine guys, did they do this on purpose? It's not a good idea to set a bounty, but it's 1 million belly higher than Brother Katakori's 1.057 million belly. It's definitely intentional. Cake Island. The members of the Great Emperor's Charlotte family were all furious, gnashing their teeth in anger. Even, he developed great hostility towards Ren. No other reason than that the new bounty Marine gave Ren was actually 1.058 million belly. It's so good that he is immortal, but he is 1 million Baileys higher than the strongest general of their Big Mom pirates and the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Katakori. In the opinion of these members of the Charlotte family. This is simply like humiliating the Big Mom pirates. Brother Katakori is invincible. Yes, he is a perfect man who has been unable to carry himself on his back since he was born and has never failed. How can Ren, a mere blood prison, be compared with the greatest masterpiece of our Charlotte family? It's nothing special. The bounty is not a measure of strength, it's just based on what they do. It's like Beasts Pirates, those guys who only have muscles but no brains. It's just that they make trouble everywhere on weekdays, and the bounties are generally higher. But it's really unpleasant. By the way, is this a plan by those Marine guys? You want our BIGMOM pirates to clash with Blood Prison Ren? A member of the Charlotte family, you speak to me. When talking about the strongest general of the Charlotte family, Katakori. They can't help but be full of arrogance and pride. Their Katakori brother is a man who has never failed. Advertisement. Because he has been practicing observation hockey for many years, he has achieved a breakthrough to the point where he can temporarily foresee the future. What exactly did Ren in Blood Prison do, or how famous was he? Originally they didn't care, at most they were a little surprised and paid attention. But Marine set his bounty 1 million Baileys higher than the man they usually admired most, which was simply intolerable to them. There's no need to be angry, and there's no need to let those Marine guys influence your mood just because of this thing. Maybe it's exactly what they want to see. A tall, muscular figure with short amaranth red hair and a scarf on the lower half of his face. With a calm expression, he stared at the bounty list sent by other members of the Charlotte family, the 2 young figure on it, and the jaw-dropping bounty amount. He said calmly, "It's just a bounty, nothing worth worrying about." Yes, Brother Katakuri. As expected of Brother Katakuri, you are so courageous. Each member of the Charlotte family looked at each other with admiration. However, although it looks careless, but looking at the figure on the newspaper, Katakuri couldn't help but stare. Many younger brothers and sisters in the Charlotte family have been accustomed to worshipping his elder brother since they were young, and it is inevitable that they have a high opinion of themselves. But Katakuri knew very well that he was indeed very powerful. But there is still a gap between them and the top monsters in the sea. For example, even if he is the strongest general, every time he faces his mother Charlotte Linlin, he can't help but feel trembling that he cannot defeat her. So far, I have not dared to directly disobey the will of Big Mom, the four emperors. Even on ordinary days, this mother, who has a cruel temperament and has always been domineering, uses her children as tools to take away their lives. He didn't dare to challenge the pirate emperor at all, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. Although there are reasons why this mother has gained a deep prestige in my heart over the years, the gap in strength between the two is also obvious. He was able to fight to such an extent with Marine Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Candidate Tifish and others, and he also had such exaggerated fruit abilities. I can always get away with my body intact. To be fair, that blood prison Ren's strength. It is already powerful enough for the Charlotte family to take it seriously. Putting aside the issue of blood prison Ren's phantom beast ability, the destructive power is indeed a bit exaggerated, and the scene is shocking. Just take the results reported in the World Economic News as an example. Even if he, the strongest general, is mating with these strong men in naval headquarters, I dare not say that I can achieve better results. Mama, he's a very interesting guy. And on the throne. A bloated and fat figure, like a little giant, sat there without any image, looking at the newspaper that was delivered to him with interest. There was a smile on her ugly face. Gurgling, he grabbed a handful of puffed sweets, stuffed them into his mouth, and devoured them. At such a young age, he was able to destroy Marine's Buster Call by himself, and he escaped unscathed. Quote. Eat me. Don't eat me. Ah, I was eaten. Very strangely, the puffs she grabbed actually had anthropomorphic expressions. And, he speaks human words there. People can't help but be a little stunned. But the old woman, who was fat, ugly, and a bit fierce, making people intimidated, still stuffed them into her mouth regardless. Swallowed it alive, tasting the sweets happily, enjoying the extremely sweet taste. As the captain of the BIGMOM Pirates, Charlotte Linlin of Toto Land and Queen of All Nations laughed there. I wonder if that guy Kaido has recruited him. Otherwise, I would like him to become my son-in-law. Mama. Hearing this, the children of the Charlotte family below. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 98. The Ship of Terror, the Transparent Fruit. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Just when the sea shook and the world was in an uproar. It's not too far from the Water City, in the Magic Triangle sea shrouded in fog all year round. An ordinary pirate ship was flying across the sky. Astonishingly, it was Ren and his group who were the instigators. 1,058,000,000 Baileys. On the deck above, Ren looked at the newspaper he had just obtained and chuckled. Those marine guys are so generous. Boss, you are so awesome. Kaido was filled with adoration. Not just anyone can defeat Marine's Buster Call alone. Beside him, stood an extremely wild man with blonde hair and a rudder on his head. If there are marine personnel here, I'm afraid I'll scream out in shock. Because it was no one else. Astonishingly, in the previous era, the flying pirate, who was as famous as the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and was listed as one of the three major legends, Golden Lion Shiki. This is naturally not the real Golden Lion himself. Instead, he specially asked Spandam to submit relevant information about those great pirates at Eni's lobby for review, and learned about the various amazing deeds of these famous great pirates in the past, as well as the physical appearance of Ren. Based on the impression in his mind, he directly used Kaido's incredible ability to transform into a raccoon form. Although it is not comparable to the Golden Lion himself, it still possesses the ability of Paramesha Lion Fruit. Let a ship fly. No pressure. After all, he destroyed Buster Call and escaped unscathed. It can be said to be unprecedented. Robin looked at Ren with beautiful eyes and smiled. She felt warm in her heart and moved indescribably. It's clear why Ren is so crazy and chooses to challenge Buster Call head on. Not just to get her out of the shadow of Buster Call. He is even venting his anger on him. Hehehe, you are indeed Master Ren. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. Honestly, normal people would be so scared that their legs would become weak as soon as they hear Buster Call. Before, he didn't have much idea of Ren's monster power. But this time in the Water City, Brian Tangy had completely seen it. A walking disaster. It's really just the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Brian Tunney felt more and more that his choice was correct. Not only do you not have to be locked up in a dark deep-sea prison, you will have to spend the rest of your life in despair and unwillingness. He also gained the amazing ability of Paramesha Munch Fruit. His ability in scientific research has made a huge leap in disguise. This man's amazing strength and terrifying potential are far from over. Plus his own assistance. Once the super soldier plan is completed, you can form a powerful super army in the shortest possible time. Then, their ambitions may not be impossible to realize. According to Spandam's information, Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is hiding in this sea. Ren said with a smile. Gia hee hee, what an unlucky guy. Brian Tunney licked his lips and said with a smile, it happens to be within our shooting range. After leaving the water capital, they came all the way to this place that was always shrouded in fog and dark. Of course it's not for tourism. Advertisement. But to hunt people with abilities and capture the devil fruit ability. Unfortunately, Gecko Moria is one of their targets this time. Violet, have you found it? In front of Ren et al. She is a mature and beautiful woman wearing a colorful dress. The eyes had a strange brilliance, as if there was some invisible object connected to her eyes. Are constantly searching for something. Found it. Violet nodded expressionlessly, pointing to the direction of 3 o'clock, he said, it's over there, about 20 nautical miles away. If Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, were here, he would be shocked to find out. This woman is clearly a cadre of the Don Quixote family, a former Dressrosa princess with the power of the Paramesha staring fruit, Violet, codenamed Violet. Of course she is not a real person. But it was created by Pato's ability. The purpose is to use its Paramesha staring fruit ability. Find the location of Gecko Moria's terrifying ship. Then let's go over there first. Ren chuckled. The target of the terror ship is so big, and with Violet's ability, it is obviously easy to find. Under his command, the Golden Lion maneuvered the ship towards the target location and flew away. Soon, in the dark sea, a huge island ship presented in front of everyone. Robin, Tony, Pato and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Somewhat shocked. Tisk tisk, this is my first time seeing such a big ship. Brian Tunney exclaimed. Everyone is about the same. Although I had expected it, when I saw it with my own eyes, I was really shocked. Ren said with a chuckle. Have to admit, Gecko Moria's ship of terror. It really gives people a lot of visual impact. Is it there? Powerful observation hockey. In an instant, the entire ship of terror was enveloped. I felt the relatively powerful aura of Gecko Moria and directly confirmed the location. Boom. A moment's work. A pirate ship snatched from a blind pirate group flew down from the sky. Just like that, we landed in front of a huge castle. There was a huge cloud of smoke and dust. Bang, bang. Golden Lion and Violet turned into smoke and disappeared one after another. Ren took Robin, Tony, Pato and the others. Jumped off the pirate ship. Advertisement. Who? Quote. Quick, stop them. Huge movement. All of a sudden, a large number of figures were attracted. Surround them all. These are. Robin and Tony couldn't help but gasp. The figures in front of me, no matter what kind of people they are mostly rotting corpses and mummies. It's scary and makes your scalp numb. Look at these zombies. Whoa, there's something going on, boss. Pato, who was only slightly braver than Chopper, the Straw Hat's ship's doctor, was even more frightened. He hugged Ren's thigh tightly, somewhat panicked and trembling. Don't panic, they are just some zombies, created by Moria using the ability of Paramesha Shadow Fruit to steal shadows from others and stuff them into corpses. His expression remained unchanged. Of course he knew what these zombies were. They just look a little scary, but there are not many that actually have fighting power. This kind of thing can be solved in an instant. You guys get out of the way first, Red Lotus Karma Fire. Said. He raised his right hand slightly. A crimson flame burst out, instantly distorting the atmosphere. Even if Ren tried to control it, the unbearable heat waves that hit his face forced Luo, Zhao Wu's room, Brian and others to retreat immediately. It turned into a flaming whip and swung out like lightning. The burning red lotus fire directly penetrated these zombies. In an instant, they were burned to ashes. Not even a chance to struggle. It's chilling. What? This horrific scene. I just heard the noise and rushed out. Among the intruders, there was a beautiful woman like Robin. In an instant, Absalom approaches invisible and tries to kiss Fangs. I was immediately shocked. The chill is rising. Do you think you hit it well? Woo. The person's figure flashed. In an instant, he appeared a few meters away from Robin. His big hands grabbed the air. Make a filing. In the astonished eyes of Robin, Tony, and Pato. A transparent figure appeared in front of Ren. He grabbed his neck directly and was lifted into the air. I couldn't help but struggle in pain. Hollow Man. Chapter 99 Moria was killed instantly. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. This is Hollow Man. Gia hee hee, it turns out it's this guy. Robin, Pato, Tony and others. They all looked at the figure lifted into the air by Ren in surprise. After seeing that face with beast-like features, everyone couldn't help but suddenly realized. Because, when they left the water capital yesterday, they had already met each other. At that time, after Ren transformed this guy, they used each other's ability to become invisible and swaggered out of the water city right under Marine's nose. Lord Absalom. A-hole, let go of Master Absalom. Who are these guys? Gulu. Be careful with his flames. As long as you rub it lightly, it will be burned to ashes. Zombies rushed out one after another. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but be shocked. Unexpectedly, the intruders subdued their boss, Lord Absalom, in an instant. Click. Ren didn't say anything nonsense. He pinched hard and broke Absalom's neck. He threw his body unceremoniously in front of Brian Tunney. Thank you for your hard work and recovered the power of the transparent fruit. Gia hee hee, although it's a bit disgusting, but for the sake of the transparent fruit, I'll just bear with it. Brian Tunney opened his huge mouth. Robin and Pato, as well as the zombies who rushed out in a steady stream, looked at each other in shock. Directly to Absalom 167's body. Swallowed it alive. What? Lord Absalom. He was swallowed. In the shocked and incomprehensible eyes of these zombies. Absalom's body was quickly thrown out of the Tuntun factory. But, in Brian Tunney's hands. But there is an extra fruit with a strange pattern. What? At this time, a slender figure holding an umbrella, wearing a crown and twin tails, dressed like a fairy tale princess flew out of the castle and floated in midair. One after another, translucent ghosts surrounded her. Devil fruit. Perona heard the noise and ran out of her body as a spirit. Looking at Absalom's body and the fruit in Brian Tunney's hand, I was shocked and cried out, could it be Absalom's? Ghost. Looking at the weird Perona surrounded by ghosts in midair. Pato, Robin, Brian Tunney and others were all a little surprised and full of curiosity. But after Ren's previous introduction, they naturally guessed that most of them were like these zombies and were not real ghosts. In all likelihood, they were also created by some kind of fruit power. Advertisement. You guy. Perona was shocked and angry. There was even more unspeakable panic. One after another, the ghosts rushed directly towards Ren and others. Negative ghost. However, his expression remained unchanged. The not-so-powerful ore locked inside the castle in an instant. His eyes sharpened. Ghost fruit. Buzz, an extremely powerful conqueror's haki suddenly spread out. Located in a bedroom in the castle, Perona's original body was sleeping there motionless because her consciousness followed the spirit body out of her body. Conqueror's haki was immediately released by Ren, causing his eyes to turn white and foaming at the mouth. Really fainted. Ah, Perona in midair, and those passing ghosts of negativity. It disappeared in an instant. A-hole. At this time. A bloated and tall figure. He jumped from the top of the castle and landed heavily on the ground. The earthquake caused the earth to crack and tremble continuously. Lord Moria. The somewhat frightened zombies couldn't help but be overjoyed. It was as if he had seen the backbone, shouting there. They all calmed down and became energetic. How dare you bring Absalom? Moria looks like a demon. Looking at Absalom's body, he suddenly became furious. He glared at Ren and others with murderous intent. I will turn you all into Kai. Wu. Between the electric light and flint. An extremely cold light. Intertwined with black and red electric light, it flashed across like a ghost. It's as fast as thunder and lightning, incredibly fast. It's impossible to react at all. CHDE sword drawing technique. The picture seemed to be frozen. I don't know when, but Ren's figure has already passed by the tall and fat figure of Gecko Moria. Holding it in his hand, Hong Shizuo Wenzi, who was already unsheathed in an instant, with a cold light, looked back indifferently. Sorry, I'm not interested in listening to nonsense like you. And in the position where he originally stood, that majestic figure seemed to have never moved at all from beginning to end. Advertisement. But in the blink of an eye, it slowly disappeared there at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was clearly an afterimage left behind by his previous move too fast. It's terrifying. Ah, Moria was frozen there, with a face full of disbelief, and suddenly let out a scream. A large amount of blood was spattered on his body. Vomiting blood directly, the figure staggered. Kneel down there. The bulky and huge body stirred up large amounts of smoke and dust. On the chest, there was a cut that was deep enough to show the bone. Bloody. Lord Moria, how can this be? Really? Countless zombies screamed. No one expected that it would take just a moment. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, who was invincible, in their eyes, was actually hit hard like this. For a moment, I felt a little helpless and trembling. Cold sweat. Tear it too. Pato's eyes widened. Its boss is too powerful, right? Doesn't it mean that the 7 warlords of the sea, the naval headquarters, and the 4 emperors of the New World are the 3 major forces of the Grand Line, maintaining the balance of the sea? Gia hee 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 hee, is this Lord Ren's heaven-slaying sword technique? Looking at Gecko Moria who was severely injured in an instant, Brian Tunney, who was barely able to react, couldn't help but his eyes lit up and he laughed. It's really amazing. That scene just now, he couldn't react at all. As soon as his eyes flashed, Gecko Moria had been severely injured. Indeed, it was so fast that I couldn't see exactly how Ren drew his sword. Looking at the dissipated afterimage in front of him, Robin couldn't help but open his mouth wide and marveled in disbelief. Looking at Ren's young and stalwart figure, there was an indescribable brilliance in his eyes. How can people not love such a powerful and handsome man? Whoa, Conqueror's entanglement. Moria couldn't help vomiting blood. He looked down at the wound on his chest. He was so weak that he struggled to hold on to his body. He turned his head and stared at Ren with some disbelief. Blood prison Ren, UB ****************. Obviously, although he was huddled in the Devil's Triangle, he was not completely unconcerned about what was happening in the outside world and had already recognized the other party. I never expected that at such a young age, Ren would not only own Conqueror's haki, but also use it with ease. And he even mastered advanced techniques like Conqueror's entanglement. It's incredible. Chapter 100 Princess Mononoke, Perona, who was very attentive. Fourth update. On the ship of terror. In front of a somewhat eerie castle. Countless zombies were trembling there in fear. Wow. Moria vomited blood from her mouth. On his body, there was a bone-deep wound, and blood was oozing out. The whole person fell there on one knee, trying hard to hold on without falling down. Somewhat weak. Originally, even if I can kill you, it still takes some effort. Ren turned around. Looking at the disbelieving Moria, who seemed to be full of anger and unwillingness, she said calmly, but you have been comfortable for too long. Your reaction ability is worse than I thought. Even the most basic police, my heart is gone. Having had your backbone broken by Kaido of the beasts and losing your energy, you have stayed in the position of the 7 warlords of the sea for more than 10 years, enjoying the false glory and the adulation of your subordinates with peace of mind. The strength that should have been great has been completely wasted. He is no longer the West Blue hero he once was. He was filled with disappointment. The strength of Gecko Moria. It has degenerated to a rather exaggerated level. Regardless of whether it is just relying on the ability of the shadow fruit and the power brought by the huge size, he can barely maintain a good fighting power. When he didn't even have time to use the fruit's ability, he couldn't stop his tyrannical level sword-slaying technique. Kaido. Moria's expression changed drastically. Shocked and angry, he couldn't help but stare at Ren fiercely. With a ferocious face, he gritted his teeth. A-hole. How high-spirited was he once? Leading his reliable subordinates, he broke into the new world like a broken enemy. Singing all the way to Wano Kuni. In order to seize the territory, he started a fight with the beast's pirates. But a man completely took away everything and destroyed his confidence. Overnight, all his subordinates were lost. A person, like a walking zombie without a soul, lives in the world. If you don't have it, you won't lose it. Dig graves everywhere, steal bodies, and snatch shadows. Committed to using the ability of the shadow fruit to create an undead zombie army. The purpose is to one day accumulate enough strength to take revenge on the man who caused him great humiliation and pain. Hateful. Thinking back to Kaido of the beasts. The man who made him extremely hate and fear in his heart. Gecko Moria couldn't help but feel a little angry. Kaido, I will never forgive that guy. How about, do you want to cooperate with me? Ren looked at Moria. I am now the 4th most popular member of Beast's Pirates. Maybe, one day, your goal will be achieved. Hehehehe, is this the 4th biggest drawcard of Beast's Pirates? You are such an ambitious guy, you are actually willing to be subordinate to others. Moria held on to his injuries and smiled strangely. Of course he could understand what Ren said. How could such a man succumb to Kaido of the beasts so easily? But the next moment, Moria's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and she glared at Ren fiercely. But I beat you, you killed Absalom. If you insist on worrying about this, there is nothing you can do about it. Ren didn't mean to overstimulate Moria, he just said lightly. When he had thoughts that he shouldn't have, his death was already doomed. This is the world of pirates. Advertisement. He stared at Moria. A flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes. My patience is limited, tell me your answer. Huh. Moria was so weak that she couldn't help but gasp for breath. His face was covered with blood, and he was smiling strangely. Hehehehe, my answer is, ah. A touch of cold light. In an instant, the atmosphere was torn apart. A bloody head flew up, shaking the blood beads on the bright blade. Ren said calmly with no expression on his face, that's such a shame. With that observation hockey that foresees the future. Whatever the other party wants to do, there is no way to skip his prediction. The moment he saw his ability to use the shadow fruit, he exchanged places with the shadow that had already fled far away, trying to escape from him. He was cruel and unceremonious. Lord Moria, no, the shadow is leaving. For a while, countless zombies screamed in pain. Shadow after shadow flew directly from them, rushed in all directions. Hey, Master Ren, Brian Tunney protested dissatisfied. Don't make it so bloody. How can I recycle this? Sorry, I can only aggrieve you a little. Sheath the blade. People are smiling, said without sincerity, for failing to recruit Gecko Moria. He didn't feel disappointed, even if he didn't kill Absalom. Such a guy would not easily succumb to Gansu people because of his hatred for Kaido. There is really no need to regret anything. Regardless of Brian Tunney's grimace and curse, Moria's body was handed over to him for disposal. Ren pointed at the castle, chuckled and said to Robin and the civet cat Pato, let's go meet our new companions. Ghost fruit. Robin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it's a very interesting ability. Is that the guy who was flying in the air just now? Don't underestimate her ability. Ren shrugged. Those ghosts are called negative ghosts. Physical attacks are ineffective. As long as they pass through your body, they can instantly make you negative and lose your fighting spirit. Please give me flowers. Either you have to be very negative to be able to block that ability. Either you can only avoid it and target her body. Said. Ren's eyes narrowed. Right hand, make a pistol shape. Aiming at the forest dozens of meters away. Musket. Call out. In an instant, a crimson fire shot out of the air like a bullet. Advertisement. Quote. Pipe. Quote. A scream. The doctor of the Moria Pirates, Dr. Hogakuba, who was sneaking around and trying to leave the castle quietly, was instantly pierced by a flaming bullet. The whole person was engulfed in fire. It was completely reduced to ashes in an instant. Extremely creepy. Wow. Not long after. In a hall. An unconscious Perona. He was instantly woken up by being splashed with cold water. He was horrified to find that the person standing in front of him was the intruder just now. I advise you not to try to use the power of the ghost fruit. A ball of flame appeared on Ren's right hand. Otherwise, you can try to see which one is faster, my fire or your ghost. A rolling heat wave spreads across the air. It rushed towards Perona, making her unbearably hot. I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The chill is rising. I surrender, don't kill me. Looking at the demon-like man in front of her, Perona turned pale. He gave up the resistance in a hurry and was frightened. Be there for mercy. I have news for you, Moria has been killed by us. Looking at each other, Robin, who was following Ren, said directly. What? Perona's face turned pale. Along with the fear, sadness comes from it. I couldn't help but burst out crying, tears streaming down my face. Wow 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 wow, Sir Shalia. She has been following Moria since she was a child. Although the other party is interested in his own fruit ability. But no matter what, Moria is still very nice to her on weekdays. Not to mention being an adoptive father, that's pretty much it. I heard that the other party had been killed. Naturally a little sad. Okay, let's stop crying here. Hai is very clear about the rules of pirates. The winner gets everything. Ren crossed his arms. Looking at the heartbroken Perona, he smiled and asked directly, then, tell me your answer. Do you want to follow them on the road? Or choose to join us? I would like to join you. Perona is very timid. The tears stopped instantly, blurted out without hesitation. I'm sorry, Sir Shalia. It's not that I'm spineless, it's that they are just too strong. I'm still so young and don't want to die so early. Chapter 101 Moria's Treasure, Devil Fruit. Open black lens bracket 5th update close black lens bracket. Oh, inside the huge castle, under the trembling leadership of Perona. Ren and others arrived at Moria's treasure house. The dazzling array of gold and jewelry should add up to no less than 200 million belly. These treasures should be worth more than 200 million belly. Ren played with a strange fruit that was completely black and wrapped in huge leaves. He looked at Perona and asked with a smile. But, the Moria pirates, do you only need this little money? 2 to 300 million belly. For ordinary pirates, it is undoubtedly a huge treasure. But for a pirate of Moria's level, it's not worth mentioning at all. Even if he was tortured by Kaido of the beasts to the point of losing his confidence and was completely dejected, he didn't care much about plundering, and he couldn't be so little. On the ship of terror, I only know so much. Look at the black fruit in Ren's hand. Perona subconsciously shrank her neck, and said with a trembling voice, but I don't know if Lord Moria is hiding somewhere else. That fruit is said to be the Paramesha shadow fruit. It was the weirdo who could open his mouth very wide, which was stripped from the body of Lord Moria. How could she not be afraid? Don't be afraid. We are all our own people now. As long as you don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, nothing will be done to you. Touching Perona's head, smiling and comforting her. Robin looked at Ren and suggested with a smile. I think we might be able to gain something by searching in Moria's room. Lee hee hee, it would be great if there was a treasure map. It would be fun to hunt for treasure, right? Huali Pato's eyes shone, full of anticipation. That's right. Ren nodded. Most great pirates don't store their treasures in just one place. Because they don't know when marine or even other pirates will come to attack them. If the nest is destroyed by the war, there will be no time to transfer the treasure. Isn't there nothing left? I have worked hard for most of my life. How could they possibly endure it? Therefore, smart pirates usually hide their treasures elsewhere. But in order to prevent forgetting the specific location of the treasure in the future, some people will leave treasure maps and carry them with them. People don't care much about treasure. After all, if they just want to live a luxurious life, the gold on Sky Island and the huge pearl on Clam Island will be enough for them to live in luxury for the rest of their lives. However, if you want to support a powerful force, sufficient financial resources are necessary. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. And on this sea, advertisement. The treasure hunting adventure is very exciting. Life cannot be all fighting and fighting. There has to be some other fun. Gia hee hee, no matter how small the mosquito is, it's still flesh. Then let me take these away first. Brian Tunney smiled strangely. Open your mouth wide and gobble it up. Ren picked up a gem-encrusted arm. Looking at it with interest. Put it away. Bang 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 bang. In Perona's frightened eyes. In 3 or 2 strokes, Brian Tunney completely swallowed the treasure full of treasures into his stomach. Stored in a different space in Tuntun Factory. Ren, is there anything special about this arm and wrist? Take that arm. Robin asked curiously. Ren shrugged. It is said to be related to Captain John's treasure, but I don't know if it is true. He vaguely remembered that this thing made Buggy the Clown so excited that he tried every means to get it. But specifically it has to do with the treasure left behind by Captain John after his death. What is the connection? It's not clear. Captain John's treasure. Hear Ren say this. Robin, Perona, Brian Tunney and others could not help but be surprised. Well, it is said that Captain John is very keen on treasures. He once buried a large amount of treasures that he looted in his life somewhere on this sea. Ren smiled and said, I believe the treasure left behind by such a character will not be too simple. Lord Moria, You did steal Captain John's body and made him into. Perona's eyes lit up and she bravely whispered, this thing seems to have been picked from Captain John's body. That's it. Robin recalled the rumors about Captain John on the sea, and said I remember there were rumors on the sea. Captain John was suspicious by nature and did not trust his subordinates. He usually regarded wealth as his life and treated his pirates very harshly. In the end, he was betrayed by his subordinates. I think it's not particularly strange to hide a secret in an arm that can be carried anywhere. It is indeed possible. Ren nodded in approval and said with a smile, then leave it to Robin to keep it. Maybe you can discover some secrets. Robin is not a nerd who only knows archaeology. Advertisement. Over the years of struggling in the dark world, she has fully developed her abilities in all aspects and become an all-round talent. Her talents are by no means inferior to Vice Admiral, the Chief Staff Officer at Naval Headquarters. In the future, as your horizons continue to expand, no longer limited to the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, I believe that he can definitely become a reliable general manager and think tank by his side. On the way, the group of people passed by a corpse lying there, wearing a samurai uniform. This is the body of the legendary dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma. Perona reminded. I heard that Lord Moria stole it from Wano Kuni. The sword on his waist is Wano Kuni's national treasure, the black sword Chu Shui, which ranks among the 21 great swords. Ren raised an eyebrow. He directly took the sword hanging from his waist. Rang, the jet black blade has a jagged pattern on the edge and is in the shape of a straight blade. It is heavier than the Hongshuizuo text on his waist. Famous sword Chushui. Ren smiled slightly. It's not a bad trophy. He himself has good swordsmanship. Although he is not a particularly pure kendo like Zoro, Hawkeye, etc., who would do anything for the sword. But as long as you are a swordsman, there is no one who doesn't want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Ren naturally has that kind of ambition, and hopes to master a black knife of his own in the future. Moreover, the Hongshe Zoji he inherited from his father in the Lunaria tribe is the great knife 2T20.7e. Strictly speaking, Wano Kuni still has several famous swords that are not inferior to Chushui waiting for him. However, the special thing about Black Sword Shisui is that it is Wano Kuni's national treasure. The dragon-slaying samurai Shimotsuki Ryoma is worshipped as the god of power in Wano Kuni. The sword held an extraordinary status in the minds of those warriors. Maybe it will be of great use by then. Ping ping pong pong. Soon, in Moria's bedroom, it was turned over by several people inside and out. Found it. A hidden compartment was opened by Brian Tunney. Inside, there was a box. He was so excited that he couldn't wait to open it. This is. The people who came over couldn't help but shrink their pupils. I saw only a few old treasure maps on it. There is also a fruit with strange pat chapter 102 ancient species, Captain John's treasure, first update. Treasure map. Devil fruit. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect this thing to exist. Look at the contents of the box. Ren, Robin, Tony and others couldn't help but be a little surprised. Oh, or the ability of the ancient species Tyrannosaurus rex. Ren picked up the devil fruit and found a note on it. It is clearly marked, Dragon fruit ancient species Tyrannosaurus rex form. I don't know where that guy Moria got it from. However, that guy probably really lost his confidence after being hit by Kaido of the Beasts. I never thought about training more subordinates. Even Absalom and Perona, they all gained abilities unintentionally and were recruited by Moria. Jia hee hee, the ancient zone species is said to be quite rare. Brian Tunney smiled strangely and said, it's not a bad harvest. These big pirates are indeed not simple. In addition to its own fruit abilities, there are also many good things. It's not in vain for them to come here all the way. The harvest is too great. In one fell swoop, it was equivalent to getting 3 devil fruits and a lot of treasures. By the way, a partner with the Paramesha ghost fruit ability was added. Not counting whether these treasure maps will yield any results. Does Lord Moria still hide such a thing? Perona, who originally had no hope, opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She never knew. Moria actually hides such a powerful devil fruit. Just listening to the ancient species Tyrannosaurus rex form, you know that it is not a simple zone ability. And there is even more than one treasure map. I think there may be only one that really belongs to him. The others were stolen from tombs, right? Some of the treasure maps are obviously old, and they still have the aura of the tomb. Robin is an archaeologist. The eyesight is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Advertisement. I could tell at a glance that 2 or 3 of the treasure maps belong to the TNTN cultural relics. Picked up the treasure maps. Browsed through it. Immediately, his pupils shrank sharply. He showed an old treasure map and said to Ren with some surprise, Ren, this seems to be Captain John's treasure map. If true, so, combine that arm and wrist. Maybe we can really solve the mystery of Captain John's treasure. Finding the treasure that Captain John left behind during his lifetime has attracted countless pirates and adventurers to pursue it, and they have searched frantically but failed to find the treasure. Really? Lee hee hee, that's great. Jia hee hee, Captain John's treasure, can we really find it? Pato, Perona, Brian Tunney and others on the side couldn't help but be surprised. Sure enough, I said, how could a boss-level tomb robber like that Moria guy not have something good? Ren smiled as he played with the fruit in the form of an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex. He somewhat understood why Buggy the Clown couldn't find Captain John's treasure at all. There are many Captain John treasure maps circulating in the outside world, and it is difficult to tell whether they are true or false. The treasure map collected by that guy from Moria. It's very likely to be true. Bulu. Bolo. At this time. Robin's pocket. A phone bug suddenly rang. I am Miss Sunday. Seeing that it was the specially encrypted phone bug, Robin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The phone bug simulated a slightly ugly figure with purple hair, and a cautious and deliberately disguised voice came out. Ahem, hello, Sunday, I am Van Goofred. This guy. The corners of Ren's mouth twitched. Just yesterday, he had handed over the phone bug that contacted Spandam to Robin, who was being trained as his future personal manager. Gia he, is that Spandam guy? Brian Tunney smiled strangely. Robin frowned. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, but still asked patiently, Van Goofred, what's the matter? Advertisement. After Ren's introduction, she already knew that the other party was her mother, Orovia, who had hurt her. As a minion of the world government, through the golden phone bug authorized by Admiral Buddha Sengoku, she officially launched a buster call on her hometown, Ohara. It was also the culprit who made the world government place a high bounty on her, causing her to experience the unbearable and despairing dark life since childhood, the son of former C9 Chief Spangdine. How can I have a good impression? However, I think this guy still has value. It's not that she couldn't bear it for Ren's plan. Anyway, when the time comes, the father and son will only be able to take advantage of it. That's when they die, as such that, the other end of the phone bug. Spandam said directly. Last night, the hunted CP9 group tried to hide in the sea train and escape, but they were discovered by Marine. They robbed a boat and fled directly towards the Magic Triangle Sea in a panic. Got it. It is said that Rob Lucci was seriously injured and comatose, and he has not yet woken up. Marine is chasing them now, and the person in charge of the team is Storo Berry Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. If it is before the buster call starts. Spandam also has some thoughts. 690. So, now he doesn't dare to think about it at all, and has completely resigned to his fate. Although I was very afraid that the image of Sky Island would leak out, I still had some hope. After killing the opponent, I would get the evidence back through the CP officials of Water City. But I didn't expect that the monster coppers Ren actually destroyed Marine's buster call fleet. 10 warships were completely destroyed, and not a single one of the tens of thousands of Marines remained. Even the 5 naval headquarters vice admirals responsible for executing buster call. Only the vice admiral, survived. Even when he saw him yesterday, he found that the vice admiral was seriously injured. Simply an inhuman monster. It's better to just take it one step at a time. Who are you doing something for? Maybe the other party can still fulfill their promise. Let yourself improve step by step. Oh, Ren was a little surprised. These guys are really unlucky. He was still thinking about it. These CP9 escape routes. Isn't it the nearby sea area where he is currently? Of course, strictly speaking, it is still far away, because they were able to get here so quickly through the lion fruit ability of Golden Lion. But if you don't experience despair, how could she follow him wholeheartedly? Chapter 103 The Persecuted Marine Rear Admiral, Greg Holland. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. CP9. Gia he, you are so unlucky. Heard the news from Spandam. Robin, Brian Tunney and others couldn't help but be surprised. However, they still recognize the strength of CP9. If it can be conquered, it is indeed a good combat power. Is there anything else? Ren asked directly. Have. Spandam quickly added. By the way, Lord Ren, the Trafalgar Law you asked me to find has confirmed their location. The Heart Pirates he leads are on Sebastin Island, not far from the Water City. Sebastin. I understand. Ren raised his eyebrows, and then said politely, also, please help me check. Let's see if there are any Marine or CP agents who were originally very capable, but unfortunately lacked arms and legs, and retired due to injuries. It would be best if they lived a miserable life and were dissatisfied and resentful towards the world government and Marine. That kind. Or, those Marine generals who were once suppressed, persecuted by celestial dragons, and abandoned by naval headquarters. Or, some strong folk with missing arms and legs, but possess unique skills, pirates or something like that. All in all, the more powerful Zanjuzi. Guard the intelligence power like CP. If you don't take advantage of it, you would be really sorry for yourself. The huge naval headquarters, and world government. He didn't believe that none of those strong men had ever been unfairly treated or persecuted by the celestial dragons. Take Pato's bug-like ability, and the op fruit ability of Trafalgar Law, the Death Doctor, who specifically asked Spandam to find his whereabouts. It is completely possible to recruit these strong men who have physical defects or have to retire sadly due to injuries and use them as their own. Clear. The other end of the phone bug. Spandam's heart skipped a beat. Ren is trying to poach the world government and naval headquarters. Moreover, these guys who have great dissatisfaction and resentment towards the world government or naval headquarters, or even have a grudge against the celestial dragons, might really join the other party's group. Thinking of the ability of the Death Doctor Trafalgar Law who previously investigated the whereabouts. Once Ren really conquers Trafalgar Law, who has the op fruit ability, he can easily cure their diseases or repair their physical defects. That way, it's possible that these guys were so grateful to Ren that they were willing to work for him. Advertisement. Moreover, they already hold grudges. When the time comes, we will deal with the world government and naval headquarters. Definitely one is more ruthless than the other. In this case, I do know someone. Spandam suddenly remembered something and said cautiously, but the situation is quite miserable. He has become a complete invalid. I don't know if he still meets your conditions. Oh, Ren was surprised. Robin, Brian Tunney and others next to him couldn't help but be curious. His name is Greg Holland. He was originally a student of Black Arm, Zephyr. He was already a rear admiral of the naval headquarters at the age of 25. It is said that he is already able to use the 6 styles in hockey skillfully, and has skills that are not weaker than those of the vice admiral. With his strength, he was once considered a promising general. But 3 years ago, when celestial dragons visited his hometown, the kingdom of Galbia, his childhood sweetheart fiancé was attracted by celestial dragons. His fiancé couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to commit suicide, but unfortunately she was stopped by someone. Speaking of which, Spandam was a little sad. Sometimes, death is a kind of relief. The aloof celestial dragons were naturally angered. In a rage, he ordered someone to tie up the girl, and asked the slaves he brought to torture her for 3 days and 3 nights, leaving her in human form. And he didn't feel relieved afterwards, so he ordered people to chop it into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Oh, Ren raised an eyebrow. Such things, although very bloody. But if you think about the virtues of celestial dragons, you won't think there is anything unreasonable at all. Those world nobles are really evil. Robin frowned. I couldn't help but clench my pink fist tightly. My heart was filled with unspeakable indignation. Gia hee hee, this kind of chilling behavior can only be done by the biggest garbage in the sea. Brian Tunney said. Even a mad scientist like him can imagine this. When this Greg Holland learned the truth, how angry and desperate he must be. As long as there is some bloodiness, it is impossible to calm down and pretend that nothing happened. Are celestial dragons so hateful? Perona's eyes widened and she was a little embarrassed. I think you can guess the follow-up, Master Ren. Greg Horan immediately lost his mind after learning about it, and ran to the red line to try to attack the celestial dragons who had just returned. Advertisement. But Admiral Akainu, who was in charge of Mariajoy at the time, stopped him immediately. There was a pause. Spandam added. In order to vent their hatred, the frightened celestial dragons did not kill him directly, but deliberately ordered people to cut off his legs and hands, gouge out his eyes, pull out his tongue, and kill him. They threw him into the Sabayati archipelago. The celestial dragons deliberately kept Greg Holland alive and prohibited any marine from helping him, making him become the lowest beggar, living in pain and despair day and night. Quote. The truth of this incident, although the top management of Marine tried their best to conceal it, it was only announced to the public that Greg Holland was bold and tried to attack celestial dragons and was charged. But as the chief executive of Eni's lobby, I still understand it very well. That would be interesting. Ren chuckled. Isn't this kind of person what he wants to find? A man who dared to attack the celestial dragons in anger suffered a lot of torture and suffering. He lives without hesitation and humiliation, and is still surviving to this day. Then, the hatred and anger burst out. It's obviously unimaginable. However, can he really be saved after he has become like that? Robin pursed her lips. Beautiful eyes looked at Ren. Although she sympathized with the situation of Greg Holland, Li Jiao. But it is also clear what kind of person Ren needs. After all, they are pirates. Not a philanthropist. Gia hee hee, if it doesn't work, I can turn him into a reformed person. Brian Tunney said with a strange smile. With his munch fruit ability, he only needs to obtain the technologies that Dr. Yingapunk left in the future kingdom. It is completely possible to easily transform the opponent into a cybernetic with good fighting ability. These are not problems. Op fruit can definitely do this and restore him to his original state. Ren waved his hand nonchalantly and said directly, however, it depends on his heart whether he is completely dead or not. A guy who is really completely heartbroken and has no energy at all. It wasn't worth his effort to save. On this cruel sea. There are countless people with tragic fates. Compassion itself is the cheapest thing. Chapter 104 CP9 is at the end of its rope 3rd update. Damn, the mast was almost blown off. Those marine guys are so relentless, they bite me so hard. Damn Spandam, after using us, he actually abandoned us. That B************* D is so despicable. I will never spare that guy. Now, in an unknown sea, a ship flying the world government flag, but full of traces of battle and somewhat dilapidated, was heading towards the depths of the sea. Kaku, Jabra, Fukuro and other members of CP9. All of them were in a miserable state, with medical bandages wrapped around their bodies, and they sat there slumped with exhaustion. They had just had a battle with the Strawhat Pirates and suffered a disastrous defeat. Not to mention their injuries, they were pursued and suppressed by the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, who continued to bombard them. In order to protect the ship, they were almost exhausted and even more injured. The situation is terrible, thinking of what he and others would end up like. It was completely Spandam, the CP9 officer, who, in order not to affect his own future, directly shifted the responsibility for the failure of all missions to them. For a moment, he was filled with unspeakable unwillingness and indignation. Khalifa, how is that guy Lucci? Kaku turned his head and asked Khalifa, "Are you awake?" "Not yet." Khalifa pushed up his glasses and 983 said in a deep voice, "He is too seriously injured and must get more effective treatment as soon as possible. I originally wanted to take the sea train and escape to the Spring Queen City or Food City, but I was discovered by Marine." Jabra frowned. Moreover, the one leading the fleet to pursue us now is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Stalo Berry. Bluno, who was in charge of the helm, couldn't help but feel worried. He was biting behind us and had no intention of giving up. He has not fought with the Straw Hats before, so he is in better shape than his other companions. It is also thanks to his ability of the Paramesha Gate Fruit. Only then could he repeatedly escape the pursuit of Marine and CP agents. Let the CP9 members who have not recovered from their injuries be able to rest for a day in the Water City. Regain some combat effectiveness. The storm is coming, so, CJCF, home, please close the sails soon. Suddenly, notice the distant sky, darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kaku's expression changed, and he was busy reminding loudly. What? Quick. Woo-hoo-hoo. Rumble. Advertisement. God does not fulfill people's wishes. The climate of the Grand Line has always been unpredictable and extremely harsh. A huge rainstorm is coming at any time. Without waiting for everyone in CP9 to hurriedly close the sails. The sky darkened instantly, overcast clouds, thunder and lightning. The wind was raging, and it started to rain heavily. Thunderbolt. What's even more terrifying is, a huge bolt of lightning struck the mast hard. The masts had been severely damaged in the previous artillery battle with Marine, and some of them were in danger. Not only did it burst into flames, it also broke apart and collapsed suddenly. They faced Kaku and the others, who turned pale in horror, and immediately suppressed them. Tempest kick. Boom boom. In the afternoon, the weather on the Grand Line is subject to change. The heavy rain stopped. In the blink of an eye, the sky became clear and clear. On a small island, there are a lot of floating objects all around. Unfortunately, the world government ship stolen by Kaku, Jabra, Kumadori and others hit the rocks and sank to the bottom of the sea. But I managed to escape here by luck. All of them were wet and miserable. Panting from exhaustion, lie there, face pale, compared to the high spirits 2 days ago. At this moment, it is indescribably desolate. No, Lu Chi has a fever. Khalifa found that Lu Chi's forehead was rolling in disgrace. Damn it, he was seriously injured and unconscious, and he got caught in the rain and developed a high fever. It's understandable. Jabra's expression changed, and he looked a little ugly. The question now is what to do. Shibababa, Fukuro asked worriedly. Looking at the vast sea, Jabra smiled bitterly and said, "What else can I do? I can only leave it to fate. Although I am a boatman." Kaku sighed helplessly. "But without wood, even if we want to build a ship, we can't do it." Advertisement. The place where our ship sank is not far from here. Kumadori suggested. If you regain some strength, you can barely dive into the bottom of the sea to salvage tools and get some wood from sunken ships. It can only be this way. However, misfortunes never come singly. CP9 and others had some ugly expressions on their faces. 3 warships, 1 large and 2 small, flying the Marine flag, slowly came from the sea. Moreover, the other party has discovered them. The bombardment started without hesitation. Whoosh, boom boom, one shell after another came through the air. Some of them landed on the sea, but many of them hit the islands and reefs that were less than 100 square meters in size. Tempest kick, iron body hyphenation point wolf hunt. Kaku, Jabra, Bluno and others. He had to do his best to block the incoming shells. But my heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. Boom boom, a fist harder than steel shattered a cannonball. Taking a deep breath, Jabra asked loudly, "Bluno, can you use the power of the gate fruit to just go and grab a ship?" Whether it's him or Kaku and others. All because of the continuous strenuous exercise, the wounds that had not had time to heal were torn apart again. The bandage was bleeding. "No, the distance is too far." Bluno said helplessly. "They probably know the limitations of my abilities, so they obviously keep the distance intentionally. As CP9 agents, we know too many secrets. Perform a tempest kick. Rip apart an incoming shell." Khalifa's face turned pale and she couldn't help but feel a little desperate. The order issued by the world government is to wipe us out. So Marine has no intention of capturing us alive. Quote. Suddenly, Fukuro was seriously injured and exhausted. He didn't have time to guard against a shell, and was thrown directly by the bomb, vomiting blood. The expressions of Kaku, Jabra, Bluno and others changed drastically. Fukuro. Chapter 105 Fish Fry. Desperate story Berry open black lens bracket 4th update close black lens bracket. Stalo Berry Vice Admiral. They can't hold on any longer. Do they want to continue firing? On the sea, on the headed flagship, the adjutant asked for instructions from an expressionless middle-aged man wearing a tall hat, an unusually high skull, a long beard, and a marine justice cloak. The order of the world government is to obliterate them. Staring at the islands and reefs billowing with smoke on the distant sea, Stalo Berry said with a cold face, "No need to show mercy, continue the bombardment." Yes. Bang bang, boom. Following Stalo Berry's order, issued. The 3 warships, 1 large and 2 small, were firing on all cylinders and bombarding them continuously. One after another, pitch black cannonballs were fired one after another. The CP9 members who were already tired, hungry, injured and exhausted were unable to stop them. Everyone couldn't help but look desperate, clenching their fists, and full of unwillingness. Is this where they end? However, at this time, the distant sky, a pirate ship came across the sky. What? A ship flying in the sky. A marine was shocked. Commander Stallo Berry's expression changed even more. His eyes were fixed on the pirate ship coming across the sky. Somewhat confused. As far as I know, there are only a handful of people who can do this kind of thing. He couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be Golden Lion? Stallo Berry Vice Admiral, the person above is the Blood Prison Ren. Soon, on the lookout. A marine lookout observed the figure on the bow of the ship through a monocular telescope, and broke out in cold sweat. He screamed outright there. What? The monster that beat Buster Call. Gulu. Why does he appear here? Damn it, is he going to save those guys from CP9? All the marines couldn't help but turn pale. Some panicked and panicked. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Blood Prison Ren's evil reputation. But it has already been firmly imprinted in the hearts of countless marines. Not only was it able to challenge the highest combat power of naval headquarters, but it also directly destroyed the monster of Buster Call. What frightens these marines the most is that the other party seems to have a grudge against Marine. Other pirates generally do not confront Marine head-on. Even if you have to fight head-on, after winning. In order to avoid trouble and draw endless revenge from Marine, Yindu turned around and left. Even those big pirates would not be too deliberate in targeting them unless they were preparing for a full-scale war with Marine. But only Blood Hell Ren, blood flows everywhere he goes, and he never shows mercy. Not afraid of Marine's anger at all, he dispatched the highest combat power of naval headquarters and personally led the fleet to pursue and suppress it. Blood Prison Ren is actually that monster. Stallo Berry's heart skipped a beat. Strong uneasiness surged out, and he shouted, "Turn the whole ship around and retreat immediately. The lessons for Ghost Spider, Jonathan and others are right in front of us." Advertisement. He, the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, is not an idiot, and of course he will not foolishly go head to head with those guys from CP9. Therefore, the mission of hunting down CP9 was decisively abandoned. In fact, after Buster Call is destroyed, Buddha Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, was extremely angry. Aware of the huge threat posed by Blood Prison Ren, a ruthless and unscrupulous young monster, he paid unprecedented attention to it. They have even ordered the Marine Intelligence Department and CP to conduct a comprehensive search for his whereabouts, and are preparing to directly dispatch the highest combat power of naval headquarters to pursue and suppress him. No matter the cost, this scourge of daring and repeated provocations, which has brought great losses to naval headquarters and destroyed the majesty of Marine, must be completely eliminated. But the time was too short and there was no time to arrange it. Story Berry never thought that he would be so unlucky that he would encounter this monster just by leading a fleet to chase down CP9, which was expelled from the world government. Yes, a pirate ship is coming across the sky, looking at the warships at least 2 or 3 kilometers away, preparing to turn around and retreat. Ren couldn't help but sneered. Partial animal transformation. He looked sharply. The head changed at a speed directly visible to the naked eye. Under the surprised eyes of Robin, Brian Tunney, Perona and others. A pair of majestic golden horns emerged, the face became ferocious, covered with dense scales, and 2 fangs grew. Other parts still maintain the human shape and have not changed much. I saw Ren's mouth suddenly opened wide. Hot breath. Blazing heat. Robin and others couldn't help but feel a little unbearably hot. They had to retreat one after another. Highly compressed firelight, somewhat dazzling, gathered in its mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, 3 terrifying red lotus flames blasted out in a row. Towards the 3 warships led by Stallo Berry. It blasted over. What? Damn it, is that D going to attack us? Obviously we Marine didn't provoke him. Hateful. It's over. There's no way to escape. One of the Marines couldn't help but change their expressions. Some of their faces turned pale, angry and at the same time showing despair. Boom boom. No surprises. Even, people were a little surprised that it went smoothly. The 3 warships exploded directly. Yuahuhu. Ah, the heat is rolling. The sky and the surrounding sea. They were all dyed red by the raging fire. Countless Marines were screaming there. Burnt to ashes. What a cold guy. The powerful observation Haki senses the situation on the distant sea surface. Ren raised his eyebrows. I thought he would resist a little, but he abandoned his subordinates without hesitation, jumped into the sea and ran away. *TT. Advertisement. But, do you think you can run away like this? Ren sneered. Perona, who had just been forced to join without knowing his specific abilities, had that incredible gaze. Behind him, a pair of flaming wings appeared in an instant. At an astonishing speed, he fluttered his wings and rushed out. If it were anyone else, it is indeed possible to let Stallo Berry run away. After all, the water in the sea is unstable, the waves are rough, and the breath is mixed. Observation Haki is not easy to penetrate. It is difficult to accurately lock the target. But Ren's observation Haki, it just so happens that although he is not born with awakening, he is still an extremely special type. Due to his unremitting training,
he not only has a rather exaggerated range, but also has a particularly keen sense of biological aura. Stallo Berry, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, even if he dived to the bottom of the sea for the first time, he swam desperately towards the depths, trying to escape his pursuit. It is also doomed to be a futile and pointless struggle. 0. Alas. A moment's work. Ren, who maintains partial animalization and has a ferocious appearance. Carrying the blazing wings of flames, it flew over the sea where Stallo Berry was. Locking on the aura that seemed to have dived more than 100 meters deep and escaped hundreds of meters away. Brush. The mouth suddenly opened, condensing a dazzling light. Wisps of lightning were lingering there. A terrifying heat wave scorches the weather. The surrounding temperature rises sharply. Thunder roaring cannon. Call out. For a moment, an unimaginable beam cannon. Heading hard towards the bottom of the sea. Blast out. Boom boom. The sea exploded. The huge waves were rolling and raging. Large areas of seawater were evaporated directly. Originally covered with hockey, he endured the huge water pressure, held his breath and escaped to the bottom of the sea hundreds of meters deep. He thought it was relatively safe and stopped diving. He just kept swimming desperately towards the distance. Suddenly the hairs on my hair stood up. But in deep water, he couldn't move too fast at all. In the blink of an eye, the whole person was drowned by the extremely fiery aura. It's blood prison Ren. Gulu. What kind of monster is this? Now, on the islands and reefs filled with gunpowder smoke and in disarray. Kaku, Jabra, Khalifa and others, who were already full of despair, could not help but be shocked. Looking at the horrifying scene in the distance with some disbelief. Gia hee hee, what a bunch of lost dogs. Immediately afterwards, a strange laugh came from the air. The CP9 group looked up subconsciously. A medium-sized two-masted pirate ship fell from the sky. Looking at the beautiful figure above that was extremely familiar to them. Each one of them could not help but shrink their pupils, and cried out, Nico Robin. Ah, we meet again, everyone from CP9.